Chapter 51 Double Kill. The infantry captain in charge of their squad shouted in front, asking everyone to reposition. After lining up, the heavy infantry came forward with shields. The light infantry carried weapons in the middle, and the archers were behind everyone. There were about 500 people. The archers here all used crossbows and arrows, and did not need to draw the bow. The usage was similar to their usual firearms. Load the arrows, aim, pull the trigger, and shoot. Fighting within the team is prohibited. I think I know it in my heart. The infantry captain glanced at Lian Sheng vaguely and said, "This is an open competition, and there will be professors to score. Although everyone is a soldier, I still look forward to happily brushing points." The infantry captain pointed at the team and waved his arm. "Let's go." Lian Sheng carried her wooden stick and was sandwiched between the crowd. Reopen the map to check. The upper left position of the map stopped halfway through. A red dot indicating hostility appeared. It should be that the scouts had encountered the enemy and died. And there was a green mark in the right front, which was where they were going now. After leaving the camp, there were several intricate paths and mountain roads in front. The infantry lieutenant walked in front without looking away, leading them into a difficult path. This was obviously not the closest section to the target point, and they deliberately took a small detour. Lian Sheng listened to the instructions obediently. Now she had no idea about the enemy's situation, or even the purpose of this march. Was it to test the situation? To support? To intercept food and grass? Or to prepare for an ambush in advance? This feeling was not very liked, because the map was large enough and it had just started. After setting off, they walked for more than a quarter of an hour, but did not see the enemy. Climbing a mountain is a physical job. It has been nearly 20 days since the actual combat exercise. The effect of the assault training was significant, and physical strength and limb flexibility have been qualitatively improved. In addition, the others were wearing heavy armor, so the collective marching speed would be slow. Lian Sheng could easily keep up with the team. When Lian Sheng stepped on it, she could feel the reality. It seemed that something was supporting her. She felt that this equipment was really amazing. She walked with her head down and stared at her feet, and didn't notice that the team had stopped. Lian Sheng bumped into the brother in front of him. "Get ready." The infantry captain shouted in front. "Archers, pay attention to choosing a position for ambush. All infantry, move forward." When they were about to turn out of the trail, they found the enemy. The opponent had not appeared in sight yet, but it was already displayed on the map. It should be the information feedback received by the scout. Judging from the number of red dots, it should be an infantry team of similar size. The opposite side should also find them, and the two teams are about to face off. The archers rushed directly to both sides of the mountain to seize the high ground first. The heavy infantry lined up their shields, and everyone moved forward again. The marked red dots were getting closer and closer to them, and suddenly accelerated. A steady and dull sound of footsteps came hurriedly. Lian Sheng's side was blocked by the people in front of him, and he could only hear shouts from the opposite side and arrows flying over his head. Then the collision was like knocking gold and jade, and he should be hit by the opponent's shield. The two sides raised their shields and collided head-on. The infantry lieutenant shouted loudly, "Block them." The people in front, "Block them. Push them back." The spearmen cooperated in the attack, seized their gaps, and took their heads. Then the opponent did not want to use the shields to besiege, and the shields were arranged so tightly that there was no way to start. They shouted slogans in unison and squeezed into their team with brute force. The team was broken through, and because it was too crowded, it began to retreat slowly. The opponent seized the opportunity to move forward. Nearly 1,000 people rushed into the narrow mountain road, and a bloody primitive war began in an instant. Even if the archers occupied the high ground, it was not easy to perform, because in such a chaotic situation, it was impossible to distinguish between the enemy and us. I could only choose to wait and see for the time being. Everyone drew their weapons. Lian Sheng took a wooden stick and walked carefully in the team. After all, this thing is said to be easy to break, but I don't know how fragile it is. I was also worried that I would be accidentally injured by these swords and guns without armor. So I retreated carefully all the way and went to an open place first. "Don't retreat," the infantry captain shouted in front. "Go forward and kill the enemy. Deserters are not accepted here. Kill! 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 Get the rhythm back." Lian Sheng, This is understandable. After all, in such a narrow place, if the soldiers turn around and retreat, They will be caught by the opponent's offensive and may be defeated. This kind of place is not suitable for fighting and catering to ambush and assault. Unfortunately, the opponent knows each other's existence, so there is basically no such opportunity. Lien Sheng tilted his head and seemed to hear the sound of fighting in the distance. Is this the team on the main road? A friendly soldier next to her took the opportunity to bump into her, bringing her back to her senses. Lien Biabing. What are you doing? Get moving. Don't be confused. We are counting on you to get going. Lien Sheng, Lin Lai looked at Lien Sheng, who was looking around with his head down, moving cautiously in the team, but never fighting. He couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Be a commander? Does she know how big the gap is between a soldier and a commander? She can't even be a soldier in this state. Why do you want to do such a thing? The dean saw her unfriendly expression and smiled. I was also surprised when she first chose the command department, but I think she can do well. So I agreed to her transfer application. Lin Lai changed his posture and frowned. She is better at weapon research and development. I hope she can recognize herself, rather than being a soldier who is indistinguishable from the crowd. No, she is certainly not a simple soldier. The dean pointed to the screen and said, she has no points and no equipment now, so she is observing the surroundings. If she rushed forward directly, that would be wrong. Lin Lai is not a combat soldier. Although she was promoted to colonel, she is doing scientific research. The ranks of the two cannot be compared. Lin Lai took a breath and said, she doesn't have it now, and she won't have it just by observation. The dean said, she won't end like this. When I saw her, her eyes were very firm. I think she has her own considerations. She is a reassuring child. Lien Sheng has been living in the dormitory since elementary school. She only goes home on Saturdays and Sundays. And Lin Lai is probably at work. They barely talk to each other for a year. But Lien Sheng is very studious and a bit introverted, not willing to communicate with others. She is more suitable for scientific research. Lin Lai said, she is like me. I understand her. Really? But I think she is also like Major Lien. If he were still alive, I think he would have been a very successful commander. The dean paused and said, he was my instructor back then. And he said this. Whether he is at a disadvantage is not the criterion for judging a commander. But how to deal with this disadvantage is the key to judging his ability. Lin Lai clenched his fingers and said nothing. In the path, Lien Sheng held a wooden stick horizontally, kept a distance from everyone, and kept looking ahead. A friendly soldier followed her and asked excitedly, Biabing Lien, what do you think we should do now? A person nearby sneered and said, what should we do when we are fighting and asking a person without equipment? Didn't the Union University teach you how to fight? The friendly soldier snorted, it's none of your business? The Union University taught us to use our brains in fighting. Do you have that? Lien Sheng said, the simplest head-on conflict, relying on strength. The fight has already started. What strategy is needed? Lien Sheng was running, and suddenly heard a sound of breaking wind. And her instinct to survive made her squat quickly. The arrow brushed her shoulder and almost crippled her arm. After all, she was not wearing armor. Lien Sheng turned his head with lingering fear and looked behind. The archers were hiding in the high mountains and forests, and it was impossible to recognize who was who. Someone shouted, the one in front should get out of the way, and the soldier without clothes should pay attention. Lien Sheng, if this was her soldier, she would definitely kill this archer now. The infantry lieutenant yelled angrily, archers, be careful. Don't shoot if you can't confirm the target. You will cause panic in your own team. Lien Sheng carefully observed through the gaps in the crowd and found that the light infantry on the opposite side had already attacked. The heavy infantry retreated to the rear because of inconvenience. It's time to grab a weapon. She was wearing shorts and straw sandals, and her smooth calves were particularly eye-catching among the crowd. There were relatively few people in the rear, and before she took the initiative to attack, someone came to her first. I found the 0 on the opposite side. I took it down first. Ha ha! An enemy soldier ran through the crowd, took 2 steps to run and jumped towards her, holding a big knife in his hand, and chopped at her head, a historic moment. Please take a photo to commemorate it. The friendly army stretched out his hand and shouted, the standard bearer is in danger. Lien Sheng turned sideways, held the long stick horizontally, and said disdainfully, seeing the big knife approaching. He didn't panic. The left hand slid down and held the end of the stick. Bend your knees slightly and lower your center of gravity. lunged forward and slapped the opponent's face directly. The boy tilted his head back and took a few steps back, looking at the blue sky, and simply uttered a single syllable, "Ah," to express his doubts about this life. Lien Sheng continued to follow up, aiming at the target's elbow and hitting it hard. Then he swung the long stick to his left hand, and took the opponent's weapon with his right hand, skillfully turned the blade, and cut the target's neck with his backhand. The soldier stood by sluggishly, tilted his head to look at his empty hand, and was a little confused for a moment. The friendly army reminded loudly, "He is not dead yet." Lien Sheng then stabbed him again without hesitation. The soldier fell to the ground and was ejected from the system. The first kill was achieved. Lien Sheng's stick was very fast, and the timing was accurate. The people next to him saw that the knife was almost touching her neck. A pull, a turn, and a backhand strike were a continuous action without pause. However, in the blink of an eye, the enemy was already dead. But it was not over yet. She turned around and threw the long stick in her hand at the nearest enemy, and the man subconsciously raised his hand to block it. When he reacted, he raised his knife to defend. Lien Sheng had already made a big leap, cutting his arm with one knife first, and then his neck with another knife. The onlookers were dumbfounded, watching her get a double kill in an instant, and their brains were still thinking about the previous knife. Even the movements of her hands were a beat slower. Lien Sheng weighed the knife in his hand, felt the gazes of the people around him, and said, "Don't worry. I won't steal my own people's weapons." Lien Sheng squatted down and began to strip the armor off the corpse. The soldiers on the opposite side saw it from a distance and screamed, "Don't take off my brother's clothes. Sister, don't be so cruel. Is there still color in this game? Don't do this. I'm scared." Lien Sheng glanced around and looked up at the friendly army and said, "Help cover me." Several friendly soldiers jumped out together, stood in front of her and laughed. The soldiers on the opposite side were immediately not calm. What kind of play is this? You start with a stick, and all the equipment depends on snatching? These are all our points. Why is this okay? The comrades who were watching the live broadcast in the gymnasium were also not calm at this moment. While the people around were fighting hard, a ragged soldier squatted on the ground to take off someone else's clothes. What is this operation? This picture is really beautiful. Chapter 52 Adjustment. There was a constant noise in the gymnasium, and then someone started to applaud first, and everyone started to make a noise. I like girls like this. So bold. Great. No exaggeration. Those sticks just now were really powerful. You look pretty good. Why are you still holding a stick? A newcomer? There are no newcomers in the military department. Right? Who hasn't played a simulated war before transferring to the military department? The boy was speechless after being refuted. Then guess. I choose to kneel down and shout 666. The two comrades who died ran out of the equipment and immediately logged on to the live broadcast, witnessing the scene of Lien Sheng undressing them. They simply lost hope. For them, dying in battle is nothing, as a soldier has long been accustomed to it. But it is very cruel to have their bodies stripped after death. It's okay to rob weapons. After all, sometimes a certain type of soldier is not enough, and it's okay to switch temporarily. But stripping clothes is too shameful. This is a matter of dignity. Lin Lai watched this scene, pursed his lips and said nothing. The dean said. Very good. You see? How smart. It is to make full use of all the resources available. The dean observed her expression and found it a bit complicated. Tentatively asked, Colonel Lin, what do you think? Lin Lai said, I don't know. She wanted to be quiet first. Lien Sheng took off the armor and put it on himself. But because the size was wrong, it was too big. Especially their shoes, which were not as good as straw sandals. The onlookers collapsed and said, Will anyone wear clothes on the battlefield? Ah? Are you kidding? Lien Sheng used the belts taken from the two people to barely tie the armor tightly. Then he stood up and said, I need 2 more belts. Everyone, Lien Sheng just killed 2 people. And he happened to have a knife in each hand. She was ready to make further efforts. But the friendly army stopped her and said, Stand still, standard bearer. I go and touch your body. They ran towards the corpse in front of them, but were intercepted halfway and suffered a crazy counterattack from the enemy. When the soldier of Team Lu saw it, he shouted, They still want to kill our brothers. Hurry up and protect our brothers' innocence. Fuck. Someone is knocking on my door now. They said they will die with their eyes open. Really? Since we are on the same team, I will entrust my body to you. Please don't take off your pants. I beg you. I give you my helmet. The members of Team Chu swung their knives and went straight up. Not giving in. The people on both sides surrounded the corpse and chased each other. The friendly army asked, Soldier, do you want a spear? Lian Sheng, no. It's too heavy. Friendly army, okay. Soldier. The infantry lieutenant wiped his face and shouted, What are you doing? This is a game. Please be serious. Okay? The boy next to him shouted, the group from Union University. Yes. You? You are seriously interfering with the progress of the game. Lian Sheng decided to give up the shoes for the time being. The armor was worn on the upper body, and a helmet was worn to cover some fatal points. The lower body equipment was abandoned to ensure easy movement. Then she started the attack. And she was looking for a thinner boy. Maybe there will be girls here. That would be great. When she moved, the enemy troops scattered. The opposite lieutenant shouted, Isn't it just taking off clothes? Coward. Come on. There was a burst of laughter in the gymnasium. Lin Lai looked at this scene and was a little confused. Many people in this team knew Lian Sheng. And not only that, they should have a good relationship. Calling her company model is a joke. Lian Sheng had just transferred to the military academy, and the only opportunity to interact with students was during actual combat exercises. But she knew that most of the people in the command department were just going through the motions during the exercises. And Lian Sheng was introverted. So it was unlikely that he would make so many friends. Lin Lai asked, Do they know Lian Sheng? Are you talking about the students in our school? Yes. Most of them know her. The dean smiled and said, The instructor of the military training told me that Lian Sheng's performance was very outstanding. Lin Lai was shocked. Outstanding? Didn't she get 0 points? The dean understood as soon as he heard it, and said tactfully, Maybe she was embarrassed to tell you. Although her physical strength was slightly inferior, her performance in the timing exercise was very eye-catching, especially in the second exercise. She withdrew halfway, and the team's performance was still the first. But in the end, she was punished by having her points reset to 0 because of violating the order. Lin Lai's thoughts turned, and he said in disbelief, And she got the model? The dean nodded. Lin Lai moved his seat, feeling uncomfortable. So I said, She has a great talent for command, observation, adaptability, and decision-making. This is all she showed. The dean said, If she has the opportunity to enter the military, she will definitely learn more. After all, we are just a school, and do not have the authority to provide too many things. You understand? Lin Lai certainly understood. University is more about systematic learning. It exercises the body and consciousness. How can it be mentioned in a military school when it comes to national defense and combat power? Lin Lai lowered his eyes and said, No. From my own heart, I don't want her to go to the battlefield. At this moment, Lian Sheng was leading her friends and family to fight back. Don't disperse. Use your group attack advantage. What kind of army is it if you disperse as soon as you charge? Lian Sheng unconsciously began to command. Stand. The important thing is to stand. Don't stick together. Pay attention to the angle. And cover your comrades. Lian Sheng turned around and pointed at the people next to her to their respective positions. While ensuring combat effectiveness, they can also guard against each other's attacks. Several people set up their positions. The boys tried happily, shouting slogans non-stop. And their movements were exaggerated and interesting. The onlookers watched them act with a smile. Just as they thought. They were just playing around. But when they started to move forward and kill people everywhere without any danger, they became serious and found that Lian Sheng was serious. It is of course important to arrange the troops, not just to gather people together. It's just that this side is too narrow, and the enemy has already entered the interior, so there is no useful formation. But the idea of standing position cannot be abolished. Lian Sheng looked around, raised his knife, and urged his comrades, Don't relax. Don't be frivolous. What are you looking at with a knife? This is a battlefield. What are you doing? The infantry lieutenant came from the front and said helplessly, I am the superior of this team. Then you come? You come. Lian Sheng looked up at him and invited him. You come and shout and kill. The infantry lieutenant was furious. Are you just perfunctory with me? You guys stop playing. Okay. Lian Sheng's answer was a sharp knife. What did you just say? Who do you say is playing? Infantry lieutenant, The infantry lieutenant shouted, "Assemble! Line up! Everyone! Kill seriously! Those behind? Get up quickly! I really want to curse." He was very restrained, took a deep breath, and went to the back to get people. In a game like this, there will always be people hiding in the back. If possible, they hope that they will draw an archer at the beginning. This is not a question of fear of death, but only by being alive can you create opportunities to brush points. Many people have experienced several buys before they can get a chance. If they die as cannon fodder at the beginning, it is even more aggrieved than a buy. That is to suffocate their own hopes. If you want to die, you'd better be a coward. The infantry lieutenant could only stay in the back to supervise and urge everyone forward. The opponent fought and retreated, and the situation began to slowly turn around. Finally, they fought their way through this road, and the enemy turned around and quickly retreated. The archers on the mountain received the order and slowly climbed down. The infantry lieutenant stepped forward again and shouted, "Line up! Line up quickly!" He adjusted his helmet and said exhaustedly, "Oh my God! How can there be such a messy team?" Even if they lined up, they still revealed a breadth of remnant soldiers and defeated generals. This group of people are students from different military academies, different majors and different levels. Their positions and arms are randomly selected, and they will not admit defeat to each other. There is no cooperation, no fixed positions, and even the types of weapons are randomly assigned. It is almost equivalent to randomly pulling a group of people on the street and going directly to the field. The only difference is that they are a little more professional. However, it seems to be the last one in the profession. In this case, it is not feasible to expect to use them well by just shouting a few words. In such a large battlefield, the phenomenon of passive sabotage is very serious, which is a greater test of the command level. Lian Sheng glanced at him and said, "Be careful. Don't chase in a hurry. Such a team can repel the opponent. Obviously it is a feint to retreat and lure the attack. The map ahead is unclear, and there is a high possibility of an ambush." The infantry captain got a similar result from the commander-in-chief, so he was dawdling here. Hearing this, he looked at Lian Sheng, remembered her position before, and asked, "Are you studying command?" Lian Sheng said lightly, "Yes." The captain asked for help. "Fix it." Lian Sheng made a gesture, indicating that it didn't matter. He took a step forward and shouted loudly, "Listen to my command. Heavy infantry, step forward. Spearmen and swordmen in the middle row. Everyone stand apart." Everyone followed the order to control the distance in front and behind. Lian Sheng staggered a step, walked to the edge, raised his hand and said, "The left row. The third, fifth, sixth, and ninth rows of boys stand out. The second row." Lian Sheng walked forward. His eyes quickly patrolled among the crowd, and designated some tall and strong boys to collect the shields on the ground, change into substitutes, and go to the front row. He also pointed at a few individuals. The thin heavy infantry moved to the back row. Then, they temporarily moved between the spearmen and the swordmen. The elite were placed in the front row and the middle to ensure the team's attack power. Lian Sheng looked around again and frowned. Why are the swordmen still mixed in with the archers? Archers, what are you doing running to the front? This is not a place for you to recognize your relatives. Return to the team as soon as possible. Align left and right to fill the vacancies. And if there are more people, open another row. Stand apart. Why don't you have any awareness of preparation for war when you are all military academy students? One person whispered, "TSK. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's power." Lian Sheng just happened to be clearing his throat, and the words floated into her ears. She turned her head and was about to start scolding him. But the infantry captain stepped forward and said, "Is she just taking advantage of the power of others, or is she really so unbearable? If you have the guts, show us the number of kills you just made." He raised his finger to the sky and said angrily, "I say, if anyone dares to disobey orders, leave the team without reason, and hide behind the team. I will kill you with one knife. If you don't believe me, try it." Chapter 53 Infantry. The infantry lieutenant's patience has run out. As a squad officer, he certainly has the power to kill deserters. If he is more ruthless, he can directly call out the supervisor. However, everyone is a student of the military academy, and there is no need to do this just to get points. But it is possible to piss him off. After he yelled, everyone quieted down and waited for the next order. The infantry lieutenant winked at Lian Sheng and made a tentative attack. Lian Sheng, archers in the second row on the right. Step forward. Shield protection. And prepare to go down the mountain. She assigned positions to several people. And the heavy infantry surrounded the spearmen and sword men in the middle. And used shields to protect them tightly around and above their heads. Such a rectangular iron wall is ready. Lian Sheng pointed straight ahead. Go! This small group of soldiers walked down the mountain path, where the enemy had just escaped. Others followed far behind to check. As they moved, the map in front began to appear. Turn off the small path and enter the main road. There are towering mountains on both sides, which are suitable for ambushes. They discussed their steps and pushed forward. The speed was slow, and they could only confirm the direction and position by a gap in front. They walked on the road for nearly 100 meters. But there was still no movement. The infantry captain whispered, "Are you okay?" Lian Sheng, "Wait a little longer. Keep moving forward." The captain turned back and said to the crowd of onlookers, "Be prepared at all times. Cheer up." When the attacking team walked for nearly 10 minutes, a rain of arrows finally fell in front. They flew densely from the high mountains on both sides. "There is an ambush." "An ambush!" the infantry shouted. "There are arrows!" Lian Sheng shouted, "Squat down." The heavy infantry moved the shield down and knocked it to the ground, covering the whole body tightly. The soldiers were startled by the sudden arrows and subconsciously wanted to run. But then they heard Lian Sheng shout, "Don't move. Don't leave your position without permission. Adjust your posture and prepare to move forward." Everyone almost vomited blood. The dense collision sounds rang out one after another. The aftereffects and vibrations of the arrows hitting the shields, and the rapid and chaotic rhythm brought a double test to the spirit and body. They tried, but they couldn't find the rhythm, and they didn't dare to move blindly, because of the panic and the twisted posture for a long time. They were a little impetuous. They wanted to throw away the shields and die. One of the infantrymen couldn't help shouting, "Still going forward? We can't go on. What if there are people in front of us? Are we going to die? No one is attacking from the opposite side. And there are no enemy troops in front of you now," Lian Sheng said. "It will take you 10 minutes to go back now. And it will only take 5 minutes to go forward to get out of the danger zone. Choose it yourself." The infantryman collapsed and said, "Don't lie to us. The people on the mountain can also move. It will take forever to go on like this." "Okay. I can't move. The mountain ahead is gradually flattening, and it's difficult for archers to ambush," Lian Sheng said. "They don't attack now. I guess there are only archers here. In this case, if there are other arms to cooperate, use arrows to block their way, and then send sword soldiers or spearmen to attack directly and break through their shield defense. It is obviously a more effective way. There is no need to waste feather arrows like now." But the other side didn't. "It is likely that there are only archers here," Lian Sheng said in a deep voice. "If you believe me, go forward. If you don't believe me, you can come back." The soldier was about to speak, and the infantry captain said, "The map ahead has not been opened yet. You still have to go there after you come back. There are archers on both sides, so it's up to you. Do it yourself." The soldiers in the shields, a boy shouted, "I believe in the standard bearer. Now I will command. I will count to 3, and everyone will move together. Try to complete the task as soon as possible. Now there seems to be no other way." After the team adjusted, they started again. Fortunately, just as Lian Sheng expected, they passed this dangerous area and the arrow attack stopped. Lian Sheng asked the heavy infantry to put down the archers they brought with them. Wait at the foot of the mountain. Stay alert, and take a proper rest. Archers generally do not choose close attacks because heavy infantry can perfectly restrain them. The archers who pass by first should pay attention to hiding their bodies, and continue along the mountain road. Several archers finally came to their senses and said, "You are treating us as scouts." Lian Sheng, "What else? Why send you there?" The archer said bitterly, "No. What I want to ask is, why us?" The infantry lieutenant ignored them and directly conveyed the superior's order, "Go right. To the fork on the right. See it? To the small fork on the edge of the map." Lian Sheng said, "It is recommended to disperse the action, to avoid being caught in one fell swoop." The infantry captain told them to go, and they turned from the main road to the small road. Turn straight to the right, and then move close to the right edge. Lian Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "In fact, there are only archers in the place ahead, and it has been basically confirmed that there is no granary inside." "Infantry captain, How do you know I'm looking for a granary? Lian Sheng turned his head and looked at him. If you're not looking for a granary, why are you taking such a detour? I heard shouting on the left before. And the official battlefield should be there. They were conscripted as scouts. From the maps that have been opened so far, it can be inferred that the maps of Team Chu and Team Lu are roughly similar. There is a main road in the middle, with a total of 3 passes. The 2 teams occupied the front and back respectively, and the middle was not occupied. There are small roads around that can be used for detours, although the road conditions on both sides are slightly different. The general direction and number of the small roads should be the same. Team Chu hid the food and grass in the small road, and Team Lu may also do so. 10 minutes later, the right map was basically open to the end. The archers found no traces of soldiers on the mountain and confirmed that there was no one guarding the front. After reporting the situation, the infantry captain did not let them continue to move forward, but met with the heavy infantry first. The infantry captain said, "Everyone get ready and line up to return." "Wait," the infantry in the middle said. "It's really too heavy to hold this. Can we change someone first? They have to hold a heavy shield above their heads all the time, back and forth, and even the strongest arms can't handle this task." The infantry captain said, "Then let's play rock paper scissors and leave it to fate. One round will determine the winner, and the loser will stand in the middle." Lian Sheng, She could see that this officer was very casual. The shield army took a minute to decide the formation and line up again. Move carefully and walk back slowly. Exit the enemy shooting range and return to the team. They put down their shields, covered their ears and bared their teeth. The dense arrows hit the shield, and the sound waves were muffled and echoed inside. The infantry captain waved his hand and urged, "Comrades, you have worked hard. Return to the team. Return to the team. And evacuate." After the previous battle, they had less than 400 people left. The remaining people, led by the captain, continued to open up the map and look for clues to the granary. Although he was recruited by the reconnaissance team, Lian Sheng still knew nothing about the battle situation, because they took the initiative to avoid all the fierce fighting areas and only went to the remote paths. The command was only conveyed to the officers. The only thing that could be seen was the head count on the top of the map. Chu team, 4198. Lu team, 3601. It seems that they are quite advantageous. But Lian Sheng always felt that something was wrong. After all, she was still looking forward to the combination of Zhao Zhuolu and Ji Fa Xiao, because the second path was located in the middle of the map and the enemy's fire line was dense. Chu team assigned a cavalry team to cooperate with them. They acted as cannon fodder to attract artillery fire, helping the cavalry to break out of the line of fire and go on reconnaissance. The seamless transition between scouts and cannon fodder made these comrades lose confidence in life. "Should we do this?" the infantrymen said with sad faces. "Soldiers really have no human rights." The infantry captain encouraged them. "Come on. We have captured all the checkpoints in the middle. We can win at this rate, as long as we can find the opposite granary to launch a strong attack. Victory will be ours." The infantry captain said, "You are all heroes who sacrificed for victory." Lian Sheng, "I hope to be a hero who survives to the end." The infantry captain said, "My classmate, don't dampen our morale." The soldiers, Who are you talking about? Who is it?" the infantry captain asked as usual. "Do you have any suggestions? If you want to have both offense and defense, I recommend the front arrow formation." Lian Sheng gestured and explained, "The vanguard is open. The front formation is in the shape of an arrow, and the cavalry is in the middle. Because the weakness is on the tail side, the heavy infantry is pulled to the end. Since the goal is to send the cavalry in, it is convenient to send the cavalry in." The infantry captain conveyed it, with the approval of the commander-in-chief. Lian Sheng was responsible for arranging the formation. The infantry lieutenant pointed at Lian Sheng and said, You? Right. It's you? Go over there." Lian Sheng turned his head and saw that the middle position in the back, behind the cavalry, was a very safe position. That was the position of the general. The infantry lieutenant smiled at her slyly. "I like smart people." Lian Sheng smiled. "I like them too." A boy immediately shouted, "Why? I am also very smart. Do you know that I ranked first at the end of the school year? I am the favorite student of the professor in my department." Everyone shouted, "Who is not smart? Let's take an IQ test." The infantry lieutenant raised his chin and said proudly, "Because she got the highest number of heads in the team by being smart." The soldiers were speechless. "Give them another chance," and they will kill people well. In the second battle, the Chu team had more than 800 people, and the opponent had only more than 600 people. Their infantry guarded the periphery and suffered the heaviest losses. After helping the cavalry to tear open the defense line, they quickly retreated. This assist directly reduced the number of their team from nearly 400 to less than 200. The infantry captain requested support. The commander-in-chief asked them to return to the camp first. They returned to the camp to replenish their hunger points and merged with another infantry team with only 100 people left, and the captain was killed. Then they received the task of exploring the third trail. The members of the two infantry teams held hands and had not yet had time to sigh about their own sad experiences and their spectacular achievements. And they had to go on the road to death together. The so-called soldiers are either dying or on the way to death. Although Lian Sheng's physical fitness is not the best, his infantry captain is long enough. And this long-lived captain obviously regards her as a military advisor and has been protecting her life and safety. After the cannon fodder teams escaped death many times, they finally confirmed that there was still no trace of the granary on the third path. The granary on the opposite side seemed to have mysteriously disappeared and was nowhere to be found. According to the map, 3 of the possible points have been eliminated, leaving less than 2. If it weren't for their bad luck, I would have guessed that the other 2 points were also wrong. A bolder guess is that they might have left the food near the battle flag. Of course, this is unreasonable, because food would take up a large space, making it inconvenient for soldiers to line up, resulting in weak guards in the checkpoint. That is the most important defense area. The commander seemed a little blind after receiving the report. For a while, they did not arrange for them to continue moving forward. At this time, the game had been going on for more than 3 hours. The number of heads of both sides: Team Chu, 3451. Team Lu, 2616. The number of heads leading by nearly 1,000 seemed to be in the upper hand. Chapter 54 Raid. The infantry captain led more than 200 people to the camp and waited for orders. This group of infantrymen were very tired. After all, they had been running around for more than 3 hours on the mountain road and were always on the edge of danger. They probably had the highest amount of exercise among all the soldiers. Compared with the soldiers guarding the battle flag, they perfectly demonstrated the class gap. The soldier put his hands on his waist and asked, "Student in front, please report to the higher-ups and let us take a break. We need time to remember the dead. You are blaspheming life." The infantry captain turned around and said, "You are blaspheming the score." Another boy said, "You don't even take the wool from a sheep. How far have we walked? I request to switch positions with the cavalry." Lian Sheng raised his hand. "I request to switch positions with the escort officer. Give me another chance." The boy hurriedly changed his words. "I also request to become an escort officer. I will definitely keep my life closely connected with food and grass." The infantry captain, TSK, snorted, "Am I better than you? I haven't rested either." There was no command from the commander, and this was a safe area, so they took a leisurely walk. Everyone started bargaining, saying sincerely, "So, it's all for everyone." The infantry lieutenant covered his ears. His face suddenly changed, and he waved his hand and shouted, "Return to defense. The other side is attacking the city." Everyone was a little confused. Attack the city? Directly attack? The infantry lieutenant urged from behind, shouting loudly, "Run! Quick! If you are late, your points will really be gone. It's already broken." The soldiers were shocked when they heard the words, and ran wildly towards their hometown. "Hold on! You must let them hold on." Lian Sheng passively followed behind everyone, always paying attention to the head ratio of the two teams. At this time, the head score difference is still nearly 1,000, which means that the Chu team has an obvious advantage. Why is it in a hurry to mobilize the infantry back? Although they are free now, they were assigned to check the small road before, which is at least half the distance from their hometown. Abandon the near and seek the far? Looking at the expression of the infantry lieutenant, it should be very anxious. When they were halfway through their run, they found that 2 teams of light cavalry were also rushing back. Many parties of troops met together. Lian Sheng looked again and saw that the number of Chu troops suddenly began to decrease sharply. More than 200 people were killed in just a few minutes, and the number continued to decrease in a straight line. Infantry had to run to travel, and the speed was relatively slow. The 2 teams of cavalry galloped past them and gradually disappeared from their sight. Soon, they heard a chaotic sound of horse hooves behind them, and the ground of the mountain road was shaking slightly. originally thought to be the enemy. But when they looked again, they found that it was their own heavy cavalry. Lian Sheng frowned and said, "Why are so many troops sent outside?" No one answered her question at this time. Lian Sheng said, "What's the point of transferring people back? Bar water can't save the nearby fire. So all the land outside will be in vain? Even if the hometown was attacked. It shouldn't be so panicked. If it really doesn't work, relying on the large number of people, you can directly rush to the opposite checkpoint. Besieging Wei to save Zhao is better than the current situation, unless their own defense line has been completely defeated. But the strongest troops should be near the battle flag. How could they be taken down so easily?" "Stop talking." The infantry captain pointed in front. "Turn around. Go to the granary now." Everyone rushed into the avenue upon hearing the order, turned and ran to the granary. However, before they could get support, a line of red words floated over everyone's head. Announcement, system. The commander-in-chief of the Chu team was killed. The message was broadcast 3 times in a row. Everyone, what the hell? The infantry captain couldn't help but said, "Fuck?" The infantry were at a loss. Stopped where they were, and looked at each other. The commander-in-chief was killed in the middle of the battle? What should we do now? How can we play later? The infantry captain's ears were full of confusion and curses. And there were various shouts and shouts in the background. And he couldn't hear whose voice it was. Without a leader, the formation was in chaos. There is really no worse situation. The command has been transferred to the deputy commander in charge of data analysis. However, at this moment, troops are gathering near the granary, and the enemy and friendly forces are fighting together. The Chu team was caught off guard by the news of the death of the commander-in-chief, and could not digest this information in time. No one listened to him. Lu Mingyuan was in a state of panic. All requests from all parties were sent to him, and the enemy was now in his own camp. He had a pile of data in his hands, but no results. There were urgent matters on both sides. Which one should be dealt with first? He didn't even have anyone to discuss with, and he was at a loss in the chaos. No one was listening to him, and he didn't know who to listen to. He was just a logistics staff. In such a tense situation, don't expect anyone to take care of their infantry. The captain was undecided. Should he continue to attack or temporarily avoid it? Lian Sheng looked at his expression and thought about the news of the joint commander's death. He could guess the current situation. He put one hand on his waist, found a stone and sat down first, and said, "The granary should be crowded now. But after all, the space is limited. Don't squeeze in. Going in will only cause trouble. There are mostly cavalry inside, and cavalrymen have 1 horse each." The infantry lieutenant said, "Why are you so calm? It's not the commander who died. It's the scores. The commander-in-chief is dead. How far will failure be? The current situation is that we are just soldiers. Don't make decisions on your own when you can't guess the military situation." Lian Sheng crossed his legs and said, "The other side is now reaping their strategic results, which can no longer be stopped. However, our army still has an advantage in numbers, and the cavalry has just entered. At most, it will be hit hard, and it will not be defeated so easily. Trust the deputy commander. Wait." Every time at this time, she couldn't help sighing. Loss. Being a soldier is really their loss. The actual situation on the battlefield ahead is unknown now, but it is obviously very pessimistic. The number of heads on both sides is changing rapidly, especially the Chu team. The difference in numbers has been reduced from 900 to less than 400. I don't know how many sacrifices it will take for the Chu team to survive this crisis. The soldiers stayed where they were, and could only watch the row of data constantly changing, feeling very painful in their hearts. The light of victory was gradually extinguished, and fate was really bleak. The commander was killed unexpectedly, and the cavalry, who were called back, could only defend their granary with all their strength. The cavalry came to rescue from behind. Originally, it was a good opportunity to attack from both inside and outside, but unfortunately it happened to catch up with a major accident. Lu team took the opportunity to seize the gap and rushed into the team, completely disrupting the formation. Although the cavalry's combat capability is excellent, it is not suitable for such a narrow area. There was not even a gap for movement between each other. The horses were frightened and directly collided with the comrades next to them. Compared with the impact of the enemy, the self-explosion power from the friendly forces was obviously more severe. What they actually needed was infantry. But now, because of the slow speed of the infantry, they were blocked outside the forest road by the cavalry. Lu Mingyuan scratched his head. waved away the map, and adjusted the teams of all parties first. He had been guarding near the battle flag, and did not see the battle situation in the granary with his own eyes, and did not understand the chaos over there. After listening to reports from many parties, he took on the responsibility of command and comforted them in the channel. The cavalry team retreats or enters the inner road, and the infantry will go forward. Attention! All captains! Adjust your position. Defend. Don't panic. Stabilize your soldiers first. As long as we stabilize, they will retreat on their own. The main force returned to the camp, and there were still people from the Chu team guarding the periphery. As long as the inside is stabilized, the infantry on the periphery will attack, and the inside and outside will cooperate. It will definitely be a heavy blow. The terrain is favorable to them. The granary was originally chosen here for this consideration, so that they can go without returning. However, before they stabilized, Team Lu took advantage of the situation and turned to retreat directly. The people of Liansheng stayed at the entrance of the forest, with low morale, waiting for the situation inside. Soon, there was a slight tremor on the ground. Liansheng shouted, "Get out of the way!" The infantry lieutenant looked up and said in confusion, "Where to hide?" Liansheng stood up first and walked into the woods, saying, "Hide to one side." The infantry lieutenant hesitated for a moment and decided to follow Liansheng's advice. The infantry retreated to both sides after realizing it. Then, on the path, Lu's troops rushed out aggressively. They didn't care about this scattered infantry team at all, as long as they were not stopped. They basically ignored them and hurried to retreat. Liansheng took a quick look and saw that there were at least nearly 1,000 people. Now they were in good momentum, and Chu's team had not been able to adjust in time, so they directly called a halt to their retreat. Not easy. You have to know that both profit-taking and loss-taking are very challenging. At this time, the head count of both sides, Chu's team, 2311. Lu's team, 2267, was almost equal. After Lu's team retreated, Lu Mingyuan's voice rang in everyone's ears. "Attention! Soldiers of the Chu team! I am the Deputy Commander Lu Mingyuan. The Commander-in-Chief has just died, and now I take over the command." Lu Mingyuan said, "Please don't panic. Our army still has the advantage. The granary and the battle flag are all fine. The middle checkpoint is still our sphere of influence. The Lu team's strong attack is just a normal confrontation." Lu Mingyuan said, "Now everyone stays in place, and each lieutenant reports to me again, and I will give everyone instructions. Please always stay ready for battle. The enemy may come back. The team at Lendayaku is now moving to the camp. The cavalry will leave the granary in turn. In addition, that," Lu Mingyuan asked, "is Liansheng still alive?" Liansheng, Liansheng walked over and made a gesture to the infantry lieutenant, and the lieutenant knew her name and reported back, "She is still alive." Lu Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, searched for Liansheng's name, gave her a lieutenant rank, and then pulled her into the channel. "Liansheng, I'm waiting to hear about your brilliant achievements." A lieutenant asked, "Who is this?" Another said, "I've never heard of him." "You're right. He's the company's standard bearer." Someone boasted without hesitation, "I'm a genius from the military department of the Union University." Lu Mingyuan interrupted them. "Everyone keep quiet first. We are in a hurry now. The opponent may attack with a whole team. Don't occupy the channel to chat. Answer me 3 questions first." Liansheng rubbed his forehead and said, "First, why are most of the troops of the Chu team sent outside? Second, why did the Lu team have so many troops to attack the granary? Third, why did the commander-in-chief die in battle?" Lu Mingyuan took a deep breath and said, "It's like this. It's a long story. We were just tricked." Chapter 55 Idiot. Because everyone wanted to know how Team Chu would deal with this accident. The camera was all on them. But I didn't expect that Lu Mingyuan's first move was to call Liansheng. As soon as he finished speaking on the screen, applause rang out in the gymnasium, with exaggerated exclamations. It was hard to tell whether it was expectation or booing. This game was really full of climaxes. I don't know how Team Chu should end. Liansheng's previous analysis was reasonable. People in the same infantry team heard it and realized that she was really good. But these were not shown in the live broadcast. After all, the entire battlefield was divided into many blocks and multiple perspectives. And the scenes that would be broadcast in the gymnasium were the most important. For example, how Team Chu captured the middle checkpoint to gain the first-hand advantage, and how Team Lu broke through their defense line and achieved a counterattack. And these shots had nothing to do with the soldiers. They were just cannon fodder in obscurity. Moreover, even if the camera was given to them, the administrator would not give the audio home to a soldier after being transferred to the officer level of the Chu team. The voice of this 0-point soldier, who stripped at the beginning, was clearly heard in the stadium. Most people were not optimistic, although the 3 questions asked by Lian Sheng were sharp. They also showed that she had no understanding of the situation at all. In such a turbulent war situation, they did not quickly find an informed person to take over the command and stabilize the morale of the army, but instead called a new soldier. It was too obvious that the Union University wanted to promote the younger generation of newcomers. Lin Lai moved uneasily in his position. The dean asked, "Major Lin, if it were you, what do you think should be done now? I am not good at commanding. And now, my opinion is meaningless, because I am not on the field, and I know more information than them." Lin Lai paused and said, "But the disadvantage of the Chu team is undeniable. The biggest loss of the Chu team is not a commander and more than 1,000 heads, but the overall low morale. The initiative was taken away by the other side. Although Lu Mingyuan was the deputy commander, he was also a data analyst. After the death of the commander-in-chief, the command power was transferred down. It was just an emergency measure. They must determine the real commander-in-chief as soon as possible. As a soldier, Lian Sheng may have some reputation in the Union University, but in this military academy league, the proportion of Union University is only a minority. How can she convince others to obey her orders, even if Lu Mingyuan is willing to support her as the commander-in-chief? It is not that simple. Yes, the situation is bad, but it is not the worst, the dean said. Lian Sheng's expression told me. Lian Sheng couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her lips. She wanted to be a soldier quietly, but the other side didn't give her this opportunity. She was ordered around before, but she was indeed a natural general. The infantry lieutenant next to her said in horror, "Did you slap your face?" Lian Sheng glanced at him with disdain and pushed his head away. The infantry were walking towards the camp to make room for the cavalry in the rear. Lu Mingyuan looked at the map and said, "I'm very busy now. I'm receiving reports. Who will give a brief account of the battle situation?" A lieutenant said impatiently. "Are you still wasting time at this time? What's the point of explaining to a soldier? Hurry up and form the team." Lu Mingyuan said unhappily. "Forming the team is my job. I'm forming the team now. And she's not a soldier now. She's a lieutenant. Let me tell you." A lieutenant volunteered. "I don't need to talk when I'm idle. I'm free now." The original man was repeatedly scolded by the people of the Union University, and he was unhappy but didn't say anything again. The lieutenant explained. "In fact, the opponent has been attacking the middle road, but the number of people is not large. Only one school. The standard is that each school has 700 soldiers. Because of the number limit on their side, there are about 500. We had 4 battalions of soldiers left at first, so we didn't pay much attention to them," the lieutenant said. "But for some reason, they were like crazy, and they kept attacking the middle road, and kept sending troops over, causing their number of kills to drop sharply at the beginning. Then we found in the frontline reconnaissance data that their troops were scattered, and there were soldiers on all roads. The commander-in-chief felt that there was no danger, so he sent a battalion out to open the map," the lieutenant said. "At this time, we still had enough troops on our side. 1 granary and 2 battle flags." Lian Sheng frowned. It turned out that those kills were not won in the battle, but were sent by the opponent. Of course, we were also very vigilant. At first we thought they would have some conspiracy, but after more than 3 hours of fighting, nothing happened except a lot of kills," the lieutenant said. "The foundation of the numerical advantage has been laid, but the opponent's granary has not been found. So another battalion was sent out to find the granary. There's nothing wrong with this." Lian Sheng, "I always feel that he is afraid of being criticized by me." Lu Mingyuan said, "I will send you the current troop map." Lu Mingyuan sent Lian Sheng an extra one. "Lian Sheng, the second one I sent you is the troop map before the attack, and the empty point is my guess. In the early stage, the Chu team did detect the approximate distribution of the Lu team's forces, but in the later stage, the Chu team was obsessed with opening the map and kept charging forward, leaving the Lu team behind. As a result, many unknown virtual points appeared on Lu Mingyuan's map prediction in the later stage, and the virtual points were generally at the bottom. If you look carefully, You should be on guard at this time. But because the Lu team pretended to be defeated, the team collapsed. Half of them stayed behind to resist the pursuit, and the other half sneaked down. The deserters of all parties gathered at the doorstep of the Chu team, and with the previous strength of a school, they attacked in one fell swoop while the other side was not checking, just catching them off guard. When the Chu team maintained its advantage, it was easy to relax its vigilance. In addition, the Lu team had been suppressed, so it seemed normal for deserters to appear. After catching the whereabouts of the large army, the Chu team didn't care. What a stratagem of arrogant soldiers. The captain said, "Oh, let me tell you how our commander died." Suddenly, a group of soldiers appeared on the opposite side. About 1,500 people? We were also very shocked. They came to capture the battle flag at first. At this time, there were only 2 battalions in our camp. If the battle flag was lost, it would be over. So half of the people from the granary were temporarily transferred to rescue. And then the cavalry in the middle of the field rushed back as soon as possible. But halfway through the fight, they suddenly stopped fighting. They turned to attack the granary. Oh! How can this be done? There are only half of the troops in the granary, and they will be finished if they go there. What will happen next? The captain took a deep breath and said, "Of course, it is a bit strange why the other side knew about our granary. But it doesn't matter now. Anyway, our commander led the soldiers to chase after the granary and handed the battle flag to the cavalry that came from behind." At this time, the troops were in chaos and changed directions everywhere. The soldiers didn't know the details and were probably very panicked. Changing the command all the time is suicidal behavior. But they stopped fighting halfway through and turned back to kill the commander. No defense. You saw the mountain path. There was no place to retreat. The commander was in the middle. The back row didn't know what happened. And even if they knew, they didn't have time to retreat. And the commander was blocked by his own people. Then, the other side rushed over desperately and killed our commander directly. "TSK," the captain said. After killing the commander, we didn't react and no one took over the team for a while. The other side took the opportunity to start killing again. But we immediately organized a team to resist. Our ability to respond is actually fine. Really. But halfway through the fight, the commander on the other side yelled again. "Burn the granary on the other side." Damn. They're in again. Lian Sheng, kill our commander and want to burn our granary. Is it possible? So everyone squeezed into the granary. Then our Chu cavalry also squeezed in. The captain sighed and said, "Too many people. No commander. Low morale. And frightened horses." In short, you know what happened next. It was very tragic. Hard to describe in a few words. The captain's description is very vivid. And the voice seems to have a picture. And I can directly imagine the captain's expression. Captain Lu bullied them because they had no commander. So he dared to change his mind at will. Play with them. And harvest heads in the chaos. From the beginning, he didn't expect to push down the battle flag or burn the food and grass at once. But just wanted to scare them. If the food and grass were really burned, and the Chu team didn't care about it and directly blocked their way, then more than 1,000 people would probably die here. Lian Sheng hated it most when someone played a trick on her head, and felt that this was fooling her IQ. Captain Lu is obviously a very courageous person. The opening set a trap that seemed obvious and couldn't be more obvious. But it was very good. Hidden is purpose. But it is confusing. Throwing out an attractive benefit. People can't help but want to step in. The vigilance at the beginning finally collapsed in the ever-increasing head score and the continuous good news, giving Captain Lu an opportunity. Risking 1,000 head points in exchange for such a trap. Is it worth it? Worth it. Too much. Didn't it make it back? By the way, a general commander was also taken away. There was a burst of laughter in the gymnasium. They originally came to join in the fun or collect learning materials. They never expected that watching the game would be such a happy thing. "I'm going to be a fan of Captain Chu." Ha ha ha. A crosstalk actor and a legendary soldier. What the hell is ha ha ha? I'm a fan of our school. All of them are from our Union University. Shoo. Don't make noise if I'm going to talk later. Everyone held their stomachs and gradually quieted down. While they were talking and adjusting, Team Lu had already harvested the scattered troops of Team Chu. And also the checkpoints in the middle. The head score at this time. Team Chu, 2021. Team Lu, 2250. The head count has been overtaken. Team Chu is not in the mood to pay attention to this. Take a deep breath and force yourself not to look at the numbers on the map. Lu Mingyuan asked Lian Sheng. What do you think we should do now? Lian Sheng and others have arrived at the camp. She is now standing next to the infantry team, shielding the light with one hand and looking into the distance. Lian Sheng simply said, "Give up the granary." The channel was silent for a second. And then everyone asked in surprise, "What did you say?" "I said give up the granary." "Just now." "We should have simply given up the granary and directly took 1,000 heads from the opponent. With this head advantage, we can directly fight quickly and decisively. 2 hours is definitely enough," Lian Sheng said. "They held this handle and made us pay the price of more than one granary." A boy shouted, "I have never heard of giving up your own granary. Are you a spy from the opposite side? Do you understand the battlefield?" "Lian Sheng, you have never heard of burning your boats?" Male. The student said, "These are two different things." Lian Sheng took a deep breath and said seriously, "In any case, if a person threatens you with something, it is because he wants to squeeze out something of higher value. Don't pray that the other side will have any kindness. And don't add fuel to the fire. Understand?" The boy said impatiently, "Don't come on. Who can't talk about war on paper? Giving up the granary sounds good. But if the other side knows about it and fights guerrilla warfare, can you guarantee that you can kill more than 1,000 of them within 2 hours? Can you not be so bold?" At this time, Captain Lu was assembling the team and clearing the battlefield, waiting for a strong attack. Fang Jianshan and Zhao Zhuolu were responsible for guarding near the battle flag. He squatted on the ground. "In fact, I think killing the opposite commander may not be a wise choice." This gave her a legitimate reason to shoot. Commander Lu said, "Shoot the horse first. Capture the leader first." "Is it wrong to kill the commander?" Fang Jianshan said, "There is another commander on the opposite side. There are many commanders on the opposite side. There are so many people studying command in the military department." Commander Lu said, "So what? Is the influence comparable to the original one? The death of the commander-in-chief is the biggest blow. How awesome can a new commander be?" Several students in the alliance looked up silently, thinking, maybe he can be awesome to this guy. Chief Fan Shao said, "Don't worry. It's not that easy for her to get promoted. After all, this is not an internal competition of the Union University." General Commander Lu asked, "Who are you talking about?" "Straight winds." Chief Fa Shao paused and said, "The 0-point soldier on the opposite side." General Commander Lu laughed. "I said you were okay. Are you still afraid of her? A 0-point soldier? You Union University play such a big game?" Another person said, "Can I laugh for a year? What's wrong with you, Commander Ji? I thought you wouldn't be afraid." Fang Jianshan shook his head sadly. "You don't understand. Although you are our commander, I really want to let you die once." At such an emergency, the Chu team was in a quarrel over the next decision. Lu Mingyuan said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. We can't be anxious now. Let's talk it out." "Why can't we be anxious now?" the hot-tempered captain said. "The enemy is about to attack, and you are still listening to a woman's nonsense. She is a soldier with 0 points. Can she fight? I don't care what you want to do at the Union University, but don't let so many of us get involved." Lian Sheng suppressed his anger and said, "Have you ever fought in a war?" The captain roared, "Of course I have more than you. If we don't give up the granary's troops, we can't win in a head-on conflict. The 2,000 people on the opposite side are not the same as our 2,000 people. Do you understand the concept?" Lian Sheng was also angry, and he had to argue with her about gender, and said in a rushing tone, "In the melee just now, the most deaths among us were cavalry. I ask you how a cavalryman fights an infantryman. Do you have to rush to die? Stop starving yourself." The captain asked, "Then how do you fight those with food and those without? Do you have to starve yourself to death first?" "Idiot!" Lian Sheng cursed angrily. "Do you have a brain?" The captain didn't want to talk to her, and the system prompt popped up directly. "Recommend yourself as the commander-in-chief." Lu Mingyuan also quickly clicked on the self-recommendation. "Stop arguing. And don't talk too much. Just vote directly," the captain said. "Do you choose a 0-point soldier to accompany the people of the Union University to die together? Or choose me to fight them again? Hurry up. There is no time." Although the people of the Union University are willing to support her in such a military league, the number of people selected is not large, and the number of people selected as captains is even smaller. In the end, Lu Mingyuan only got 4 votes. And the captain on the opposite side got 8 votes. Announcement, system. The command of the Chu team is transferred. Lian Sheng, Lu Mingyuan, Lian Sheng sneered, hee. Chapter 56. It's over. The new commander took office. And there was a silence in the channel. Lu Mingyuan was obviously very unhappy. But he didn't say anything. At this time, the Chu team fell into internal strife. The people in the gymnasium watched this battle for command, and were also a little confused. Who is Lian Sheng? I don't know. But Ji Fa Xiao and the others are very optimistic about her. She should be very powerful. Right? She should be. Fang Jianshan. Ji Fa Xiao. Aren't they both famous people in the military academy? I've heard of them. A professor sitting next to him snorted disdainfully. Lian Sheng is also a famous person in our school of materials engineering. But he was deceived by the command department. People around, It feels like a conversation from a different dimension. But from the beginning till now, they have looked down on the Union University several times. We don't see them? Remember this group of people? Yes. Go back and check which school they are from. Comrades. Go to the forum. Go to the forum. A boy rolled up his sleeves and said, Go to the 111 forum quickly. Someone is actually talking nonsense and bullying the Union University. 111 is the company that provides them with technical support for actual combat simulation. At this time, there was a bloody storm on the forum. The cause was that the students of the first military university, that is, the alumni of the new commander of the Chu team, were dissatisfied with Lian Sheng's open challenge and intention to compete for the command during the game, and posted a post. A soldier with 0 points dares to be a commander? I'm afraid the Union University is finished. It implies that Lian Sheng has no self-knowledge and actually provoked internal conflicts in the team under such circumstances. And the deputy commander of the Union University abused his power for personal gain. He promoted a soldier with 0 points to a lieutenant while he temporarily had the command. The intention was obvious and beyond words. I hope they can reflect on themselves and reform. By the way, I mocked the original commander, who was fooled by Captain Lu and died without dignity. He can get such a high score with this level. Probably just by brushing up the score. Why should you make things difficult for yourself and bring harm to others? Then the student of the former commander's alumni, the Union Military University, also posted a thread. How can you be an excellent deputy commander? The importance of risk warning and reminder. The article implies that the main reason for the death of Commander Chu in the field was that the deputy commander did not cooperate well, and did not discover Captain Lu's conspiracy in time. If the role of the deputy commander is just to count the number of people, then the machine can do it faster and more accurately. The reason for developing the position of data analysis is to make up for the logical analysis and strategic reasoning that machines cannot guarantee. Did Lu Mingyuan do it? He didn't. He just perfectly acted as a background board. Then what is the use of this deputy commander? Then I have to finish the daily work of the Union University. The legendary future star of the command world, Ji Fa Xiao, and Lu Mingyuan, who are ready to enter the military, and Fang Jianshan, Zhao Shualu and others, were originally just legends. These people have too narrow vision. They are only staring at a soldier with 0 points. Are they trying to hype her up? The military department doesn't look at appearance. Every time a famous beauty in military uniform appears in the military, in most cases she is not worthy of the name, and is only used as a facade for enrollment and diplomacy. It is simply a troublemaker in the military. I didn't expect that she would appear in the military academy in advance. Boycott. Must boycott. Finally. By the way, I blackened the first military university where the new commander is located. It means that Commander Chu is dead. And this new one is not far away. The whole article is affectionate, well organized, well cited, and clearly argued. It is much more profound than the post of the First Army, and it also attracts more hatred. So they posted a beat slower. After they finished posting, they found out that the neighboring First Army was actually looking down on them. Oh my God! How could these people be so shameless? At the same time, the First Army also found the long black post of the Alliance Army and quickly led people to attack. The Alliance Army and the First Army fought fiercely. Then the people of the Union University went online and suddenly found these two amazing posts. The tiger body was shocked and furious. Damn! These two schools are openly trying to finish off my school. Is there anything wrong with that? They're going to finish off my school. They're always trying to finish off your uncle. Did you choke to death on a meatball? Zhou Jing wants to finish off my school. But my school remains standing. The first university in the entire alliance is not just a name. Welcome to fight. The first university in the alliance? Who gave it the title? Can you have some shame? This is the voice of the masses. It's a miscellaneous major in a non-military university. My army didn't say anything. So how can it be your turn? How can you compare to my UN university with your army? A bunch of idiots with strong limbs and simple minds. Do you have brains? Ha ha ha. You UN university are great. But the commanders who are called out to hold the line are all 0-point soldiers. This foundation is really not comparable. Throughout the past 100 years of our school, we have not been able to find such talents. You are so shameless that you still have the nerve to come out and mess around. It is indeed rare to see people with 0 points. And it is no longer something that transfer students can hide. After all, simulation battles are now an activity that everyone can participate in. Even if you are not a student of a military academy, you may have dozens of points in your account. Unless she has never participated in the simulation system. And a student who has not participated in any simulation station. Isn't that a professional layman? This question sounds really reasonable at first glance. The other military academies dare not wade into this muddy water. Obviously, this group of people are biting each other hard. They choose to eat melons. The crowd of melon eaters said that it was very enjoyable to watch. The reputation battle between the 3 famous schools in the alliance. Don't stop. Please continue to wave. The flag should not fall. Play. The bigger the better. Give them a thumbs up. The students of the Union University were furious and took pictures of their laptops to support Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng hit them hard in the face. I want to see how powerful the opposing commander is. I will never let him go if he finds a bug. Lian Sheng, go grab the commander. I believe you can do it. I'm not happy. No matter how I think about it. I'm not happy. Kill the commander again. Captain Liu, please play well and don't let me down. Please open your eyes and see clearly. Yes. The ugliest one is the new commander. At this time, the new commander began to speak in the battle. This is everyone's choice. Which explains everything. The new commander said. Lu Mingyuan, I believe you are a professional deputy commander. This is not a battlefield for one person. Not just the Union University, but a battlefield for tens of thousands of people. I hope you understand. Lu Mingyuan said. What do you mean? Do you think I want to make trouble? The new commander said. I also believe that you are a professional person. In this case, let's start. The other side will take action soon. So we can't waste time. Leave 1 battalion each at the granary and the battle flag. And the rest of the people will guard the front of the checkpoint and prepare for the battle. The commander said. All teams stand by. I will organize the team. Lu Mingyuan, give me the latest troop map. Lian Sheng said. Oh, you are at the end of your rope. Are you really going to give yourself away? The new commander couldn't stand it anymore and said, Are you going to stop being sarcastic? I am the commander now. I have been very polite. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you continue to do this. The infantry lieutenant standing next to them had been listening to their conversation and couldn't help shaking his head. Walked to Lian Sheng and mouthed to her to stop talking. Since that's the case, I will say it directly. You can do it yourself. Lian Sheng turned around and said. The other side will probably attack directly. The new commander was shocked, of course. I know that too. Lian Sheng thought to himself. You know nothing. Continued, there are about 2,200 people on the other side now. It is estimated that there will be no more than 300 guarding the granary. Because we have not yet found the location of the other side's granary. There may be no more than 300 guarding the battle flag. Because the other side is ready to attack and want to take it in one fell swoop. Leaving too many guards is not very useful. At most it is just for insurance. In other words, the number of attackers on the other side will be more than 1,600. The new commander shrugged with the people next to him, expressing disdain. If I were them, I would leave the infantry next to the battle flag and lead the cavalry over. The Chu team now has only 2,000 people. You directly let 1,000 people guard the granary and the battle flag, which is basically dispersing your own forces. Lian Sheng said. Let's not talk about the morale of both sides, whether it is active or passive. But in terms of the number of cavalry, you have already lost. How do you want to fight? Not to mention that the other side has an absolute advantage in numbers. Lu Mingyuan directly interrupted the commander's words and asked, So what is your suggestion? Treat someone the way he treats you. Liansheng said. Give me a cavalry. Pretend to harass the opponent's granary. Stop their troops. And the rest of the people will directly push the battle flag. The opponent's rear defense is now empty. And it is definitely too late to return to support. As long as our army delays time and stops them, it is not impossible to reverse again. This is their opportunity. But it can also be our opportunity. Whoever can seize the opportunity will win. A lieutenant said, but we don't know where the opponent's granary is. Liansheng guessed. The opponent's granary is likely to be on the path we first went to open the map. It's not there. The commander was crazy. Didn't you go to open the map yourself? That was then. And now is now. According to the map, that is the safest place, Liansheng said. With archers on both sides waiting and an infantry in the middle. You can use the least amount of troops to ensure the most basic safety. There is no better choice. Lu Mingyuan touched his chin and thought. The commander said, these are just your guesses. I don't agree with what you said. This is a reasonable speculation based on analysis, Liansheng said. Why can't we find the opponent's granary? Why are the opponent's troops so scattered? There is only one area on the opponent's map that we haven't opened yet. And that is their battle flag. Could the food be placed near the battle flag? This is obviously impossible. The only explanation is that they are moving the food. I felt very strange when I opened the first road. Why didn't they add another team of infantry to such a suitable place for ambush? Even if there is no food in it, it can weaken our army's strength. It seems more like deliberately letting us know that there is nothing in it. It was the same afterwards. It seemed to be blocking. But in the end, we passed without any danger. Are you not familiar with this trick? Liansheng said. Or can you find a better explanation? The captains pondered. It makes sense to listen to her. Mysterious things. The more you think about it, the more mysterious it will feel. Liansheng said, but my opinion is to give up the granary. Will you get extra points if you die with the granary? How many hours do you want to fight in such an unfavorable situation? It's rare that both sides have gathered their forces. Do you think this battle can't be decided? If we don't use the granary's combat power, we can't hold on at all. The commander said, your speculation makes sense. But it's all your speculation. Your strategy is based on great possibilities. Liansheng repeated, this is based on facts. The new commander, you are taking a risk. Liansheng almost spit out a mouthful of saliva, compared with your strategy. Mine is really too safe. The gymnasium exclaimed, damn it. The guesses were almost all correct. Completely consistent with the enemy's strategy, including the disposal of the granary, the location where they moved the granary, and the number of people they left behind to guard the battle flag. At this time, Captain Lu was still gathering his forces in a relaxed manner, preparing to attack. Commander-in-Chief Lu probably never thought that the 0-point soldier he had just laughed at had completely seen through his plan. Not even a pair of crotch pants left. If the Chu team commander adopts her suggestion at this time, the outcome of the victory or defeat will be doubled. How much memory does this brain have? How many holes in the heart? Does the command department need to learn mind reading? I thought she had no idea about the battle situation. But she turned out to be the most insightful person in the field. But she is just a soldier who has no access to information from the officers. When did she start to consider and hesitate? The student suddenly reacted and waved his hand. Quick! 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 Here's the chance to slap him in the face. Wait online. At this time, the students who were originally making a fuss in the forum strangely broke off. The people of the Union University suddenly began to change their direction. And the atmosphere of ridicule was very strong. The level of 0-point command in our school is comparable to the quality of the top students in the First Army. I'm almost exhausted, ha ha ha. Why don't you continue to brag? Watching the United Nations University punching in. Watching the United Nations University punching in 1. Watching the United Nations University punching in 2. Not the United Nations University. I'm just checking in on the way. And I want to confess my love for Miss Liansheng. The little sister is so beautiful, smart and domineering. But it's a pity that she can't be a commander. I feel bad. I like the little sister's outfit. She wears big armor on her upper body and big shorts on her lower body, which is different from those coquettish bitches outside. Don't be angry, little sister. Come to my arms. Captain Lu's biggest failure was to kill the opponent's commander-in-chief. And Captain Chu's biggest failure was to let Captain Lu kill his commander-in-chief for nothing. I'm really talented. The dean clapped his legs and laughed, ha ha ha. Enthusiastic and calm. Right? Chapter 57 Open the map. Lian Sheng patted the mud on his feet and said, "It seems that the gap between the enemy and us is not big now. But in fact it is not optimistic. If the gap between the two sides cannot be resolved, it will directly determine the direction of the future. If you don't take the risk, then the defeat is certain." The commander said, "Don't be alarmist here, Lian Sheng, then think about what I said. If the opponent wants to do this, can you find a way to deal with it?" The commander was silent. A lieutenant said, "Don't worry about her identity first. It makes sense that she has said this. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't she listen?" The commander said, "Then what do you want to do?" "Lian Sheng, I need a cavalry. We can't withdraw cavalry. And you just said it yourself. We are short of troops now." The commander said, "If your guess is wrong, and you withdraw another cavalry, then our Chu team will be completely finished." Lian Sheng rubbed his face hard. The commander said, "And not everyone is willing to go with you." Lian Sheng looked at the infantry captain next to him and said, "You can get points. Trust me. Their infantry team has hardly gotten any points so far. Their performance is not impressive. So it is impossible to get extra points from the professor. They can only look forward to the reward for winning." The infantry captain then supported her. "From my personal point of view, I am willing to do so. I will not give up any chance and possibility of winning. Nor do I want to ignore the risks and hidden dangers. My class evaluation depends on it." "Thank you," the commander said loudly in annoyance. "But we can't get a cavalry team." "Where can we get a cavalry team?" Lian Sheng said, "If it's not a cavalry team, we will rely on our legs. By the time we run to the other side, the daylily will be cold." Before Lian Sheng could continue to discuss with him, the frontline scout report that there is a situation. Team Lu is attacking head-on. The number of people is unknown for now, but please be prepared for a huge force. The commander took off his helmet and rubbed his hair, and said irritably, "There is no point in arguing about these things now. Team Lu's people are coming to us. These are the most important things now. This is your strategy," Lian Sheng said. "What if the opponent is coming to us? You are panicking. You haven't decided your strategy yet on the eve of the war. Do you want to just drag people up? Primitive people don't play like this." The commander said, "My strategy has been decided long ago." Everyone sighed tiredly. They couldn't convince the other party at all and disagreed with it from the bottom of their hearts. The scout continued to report, "The opponent is approaching my commanders. How should we line up?" If they continue to argue, there will be no result. They are simply wasting the most precious time. Now they can only fight head-on, get some pitiful head points, and make a final harvest. Lian Sheng walked back to the side of the team and said, "That's it. You continue with your tactics. Arrange the troops." The commander closed his eyes and went through his thoughts in his mind. He rejected Lian Sheng, which was equivalent to rejecting a group of people from the Union University. But he didn't dare to guarantee that what Lian Sheng said was wrong. Maybe he still had a little idea that what she said made sense. Lian Sheng's confident and decisive speculation and layout did affect him. Everyone from the Union University watched quietly with a smile on their faces. "That's it. Very good. They missed the best opportunity," which has become a fatal question. Facts have proved that Lian Sheng's guess is correct. If the commander agrees now, but eventually loses, it is because he missed the best opportunity. The new commander is indecisive, and it is difficult to get rid of the guilt of delaying military aircraft. If the commander agrees, and they win fortunately, it can be said that it is Lian Sheng's credit, and she is turning the tide. As it stands now, if the commander of the Chu team continues to insist on his own opinion, the Chu team will most likely lose. Then they can laugh at those guys in the First Army. The big boss wants to leave the team, but they are willing to fall. Why bother? If you think about it carefully, it's still the last one that feels good. The commander of the Chu team said, "If you can gather people, then you can lead the troops. Anyway, I will not draw troops for you." Lian Sheng raised his eyebrows. "You mean? Let me recruit soldiers myself." The commander snorted, "You have less than 5 minutes. If no one is willing to go with you, or the number of people is less than 100, go back to your position. I will not let you waste troops in vain." Lian Sheng ran to one side and shouted on the public channel, "Attention all members of the Chu team. I am Lian Sheng from the Union University. If anyone is willing to go with me to steal the flag on the opposite side, go to the left side of the camp now. I say again, those who are willing to go with me now will gather on the left side of the camp. Quick!" The soldiers heard the order and looked confused. Willing to go with her? What does that mean? Then the voice of the commander sounded again. The rest of the soldiers listened to the order, except for the captains who stayed behind to guard the battle flags and granaries. All people gather in front of the camp and prepare to meet the enemy. The assault team on Lian Sheng's side volunteered to participate. But it is not within my command. No matter what the situation is, I will not provide support. The soldiers in the team asked, are we going to act separately? The captains nodded, yes. Then a few people came out of the line and went to the left. The rest of the people lined up and prepared for battle. Lian Sheng stood by and counted the time. And finally less than 300 people came. Most of them were local students of the Union University. In order to support their alumni. They didn't know the current details. Nor did they understand the purpose of the command to act separately. And stood aside waiting for Lian Sheng to explain. Lian Sheng asked this group of scattered soldiers to line up first. And walk through the crowd. He saw a familiar face and said in surprise, Cheng Zhe? Why are you here? Cheng Zhe, what do you think? After all, this is a randomly assigned battlefield. And no one can guarantee what they will be assigned to. Lian Sheng said with emotion, I feel relieved to see that you are also a soldier. Comradeship, it turns out, still exists. Cheng Zhe said, but I am still a cavalryman. Lian Sheng said, isn't it just a horse under my crotch? She walked around half a circle and saw another familiar face. Isn't this Yi Buqing? It seems that there are indeed many masters in this league. And soldiers should not be underestimated. They finally gathered 61 cavalrymen. Thanks to the comrades recruited by Cheng Zhe and Yi Buqing. The rest are all infantrymen. Lian Sheng asked, how many people can sit on the cavalry's horse? Cheng Zhe said 2. And the speed will also slow down. That's better than running with your legs. Lian Sheng pointed to the front row and said, a row of infantrymen will stand out and follow the cavalry. The rest of you will run forward, past the checkpoint, turn to the middle road, and wait for my command at the green dot. Lian Sheng got on Cheng Zhe's horse, divided the poor troops into 2 groups, and marched towards the enemy camp. They passed through the small path to avoid the large army marching on the main road. Not far away, they could already hear the sound of fighting coming from the side. It was really a confrontation between 2 armies, and the safety of the country depended on one general. Lian Sheng's ears were full of urgent reports from various lieutenants. The commander was dispatching various teams and trying to boost morale. But it still couldn't cover up the tension in combat power. They still didn't move the troops in the granary. And the most elite soldiers stayed near the battle flag. The crowd behind Lu's team was still approaching. And their pressure would only increase. As the difference in numbers began to become obvious. Once panic was triggered, it would be 1,000 miles of collapse. Unstoppable. After passing the middle checkpoint, Lian Sheng led his troops directly to the wide middle road. Cheng Zhe and others were originally a little worried. But they didn't expect to encounter any obstacles all the way. Cheng Zhe looked around. I remember that the checkpoint in the middle was occupied by them. Why can't we see anyone now? Lian Sheng said, the commander of the Chu team was killed. And the morale of the troops was low. Why don't we take advantage of this time to decide the outcome, and give us time to recover slowly? They were all scattered soldiers, and had no time to adjust the team channel. If there was a plan, they could only explain it in person. And the flexibility of dispatch was greatly reduced. After riding for 10 minutes, they arrived at the previous small road intersection. And Lian Sheng ordered them to stop. First, the formation of 122 people was approved, 25 heavy cavalry, 39 light cavalry, and 30 heavy infantry. The rest were all archers. She transferred all the archers over. Heavy infantry spread out. Lian Sheng only had one order. Everyone stay here. Don't let anyone out. The soldier was confused. Just stay here? Don't attack? What's in here? Lian Sheng, most likely a granary. The soldier was excited and said, why don't we fight? The granary on the opposite side has been discovered. Why are there only a few people? You can't beat them. There are more people on the opposite side. Lian Sheng said concisely. We choose the narrowest road and stay here. The heavy infantry shields can be divided into 5 to 6 rows. The heavy cavalry in the back row will hold. And the crossbowmen will attack when they get the order. The purpose is not to kill people, but to stop all those who want to come out. Cheng Zhe. I leave it to you to take over. Cheng Zhe asked directly, how many people are there on the opposite side? Lian Sheng, I estimate that it will not exceed 300. Cheng Zhe also readily agreed, that's fine. But not for long. If the opponent attacks strongly, I can only guarantee to fight for 20 minutes. Then, see you outside the field. The soldier said. In fact, I want to ask, what if the opponent hides and doesn't come out? Now the troops are tight. We come here to do this? Lian Sheng didn't have time to explain to them now. Turned around, leaned on the knife and said, since everyone has chosen to believe in me, please listen to my command. I can say without shame that the victory or defeat of this battle is in our hands. Lian Sheng opened the map and said, if you don't believe me, you can look at the head count of both sides now. Head count at this time. Chu team, 1785. Lu team, 2019. Both sides' forces were depleted quickly. After only a dozen minutes of fighting, more than 500 people had been killed. Because the base number was large enough, the decline was not obvious. But the proportion of Chu troops among the casualties was not negligible. Lian Sheng said, if the situation continues, it is only a matter of time before our battle flag is overthrown. The only way is to sneak attack Lu team's camp before them. A cavalryman said, how is it possible? There are only a few of us. Lian Sheng, this is the commander's business. What the commander has to do is to live up to the sacrifice of every soldier. Lian Sheng stepped back and bowed deeply to them. I can't make any promises to you now. I am willing to do my best for the final victory. But I can only give you this difficult task. Soldiers, please carry this burden and move forward without retreating. Because this is our only choice. Lian Sheng raised his hand and shouted, light cavalry, follow me. Yi Buqing led the remaining light cavalry to meet up with the infantry in the rear. They waited at the designated point for a few minutes before the main force finally arrived. Yi Buqing replaced Lian Sheng and told the plan for the future. What? Attack the battle flag? The infantry looked at each other and hesitated. We have less than 200 people. All infantry, attack the enemy camp. Yi Buqing said, the goal is to take down the battle flag and break through from the middle. I don't care about anything else. I will be in charge when the time comes. The soldier said, that won't work. That's Captain Lu's battle flag. If we attack, we won't even be able to touch the door. Right? Yi Buqing, there aren't many people on the opposite side. The soldier said, it's just a guess. We haven't even opened the map. So how can we know how many people there are? One soldier said in embarrassment, it's not that we don't believe it. But at least explain it clearly? It's a mess now. Where is Lian Sheng? Sure enough, not everyone can accept such a bold and radical strategy. They are not really in a commander-soldier relationship. Everyone has the right to question, but they don't have time to explain and argue. Commander-in-Chief Chu's experience tells Lian Sheng that the most powerful reason is only facts. Yi Buqing said, wait for the map to open. See how many people are there. Soldier, who will open it? Yi Buqing said, win streak. Chapter 58 Breakout. A light cavalry escorted Lian Sheng to the front, in case he met scouts on the road, so that he could serve as cannon fodder. The two successfully arrived at the outskirts of Lu's Pass, and hid far away in the dark. I take you here. The cavalry gave her the horse. Lian Sheng took the reins and said, actually, you can take me further. The cavalry, do you want me to go in with you? Lian Sheng, no. I want you to take off your pants for me. The cavalry, He turned his head and ran away. Lian Sheng jumped on the horse and reported to the commander-in-chief for the last time, I'm going to open the map now. If the number of people on the opposite side is as I expected, I hope that the soldiers of Chu's team will not die with a granary in their arms in the end. The commander-in-chief was so anxious at the moment that he didn't hear what she said clearly. The situation on the front line was not good, and the team was retreating. If they retreated further, they would have to retreat to the rear of their camp, where the battle flag was. The situation was serious. He covered his ears and said, I don't have time to argue with you now. I'm busy. Lian Sheng didn't care. He touched the horse's neck, and the touch was very real. After getting on the horse, he found that there are two ways to operate the cavalry. The first is that the system assists in stabilizing the lower body. The legs and the horse's belly are automatically clamped to prevent falling off the horse. The soldier only needs to control the center of gravity of the upper body. The disadvantage is that the legs cannot move freely, and the riding posture is fixed. The second is that the soldier controls it by himself. The system defaults to the first one. After all, in this era, no one will really learn to ride a horse. Lian Sheng switched to the second mode and paced with the warhorse to adapt, looking at the realistic ancient battlefield in front of him. A long-lost sense of familiarity rose in his heart. This is her battlefield. This is her world. Lian Sheng held the knife behind his back with one hand and pushed the heel hard against the horse's belly. The horse ran straight forward. The iron hoof hooked up the luss and raised a cloud of dust. The wind roared and rushed behind my ears. The scout of Team Lu, standing on the wall of the checkpoint at the edge of the camp, saw from a distance and shouted, "Someone is coming from the opposite side. Get ready." The commander-in-chief of Team Lu led the troops to the battle personally, and the battle flag was handed over to Zhao Zhuolu. Zhao Zhuolu was a little surprised. Team Chu could still spare troops? He immediately asked alertly, "How many people?" The scout himself didn't quite believe it. "It seems to be one." "Everyone, eh?" Fang Jianchen stood up from the ground and said, "Are you kidding? It's really one." The scout said anxiously, "She's coming." Clearly, there was only one figure, but it didn't come from the front, but from the side, galloping around the checkpoint. Zhao Zhuolu was guarding near the battle flag at the back of the camp at this moment, and it was out of reach. Only Fang Jianchen and the crossbow team were waiting in front. "Who cares who she is? Stop her." Fang Jianchen rubbed his hands and said, "Crossbowmen, step out and snipe her." The crossbowmen raised their weapons and climbed up the wall together, aiming at the target. Feeling uncomfortable for a while, everyone took a closer look and found something wrong, and said in surprise, "How can it run so fast? Can this horse be cheating?" The warhorse is a good warhorse, but they don't know how to ride it. How can you get fast while keeping your back straight and maintaining your center of gravity? The system does not allow any operation that may throw people out. But Lian Sheng can. They found out too late, and missed the best time because of the decision. When they were ready to shoot, Lian Sheng had turned his horse's head and ran close to the city wall. Fang Jianchen and others stood above her, which made it inconvenient to shoot. Everyone shot randomly, but either deviated or was swung away by Lian Sheng's sword. This is the defect of the crossbow. The force is not strong enough. The speed is not fast enough. And the accuracy is not high enough. It is still a bit unfamiliar to them. But in the blink of an eye, Lian Sheng was about to approach the entrance. The dream of sniping might be shattered. Fang Jianchen hurriedly ordered, "Quick! Quick! Go down and stop her!" The soldiers hurriedly ran down the city wall and gathered at the door. They squatted down and raised their crossbows. They could hear the rapid and clear sound of horse hooves. Knowing that the opponent was not far away, they planned to launch a wave of attacks and kill her directly when she turned and slowed down. Before they finished thinking and signaled to their teammates, Lian Sheng rushed out from the corner with his horse. They hurriedly pulled the crossbow trigger with their fingers, and before they aimed, they saw Lian Sheng followed with a sharp turn and rushed towards them. The horse would be tripped. Everyone had this idea in their minds. Although hitting the warhorse would take away one or two of their heads, the people on the horse would not be able to escape. So the people in the middle quietly stepped aside to find a better angle to facilitate the capture of the people. But when the warhorse came in front of them, it suddenly lifted its four hooves and neighed. The horse kicked its hind legs hard, leaped up, and flew over their heads. The solid muscle outline of the horse's legs was reflected in their eyes. That was a scene they had never imagined. Lian Sheng tightened the reins with his left hand, controlling his upper body, and with the other hand, he held the long knife and chopped back fiercely. Blood spurted out, and the two archers who originally wanted to die with her body were ejected from the system first, leaving only the corpses controlled by the system, staring at the ground. The archers watched the black shadow pass by their heads, unable to speak for a long time. Then a uniform voice came. "Damn it!" When they came to their senses, the target had already run away. They shot a few arrows in vain at her back, and everyone couldn't stay calm. Can horses jump like this? How come I didn't know there was such a function? I want to report this horse for cheating. Stop it. When will Sanao have cheats? Why can the horse run so fast? I guess that's really riding a horse. Does anyone really ride a horse these days? I go. Fang Jianchen ran all the way inside. Report. Report. Someone has passed. Please note that it's Lian Sheng. A Lian Sheng without pants. They are all archers. No cavalry. Of course they can't catch up with a fleeing cavalry. The soldiers left behind looked incredulous. The commander-in-chief heard the conversation in the channel and shouted, "Hey! Hey! Hey! The few people from the Union University. Don't let it go so obviously. Be careful not to get out of hand." Zhao Zhuolu turned around and said to the people behind him, "Everyone gather. Don't let your guard down just because she is alone. Take her down directly." At this time, there were continuous shouts from the outside, with only sighs and exclamations. 1,000 miles alone? A horse breaks through a dangerous pass. One person has the momentum that thousands of troops cannot stop. Lin Lai looked at the scene in front of him and said in surprise, "When did she learn to ride a horse?" The dean of the department said puzzledly, "You can learn it online. It is possible to learn. But no one will learn it." Lin Lai lowered his eyes and said to himself, "Why did she learn to ride a horse? Such exquisite horsemanship should not be learned without years and months." In the field, Lian Sheng went forward all the way, and the gray area on the map finally showed clearly. Then I saw their tent. And further inside, it was their battle flag. From the pass to the middle of the camp, there were no figures along the way, which can be inferred that there were not many people left behind. Everyone was shocked, and they never thought that she could walk so far alone. Just looking at the mark on the map, they fell into a strange silence. Yi Buqing shouted at the right time, "There is no large army inside, and there will definitely not be more than 300 people. Everyone, get ready. Start the strong attack." Yi Buqing rode forward, led everyone, and shouted, "The target is their battle flag. Rush in without regard for your life. As long as we take down their battle flag, even if there is only one person standing, victory will be ours. Let's go!" The infantry followed him and ran all the way to the opposite camp. The commander-in-chief of the Chu team only then discovered the situation over there. And Lu Mingyuan urged, "The map has been opened. Call the soldiers in the granary to buy them time." The commander issued an order. "All the soldiers and horse camps in the granary will gather. Gather quickly." Lian Sheng approached the battle flag of the Lu team, and the last map was opened. Lu Mingyuan confirmed the total number of enemy troops, 287 people. She turned her head and prepared to leave, and two long spears swept in front of her. Several cavalrymen had caught up and launched a general attack. Lian Sheng leaned back, and his upper body was tightly pressed against the horse's back. The blade of his right hand turned and cut towards the abdomen of a cavalryman on one side. The cavalryman was leaning forward to attack, and after being injured, he fell off his horse's back. His warhorse raised its front legs and began to riot. Lian Sheng pulled the reins hard and let his mount dodge backwards. The horses of several cavalrymen in front immediately collided with each other. The soldiers of Team Lu who watched this scene with their own eyes once again sincerely sighed, "Hold on." Zhao Zhuolua rode up and stood behind everyone and commanded, "Attack the horse's legs." The infantry followed closely behind and blocked Lian Sheng way. Lian Sheng lightly kicked the horse's belly, and the warhorse took a brisk step forward. When it approached the infantry, it turned and faced them sideways. The swordsman saw that it was slowing down and drew his sword directly. But he didn't expect Lian Sheng to step on the stirrup with one foot. Hold the horse's neck. Turn over and half hang on the horse. Slash at them first, and then get back on the horse and dodge everyone. The lower body is stable enough, as if stepping on flat ground. Lian Sheng turned around. His expressionless face was full of intimidation. Compared to horsemanship, these guys are several years ahead. The Lu team infantry shouted again, "Hold on. Are they acrobats? Which regiment are they from?" Zhao Zhuolua rushed to the other side again and commanded the cavalry to start outflanking. They didn't have many cavalry left, only about 30 to prepare for an emergency. He shouted from behind, "Stop the front and don't let her escape. She's alone. Everyone hold steady. Don't be dazed anymore. And don't shout 'Hold on.' What's going on with you? What's going on?" Captain Lu was anxious. "Is there one person or a whole battalion on the other side? Are you guys causing trouble? What are you doing?" Captain Lu found that the situation in his hometown was unreliable, and it might depend on himself. The large army here had already rushed to the front of the tent. Only one step away. He raised his knife and pointed it straight ahead. "Hurry! Don't give them a chance to support." At this time, several cavalrymen surrounded Lian Sheng in the middle, with a silver light flashing, and several weapons stabbed together. Lian Sheng lowered his head, slid off the horse directly, raised his hand, and hit the horse's buttocks with a knife. The warhorse screamed in pain and rushed forward. The cavalry in front of him felt nervous and retreated to the side, blocking his comrades. Lian Sheng moved to the side and took advantage of his flexibility to turn to the side. He raised his hand and pulled the person on top down, while holding the horse's back and turning over. He stretched his legs forward, stepped into the stirrups skillfully, and successfully snatched the mount of Captain Lu's cavalry. The soldiers of Lu team who were eating melons. Fuck. Damn. Xiao Luo collapsed and said, "Don't shout damn anymore. Kill seriously." Fang Jianshan came from behind panting. Saw the eye-catching figure and the chaotic situation. Wiped his face and shouted, "Lian Sheng, save your life." The people on the opposite side fell into infinite self-doubt. And Lian Sheng took advantage of the situation to kill with great success. Breaking through the siege, he rode towards Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo raised his sword to meet him. Ready for battle. The two weapons collided. And there was a crisp sound like knocking gold and jade. But Lian Sheng's riding skills were superb. And her movements were not only flexible, but also varied. Her blade moved down with her body, scratched to Xiao Luo's handle, and used her clever strength to break through his defense and cut his abdomen. But the blade had been chopped many times, and it was already a little curled. In addition, Xiao Luo's armor level was high, so there was no fatal injury. Lian Sheng looked back and found that he was still safe and sound, and couldn't help but frown. Xiao Luo didn't change his posture and chopped down again. This slash was made with real strength, and Lian Sheng's arm was numb. Lian Sheng didn't believe it. He was clearly heading for the gap just now. How could he not cut through? She rode away temporarily, and shook off the soldiers behind her. The two fought fiercely, and she seized the gap and chopped again. But Xiao Luo was still alive. She didn't think it was a problem with her weapon for a while, and pointed at Xiao Luo and said, "I have already chopped you once. Please cooperate with me to fall down." Xiao Luo, Before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Lie down. Shoot." The words were vague, and there was no time for them to react at all. And the arrow flew directly towards them. Several arrows hit the undead opponent that was giving her a headache. She almost thought it was a friendly army. And then she was hit by an arrow in the back. Lian Sheng, Xiao Luo, Fang Jianshan took a deep breath and a lewd smile appeared on his face. I got revenge? Chapter 59 Results. After dozens of arrows, two figures fell down. Fang Jianshan did not dare to relax, and asked people to shoot 2 more arrows. After confirming that the 2 were dead, he stopped the attack. The soldiers raised their weapons, and did not know how to react for a while. They killed their own captain. There was a strong sense of guilt in my heart, and excitement. Fang Jianshan put his hands on his waist, and said proudly, "I just asked him to hide. Right? He just couldn't react. Right?" The soldier next to him said, "I think he is also on your revenge list. Don't talk nonsense. We have a strong brotherly love." Fang Jianshan's face was stern, and he shouted, "Everyone, take your positions. Listen to my command now. The enemy is about to attack. Pay attention to defend the battle flag." The deputy commander who witnessed all this hurriedly called in the team. Report. Fang Jianshan killed Xiao Luo, and took away the command. I am higher in rank than him, and I am very scared now. Captain Lu shouted hysterically, "Stop playing. It's time now. Hurry up and defend the flag." Fang Jianshan responded, "I'm defending it. The other side hasn't come yet." "What's going on over there?" Captain Lu gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry. We will be quick." He shook his body. He shouted hoarsely in front of the formation, "Hurry up. If we don't go up, our home will be destroyed by our own people." Fang Jianshan said dissatisfiedly, "Don't say that. What do you mean by self-destruction? I am doing this for the majority of people. It is a disaster to keep Lian Sheng, compared with the safety of the masses. The sacrifice of outstanding comrades is worth it." Right. Yi Buqing led his men to run all the way, wanting to rush over to support. He didn't expect that Lian Sheng would still be alive after the map was opened, and he had been dealing with it for a long time. It was just that he was stopped by someone and couldn't leave the camp. But they were cavalry, while others were infantry. Especially, there were still a lot of heavy infantry left here. The team, which was originally small in number, was instantly pulled into 3 arrays. They wanted to grab the battle flag, and they were playing assault. How could a few people go there? Yi Buqing rode back behind the crowd and encouraged them, "Brothers, run! Rush to support quickly. Take down the battle flag, and the victory is ours." As soon as he finished speaking, the news of Lian Sheng's death came. Although it was expected, everyone still couldn't help but be surprised. The commander of the Chu team paused. He looked at the number of people on the map, the position of the assault team, and the precarious situation of his own side. And his heart thumped, sank. It was just as Lian Sheng said. If he couldn't win this game, he would really be in trouble. Stop it! The commander shouted with a breath. By then time, hold the battle flag. The two armies rushed together, and there were countless corpses on the ground. The battle flag was planted on the stage not far away, and a corner was blown away by the wind. At this time, there was an uproar in the gymnasium, and everyone was no longer interested in the game. They had imagined the legendary soldier Lian Sheng rode to hegemony, but they never thought it would go like this. 1 second, he was still cheering for her god-level operation, and the next second he saw the fall of the god with his own eyes. This turn came too suddenly, just like a breath was suddenly choked. I hope she can struggle for a while before she dies. Her nerve reflex is also good. From the beginning to now, she has become the focus of everyone's attention from a small soldier. She just conquered them. How can she die like this? I want to repeat the scene just now. The kind of 360 degrees. Please the school to give me resources. Sanyao, how much money did Lianxing give you? I will give you double. I also want to experience the coolness of hanging horses. You can develop a new way to play cavalry. Take this video. Sanyao, give me advertising fees. I think Fang Jianshan words make sense. If she is not killed, she will be a disaster again. A student turned his head and asked, she is dead. Right? She just died. Right? Does this count as forcing my sister to give up her life? I saw the beginning, but I still didn't guess the ending. This is just to liven up the atmosphere. Right? I am almost crying. Raise money to buy my sister a pair of pants. This is really enough. I think she should be equipped with a knife. When Lian Sheng was ejected from the system, she was also a little confused. She didn't expect that the other party would dare to kill even her commander. But they have a lot of people, and have the capital to be so willful. The door of the equipment opened, and a robot came to her side and reminded, please leave the training room as soon as possible. If you don't leave within 3 minutes, you will be forcibly sent away. Lian Sheng moved his hands and feet, felt his limbs weak, and walked straight to the door. She didn't look at the result. The result is not important to her now. Victory or defeat. Although it was against her will, the gap between the two sides was an established fact. Tactics were very magical. Almost like the key to victory or defeat depended on whether the opponent would fall into the trap. Obviously, Captain Lu succeeded in commanding. As a soldier, she could accept such a result. But as a former commander, an absolute commander, she was not happy with such a result. Having sat in the position of commander, she could not stand it again. No one would let her go. Lian Sheng went all the way to the dormitory, took out his laptop, and sent a message to Lin Lai. Lin Lai was still in a daze, and when the communication rang, his whole body trembled. He nodded to the department head, walked to the door, and then answered the phone. Lian Sheng said simply, I'm done with the game. Lin Lai paused, and for some reason lied, really? I'm working here, and I don't have time to watch your game. Sorry. Lian Sheng, oh. It's okay. Both sides were a little embarrassed. Lin Lai leaned against the wall and asked, how was the fight? Not bad. Just a small soldier. It's just not so good in the later stages. Lian Sheng said. Did anyone help me score points before? Lin Lai paused. I asked him to find you later. Pay attention to receiving messages. Lian Sheng nodded, thank you. You're busy. Before she hung up, Lin Lai asked hurriedly, do you like commanding? Yes. Of course. Lian Sheng raised his eyebrows and said, I don't want to witness another failed battle. I want to be at the highest position. Until someone better than me appears. I will not give up that position. Lin Lai, then don't you like weapons? Lian Sheng said, weapons? I like them too. There is no conflict. Why don't you like icing on the cake? Lin Lai unconsciously raised his voice. Icing on the cake? Lian Sheng, then add wings to the tiger? Lin Lai, Lian Sheng left. And the game continued. But the climax of the whole game seemed to fade after Lian Sheng's death. The victory or defeat of the Chu and Lu teams was no longer so important, showing a bland feeling. In the end, there was no reversal. Fang Jianshan ordered the people who stayed in the granary to attack and return to the rescue. But they were finally blocked by a group of heavy infantry. Yi Buqing led his men into the Lu team's tent and was strongly blocked by snipers and cavalry. Fang Jianshan and others waited for the battle flag for a whole day. Just for this moment. The morale was high because they were aroused by the winning streak before. but they could not vent. Yi Buching and others had not yet touched the battle flag. And the battle flag of the Chu team was harvested by the Lu team first. The system announced the end of the battle. The commander of the Chu team dropped the weapon in his hand, looked at the cheering enemy in front of him, and the flag that was cut off on the ground, with mixed feelings, quietly waiting to be teleported at the end. They had the opportunity to turn defeat into victory, but they did not seize it, even pushed the general trend towards failure step by step. Quarrel, civil strife, and power grabbing. In the end, nothing could be changed, and the worst decision was made. The infantry marched too slowly, and too much time had been wasted by the time they arrived. The assault team was too weak, and the soldiers were of mixed quality. The granary was wasted, and when they were transferred, the Chu army was already in decline. It was impossible to buy more time for the assault team. All kinds of disadvantages added up, and mistakes one after another. It was ultimately difficult to turn the tide. If Lian Sheng had brought 500 people instead of 300, would they have won? If the assault team had brought cavalry instead of infantry, would they have won? They were only one step away. He suddenly wanted to know what Lian Sheng was thinking now. Furious? Sneered? Deserved it? Or just watched coldly? Oh! Yes. She still got 0 points. She probably didn't care about the score at all. Thinking calmly, he also felt that Lian Sheng's analysis was right. But in that situation at the time, there was no time for him to calm down. And the idea of denial had already taken root in his mind. Why do people always make mistakes at critical moments? But the reaction at this moment determines everything. The most talked about thing in this game is the winning streak. The students of Union University straightened their backs and continued to go to Sanyo's official website and continued to post under the 2 tall buildings. My new goddess of the United Nations University. Lian Sheng. My girlfriend. Thank you. Draw the sword upstairs. Draw the rocket launcher. My mecha has been out of the warehouse. Report the position. Who is Lian Sheng? The god of war. I decided to include her as one of the rituals I must worship before drawing lots. No. I think Lian Sheng's sword is waiting for you. Lian Sheng will definitely get the professor's score this time. I don't know how much. I guess it will start at 100. Stop it. It's 100. It's not reasonable to say that the god-level operation is less than 300. Stop it. Dear. Do you think the points are free shipping? Just go and grab it for 300? What did I miss? Who are you talking about? The starting point is 300. Is the God of War born? Which game? For this league, it is recommended to watch from the 4th hour. It will be more effective if used with this post. It is recommended to watch from the beginning. My operation of stripping the goddess clothes is simply too sexy. Don't joke above. To be honest, I didn't survive to the end of the winning streak. And I was a small soldier. I lost the game in the end. So the score will not be too high. Refute the above. Let's not talk about how many points the god prediction of command can score. The record of successfully opening the map by breaking into the camp alone can definitely get a high score. In addition to the legendary horsemanship and swordsmanship in the enemy camp, the command and combat strength are impeccable. The professor's scoring result is just for reference. Okay. I boldly predict that the total score will be on the edge of 500. No. Who should be blamed for losing the game in the end? Who to blame? Why are they all my students of the United Nations University? This is not my United Nations University post. Where are the group of people just now? Looking at these 2 posts again, I suddenly feel good. Really? I have never seen such a standard demonstration of slapping in the face. I checked the background, and this post has been applied for deletion. Shameless. The students of the First Army and the Allied forces remained silent. I want to hear the thoughts of the 2 commanders of the Chu team. I want to hear the thoughts of the compatriots of the First Army. In fact, I want to hear the thoughts of Commander Lu after reading the analysis. Will his pride be shattered? If there were no consecutive victories, the Lu team's victory this time would definitely be the hottest topic. And Commander Lu would also be praised for his successful early decision-making. But now, it has faded. The 2 commanders of the Chu team were the most unlucky. Failure is nothing, and command errors are also attempts. After all, the battlefield changes rapidly, and no one can guarantee victory. And their performance is not the worst. We are all students. There is no need to be so harsh. Maybe they will send a few words of comfort. The problem is that they're alumni. The First Army and the Allied forces. In order to pass the blame on them, threw all the dirty water on the Union University. but they were slapped in the face. After the results came out, the new commander became the target of public criticism, ridicule. The whole network ridicules. No one else. Fang Jianshan jumped out of the training room with a swagger, and was directly hooked by the neck by Zhao Shualu, who was waiting beside him, and then dragged forward. Excellent. Excellent. Don't do this to our aluminum alloy brotherhood. I will be angry if you do this. Fang Jianshan cried out in pain. Is this how you treat the hero who led you to victory? Zhao Shualu was unmoved. Fang Jianshan tilted his head and asked, Oh, do you know that we won in the end? Zhao Shualu's forehead vein jumped. Win or win is none of his business. He didn't get a single point. Brother. Hold on. Fang Jianshan patted his chest and comforted him. Everything will be fine. Captain Chu's new command took down the equipment and walked out of the door. A group of people stared at him in unison. His brother came over and said carefully, Well, I want to tell you something. Don't get too excited. The conductor ignored him and buried his head in his computer. The friend narrowed his eyes and asked warily, What are you doing? The conductor, buying tickets. The friend, Where are you going? The conductor, Union University. His brother was shocked and tried to stop him, saying, You're going to fight a real person? Is it that serious? I'm going to apologize. The conductor said. And by the way, I see who she is. Chapter 60 Equipment. Lin Lai leaned against the wall, lost in thought. The dean came out and asked, Colonel Lin? Lin Lai came back to his senses, stood up and looked at him. The dean said, By the way, you asked me to come here today. Is there anything? Lin Lai hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, Nothing. Excuse me. I'm leaving first. The dean said. Okay. Lin Lai nodded at him and turned away. She walked back to her aircraft, ready to go back, and found that Sun Yin had sent her a communication. She turned off the engine again and connected the communication. Sun Yin said, Colonel Lin, my son told me that his game is over. If you need anything else, you can tell me the girl's ID and I tell him. Lin Lai, okay. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Lai transferred the ID number of lianshengxing.com and said thank you again. Sun Yin looked at her expression, which seemed a little dazed. So he asked, Maybe it's a bit abrupt. Colonel Lin, what's wrong with you? Lin Lai sighed. I watched her game today. She was completely different when she stood on the battlefield. Sun Yin chuckled. That's it. That's their battlefield. If anyone dares to stand in front of them, they will die. Don't be merciful to them at this time. Lin Lai lowered his head and said, We don't have a sensor simulator at home, and I have never taught her. But I didn't realize until today that maybe she really likes to be a commander. She made a lot of other efforts when I didn't know. Lin Lai turned his face to the side, looked at an unknown place and said, Although she may not remember her father, although their personalities are very different, sometimes they are really alike. Flame and domineering. Unquestionable self-confidence and decisiveness. Sun Yin said, Maybe. She doesn't want you to worry. But when she can make her own decision, she wants to try again. Lin Lai closed his eyes and asked, If one day he comes to ask you, Will you allow your son to go to the front line? I have thought about this question many times. But in the end, I can only tell myself one answer. Sun Yin said in a low voice. I hope he can be cowardly. But at the same time I hope he can be brave. This is the contradictory expectation of every parent. What he has learned is what we, and this society have taught him. If he is willing to fight for this society and for more people, I will feel relieved. Which means he loves this world. If he wants to pursue his own glory, I can only support him. If he unfortunately cannot return, I can only spend the rest of my life remembering him. But this is his choice. Colonel. Only he can choose. Lin Lai has made many difficult choices in his life, but none of them have come from her work. She will never be able to deal with these emotional options as easily as she treats her work. She would not regret the decision she had made, but she could not stop recalling those painful facts. Lian Sheng returned to the dormitory and took a shower first. After coming out, he turned on his light brain and found that the points on the academic system had been updated. It was indeed very efficient. Check the details. She only got 11 points for killing in this game, and 10 points for participating in the defeat. But the total score just made up to 500. Then he opened the official website of the college to check the comments of the professors. The professors all had high comments on Lian Sheng. Although she failed in this battle, Her performance greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Her strategic foresight and her aggressiveness in actual combat were impeccable. The courage she showed were admirable. In every aspect, she was an unbelievable legendary soldier with 0 points. Her strength was worthy of recognition, and her future was worth looking forward to. At the same time, she also made a mistake that could not be ignored, interfering with the decision of the commander-in-chief on the battlefield. Regardless of whether the commander's decision was right or wrong, the soldiers could only obey and make suggestions. She had obviously exceeded her authority. The reason for giving her 500 points is that several professors agreed that her strength should not remain at the stage of 0 points, which is the expectation for her future. I hope she can raise her score as soon as possible and see her appear on the battlefield again. In addition, there are a lot of people who are given extra points this time. All members of the assault team who followed Lian Sheng this time received 20 extra points. Yi Buqing and Cheng Zai's outstanding performance in the battle, and 10 more points. This is equivalent to greatly affirming the correctness of Lian Sheng's strategy from the side. Just put down the light brain and prepare to go out for dinner. The body vibrates slightly, prompting that a strange message has been received. The person asked her when she was free, and he could take her online to understand the relevant rules of 111. If it is the first time, let her go up and create an anonymous account first. When playing in the Military Academy League, you need to transfer to the official Sanao website from the campus intranet. Log in with your real name and register as a student. But during normal training or surfing the internet, you can choose to log in anonymously. Lian Sheng discovered a very serious problem. She didn't even have the equipment. She was pinching her chin in deep thought when she heard a noise outside. Her roommates came back. The 3 roommates found that her room door was open, and they rushed over and squeezed at the door. Roommate A was surprised and said, "Why are you back? We said we couldn't find you. Everyone is looking for you." Lian Sheng wiped his wet hair and turned around and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Roommate A, Sister Lian. Roommate B, Sister Lian. Roommate C, Big Brother. The other 2 directly reached out and pressed her head down. Roommate A said, "It's like this." Roommate C raised his head tenaciously and said, "I want to ask you for an autograph." Roommate A was interrupted by her and forgot what to say. He nodded and said, "Yes. This is possible." Lian Sheng, Roommate B said, "It's about the collective honor of our school. Although the process is a bit tortuous." Comrade Lian Sheng, "You are famous." Lian Sheng, "Really?" Roommate A said, "You are so handsome today. I just want to ask Lian Shu about how did you learn those tricks? When did you learn them? Oh my god. Are you a god?" Roommate C, Brain Man. The 2 of them covered her mouth together and pulled her aside. Lian Sheng couldn't stand the enthusiasm of these girls, so he threw down his towel, walked out and said, "I'm going to eat." Roommate B nodded. "You go. We've eaten before. Let's go to Sanfan. The food is pretty good today." Roommate C said shyly, "Actually I have 2 stomachs. My second stomach is recovering and ready to move." Roommate A waved to her and whispered, "Save some face for later." Lian Sheng raised his hand to cover his mouth. Has the world changed? After eating, Lian Sheng went to the training room to ask. Sure enough, it was no longer possible to borrow equipment. At least it was booked for nearly a week. So, for some reason, she went to the infirmary. There were a few people in the infirmary, and Dr. Lin was still sitting aside looking at the light computer. Lian Sheng walked behind him, and Dr. Lin felt it and turned around. "Oh, it's you. Not bad." Dr. Lin leaned sideways and slapped the table with one hand, saying, "I didn't see the live broadcast, but I saw the result. It seems that you played well. At least you didn't grab the command this time." Lian Sheng bent down and asked, "Do you have that?" Dr. Lin was stunned. "What?" Lian Sheng couldn't describe it for a moment, and stretched out his 2 fists and bumped them. Dr. Lin took a deep breath, thinking it was impossible, and asked, "You fell in love so soon?" "What?" Lian Sheng said. "I'm busy earning points. Who has time to talk about love?" Dr. Lin's expression sank, and he stood up and said, "Come with me." Lian Sheng was delighted and followed him. Dr. Lin took her to the inner room, stood in front of an examination device, pressed her head and said, "Let's check your brain first." Lian Sheng turned down and dodged. Dissatisfied, "Why do you always ask me to look at your brain?" Dr. Lin shouted at her, "If your brain is not wrong, Can you come to the infirmary to borrow training equipment? Lian Sheng, you have a lot of machines here. Dr. Lin said angrily. How can this be the same thing? Do you treat this as a storage room? You are not mentally ill. But you want to play tricks on me? Lian Sheng, Excuse me. Lian Sheng saluted him. Then quickly retreated. Goodbye. Sheng Lei was walking on the road. Saw Lian Sheng fleeing. And shouted loudly, Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng stopped. Sheng Lei came running over and asked, Why did you go to the infirmary? Lian Sheng coughed dryly and said, I came to ask where I can borrow training equipment. Oh! The training room is not easy to borrow. After all, in addition to my military students, students from other majors also need to use sensor simulators. 2 weeks of time are reserved every month for those who have competitions. If you queue up, you will have to wait forever. Sheng Lei winked and said, Congratulations on getting 500 points. You are the first soldier to get 500 points. There are people who get higher scores, but at least they are all at the level of lieutenants. Soldiers always fight according to the orders of the commander, and rarely have such a brilliant opportunity. Perhaps because Sheng Lei's shout was heard by someone. A boy in front suddenly started running wildly, approached them, and then cut in between the two of them. Both of them were startled. The man looked Lian Sheng up and down, raised his light brain, and compared it with the photo above, confirming that it was correct. Then another boy followed him and pulled him away cautiously, smiling awkwardly at the two of them. His friend complained in a low voice. I said, Have you calmed down? Do you know the person? Why come to school to find him? If you do this, people will think you are crazy. Restrain yourself. Brother, did you really lose your brain after being scolded? Lian Sheng didn't know what he wanted to do, so he moved his fingers and was ready to fight at any time. Are you Lian Sheng? The boy stretched out his hand to her and said, My name is Zhang Su, the new commander of the Chu team this time. Sheng Lei took the initiative to stretch out his hand, but was slapped away by Zhang Su. Zhang Su said with a frightened expression, What are you doing? Sheng Lei said, You are the one who wants to do something. Single dogs should not think of holding a girl's hand with this opportunity. Where is your face? Zhang Su, I came here from Yijuan specifically to find Lian Sheng. Don't think I'm so wretched. Sheng Lei heard Yijuan's name, and immediately rolled up his sleeves, saying unkindly, Who cares about you? What do you want to do? This is the territory of the Union University. If you want to cause trouble, be careful. Lian Sheng was a little surprised. She didn't expect this person to come in person. Although she had a quarrel with this person, she had never met him face to face. She didn't watch the video afterwards. It was the first time she saw what the other person looked like. She felt it was unnecessary. Wasn't it just a disagreement? Lian Sheng asked, Why did you come to me? I came to apologize to you. Zhang Su paused, his face slightly red, but he still straightened his back and said in a clear voice, During the league today, because of my personal subjective opinion, I rejected your proposal, which led to the failure of the battle. It was my fault. Lian Sheng reacted for a while before understanding what he said, and said, Just for this? Then you don't have to apologize to me. Zhang Su straightened his back and stood in a military posture and said, No. The fact that I made a mistake cannot be changed. Apologizing to you is my own choice. Of course, I didn't expect to get your forgiveness. I just came to show my sincerity. If you have any requests. Lian Sheng listened to him talking and interrupted him directly, saying somewhat unhappily, I said you don't have to apologize to me. Not that you didn't do anything wrong, but that you shouldn't apologize to me. Of course, the commander has the power to veto the suggestions of his subordinates. This matter itself has nothing to do with whether what I said is right or wrong. In this matter, you did nothing wrong. You just made a mistake in analysis, which led to a wrong decision. Lian Sheng said, You are responsible for the defeat. Whether you are the commander or the commander, you should be aware of this. Your responsibility is 5,000 soldiers, 5,000 lives, and what you want to protect when you go to war. Your biggest fault is not that you didn't listen to my advice, but that you let your own soldiers die in vain, losing the meaning of the battle. So, the person you really should apologize to is not me. Zhang Su was stunned by what she said. It was this look. This look made him feel ashamed, and every word she said made him feel that his behavior was particularly childish. But God knows, he decided to come here because of his passion after the defeat. In fact, he regretted it a little when he got on the car. But does Lian Sheng think this is meaningless? Lian Sheng saw his reaction, and found that he couldn't control himself and was too harsh. He changed his mouth and said, "The attitude is very good and worth encouraging. The awareness is not high enough and needs to be improved. Please keep working hard. I am optimistic about you." Jiang Su was stunned until his friend next to him pushed him, and he came back to his senses. At this time, Lian Sheng had already walked a distance. Jiang Su was anxious for a moment and shouted directly behind her, "Lian Sheng, I will never lose to you in the next league. Losing to you this time does not mean that our military academy has a problem. Looking forward to the next showdown." Lian Sheng looked back at him, and he had already taken his friends and ran away like a panic. "Is this man sick?" Zheng Lei tilted his head and said, "Does he think you can be selected for the league twice with 0 points?" Lian Sheng corrected him, "I have 500 points now." Zheng Lei shrugged, "It doesn't make a difference. It's all a struggle of the last one." Lian Sheng snorted. Lian Sheng was still worried about the equipment, but she really couldn't do anything with that new thing. After lying in bed for a long time, there was no feasible way to rent it. Just as she was about to discuss it with the person who brought the points, Ms. Lin Lai suddenly sent a message. "Lin Lai, I remember you don't have a sensor simulator yet. The training equipment will be sent to you tomorrow. It will arrive at 8 o'clock. Remember to sign for it." Lian Sheng sat up suddenly from the bed and asked in surprise, "Did you buy it?" "Lin Lai, who else do you hope it is?" Lian Sheng, "No one. Thank you." Lin Lai, "Well, go to bed early." Lian Sheng jumped up and snapped his fingers. With the equipment, Lian Sheng immediately contacted the person who led the score increase and agreed to a time for the next day. The 4 people in Zhao Zhuolu dormitory were sitting in the small living room eating supper. He received the message and said, "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Are you all right? Go to Xingwang together and help lead people to score." Cheng Zhe was surprised to hear this. "You brought someone to score points?" "Hey, who is it?" "Zhao Zhuolu, my mother's friend's child." Cheng Zhe stirred the noodles in his hand and said meaningfully, "This is a distant relationship." Fang Jianshan turned around from his chair and asked excitedly, "Male or female? Are you single?" Zhao Zhuolu opened his lips slightly, 8 years old. All topics came to an abrupt end. Fang Jianshan turned back. "Goodbye." Cheng Zhe was surprised. "You are so young. Why are you playing Sanyao? Do you think it's a game?" Zhao Zhuolu said, "It should be about the same." She said she wanted to learn about military affairs. Military affairs are not that simple. There is a big difference. And it's too early for her. Yi Buqing asked, "How long will you take her?" Zhao Zhuolu stood up and walked towards Fang Jianshan, saying, "Take her to get 2 points first, and then I will find an excuse to refuse her." Fang Jianshan felt the shadow above his head and laughed. "I am a person who loves learning. I still have several books to read. The important thing is that I also want to learn mecha maintenance courses by myself. I heard that stuff is very expensive, and I want to save money for my future self." Zhao Zhuolu said, "You owe me a head today." Fang Jianshan, "Don't be like this. Do I owe you that? I deserve it." Zhao Zhuolu raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Cheng Zhe said, "You have been single for more than 20 years. Take care of yourself." Zhao Zhuolu, Fang Jianshan wiped his face. "I go." Chapter 61 Group Formation. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lian Sheng got up to receive the equipment. The robot delivered the things to her dormitory. Her small room was very narrow, and the tables and chairs were placed randomly. Moreover, Lin Lai had brought her a lot of things before, and they were piled together. There was basically no place to put these large items. So he first directed the robot to adjust the position of the furniture in the room. Several roommates heard the noise and came out, knowing that she brought a sensor. Roommate A said, "You can put it in the living room." "I see they usually put it in the living room. Clear this table." Lian Sheng glanced outside and said, "No. Thank you. I can put it." The 3 of them were not students of the military academy. They usually liked to watch TV series and chat together in the living room. If Lian Sheng occupied the living room, they would probably be very uncomfortable. The robot tidied and came out of the room. Lian Sheng said, "I have an appointment with someone to score together at 9 o'clock. See you?" The 3 nodded, stepped back, and returned to their rooms. Lian Sheng went over and opened the door of the device. Everything inside was brand new. Lian Sheng looked a little excited. He put on the protective gear step by step and clicked to start. The login method of the private device was indeed different from that of the training room. When logging into the training room, You can directly enter the preparation area with a real person image. The first interface that popped up here was to create an anonymous account. Liansheng thought about it and grinned. She had been wandering between the titles of various generals throughout her life, and she could never get the title of general. She directly called me the highest rank of military officer. The general of cavalry. Very good. Not bad. It should be okay to pretend to be an official position, because she can no longer find such a title. Liansheng slid down the selection interface and found that there was another recommendation for you. Makeover, you can adjust your facial features by yourself. 100 change magic sound, you can adjust your voice by yourself. Each is sold for 500 points or 2,000 star coins. Liansheng nodded and thought this was also good. After cheating one, you can continue to cheat. But Liansheng didn't have that much money. She only had 500 points, which seemed too useless. So Liansheng decided to buy equipment with 200 points as the minimum. And look at the rest first. Just after buying 2 recommended for you, a row of recommended for you popped up behind. Liansheng looked at it carefully, and then turned to look at his points. Then, continue to go? 9 o'clock in the morning. Because everyone slept late on the weekend, Zhao Zhuolu went to wake people up. Fang Jianshan washed his face and walked out in his shorts. He went to the living room to get a piece of bread and opened a bottle of milk. Fang Jianshan shouted, "Every day you only know how to use violence to coerce your roommates. There is no brotherhood in our dormitory." Zhao Zhuolu said, "Seriously? If it weren't for the roommates, you might not be alive today." Fang Jianshan walked in and closed the door forcefully. Cheng Zhe and Yi Buqing also finished their preparations one after another, and the 4 of them logged into Sanyao. Zhao Zhuolu reported the name of the character who won the game in the team. General of the Cavalry? It doesn't sound like a name that an 8-year-old girl would give herself. Fang Jianshan searched her information and said in surprise, "Isn't there still 250 points? According to the rules of Sanyao individual scoring, this person has already won many games. What a Sanyao fanatic. Elementary school students these days are incredible." Fang Jianshan shook his head and sighed. "I can imagine that her points are all other people's blood. What is the most feared encounter in random matching? Of course, some weird teammates who seem to live in another dimension with you. He stabbed you in the back and forced you to fly with him. After all, the reward settlement of small battlefields only depends on the victory or defeat of both sides." Cheng Zhe said, "More than 200 points? Then do you still need to lead Sanyao? You should have played many games." "Right?" Zhao Zhuolu frowned slightly. "I don't know. Let's see first." Everyone was waiting in the hall number 12. The wide venue. The white color scheme. People walking around. Suddenly, there were several exaggerated exclamations from the front, and the crowd began to squeeze to the middle. Liansheng ignored them, walked from a distance with his own name. Zhao Zhuolu and others couldn't help but tremble when they saw it. "Oh my god! This brutal style." Fang Jianshan covered his chest and said, "First grade? There can't be more." Cheng Zhe's mouth twitched. "The first graders will come to chop you." Fang Jianshan, when I was 8 years old, I was already a mature and domineering president. Are the younger generation so late to mature now? The person opposite. Exaggerated color matching and hairstyle. Mopping fireworks. Bright outer robes. Short boots over long boots. Long pants over shorts. The clothes are also messed up. In short, this outfit is really amazing. Looking at the facial features, it is neutral. The eyebrows are very thick and the face is square. But it is not clear because of the various costumes. The man stood in front of them calmly, raised his hand, and said hello, hello. The voice sounded a little hoarse. Feeling the gazes of the people around them, the 4 of them couldn't help but take a step back. Cheng Zhe paused and said tactfully, "I have never thought that the things in the mall are so ugly." Fang Jianshan swallowed his saliva and said tactfully, "It's like this. Little sister. It's not that I don't know you. But don't adjust your height and body shape when playing games, because this does not meet the purpose of your training. It will make you more uncomfortable." Liansheng tilted his head. Fang Jianshan's iconic voice was too familiar. Looking at the names of the 4 people again. Bubu Qingyun. Next door top student. The first cannon of the alliance. It's raining. I want to take the leader. Liansheng clicked on their information and took a look. The 4 people's points were all above 100,000. And the next door top student was close to 200,000. Ms. Lin Lai said that the person who led her, was also a student of the Union University and participated in the last military school league. Aren't they Zhao Zhuolu and his people? Lian Sheng scratched his head, took off his hat, looked around in his hand, frowned and said, they all look good. It's just that they look ugly when worn together. Several people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that it's ugly. There's still hope. Zhao Zhuolu asked, have you ever played Sanyao? Yes, Lian Sheng said, but only in the ancient battlefield. Fang Jianshan said, then let's start something new this time? How about the urban mecha battlefield? Cheng Zhe slapped him on the back of his head. What are you doing? Are you aware of it? Are you playing alone or bringing people? The urban map is very complicated, because there are various urban areas and shelters, and there are many restrictions. Cheng Zhe said, ignore him. 10-man team. Modern Ruins Battlefield. First form a group. Ruins Battlefield is famous for quick battles and quick decisions. Each party will be equipped with 3 mechas, each with a battery. Then Cheng Zhe created a team, chose the 10-000 to 10-000 system soldier mode, and then began to recruit teammates. Because the 4 of them had high enough points, they almost looked down on the entire venue. At a glance, they were students of military-related majors, and they were definitely top-notch figures in their majors. Perfect targets for flattery. The team was almost full in an instant. Matching opponents, everyone counted down directly to enter the battlefield. Lian Sheng was still playing the modern battlefield for the first time, and it was fresh. Looking at the options above, he pinched his fingers and asked, how should the positions be assigned? Before she said she wanted to be a commander, Zhao Zhuolu had already rolled the dice. He selected all professions, and then clicked to become the main attacking army and apply for a mecha. Zhao Zhuolu said, just roll it. Cheng Zhe and others followed suit and voted for all professions. Lian Sheng hesitated for a moment and followed. The new team members looked at what was going on. Is it so careless? Immediately on guard. Oh my god! You are not here to cheat. Are you? Another one followed with horror. Why does it look like someone's account was hacked? You are not here for the newspaper office. Are you? Young man, don't think too much. I don't understand. You don't understand. A teammate named Sharp-Mouthed Monkey said. A real master can clear the field by himself. This is a euphemism for us to join in the fun. We should be happy. Zhao Zhuolu said. You choose the company commander. After selecting the position, the item selection box jumped to the item selection box. Lian Sheng looked at the row of guns in front of him and asked, what weapon should I buy? Zhao Zhuolu was a little surprised and said, choose the default one, and go directly to the soldier to get it later. A small-scale battle will give a set of default equipment. It's just for scoring. Isn't it a loss to buy weapons? Fang Jianshan heard this and tilted his head suspiciously, wanting to look at Lian Sheng. Would someone with a huge sum of 250 points still ask this question? After the selection, 10 people refreshed on the map and stood together. The system announced personal positions. General Commander, Fang Jianshan. Deputy Commander, Lian Sheng. Mecha Pilots, Zhao Zhuolu. Cheng Zhe. Fang Jianshan. Deputy Commander. That is, Data Analyst. Lian Sheng saw the result and was speechless, saying, I don't know how to play Deputy Commander. The teammates went crazy. The first god shouted, I don't know how to play. So why do you choose to vote? Are you making trouble? Fang Jianshan immediately stood up for her. What's wrong with not knowing how to play? We only lead if she doesn't know how to play. If she knows how to play, why would she need us? Don't bully people. Right. Little sister? Lian Sheng looked at him and said, you have called me little sister many times. Fang Jianshan thought she was unhappy and tried, what about the little friend? Lian Sheng said in surprise. It was strange that Fang Jianshan didn't come up and chop people when he saw her. Judging from his reaction, he didn't know who she was? Lian Sheng's mind turned, and he suddenly laughed. You can call me the general. The others laughed and didn't care. Zhao Zhuolu said, it's about to start. The general will stay here, and the others will take their positions. The commander-in-chief has divided the troops. I don't want my soldiers. Fang Jianshan was looking angry when he remembered that he was the commander-in-chief. 10 people have 10,000 soldiers, and he has 10,000 soldiers each. Lian Sheng and Zhao Zhuolu did not share, and the extra 20,000 were all transferred to Cheng Zhe. Damn it! Cheng Zhe found that he had 30,000 soldiers, and immediately understood Fang Jianshan's sinister intentions. and asked, "Are you guys going to be soy sauce? It's too much." Fang Jianshan, who told you to vote for the mecha? The mecha you voted for was finished on your knees. Ha ha ha. The 3 mecha pilots ran to the back to receive the mecha. And the 5 team members who joined in to make up the number stood there and looked at each other. The first one who went in and out was stunned. I said, "Commander, at least make arrangements first? How to play without a data analyst? How to allocate mechas? Which way to go? Can't play without a data analyst? The soldiers go up to open a map. And you can handle the rest yourself." Fang Jianshan said righteously. "Don't you know how to fight?" The sharp-mouthed monkey covered his chest and asked, "Have you ever been a commander?" Fang Jianshan, "No." Everyone, What kind of commander would you choose if you have never been a commander? The 5 people were all upset. How to play this game? Did you use cheats to brush points? Zhao Zhuolu couldn't listen anymore and issued orders on their behalf. Go to your respective positions. Lead the troops to line up. And then attack in a straight line. Someone will help you sweep the troops. Several people didn't believe it and said, "That's it?" Zhao Zhuolu nodded, "Yes. That's it. This map is actually very simple. Although it is a modern battlefield, it is already a ruin. And there are basically no buildings higher than 100 meters. The important thing is that the area is small. In addition, this map was originally created for scoring. And generally people will choose to fight quickly and directly compete with attack power. And they don't rely much on data analysts. For Zhao Zhuolu and others, the operation level of the mecha alone can almost determine the direction of the overall battle. And of course, there is no need for command. But the 5 people didn't understand. So they gathered together and discussed in a low voice. Why do you think they are so unreliable? Are they here to pick up girls? What if they are too pretentious? What else can we do? Let's take a look first. Lian Sheng stood aside and listened, silently looking up at the sky. The gray haze was a sign of rain. Chapter 62 Arena. Lian Sheng was still looking up at the sky, thinking that they had done a really good job of detailing here. The momentum of a storm was coming. I wonder if it will really rain. Zhao Zhuoluo drove out in a mecha, waved to her and said, "Let's go." The 3-meter-tall humanoid machine, with a golden and black shell, looked cold and majestic under the light. Lian Sheng looked up and took a deep breath. The mere existence of such a humanoid weapon was enough to make people sigh. The area around here was full of bomb blocks. Zhao Zhuoluo took her to the lower third of the map, behind a broken wall, and put her down. Lian Sheng could hide here, but Zhao Zhuoluo's impressive body was not very suitable. But he didn't leave, and squatted behind her. Zhao Zhuoluo took off a cannon barrel from his back, dropped it to the ground, and said, "This is for you." The cannon barrel was about 1 meter long and 30 centimeters thick. The shell was also made of metal. When it fell to the ground, it directly raised a whole circle of dust. "You can see its quality?" Lian Sheng asked. "What is this?" "You can also use the cannon that the mecha is equipped with. The energy is already stored in it." Zhao Zhuoluo laid it horizontally on the ground for her, moved a stone in front to adjust the angle, and said, "When someone comes later, you can aim and shoot. Play as you like. Click here to fire." Lian Sheng, The teammates who heard them chatting almost cried. "Can you be more serious? We are old and can't stand being scared." Zhao Zhuoluo continued to arrange. "Cheng Zhe, you go and pull the enemy over. I will clear the field for you." "Cheng Zhe, Cheng Zhe said, "Old Boo, I will give you the cannon too. The middle road is up to you." Yi Buqing, While everyone was shirking their responsibilities, Fang Jianshan had already rushed out. As the commander-in-chief of the rear, he always carried the cannon and fought on the front line of the smoke. The movement and arrangement of these people are really coquettish and unpretentious. The first god jumped up and down. "Are you going to dismantle the mecha? Who else but the mecha can lift the cannon? Are you here to make fun of me? Go ahead and shoot." As he shouted, the mecha on the opposite side had already attacked. The other side seemed to have no aim and fired a cannon at the street ahead. The dust on the ground rippled with the air waves, and layers of gray clouds rose up from the place where the bullets fell. The gravel seemed to rush into his eyes, and Lian Sheng immediately lay down and hid behind the wall. The first god was choked and raised his hand to wipe his face hard. The smoke and dust did not dissipate, and the whole scene was foggy. But the system showed that the opponent's strong attack just now caused more than 2,000 soldiers to die directly. The first god on the inside and outside cursed, because those were all the soldiers assigned to him. Changze looked forward and said, "The enemy is messing around. And the heavy artillery is gone. It seems there is no need to worry." He handed the cannon barrel to Yi Buqing and also rushed to the center of the battle. "No one is messing around more than you. Don't give the cannon barrel randomly," the first god said. "At least give an order. If you don't know how to do it, don't apply for the position," Fang Jianshan said. "Why do you need it? I will kill my way out from here. The order is to kill." Changze collided with the mecha on the opposite side in the middle and fought head-on. Fang Jianshan and the other 2 mechas arrived later. 5 mechas started a 3-on-2 battle in the center of the map. Several other teammates hurriedly transferred their system soldiers to prevent accidental injuries. The other side obviously had the same idea. So many soldiers fought fiercely at the edge of the map. Everyone was in position to fight. Only Zhao Shuolu, with a winning streak, was still hiding behind the wreckage, not knowing what to do, looking inside and outside. The first god looked at the green dot on the map, feeling sad about the abandoned mecha, and shouted, "The mecha driver, stop guarding your girlfriend. Go over and help." "Okay." Fang Jianshan shouted, "Don't humiliate my excellent family like this." The mecha tilted its head to that side and said calmly, "Don't worry. Save power and wait for the rear attack." The system soldiers were fighting on both sides, and the battle between the 5 mechas in the middle was in full swing. Changze was attacked by 3 enemy machines and pressed against the building behind him. Then the second heavy artillery on the opposite side was fired. Changze was hit by Fang Jianshan and dodged. The artillery fire hit the building behind him, and the only remaining building in the middle collapsed. And the highest landmark on the entire map was gone. The whole ground was shaken. Lian Sheng covered his ears and looked into the distance. This power, this speed, this lethality. Is this what a mecha is? Oh my god. Are they all elementary school students? The first god beat his chest and shouted, "Kill me!" Lian Sheng stood up, patted his pants, and ran towards the green dot on the map. Zhao Shuoluo didn't understand why, so he carried his cannon and followed. Lian Sheng ran all the way, approaching the opponent. The first god saw her action, poked his head out of the broken window, and asked with a stern face, "What are you doing here?" Lian Sheng stood far away, raised the gun configured by the system, and shot him in the head. The first god fell down with his eyes open. The first warrior who died in this game appeared. Lian Sheng put away his weapon, nodded and said, "It's my honor to do it." Everyone, The enemy who received the news of the death of the opponent was also shocked. What's going on? Who killed her? No one. Did they kill each other? Are they having a conflict? But it's just the beginning? The commander said with relief, "Comrades have been saved. Take advantage of the dog-eat-dog situation on the other side, and quickly win this game." Everyone was shocked by Lian Sheng's brutality, especially the comrades who joined the team later. At this moment, he opened his mouth and couldn't speak at all. Fang Jianshan said with heartfelt emotion, "She is worthy of being a little sister who can get 250 points. Don't be afraid. Be more tolerant. This is a real elementary school student. She is only 8 years old," Zhao Shuolu said. "So, don't try to provoke her." There was a silence in the channel. What kind of team is this? When Lian Sheng heard the 8-year-old, the corners of his lips twitched, and he said with a wooden face, "Give me the soldiers. I will command them." Fang Jianshan took the time out of his busy schedule to assign the military power to Changze. Lian Sheng, Changze, who now has the right to dispatch 40,000 soldiers and the right to operate a mecha, He is very scared now. Why are his teammates all people who like to kill each other? Where did this atmosphere come from? Changze said, "Excellent. We will score points. You just play with her in the back." Fang Jianshan felt that the team atmosphere was really bad now. It's almost time to joke around. It's time to play seriously. I've been so pretentious that I can't raise my head in this life. He is a gunner. But unfortunately this is a novice battlefield. And the mechas are all low-level configurations in batches. And it is even more impossible for you to choose the type. Energy reserves are seriously insufficient. So several mechas choose close combat, equipped with an independent barrel. It can only fire one heavy artillery. Fang Jianshan pulled out the barrel and began to retreat, shouting, "Stop it!" The mecha on the opposite side saw that something was wrong and prepared to retreat. Changze opened fire at full power, rushed straight at high speed, and crashed into a machine. Then heavy artillery fell, and Changze quickly fled. One mecha was killed directly. One mecha was seriously injured. And another one escaped by luck, but was chased by Changzhe again. Fang Jianshan was shocked and said regretfully, "What a loss. I didn't even get a double kill." He raised his arm, aimed at the opponent, and used all his power to fire a wave of impact artillery. The third mecha was killed. The opponent was completely confused. What's going on? Fang Jianshan and the other two had run out of energy at this time. So they jumped off the mecha and went to meet Lian Sheng and others. Lian Sheng looked up and said, "It's going to rain soon. Is it true?" Fang Jianshan stopped, then looked up and said, "Hide quickly. It's all acid rain here." Several people were skeptical, so they asked the system soldiers to hide in nearby buildings, and then found a place to gather. Sure enough, not long after, it started to rain. After the raindrops fell, a layer of white mist seemed to float in the air. As the only mecha soldier, Zhao Zhuolu went out to clean up the battlefield. System soldiers operating in the open air have basically lost their combat effectiveness. As for the soldiers hiding in the ruins, they are basically accurate with every step. He took the heavy artillery that was stored with Lian Sheng and Yi Buqing and headed directly to the hometown opposite. Everyone squatted in place, waiting for Zhao Zhuolu's triumphant return. Fang Jianshan turned his head and said to Lian Sheng in surprise, "Little sister, you still have this ability? How did you know it was going to rain?" Lian Sheng raised his gun and shot him. Fang Jianshan, A roar came from Fang Jianshan's device. "Fuck!" Changzhe said in surprise. "Why did you kill him?" Zhao Zhuolu said, "He is very vengeful." "Me too," Lian Sheng said. "But tell him that I am 8 years old." Everyone, This particularly chaotic score-brushing battle actually took not long. No more than half an hour. But after coming out, the wild team members were too frightened and quit collectively, so they had to form another group. Until noon, they had scored a total of 8 points. And then the 4 of them got off the equipment together and prepared to go out for lunch. Lian Sheng continued to stay in the Star Network to digest this experience. Lian Sheng found that there was almost no second benefit to scoring with him except killing Fang Jianshan. This was a novice field. They had an overwhelming advantage and did not need to be commanded at all. And they would not transfer the mecha to her. They were really doing their duty to help her score points. But in terms of efficiency, it was really slow. When Zhao Zhuolu followed her, she asked a lot of questions about mecha operation. She was going to rely on her real ability to read the weather, join a team, and try playing mecha. Lian Sheng formed a team several times, but was kicked out. Lian Sheng scratched his eyebrows, feeling a little strange. Obviously, her points have broken 0, and she is not very conspicuous among this group of novices. Is it that serious? As soon as she turned around, she saw a few familiar words on the wall next to her. But she didn't care. Just as she was about to click exit, she remembered that it seemed to be her ID name. She turned around quickly and saw a row of messages rolling across the wall. World, inside and outside the first god, since ancient times. There have been many strange things in Sanya. Congratulations to the novice area for adding a troublemaker. The general of the cavalry. Lian Sheng clicked his ears and continued to read. World, inside and outside the first god, it's simply sick. He specializes in killing teammates. The whole team is sick. Those who can't command throw in the command. Those who can't analyze throw in the analysis. Steal the mecha and talk about love next to it. What's the point of showing off in the novice area? Do your family know that you are like this? A person walked by and was attracted by Lian Sheng's magical dress again. Looking up and taking a closer look at her ID, I found that it was the compatriot who was being hung in the world. Immediately ran over and instigated. Someone scolded you like this. Don't you challenge him? Lian Sheng turned his head and asked, "What challenge?" The man paused strangely, then said, "Just set up a ring first, and then invite a challenge." He excitedly said, "Do you want to play?" Lian Sheng searched for this function, and found that there was indeed this option. Ring battle, based on all the existing points. The ring challenge mode is turned on. Scoring rules. 1. Accumulated points mode in units of 3 games. That is, win 1 to 3 games. Each game counts 1 point. Win 4 to 6 games. Each game counts 2 points. Win 7 to 9 games. Each game counts 3 points. And so on. There is no upper limit. Second, every loss will deduct 10 points. Until the basic points are cleared, the challenge mode ends. Participation method. Sign up to participate. Failure to challenge will deduct 1 point. Successful challenge will earn 10 points. Each person has only one challenge opportunity, and the rewards are generous. Please participate actively. Winning streak eyes lit up. So there is such a way to play? Touching his chin, he set up a ring and sent an invitation to the one who was still swiping the screen. At the same time, the system popped up an announcement. System, player general of the cavalry initiated a personal ring. The first challenger, the first god from inside to outside. The first challenge will be launched in the ring in 5 minutes. Please do not log off. As soon as the news came out, a row of booing voices immediately followed. Ring? Is it a ring battle? Wait for me. I sign up now. The real person who has been on the screen for so long finally appeared? Awesome. He actually opened a personal ring. I was so shocked that I didn't even eat and just watched the fun. It's the kind of fight that has a response. I support you. Wait for me. Those who signed up in front. I go too. I haven't seen anyone start a ring battle for a long time. I'm about to cry. Chapter 63 Challenge. Regarding the ring match, Lian Sheng carefully calculated the points. This rule is not very friendly to the ring opener. Her original score was 258 points. And after deducting 250 points as the basic score, she only has 8 points left. In other words, as long as she loses 25 games, the ring match will end. Each early win is only 1 point. According to its rules, she must last at least 63 games, including 38 wins, which means at least 60% winning rate, to guarantee a return on investment. But the number of failed games is fixed. If you really want to get points, the winning rate must be at least 70% or even higher. The ring match is a long-term game, so there are generally few ring matches in the novice area, especially low-score rings like 250, because you may be eliminated before you can survive to the high-score game. It's simply not worth the loss. And since the score is so low, it means that you are a novice. It is generally impossible to achieve a 60% winning rate. In contrast, the system is very generous to challengers. Failure only costs 1 point, while success can immediately gain 10 points. The risk and benefit are not worth mentioning. Therefore, Sanyao has never lacked some players who specialize in sniping the score of the ring. In general, this is a score-brushing activity specially prepared for high-end, high-win rate and high-score players. Just thinking about it, the winning streak has been transmitted to the ring. If Sanyao's large-scale simulated battlefield is a carnival for the command system, then the mecha confrontation is a celebration for the combat system. The ring is a kind of gameplay in the mecha confrontation. She didn't worry too much about the operation of the mecha. Zhao Zhuolu said that there are 2 ways to operate the mecha. One is manual operation, the most primitive operation method. You will learn it after entering the military. But after the sensor was developed, it was gradually eliminated. The complicated operation instructions and the reaction speed of thinking directly caused the lag of manual mecha. On the battlefield, the machine body was directly destroyed many times because of the untimely response to danger. So the current common operation method, sensor control, was promoted. It does not require too many operating skills and is synchronized with real people's actions. The sensor was first developed by the military and has been vigorously promoted in the past 50 years. Since then, the mecha model has begun to develop towards a fixed mode, and the individual combat capability of the mecha operator has been increasingly valued. It can be called a major change in the history of mecha. Even in the military, mechas are rare. The selection of drivers is particularly strict. It requires both young power and mature experience. After all, the destruction of a mecha directly means a loss of tens of millions. If it is a confidential advanced mecha, it is the hard work of the R&D personnel for many years, and an incalculable national wealth. Most people will never see the so-called mecha in their lifetime, and can only rely on Sanyao's equipment to satisfy their desire. From inside to outside, the first god has already been ready, running around on the red ring, urging her to get ready quickly. Hey! Hurry up! You're already on the stage. You don't want to regret it, do you? Don't waste my time. The game is almost over. Hey! Lian Sheng just glanced at him and didn't say anything. When she saw the mecha selection box when the game entered the preparation stage, she suddenly realized that she had made a mistake. She should buy the mecha first, and then click on the stage. Now she only has the initial mecha equipped by the system. This initial mecha is similar to the one Zhao Zhuolu drove before. She chose a white shell, A cannon is inserted behind her, equipped with a sword. No shield. According to Zhao Zhuolu, this mecha has a low energy utilization rate, and long-range attacks should be avoided as much as possible, without replacing the energy battery. 2 shots are enough to shut down. The mecha is followed by detailed operating instructions. Li Yansheng glanced at the mecha of the first god who went in and out, flipped the selection box down, found his model, and checked the details. Pajun simple configuration intermediate level, powerful lethality, fast movement speed, weak defense. A forward combat mecha. After watching the winning streak, he clicked on the start button. A wall of light was erected around the red arena, and all the spectators disappeared from the screen. The map spread outwards, and entered the simplest Gobi map. The tourists can view the battle situation from a bird's eye view. When they found the winning streak mecha type, they were all shocked. Fuck. This is it? Is this the first generation mecha? It's so annoying. How do we fight this? The result is expected within 10 minutes. 5 minutes. No more. I heard that the general is really just an elementary school student. It's not good for a group of people to bully her? No wonder. This makes sense. How do you make sense? Even if she's a child. Don't let her go. Hurry up and finish the rear wheel. I'm number 26. What a pity. Is it not my turn? The first god was stunned when he saw her. Then his expression turned cold, and he directly pulled out the barrel and attacked her. Don't blame him for being rude. This is a ring. Li Yansheng stood in place, and a bullet path appeared clearly in front of him. The red artillery fire was followed by a white tail flame. She squinted her eyes, and her calf muscles trembled slightly. The mecha rushed to the side. Her running posture was very strange. It was strange, as if the whole person was tense and leaning forward. The iron sword in her hand was hanging down, almost rubbing the ground. But the speed was very fast, because her eyes were fixed on the front. Everything seemed to be rushing towards her at a high speed. Li Yansheng subconsciously wanted to dodge, but couldn't keep his posture and fell heavily to the ground. The whole body rolled over and rubbed the ground. The heavy impact shook everyone, and the tourists were stunned. Can you fall on flat ground? You ran too fast, which is common for novices. Is it speed sickness? You can't drive a mecha if you are speed sick. It can't be cured. What the hell is this? The first god was thrown off balance by her sudden fall. He adjusted his angle and aimed again, but his attack missed for a moment. Li Yansheng held his breath, his fingers trembling slightly due to excitement. But years of experience allowed her to remain calm. Mistakes are relative, and whoever can take advantage of them can turn them into their own advantages. No need to panic. Almost at the same time as he fell, Li Yansheng pulled out the cannon behind him. The first god was about to shoot when he saw her muzzle was red. He found that she had not aimed yet, and had already pressed the fire button. The only cannon of the initial mecha was so wasted. He was shocked for a moment, and dodged to the side. Almost at the same time, the ammunition from the opposite side was fired. The audience exclaimed, "What a quick response!" But it didn't end. After firing a shot, Li Yansheng threw away the discarded barrel. With one hand on the ground, he pushed forward with his heels. Before he could stand firmly, he rushed out of the ground, taking advantage of the panicked steps of the first god of inward and outward at this moment. He quickly closed the distance between the two. The first god of inward and outward raised his arm, stepped back, launched an offensive, and tried to keep a distance from her. The opponent no longer had heavy artillery, and the energy reserves were seriously insufficient. Even if he delayed time, he could still win. But he fired 2 shots in a row, and both were dodged by the white machine. The posture was strange, but the steps were light. He held his arm, and couldn't help but eyelids jumping. His energy was about to run out, and dared not act rashly for a while. She drew out the sword on her right shoulder, and prepared to face Li Yansheng. Her heart was beating violently, and she could hear it clearly. Her blood was rushing up, and it was a little difficult to breathe. The surrounding scenes flew past her eyes like a shadow. Fast. Very fast. She felt like she was racing with the wind. But the target's every move could be clearly seen in her eyes. The two mechas faced each other head-on, inward and outward. The first god crossed the iron sword and wanted to open her weapon. The worst choice he made in this game was to compete with Li Yansheng in close combat. When the initial mecha approached, the body suddenly tilted, knelt on both knees, and the blade of the iron sword in his hand turned, attacking the enemy's abdomen. The iron sword pierced fiercely, and then pierced through. System. The challenge was declared over. There was a moment of silence around. The stage setting disappeared. Lian Sheng was still dressed in an inappropriate manner, kneeling on the floor of the waiting room. And the first god of inward and outward stood beside him in a daze. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Was it really a second kill? But the target of this second kill, was it the opposite? One person said weakly, Is this an elementary school student? What just happened? After Lian Sheng fell, they were completely confused. This is not going in the right direction. The first god of inward and outward was pulled back by the noise around him, raised his head and shouted, Impossible. Haven't you ever played a mecha? Are you lying to me? Lian Sheng stood up and stretched his limbs. I think you will be more proud if you admit that I am more talented. Impossible. The first god of inward and outward moved his Adam's apple and approached her and said, Compete again. This is impossible. It's the same no matter how many times you compete. Lian Sheng stood in front of him and said, I will correct you on two things. First, why should I kill you? You invited me first. You were too noisy, so I decided to fulfill your wish. Second, why don't we have a commander and assign positions at random? Lian Sheng put one hand on his waist and said, Because we don't need it. We arranged 8 games in 3 hours and got 8 points. Why do we need to follow the commander's rhythm? We don't know each other. Why waste time arranging a commander? There was a whisper around. I believe it. I believe it too. So this is the rhythm that the boss led and couldn't keep up with the pace? How can you arrange 8 games in 3 hours? My highest record is only 3 hours and 5 games. Isn't this a battlefield? You won, but still hung up? I thought you lost. Third, I seriously declare. Lian Sheng stretched out a hand, pointed at himself and said, I'm not useless. I can check the weather. Can you? The first god inside and outside, Lian Sheng looked at his expression, suddenly curled his lips and smiled, and said, But I want to thank you for letting me discover such a fun arena. Everyone just remembered and said excitedly, Wow! It's rare for a girl to play mecha so well. Compete with me. General. Compete with me. Hurry up and continue the arena. Don't give a speech for the award. I want to ask for advice. I do it. I believe I will never let you make a mistake. Lian Sheng flipped back and found that there were more than 1,000 people who signed up for the challenge. She couldn't refuse any challenger. She could only choose when to start. Lian Sheng looked at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock. He said to the people waiting for the game to start, I'm going to eat. Everyone couldn't hide their disappointment and said, Then when will the game continue? Lian Sheng compared his schedule and said, 7 o'clock in the evening. Then he closed the list and went offline directly, not giving them a chance to speak. When Lian Sheng walked out of the room, several roommates had just come back from outside. Roommate A asked, Have you finished training? Lian Sheng nodded. Roommate A raised the lunch box in his hand and said, Are you hungry? I wanted to ask you to eat, but I was afraid to disturb you, so I packed it for you. Want to eat? Lian Sheng was flattered, reached out to take it, and said, Thank you. Roommate A suddenly remembered and asked, You have never used equipment before, so where do you practice? Last time we watched you compete. My God, that set of moves was so beautiful. Lian Sheng recalled the scene just now, licked his lips and said, Where? You can practice anywhere. Roommate B reacted and said in surprise, Are you practicing with real people? Roommate C leaned back slightly and gasped. Wouldn't it be easy to get hurt? Lian Sheng thought to himself, Not only that, it's also easy to lose your life. She stammered. It's okay. If you're careful, it won't happen. Roommate B asked, Does your mother support you in choosing the conducting department? Lian Sheng said, I think so. Great. The clouds will clear and the moon will appear. You don't have to work so hard in the future. I believe you can become an excellent conductor. Roommate B came over and put his arm around her shoulder, encouraging her. Yesterday our professor went to watch the game with us. He was very emotional. He said that talents can become talents again wherever they are placed. It's a pity that a rising star has fallen in the field of weapons research and development. He is pleased with your courage and hopes that you can go further. Roommate A responded, If you have free time, you can take his class again to comfort him. And if you are familiar with him, it's easy to get credits. Lian Sheng said, I think you probably misunderstood. Ms. Lin Lai did not explicitly oppose me, and she took the initiative to support one of my devices. At least she didn't after she came over. Roommate C said, "Do you still need to train in the afternoon? Remember to rest. This still needs to be a combination of work and rest." Lian Sheng shook his head and said, "Yes. I will study on my own in the afternoon." She couldn't understand a word of the professor's class. So she bought some introductory textbooks and prepared to start from the beginning. As for the class, she would not take it for now. She also needs to continue to train her physical fitness. She always feels that there are many things to do, and she has very little time. So she made a plan for herself. The three nodded and encouraged her. "Come on." Lian Sheng nodded, went back and ate a few bites of food casually, then took the light computer with the course loaded on it and went out for a run. Zhao Zhuolu and the other four had dinner outside and walked back slowly. Fang Jianshan waved his hand and said, "I absolutely don't want to help her score again. She killed me 3 times in 8 games. She killed me as soon as I was in command. And her ability to find people is amazing." Cheng Zhe said, "Who told you not to give her soldiers and mechas?" And deliberately snatched the command from her. Fang Jianshan, "I won't give it to her. She killed me. Why should I give it back to her?" Cheng Zhe said speechlessly. "She killed you because you didn't give it to her," Fang Jianshan said righteously. "Is mecha something that children should play with? I'm doing this for her good. For her pure, kind and weak heart. Most people have psychological trauma from playing mechas." "Didn't you read the news?" Cheng Zhe said. "You deserve to die." "Really? This is what he deserved." Fang Jianshan snorted and strode in front. Suddenly, his figure paused, and Lian Sheng ran past them wearing headphones. Fang Jianshan pointed at her back with a shaking finger and said, "Look at this 0-pointer. I'd rather lead Lianxing to score points than lead an 8-year-old kid. As long as Lianxing is willing to let me cut once in every game, I can lead her to over 10,000. Cheng Zhe said, "I think this dream is coming sooner. Yi Buqing, I don't think she needs it." Chapter 64 Coach. Lian Sheng ran around the campus and listened to the class. When she was halfway through the class, her laptop ran out of power. So she was ready to run back after finishing this section. Passing by the playground, she was seen by the coach who was leading the team training there. And the other party called her. Lian Sheng slowed down, confirmed that he was calling her, and jogged towards the eaves where he was standing. The coach made way for a little space and said, "I have seen you several times. Are you here to lose weight?" It was afternoon. The sun was scorching, and the heat was rising. It was rare to see a few people, and they were still holding umbrellas. They didn't dare to stand in the sun for a long time. Only this person was still running. She had been running for several days. He saw her several times when he came to prepare for morning exercises at 6 in the morning. He saw her when they were training indoors at noon. He also saw her at the fixed training time in the evening. I don't know if there is any in the evening. It is not easy to persist in such weather. Lian Sheng raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face and replied, "No. I'm from the military academy." The coach looked him up and down. "No. With this body?" Lian Sheng said briefly, "I'm a new transfer." A boy who was stretching his legs inside the door saw this and shouted, "Coach! You are meddling in other people's business again. Be careful of being criticized if you stop the girl." The coach glanced at him, then looked at Lian Sheng and said, "What do you run for?" Lian Sheng, "To exercise." "If you want to exercise, running alone is useless. Don't think strength is that simple." The coach snorted. "We welcome everyone who loves sports here." Lian Sheng, "Sports? Instructor, basketball, volleyball, high jump, long jump." The boy continued to shout, "Coach, are you doing MLM? I'm from the military academy. Just running." The coach turned around and scolded, "Shut up. Do 20 more push-ups." Lian Sheng looked inside and asked, "What can I practice?" "Coach, wrist strength, arm strength, explosive power, jumping ability, flexibility." Lian Sheng said frankly, "I don't have any of them." "I know you don't have any of them." The coach turned his head to the side. "If you want to practice, come here. There are equipment and guidance here, which is much better than your blind practice." How did Lian Sheng practice before? Hard practice, horse stance, weight bearing, and death fighting. You can always get ahead by practicing over and over again. Here, although time has lost a lot of things, it has also taught them many shortcuts. The coach asked, "Do you want to practice?" Lian Sheng stood up straight and said immediately, "Practice." The coach pointed inside and said, "Go in and do a strength test. I make a training schedule for you." Lian Sheng hesitated for a moment and said tactfully, I'm very busy. The coach pushed her from behind. Got it. You have a lot of things to do in the military academy. Xiao Lu. Take her over to do a strength test. A boy in sports shorts came out and let her in. The room was cool, and all the students were training. The equipment was placed in different areas, and several teachers stood next to them to give them guidance. The boy took Lian Sheng to test the values in various places. She had been running for a long time, and her legs were weak. In addition, she didn't know the correct posture, so her results in long jump and high jump were very bad. The coach who called her was watching and recording silently next to her, and then pointed at Lian Sheng and said, You follow him to train. Lian Sheng nodded in response. Lian Sheng spent the whole afternoon in their indoor training ground. From the limbs to the waist and abdomen, there was a pain. They have intensive training for various parts of the body. If you can't do it, change one immediately. In the evening, the coach came over and clapped his hands. Clear the field. Take a break first. Afterwards, Zhao Zhuolu and others came one after another to do daily strength tests. After all, they are combat majors, and the physical requirements are much higher than those of the command department. And there are also strict standards. Fang Jianshan and others came early, and happened to meet Lian Sheng, who was about to leave. His eyes were almost straight. Oh my god, Fang Jianshan said. I haven't seen her for an afternoon. And she has infiltrated the school team? Yi Buqing and others were also a little surprised. Fang Jianshan looked at her back and asked with an unclear expression, Is there really anyone who thinks that as long as it is something you do, you must do it well? Yi Buqing named Jifa Xiao. Fang Jianshan. Is it the problem of the command department? Cheng Zhe added, and the top student next door to you. Fang Jianshan glanced at Zhao Zhuolu and remained silent. Zhao Zhuolu felt uncomfortable all over and poked him with his hand. What does that look mean? Fang Jianshan. Nothing. You are my brother. I don't want to say you are a pervert. Zhao Zhuolu. Lian Sheng went back to eat dinner, took a shower, and rested in bed for a while. It was almost 7 o'clock. Decided to go to Sana to try again. After logging in, the system prompted a row of messages. I opened the list to check and found that the number of challengers had increased to more than 6,000. And all the private chats were people I didn't know. She blocked all channels and chose a room to go in. There were still many people waiting next to the ring. Asking around. Has the general of the cavalry come? It seems he's online. Where is he? It seems he's alone in the simulation map. Alone? What can he do? Of course. Running. Lian Sheng found various maps and drove the mecha through them. She was not used to high-speed movement yet, and she stopped and fell many times in the middle. It was mainly the visual impact that made her want to defend herself subconsciously. But after identifying which speeds and distances were safe, she began to gradually stabilize. At 8 o'clock, she adjusted herself and came out to take on the next ring challenge. The ring screen lit up, and the people waiting next to her came to their senses. I'm finally here. I'm ready to go offline. Little sister, add a friend first. I was wrong. Next time we don't report the online time, but the time when we can challenge. Okay. Lian Sheng turned a deaf ear and looked at the opposite side. This time, the opponent was a heavy armored mecha, mainly attack and defend. It was large in size, with a relatively stable lower body. It moved slowly, and its attack power was mediocre. The heavy armored mecha's shells had a short range, but it had strong short-range lethality. It just so happened that both of them needed to attack in close range. She didn't delay, and directly chose to start. The opponent also clicked to prepare. The two jumped to the virtual scene. The opening map was loaded, and Lianqing took the initiative to launch a strong attack. The mecha broke through the wind and approached in an arc with its iron sword. This initial mecha seemed to always move its center of gravity forward when running. When turning, the toes would subconsciously point once more, and then quickly catch up and adjust the speed. It was different from the normal people's habit of standing still with one foot, breaking suddenly with one foot, and then starting to push the power. Her movements made the mecha look lighter, and saved the energy loss of pushing. As for the difference in speed, there was no statistics, so it was not known for the time being. In short, when she was operating, people could feel obviously unusual. Several spectators hesitated and asked, will running like this be faster? Fast? Easy to fall. Right? You see? She fell at noon. But she's pretty stable now. Is this really her first time playing with a mecha? Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. It's just a gimmick. I guess they want to hype up the name of a genius newcomer. How can the points be so low? TSK. Points are hard to earn. Isn't it easy to get less? Wouldn't it be better to just open a ring and keep losing? How could we not know about such a money-spending boy? Are you kidding? At this time, the heavy mecha couldn't help but hiss on the field. He couldn't catch her rhythm. Originally, the best time to shoot was the moment when the opponent turned. The mecha's posture would slow down and be fixed, leaving a half-second gap for attack. But Lian Sheng's posture was different from that of a normal person, so his position was naturally different. He fired several shots in succession, all of which missed. Lian Sheng adjusted the distance, pulled out the barrel, and fired at him first. The other side was on guard against her only cannon, and when they saw the heat energy reaction, they directly used the thruster to escape. Lian Sheng always pressed the firing button quickly. Seeing him move, he carried the cannon and turned vigorously. After the cannon was fired, the track turned a corner. Although it was a little off, it still hit the opponent's left arm. The heavy armor was hit and staggered, and the driver was panicked. Before he could adjust, he looked up and saw the figure of the initial mecha again. Too fast. It was not the initial configuration at all. If Sandow had not had a plug-in, he would have suspected that the opponent was cheating. Was it the momentum? It gave him the illusion of speed? He raised the cannon in a panic, but was chopped down by the opponent's sword. Then the sword turned and stabbed his chest. And then it got stuck. Lian Sheng had no strength in his hands. He had been a little weak after training. The sprint and burst just now were almost her limit. Now she felt a huge resistance under her hands, but she couldn't mobilize it at all. Lian Sheng frowned, looked up at the enemy's dark eyes, and gave an order, push. The mecha began to move forward at high speed. Lian Sheng held the hilt of the sword, and the sword finally pierced under the push. Another instant kill. The spectators beside him were a little uneasy. Oh! Did they change players? The style is wrong. Who is he? He looks like a master. He's a master after just 2 games? If you have the ability, go up and take a look. I'm waiting. Who will do an analysis? I always feel that this person's fighting style is a bit strange. Zhao Zhuolu hesitated for a moment before going to bed, and went up to Sandow to check the situation, and found that the general of the cavalry was actually online. I was very relieved for a moment, thinking that she probably really wanted to learn military affairs well, and casually clicked on her personal information, and I was almost vomiting blood in my heart. There were more than 200 points in the morning, and now there were only 10 left. What did she do? Zhao Zhuolu quickly pulled out the friend list and sent her a message to ask, "What are you doing?" Lian Sheng said, "Fighting in the ring." Zhao Zhuolu, "You opened a ring challenge?" Lian Sheng, "Yeah." Zhao Zhuolu, "Eh." Lian Sheng said seriously, "It's not very easy to fight. Stop fighting." Zhao Zhuolu raised his voice and said, "You have never played a mecha before. You need time to adapt. Have you ever heard of the ring game? This is not suitable for novices." Lian Sheng took a breath, moved his arms, and agreed, "You are right. From now on, I will only play 1 game a day, and I will slowly score points after I get used to it." Thinking that the other party was just playing around, Zhao Zhuolu was a little angry. "You might as well sleep 24 hours a day and dream faster." Lian Sheng was stunned by his taunting, and just when he was about to tell him the truth, he found that the other party had gone offline. Chapter 65. The battle begins. Zhao Zhuolu was very angry when she thought about it. She specially asked her roommate to help her score points. Maybe the other party didn't like her at all, and used the points more generously than them. Originally, I thought she was studious and insightful, but it turned out to be just a momentary curiosity. Feelings are all in vain. But thinking about it again, I feel a little speechless. Why did he want to fight a primary school kid to death? Yi Buqing saw him coming out. His face was a little wrong, and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Zhuolu told him about the coquettish operation of the general of the cavalry setting up the ring. Fang Jianshan looked at Zhao Zhuolu's depressed appearance, and his heart was instantly balanced. He waved his hand and said, "Oh, she is only 8 years old. You can't use your reasoning to talk to her. Don't bother with her. What is the purpose of earning points? Happiness. What is the happiest thing? Ring." Their points were earned by fighting in the ring in the early stage. The so-called arena is to use the existing results to exchange for a better way to advance. Work hard to score points. set up the arena, and start from scratch. The arena collapsed, and continued to set up the arena, and continued to start from scratch. Keep losing, and then keep winning. Accumulating year after year, slowly became famous, and then invited to participate in large-scale competitions, and jumped to a better platform. Finally, with the advantage of high points, I went to the Union University directly, occupy the top in the military school league. It seems that they have worked less for several years, and are lucky to have opportunities that others don't have. But they have worked hard for more than 10 years, when others were not prepared. Now that they have reached their points, it is impossible to open a ring match. At most, they can mess with other people's rings. But when I hear about the ring, I still feel nostalgic. Isn't it always like this? Who hasn't screwed over a few people in those years? Fang Jianshan put his arm around his shoulder and said, "You stepped on other shoulders to get to the top. And now you are finally going to become the cornerstone of the younger generation. Lovely excellence. The time to release your light and heat has come." Zhao Shuolu, Comrade Zhao Shuolu, who was ready to radiate light and heat, went to find Lian Sheng again and asked her if she still wanted to score points. If the other party said yes, he would definitely criticize and warn her severely and correct her incorrect thinking as soon as possible. As a result, Lian Sheng said, "Oh, no thanks. I'm very busy recently." Zhao Shuolu, Sure enough, the 3-minute enthusiasm faded. Lian Sheng has been really busy recently. She has received additional guidance and help from the coach of the sports department and has been training her physique. In addition to endurance, she also needs flexibility. She used to use a sword as her usual weapon. Swordsmanship requires both softness and hardness, which requires both flexibility and strong burst. According to her requirements, the coach made a high-intensity training schedule for her whole body. But Lian Sheng was not a student of the headquarters after all, so he had done his best and would not waste energy to supervise her. It was all up to her. According to his usual experience, he deliberately increased the training volume, because he thought it was impossible for Lian Sheng to do it. He put some pressure on her in terms of numbers. Unexpectedly, every time the training time came, she came earlier than the students of the headquarters. She could not keep up with the task volume on the schedule at first, but it only took a week to catch up with their pace. She obeyed every arrangement of his absolutely without a word of complaint. The coach was very moved and wanted to recruit her to the sports department. There are not many students who are so obedient. He was about to change his view of the military academy. After training every day, Lian Sheng could clearly feel that every muscle in his body was wailing. This state is certainly not suitable for playing games. So he simply squeezed out all the free time. She only had a fixed hour of 3 days a day, maintaining the state of 1 game a day. Fortunately, all the people who signed up in the early stage were newbies, who were just joining in the fun, and their skills were generally not high. Unfortunately, her disabled physical fitness still made her lose 2 games. It was just that her slow progress in the ring gradually reduced the popularity online. I have never seen anyone who is more slow than her in my life. Really, Zhao Zhuolu and others could not see her every time they went online, and her points were always hovering between 1 and 2 double digits. So they didn't care anymore. Although it was a bit of a pity, it was not something they could control. Thanks to the previous actual combat exercises, her endurance was greatly trained. Such intensive training played a huge role for Lian Sheng, who originally had a weak foundation. After more than half a month, Lian Sheng felt that he began to gradually adapt to the intensity of training and could also feel the strength of his limbs. So that night, Lian Sheng went online on time at 7 o'clock and officially started the ring. After several rounds, the opponents were not online or inconvenient. It was postponed until the 22nd. When the ring was opened, there were only a few people in the audience. Not many people would come here and wait for a long time just to watch a few minutes of the game. Most people would just stop and take a look when passing by. Yes, Lian Sheng's style is to fight quickly and make a quick decision. Either live or die. After all, the configuration of the initial mecha is really too low. And these people seem to have become her fans. And they look very familiar. Knowing that she will go online to play games at this time, they are waving at her and calling her name. Lian Sheng felt a little bit hot, so he turned his sight away. Her opponent in this game is a simple mecha, Phone E. Its characteristics are fast speed, sufficient energy, and weak attack power. The main mecha for reconnaissance. She has lost to this model before. The opponent seems to be her counter. As long as she dodges the heavy artillery once, and then relies on the speed advantage to keep a distance, she can easily win. A few people passing by crossed their arms, glanced at it, and said, Feng Yi versus the initial mecha? Is it worth watching? His companion said, using the initial mecha in this era? Is it crazy? A spectator in front turned his head, raised a finger and shook it. It's still worth watching. I like watching the generals play games. It has a special flavor. He bent the finger, looked at them, and said with a wretched face, Come on. Come on. You can't buy a loss or be fooled in 5 minutes. But you can watch a whole game. Passerby, They are still on the Gobi map this time. After Feng Yi's driver finished loading, he made a heart on his chest to her, as if to thank her for the points. Lian Sheng raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Take a step. Walk in small steps. Jog. And then suddenly start sprinting. Feng Yi retreated quickly. Lian Sheng did not fire directly, but just kept chasing from all sides. The opponent retreated while firing his wind cannon at the ground. The ground here was mostly gravel. He fired his wind cannon at the ground. Even if the damage was not great, it would still splash yellow dust and block Lian Sheng's sight. The spectators felt something was wrong. Is the speed of the general faster? Very fast. Will I be able to catch up with Feng Yi? Every time I watch her play, I feel like she's cheating. Although the maximum speed of mechas varies, most people can't reach that limit. The initial value has a certain influence. Under sensor control, physical fitness has a greater influence. Feng Yi has now been forced into the rocky area behind by Lian Sheng. He has to be wary of Lian Sheng heavy artillery and pay attention to the road conditions ahead, so his speed naturally drops. Lian Sheng, however, seems to be able to easily resolve every attack. While dodging, she maintains the speed of travel. Her pursuit has brought great pressure to Feng Yi, who is known for his speed, active and passive, sometimes only in an instant. The set of movements was like flowing water, without any stumbling, and the people watching felt comfortable. The spectators called their friends to watch such skilled movements. Damn, this smoothness. Is this the initial mecha? It's useless to run fast. The initial mecha doesn't have enough energy. I think it's almost done. It's time to run out. Lian Sheng had heard the prompt sound and found that the energy was running out. He looked down, pulled out the barrel, and started to shoot head-on. Finally, the cannon started firing. The Feng Yi driver was immediately alert and stared at her muzzle. The spectators were shocked. Is the line off? People who are familiar with Lian Sheng know that her long-range attack is as worthy of fear as her offensive attack. She only has one disposable barrel, and so far, there has been no waste. The heavy artillery finally brushed past the Feng Yi and hit the stone next to it. The stone collapsed and pressed forward. Feng Yi's driver cursed. Fuck. Braked sharply, turned around, and saw another long sword flying towards him. Feng Yi was stunned for a moment before he realized that the opponent had thrown all his last weapons at him. He had been hindered from moving, and although the time might only be 1 second, this second was enough to determine his fate. When he looked up, the general of the cavalry had already rushed over. She used the last energy to push him hard into the pile of rocks behind him. She aimed her fist at his operating cabin, making a dent in the belly of the mecha. Still killed in one blow, a spectator came back to his senses, shook his neck, and said in surprise, Damn? Is it over? Didn't you see the ring come out? Just now it was too risky, wasn't it? All the weapons were thrown away. That's the style of the general of the cavalry. It's a fight to the death. After all, there's no energy left. Isn't this amazing? Who knows? We only fought a few games. Only 1 game a day. Lian Sheng changed to mecha again, and then smiled and made a heart to the brother opposite. The brother's operating cabin was broken, and almost the entire mecha was scrapped. Looking at Lian Sheng, he hesitated, and then walked off the stage with a melancholy face. The initial mecha was exchanged for free, and if they bought it with points, they had to use points to repair it if it was damaged. Several spectators were about to leave when they found that she had changed her mecha. They stopped and asked in surprise, Huh? 2 games today? Amazing. Come on. Come on. Keep going. General, I call for support for you. Don't stop. With just 2 sentences, the second person was teleported to the ring. The other person saw Lian Sheng and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. The person in front is gone. It's my turn. I only need 10 points to change the mecha. Thank you, General. You're welcome. Lian Sheng smiled kindly. The person in front of me also meant the same thing. The other person grinned, rubbed his hands and said, Really? Thank you for your understanding of justice. There are not many good comrades like you. 6 minutes later, the game ended and the two were teleported out. Lian Sheng walked in front of the man, still speaking kindly. You are now 11 points behind. Other side, Lian Sheng put on a new mecha, waved his long sword, and said, Thank you for your understanding of justice. There are not many good comrades like you. Don't say it. The brother on the opposite side covered his mouth and said angrily, If you say it again, I will cry for you to see. Then he turned his head and ran off the ring exaggeratedly. Everyone laughed. Then it was the third game of this match. Seeing this, the spectators shouted excitedly, Oh! Good job, General. What happened today? Suddenly played 3 games in a row? Did you finish your homework today? It's not time for the holiday. How old is she? General is mighty. I said you will definitely become popular if you play more efficiently. Don't waste time on one game after another. Love. I love you, General. Damn. It's easy to be an idol these days. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. And there will always be 1 or 2 who will fall in love with you. As they shouted, more and more people gathered around. The 4th game. The 5th game. The winning streak seemed to have time tonight. So they continued to fight. The arena had long gone from being unpopular to being crowded. Because she was driving an initial mecha. Her combat style was particularly obvious. And each combat time was extremely short. Which was a bit outlier in the entire history of the mecha arena. But it was the burst and the final kill at the last moment that had an addictive charm. Tension, excitement, surprise. The adrenaline of the onlookers was stimulated by her. In the past, 1 game a day was not enough to arouse her appetite. But today's consecutive games finally allowed her to show her talent. The people below began to compete for the qualification of fans. When she was tired, she would turn around alone, take a rest, chat with the comrades below, and then take the next game. When Zhao Zhuolu came online, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. He looked at the friend list and found that the general of the cavalry was online. I haven't seen her for nearly half a month. When I saw her again, my first reaction was a toothache, and my second reaction was to look up her personal information. After I finished looking through it, my hand shook, thinking that I was dazzled. He occasionally paid attention to her score. Usually it was a little bit. But today it seemed that there was an extra 1 in front of the 10. Zhao Zhuolu clicked on her name and asked, You got more than 100 points in one night? Yeah. It's okay. I lost a few games, so I'm not very happy. Lian Sheng answered quickly and calmly, I try to break 200 tomorrow. I want to change my mecha. Zhao Zhuolu was surprised and said, What? Lian Sheng, Zhao Zhuolu. Zhao Zhuolu felt a little uncomfortable and frowned slightly. Guess it should be the name his mother told her. Said, Don't call me by my name. According to the rules, you should call me brother. Lian Sheng, brother? Yeah. Zhao Zhuolu asked him several questions in succession. How did you get the points? Fighting in the ring? Have you played mecha before? Where are you from? Zhao Zhuolu. Lian Sheng said. I am Lian Sheng. The other party didn't respond for a long time. Lian Sheng clicked on it and found that he was offline. Chapter 66 Education. A loud noise suddenly came from Zhao Zhuolu equipment. And Fang Jianshan, who was sitting outside, shuddered all over. He turned his head carefully, looked at the equipment behind him, and whispered, Excellent. Are you still alive? The door was pushed open, and Zhao Zhuolu stepped out. His face was pale. His brows were furrowed, and he didn't look very good. Fang Jianshan glanced behind him and said in surprise, What's wrong with you? It's been less than 5 minutes since you went in. Not even enough to masturbate. What can happen? Zhao Zhuolu walked to the middle chair, sat upright, looked forward, and shook his head. 8 years old. Fang Jianshan touched him from behind. Oh my gosh. What's wrong with you? Zhao Zhuolu raised his hand and scratched his head, seemingly not listening to him, and continued to shake his head. 8 years old. Cheng Zhe heard the noise, came out in pajamas, and looked at the two of them in confusion. Fang Jianshan slammed the table and said, Did she make you angry again? Don't bother with her. Or did she finally lose all the money in the competition and ask you to lead her again? 8-year-olds are like this. Annoying. You should get used to it. Changze put his hands in his pockets, leaned against the door, and interrupted. I was not like this when I was 8 years old. I was loved by everyone at that time. Fang Jianchen put his hand on Zhao Zhuolu's head and was slapped away. Zhao Zhuolu took a deep breath. Don't say anything. Anyway, I advise you to stay away from her in the future. Fang Jianchen rolled up his sleeves and was about to go up aggressively. What else can I do? I will help you teach her a lesson. Zhao Zhuolu turned his head, looked him up and down with a scrutinizing look, and then nodded. Fang Jianchen asked cautiously, What? Zhao Zhuolu suddenly felt better, stood up and patted him on the shoulder and said, It's too late today. Remember to tell her like this next time. Fang Jianchen thought he was simply inexplicable. Zhao Zhuolu turned back to his room. After hesitating for a moment, he sent a message to Ms. Sun Yin. Sun Yin was handling official business, typing while concentrating on typing, and asked casually, Good evening. Dear, do you want to see me for something? Zhao Zhuolu, Mom. The person you asked me to take care of before. Sun Yin stopped what she was doing and asked, Oh? How is she? Is she very smart? Zhao Zhuolu's face twitched. 8 years old. Sun Yin said without changing her expression. Yes. Zhao Zhuolu said with a gloomy look. 8 years old. She is in the same grade as me. Did you just know it now? You actually just found out now? Sun Yin was also shocked. But it's okay. It's not too late. She is a new transfer student. You should take care of her more. I don't think she really needs it. Zhao Zhuolu suddenly felt powerless and said, Mom, don't do this next time. If something happens, it will be embarrassing in the future. Sun Yin said, She is a new transfer student. And I heard that her points are still 0. How can this be unnecessary? Your military academy has the most things to do. Don't think I don't know. Zhao Zhuolu felt a headache. From the current point of view, although her points are stretched, she can't even afford a better mecha, which seems quite disadvantageous. But in fact, she should have a good idea in her mind. And she doesn't need anyone to bring points. After all, she is not really 8 years old. I don't know how many games Lianqing has lost now. But from what she said tonight, the points obtained by defending the ring should be more than those by brushing the battlefield. He also understands that if you have absolute strength, the ring is definitely the fastest way to brush high points. But at the same time, it is also the fastest way to make you bankrupt. But Zhao Zhuolu never expected that the general of the cavalry was Liansheng. Part of it was because of his mother's misleading. And part of it was because of Liansheng's own unreasonableness. How many people dared to open a ring without touching a mecha a few times? Doesn't this fit the character of a primary school student who doesn't care about the consequences? Facts have proved that they have wronged the primary school student, which is simply a sin. Zhao Zhuolu pursed his lips. Just now, he heard the reply and went offline reflexively. This action may be being laughed at by the other party. After hanging up the call with Sun Yin, he hesitated for a moment and went to the official website of Sanyao to try to search for Liansheng ID name. Originally, he didn't expect to find anything, but a lot of video links about her popped up. So far, Liansheng has played a total of 34 ring matches, of which he lost 6. In the 12th district where novices gather. This is not a rare record, and it is even a bit embarrassing. After all, the really tricky opponents are all in the second half. Players like them who are in high rank, if they have nothing to do, will specifically challenge those famous challengers. So theoretically speaking, the more advanced the competition is, the more difficult it will be. But the winning streak is very interesting. And the highlight is not just the simple victory or defeat, but the neat and tidy fighting style is her real shining point. Zhao Zhuoluo scrolled down and found that someone had made a video mix for her before, which included her explosive moments and highlights in the first 10 battles. Sharp turns, strong attacks, feints, retreats. Before today, this video did not receive many hits, and the few comments were mostly denials and criticisms such as staged and poor quality. Today, for some reason, it was dug out from the corner and was constantly forwarded and hotly discussed. Take you into the road to dominance of the initial mecha Yuanrui. Shock! Why dare to set up a ring but drive an initial mecha? The operation of the mecha operator will tell you the answer in person. Don't say you can play a mecha. Can you play an initial mecha? A new champion appeared in the novice area, with magical and showy operations you have never seen. A mecha operator with equally abnormal aesthetics and strength. Some people below didn't care and sneered. Some people said it was sensationalism. And then quarreled with her fans. Anyway, she is a little famous in District 12. Xiaozhuolu clicked on the video and watched it carefully twice. Her movements are very distinctive. And no matter how the scene is changed, it still feels a bit strange. Comparing different matches in the same video, it seems that there are some changes in details. But it is hard to say. Xiaozhuolu was obsessed with research and went to look for her game videos today and watched them one by one. The recording is based on the perspective chosen by the players themselves. Liansheng operation sometimes catches them off guard, resulting in unclear angles at critical moments. Xiaozhuolu went to look for different people shooting angles. But there are not many people uploading on Liansheng's side. And the video classification is very chaotic. He searched one by one and wasted a lot of time. It was not until the second half of the night that he casually glanced at the time and found that it was so late. He hurriedly turned off the light computer and went to bed to rest. But these things did not seem to affect Liansheng. She still trained as usual and then brushed the points at the right time. When she went online the next day, she found that there were many people around the ring, which was much more lively than yesterday. Liansheng still wore her weird outfit, drove her initial mecha, and calmly walked around the ring. The tourists below waved at her frantically. "General! General! I shouted for you. Do you see how many people there are? Are you excited? How many games are you going to play today?" She is very passionate every day, regardless of the number of people. "General, why do you always use the initial mecha? Is it because your opponent is not worth your other mechas? Look, why would you ask such a stupid question? Of course, it's because there are no points. General, General, are you really a novice? I want to ask how old you are. General, there are still idiots who say you are a primary school student. Please use your little fists to smash their control cabin." Liansheng listened to their questions in a row and wisely kept silent. Otherwise it would be endless. After warming up and preparing to officially start the ring match, he received a message from Fang Jianchen. Fang Jianchen shouted at her exaggeratedly, "Where are you?" Liansheng, "A fight?" Fang Jianchen shouted, "Stand still. I teach you a lesson." Liansheng raised his eyebrows. Fang Jianchen arrived soon, but was squeezed to the periphery by the crowd. He looked out and looked at the crowd surging in front of him, but did not move forward. "Oh my God! Why are there so many people? Are these people shouting your name? Are they going crazy? Are they impressed by your beauty? You need to be more determined. They are not encouraging you, but expressing their love for the boy who spreads money. District 12 has been quiet for too long. Any disturbance will cause a big uproar. You are young and don't understand. You will understand when you are as old as Brother Fang. Did you hear me?" Liansheng listened to his chatter and responded, "I heard it." "Very good. Very good," Fang Jianchen said with relief. "Now tell me, little sister, what did you do to Yoshio yesterday? You don't even dare to go online today." Liansheng said, "Come to the front." Fang Jianchen sternly taught, "Come down quickly. Don't waste your points. Yoshio hates being wasted the most." "And you are angry?" Liansheng said seductively, "Come to the front. Come." Fang Jianchen walked forward with his hands behind his back. He sent her a message, "I'm here." A burly man next to him shouted at the stage, "General. Love. You?" Fang Jianchen glared, turned sideways and cursed at him, "You pervert. Man, eh?" Liansheng directly clicked to start the challenge. In the dormitory, Yi Buqing and Cheng Zhe finished their work and walked out of the room, and found Xiaozhuolu sitting alone in the living room. And Fang Jianchen's voice floated faintly from the censor. Yi Buqing asked, "Don't you want to go up and take a look?" Fang Jianchen is alone and can't control his temper. Something might happen. Xiaozhuolu stopped them. "No. Let him go. Let him go alone. He will definitely understand this time." Fang Jianchen saw that the general of the cavalry had been loaded into the scene, and he cried Aya and began to roll up his sleeves and said, "I will guide you. You listen to my command. The fast-speed mecha on the opposite side is the most disgusting. You have to wait for the opportunity and save energy." "Oh no. Why did you bring the initial mecha? You can't play like this in the ring. You are too brave." Liansheng took the time to reply him with one word in his busy schedule. "Yeah." Fang Jianchen just remembered and clicked on her message to check. Suddenly, his body was shocked. "Oh my God. Why did you suddenly score more than 100 points?" On the field, The general of the cavalry rushed directly to the opposite side at lightning speed, carrying a cannon. He jumped onto a huge rock and fired a cannon at the opposite side from the air. Skilled movements, precise angles, and smooth transitions. Fang Jianchen, The entire game took less than 5 minutes. The opponent was obviously not good enough, and was a standard novice in District 12. Even so, those who can play the initial mecha so well and level the basic parameter gap between different mechas are not ordinary people. Fang Jianchen was silent for a long time, and said tactfully, "Little sister, you are very talented?" Lian Sheng leaned on the ground with a sword, looked ahead, and said, "It's okay. After all, I have practiced, but I just haven't played a mecha." Fang Jianchen took a step, and was ready to escape. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he asked carefully, "Tell me the truth. You are actually lying about 8 years old, right?" Lian Sheng said lightly, 8 years old is what you have always said. I didn't say anything." Fang Jianchen, "Then how old are you?" It seemed like a voice from hell, coming from the opposite side. "I am Lian Sheng." Fang Jianchen was offline almost in a second. Lian Sheng raised his eyebrows. "Yo!" Chapter 67 Report. History always repeats itself in a surprising way. A loud noise came from Fang Jianchen trainer. The 3 people who were chatting were interrupted. They turned their heads, and saw Fang Jianchen pushing open the door and rushing out. "Old boo." Fang Jianchen hugged the nearest person and sobbed, "Excellent. He cheated me again." Zhao Zhuolu stood up, and was about to run away. Fang Jianchen was sharp-eyed and grabbed him from behind, and asked with a ferocious face, "Why? Why did you do this to me?" Yi Buqing and Cheng Zhe stood aside to watch the fun. "What happened?" Fang Jianchen shook him by the shoulder. "Why did you lie to me? Do you know that this has overdrawn my dignity and face for 8 lifetimes? We can never be equal brothers again." Zhao Zhuolu blocked his hand, nodding and saying, "Now we are equal." Fang Jianchen directly hit him with his iron head. "Who wants equality with your thing? Can't you stop cheating me once? Will you die if you help me block a thunder? I gave you so many chances, and you still force me to end my friendship." Zhao Zhuolu said, "I reminded you yesterday. You said you would teach her a lesson. What's wrong with the 2 of you? Yesterday you were excellent, and today you are not. Isn't it just going up?" Cheng Zhe said. His thoughts drifted in the most bizarre direction, and suddenly exclaimed, "Is the general of the cavalry a man?" Yi Buqing was frightened by his idea and said, "It's not so exaggerated." "Right? It's even more exaggerated than this," Fang Jianchen said in grief. "The general of the cavalry is a fucking winning streak. I don't want to hear this name again. It's simply the shadow of my life." Yi Buqing and Cheng Zhe were really shocked, and immediately began to reflect and recall. Did he say anything shameful in front of her? Probably not. Fang Jianchen has said everything they wanted to say, and didn't want to say. This brother is really good. Fang Jianchen recalled his own record, and suddenly felt wronged. She killed me, and I helped her score points. And she still killed me. She may laugh at me in the future. This kind of thing in the future. Cheng Zhe paused, gloating, although it is very likely. It may not be. You can be lucky, and expect a miracle to happen. Zhao Zhuolu, I only helped her score points. I don't think I need to expect a miracle. Will I be afraid? Am I afraid? I just feel embarrassed. Fang Jianchen snorted at him, turned around and strode back to the room, deliberately locking the door loudly, in order to avoid winning streaks. Fang Jianchen and Zhao Zhuolu didn't go to Sanyao for several days, nor did they go to the official website. I don't know what their mentality is. Yi Buqing thinks it is completely unnecessary, because he always believed that Lian Sheng was a good woman who was studious, fair, skilled, and independent. How could she be so petty with them for such a small matter? You can tell from her unshakable online challenge that she probably didn't take it to heart. It has been more than a week since Lian Sheng officially started to defend the challenge. She is probably the fastest player in the history of mecha competitions, with an average time of 7 to 9 minutes per game, and her winning rate remains above 80%. Part of the reason is that the challenge is in District 12 where novices gather, and the level of the early registrants is generally not high. But her own strength should not be underestimated. After Yi Buqing knew that the general of the cavalry was Lian Sheng, he began to care about him. He really wanted to know where this person with a mysterious strength could go. I went online to check it out. Lian Sheng's recent score brushing speed has been soaring, and now it is more than 1,500 points. But at the same time, she has lost 24 games. This means that her road to brushing points is about to come to an end. Along with her score, her popularity also soared. General of the Cavalry. This name has been frequently flashing on the homepage of Sanyo's official website recently, because finally a professional appeared to analyze her game, and then compiled it into a report and posted it online. This professional is called EP51, and he is well known in the Sanyo circle. He has always only done data analysis of god-level mecha operators, and each analysis is concise and to the point. This time, the report of the General of the Cavalry was quietly issued, which was particularly eye-catching. He Buching called Chungze and others to come and take a look. The mecha operator who can make EP51 specifically analyze must have something special. Revealing the secret. Who is the General of the Cavalry? In a ring match on Sanyo, the General of the Cavalry, who suddenly appeared, quickly became popular in District 12 with his refreshing fighting style. In addition, comrades, please don't underestimate District 12. According to my observation, although District 12 is known as the cradle of novices, it is also the birthplace of all kinds of perverts. Back to the point. The General of the Cavalry only started to set up the ring on the 16th of last month. Maybe because he was too busy in the early stage. He only played one match a day. But starting from a week ago, the time for defending the ring was changed to a fixed time from 7 to 10 every day. I personally think that compared with her record, to be honest, looking at the entire Sanyo, her record is indeed mediocre. The many mysteries she carries are what should make people pay attention to her. In short, there are 3 points. 1. Is the General a novice? 2. Why does the General always drive the initial mecha to defend the ring? 3. Why are the General's actions so different? Is it a wrong demonstration of making the best of a bad situation? Or is it intentional after some mysterious training? Okay. Come on. Now let the professionals analyze for you whether this is a great touch. Because of time constraints, I only made data analysis of the first 50 videos. If there are big guys willing to take over, you are welcome to improve it. The data of these 50 games alone is already very large. I especially went to my team to help and cut out a few of them. Each game of the winning streak was not long. But EP51 felt that every move was worth studying. So he extracted multiple frames of the screen and then summarized and compared them. When he first watched the video of the General's game, he just felt it was inconsistent. The first few games were really nothing to watch. She was able to win only because the opponent was weak enough. EP51 turned off the video with disdain and never paid attention to it again. Until the other day, he clicked on her video again. It was a newly recorded game, and her opponent was the reconnaissance mecha thingy, which was famous for its speed. After watching it, he was refreshed, and the chill was so strong that he was almost. The sky-high spirit made him shiver all over. He used data statistics to measure, and found that the General's unusual movement posture was stable, fast, flexible and changeable. Without the assistance of thrusters, she increased the turning speed of the initial mecha Uinrui to an abnormal level, almost comparable to a new mid-level simple mecha. This also allowed her to save the self-equipped energy of the initial mecha to the greatest extent. Then he analyzed the movements of the General's mecha one by one, replaced them with human joints, and converted them into data, followed by a detailed video and text explanation. I don't know if you know about ancient martial arts. Most modern close combat is based on free fighting, and most mecha training is based on shooting and physical fitness. I believe that the last time you heard the word ancient martial arts was a long time ago. It was a mysterious power that circulated in a certain oriental country before the establishment of the alliance. I remember that it was still very popular thousands of years ago. However, with the development and use of hot weapons, the great cultural changes after the establishment of the alliance, the lack of successors of the new generation, and other reasons, the documents were not preserved, and ancient martial arts began to decline. Until now, most people don't know about it, and those who know about it feel very embarrassed. The invention of sensors has made everyone start to pay attention to close combat again. This is not nonsense. Going back thousands of years, ancient martial arts are very transcendent in close combat. I didn't expect it in my lifetime. It's really in my lifetime. Friends, I saw its shadow. The schematic diagram of the characters in the picture, the movement of the ankles turning when turning, and the changing angles and directions of her weapons in close combat, all indicate that she is not using free fighting or messing around. She is using skillful force. But I'm sorry, comrades. I am as ignorant as you. Among ancient martial arts, I only know Tai Chi. And I don't know what she uses. No. In fact, I don't even know what Tai Chi is. In addition to the moves of ancient martial arts, her jumping and sprinting movements are very modern. The starting posture in sports, as well as the long jump posture with 2 arms swinging thousands of times, are mixed in. They are not very obvious, but they are still found by me Fei Dao. Sometimes it is ancient martial arts, and sometimes it is sports. So the movements seem more and more strange. But she has perfectly integrated them. According to my analysis, there is a huge difference between her early and later operations. The numerical statistics are also very different. The integration of sports seems to appear in the later period. I have 3 ideas about this. Either she is saving her strength, I don't quite agree with this. Or she is adapting, this should be natural. And there is another possibility that her early state is not very good. Perhaps she is in a state of muscle strain. So many movements are stiff and not in place, this is my guess. Now let me answer the top 3 questions. 1. Is she a novice? I think so. 2. Why only use the initial mecha? I personally think that is a novice. I can't afford to use other mechas. This question is nonsense. 3. The movements are different, but charming. Dear, you will be fascinated after watching it. I can guarantee that if the general continues to fight, she will bring her ancient martial arts to the mecha confrontation. She is improving in every game. So she is now my most optimistic player. By me Fei Dao reports for you. If you don't agree, come and chop me. The posts below him have been torn for a whole day. Most people remain skeptical. A few remain on the sidelines. And irrational brain-dead fans express support. Ancient martial arts? Isn't that a scam? Is there anyone practicing ancient martial arts now? Isn't it out of date? Then who teaches it? How much did this notice cost? I'm just saying it. I said that person is not easy to beat. And you all don't believe it. I've been laughed at for half a month. You deserve to be laughed at. I don't believe it. By me Fei Dao. I'm going to block you. Anyway, tonight's ring match is very interesting. Because in the challenge list of the General of the Cavalry, it is finally the turn of a small god-level mecha player with more than 50,000 points. The small god has not yet received the analysis of the 100-meter flying knife. There are too many people who have not received it. And the last sentence of the 100-meter flying knife made many fans feel embarrassed. After the report came out, the small god directly posted a sentence in his personal declaration. See you in the ring. Chapter 68 Competition. Regardless of the chaos outside, Lian Sheng is catching up on sleep. She is a person who will not even visit the official website of Sanyao, let alone pay attention to the personal declaration of any little god. Although she is not here, Sanyao has preserved her legend everywhere. The 100-meter flying knife did not bring her many fans, but provided her with countless blacks. The fans of each mecha operator reached a unified front, and in order to express the slander of the target and the superiority of their own side, they opened up the map cannon without hesitation. Those people who have been hanging around in District 12 for many years are not ordinary people. The two sides tore each other apart with bare hands, which was simply too spectacular. Countless people are looking forward to the ring match at 7 o'clock tonight. The slap and the face are ready, and I don't know which one to contribute. It was close to 7 o'clock. Lian Sheng had rested for a while, and was woken up by the set alarm clock. He got up, washed his face, stood outside to stretch his muscles and bones, and after getting ready, he slowly went online. The place where she logged off before was the ring. According to common sense, she should appear at the edge of the ring after logging in. But now, because there are too many people, she has no place to stay, and the system directly pushes her position to the back. There are shouts and cheers all around, and it is too noisy to hear clearly. The crowd directly shows how hot this ring match is. Lian Sheng was quite surprised to see this. She felt that there was nothing exciting here. Could it be because they guessed that she might end the ring match this time? How is it possible? Who would pay attention to such a boring thing? Someone in the back of the crowd found Lian Sheng, and the main force tended to lean towards her. Lian Sheng directly clicked the challenge start and jumped onto the ring first, standing in the middle of the crowd. The surrounding sound waves seemed to be louder. She couldn't see everyone clearly, but the sound from every direction could reach her ears. When everyone noticed her arrival, they began to applaud enthusiastically to welcome her. Although her exclusive fan club was self-proclaimed, they still stood below and waved their arms wildly. Lien Sheng found that the audience tonight seemed to be divided into batches. The crowd on her right was obviously more enthusiastic, and there were many familiar faces. The crowd on her left stood with their chests crossed, just staring at her without saying much, looking quite unfathomable. Lien Sheng didn't pay much attention and retracted his gaze. Her first opponent tonight was also teleported to the ring, and was choosing the mecha configuration on the opposite side. Lien Sheng drove her initial mecha around the venue, waiting for the start of the first game. She counted on her fingers, and with such a mecha, she had almost reached this step. But she didn't know if she could play more than 100 games in the end. The opponent carefully selected and finally chose Feng Yi. According to Lien Sheng's defeat record, she had the highest probability of losing to this mecha. The attributes of this mecha itself really gave her the most headache. If the suppression is not in place in the early stage, it will be difficult to turn defeat into victory. Tonight, there were 3 consecutive games, all of which were Feng Yi, which made Lien Sheng feel a little novel. Because of a moment of carelessness, I lost a game. The audience immediately booed loudly. The crowd on the left, who had been watching the game quietly, made all kinds of meaningless gestures to her after the result came out, and began to shout loudly. The crowd in District 12 jumped up and down, pointing at them and cursing. The two sides began to fight outside the arena. Lien Sheng glanced down, rubbed his wrist, and said nothing. At this time, the wins were 99. I hope I can make it 100. She clicked on the next game, and the opponent was immediately teleported to the ring. A figure flashed, and the quarreling below stopped for a second. And then the crowd on the right gave up and screamed with all their heart. The shouting was deafening, much louder than when they welcomed Lien Sheng. Lien Sheng chuckled. It seems that most people today did not intend to see her. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The man opposite put his hands on his hips, walked towards her, and smiled. It was hard to tell whether it was a mockery or something else. I've heard of you for a long time. Lien Sheng said lightly. Really? Jiang Fengyue said, if I let you finish the ring battle tonight. I'm really sorry. Lien Sheng lowered his head and rolled his heels. You should feel sorry for your hypocrisy. I don't need a victory declaration before the game. Many people have told me that they all died in the end. Really? Then you should expect it too. Jiang Fengyue said, and clicked to start. The two were teleported to the battle map. Seeing the two mechas at the beginning, Cheng Zhe, who was watching from the audience, frowned and turned his head to ask, Old Boo, what do you think? Yi Buqing shook his head. I don't think I'm optimistic. Lien Sheng wants to win, first by speed, and second by close combat. Jiang Fengyue was driving the Thunderstorm, a high-end close attack mecha. This was the first high-end mecha he had encountered since his winning streak. It was fast, powerful, and had high defense. There was at least 100 years of technology difference between the two, and there was no comparison at all. The initial mecha has to spend a lot of effort to cut off an opponent's arm. The biggest gap between them is not the technical strength, but the points gap. A big man like Jiang Fengyue with 50,000 points has not touched the initial mecha for many years, so he can certainly boast. In his eyes, the winning mecha moves slowly, has too many redundant movements, and the self-destruction fighting method every time seems crazy and stupid. It is simply a blasphemy to their mecha drivers. This cannot be called a battle at all. If it is a 100-meter flying knife, all analysis that ignores the attributes of the mecha is hooliganism. A real master should change his combat strategy according to the performance of the mecha to ensure the maximum probability of winning. And most people cannot understand the parameters of the mecha like them. After driving it, after a period of time, because of gradually adapting to the operation of the new mecha, you will forget your previous feelings and look back with prejudice. At the beginning, Jiang Fengyue threw away his own cannon barrel, then held his arm and said, to be fair, I will compete with you in close combat. No radio waves. The biggest feature of Thunderstorm is that even ordinary attacks can carry high voltage current through the equipment on the arm, as long as the outer shell of the opponent's mecha is broken and connected to their internal circuits. The entire opponent's mecha can be scrapped in an instant. Zhao Zhuolu said speechlessly, what concept of fairness? If it's really fair, shouldn't he also bring an initial mecha to fight? The fans have already applauded and praised Jiang Fengyue's magnanimity and openness. Cheng Zhe and others are in the middle of it, so they are very embarrassed. On the stage, Jiang Fengyue took a fighting posture. He stepped back with his left foot, pressed down his upper body, accumulated momentum, and then pushed forward directly. Lian Sheng stood far away on the other side, and saw him suddenly rushing over like a gust of wind and lightning, and his eyelids jumped. So fast. It was the first time she saw such a speed. In almost just a blink of an eye. The opponent was close. His momentum gave people a great sense of oppression from the front. With her current mecha, retreating was useless. It was the first time that Lian Sheng felt the difference between mechas so clearly. It was not a change between a few data, but a real fight. Now she had only one choice. That was to attack. Lian Sheng picked up the barrel and fired a shot at the opposite side. The speed of the gunfire was also too slow. From the red muzzle to the final shot, there was a gap of nearly 1 second in between. This gap was enough for Lei Bao to notice and dodge. Lian Sheng used to adjust the angle of the barrel to make up for this gap. It was feasible to face some novices, but Jiang Fengyue was already familiar with the application of mechas. So how could he not avoid such an unstable attack? Sure enough, he failed to hit the target. Lian Sheng dropped the barrel, raised his arm, and called on his own energy to fire the energy cannon. Lei Bao used the thruster to help in the air and rushed to the side. Lian Sheng fired 2 shots in a row. The speed control was not in place, and the speed of the opponent's mecha changed too much. This was the first time that Lian Sheng had seen such a change. However, the performance of the initial mecha did not give her a chance to test it. Lian Sheng's eyes tilted, and she fell to the ground. Then the screen showed a defeat, and she was teleported out of the ring. Announcement, system, the ring match of the General of the Cavalry ended. Players are welcome to participate next time. From the beginning to the end, it took less than a minute before the close combat could be completed. Yuan Rui had already fallen to the ground because of the exhaustion of energy. Hey! Jiang Fengyue walked in front of her, looked down at her, and said in amazement, "It's boring." Sure enough, you can only fight in a suicidal way? He was very disappointed. The audience was one-sided. Jiang Fengyue's fans shouted excitedly, and the people in District 12 couldn't hold onto Lian Sheng, and a suffocation was held in their chests. Everyone was cursing and arguing in the audience. Is this a self-destruction? Isn't it just a stupid random shooting? Who can't do that? The people in District 12 are still bragging. They dare to say that she is a god by any random cat or dog. It was originally your District 12's own carnival. We don't care. But you are too confident. Don't blame others for slapping you in the face. Why did you lose so badly? Mecha suppression. Don't mention mecha suppression. Jiang Feng, didn't make any moves. Okay. She was afraid that she would run out of energy. Who can she blame? She ran out of energy after firing 3 shots. Why don't you call for mecha suppression? What are you expecting? Jiang Feng said that we should fight head-on. But she used dirty tricks and attacked from a distance. We didn't even say anything, and you jumped up first? Stop being a hooligan here. How can you fight in close combat with such a big speed difference? The performance is completely different. Okay. Yo. The people in District 12 are really opponents that you can never beat. Ha ha. Fang Jianshan listened to the discussions around him, covered his ears, and approached his brothers, saying, "What's going on? Why are you so excited? I really didn't realize it was a ring scene." Cheng Zhe looked at him and smiled. "Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't come?" Fang Jianshan snorted. "It's so refreshing to see her lose. Why shouldn't I come?" Cheng Zhe, she really lost. Oh my god. Is it true? Fang Jianshan was surprised. So fast? Cheng Zhe, not fast. Yuanrui versus Thunderstorm. The energy reserve of the initial mecha is like leakage, and it will be useless after firing 2 shots or running 2 laps. The first time Lian Sheng confronted, he just fired 3 shots head-on and didn't hit. And then the energy was directly exhausted. Fang Jianshan was silent and didn't say anything. After pausing for 2 seconds, he was surprised and said, "I actually found someone more shameless than Lian Sheng? Come out more often. The world is really big." Cheng Zhe, On the ring, the general of the cavalry stood up and said to Jiang Fengyue, who was about to leave, "Stand still and don't leave." Jiang Fengyue raised his eyebrows, and the general said, "I will buy a mecha first. What do you want?" Jiang Fengyue raised his chin and said, "The gap in strength cannot be made up in a few minutes." General, yes. I agree with this. But just now, it only involved the strength of the mecha. Let's do it again. Again? You still want to start a ring match? Jiang Fengyue said, I advise you not to be too impulsive. You should have scored more than 1,000 points. As a novice, you can hold your head high and laugh. There is no need to argue with me. General Huchi said indifferently, don't be impulsive. I have deeply reflected on my shortcomings and come up with a coping strategy. Jiang Fengyue said with a smile, really? What are your shortcomings? General Huchi, the mecha is too bad. Lian Sheng's tone was calm from beginning to end, as if the failure had no effect on her. But only she knew that she was very excited. Mechas are fascinating. After seeing such equipment, she also wanted to have such high-end mechas. The general of the cavalry repeated, wait for me for 2 minutes. Stand still. Lian Sheng originally wanted to go offline to find someone, but found that Fang Jianshan had been online at some point. So he called him to chat privately. Fang Jianshan. Fang Jianshan was unhappy to hear this, and was about to leave. He paused when he heard the call. Who are you? The other party paused and said, I am Lian Sheng. Fang Jianshan felt a sour feeling from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. He said calmly, I don't know you. You recognize the wrong person. Lian Sheng asked, what kind of mecha do you usually use? Sniper-type mecha. I have 1693 points. What can I buy? Fang Jianshan's voice started to rise when he heard the word mecha. He said, are you going to buy a mecha? You can't buy any good mecha with more than 1,000 points. Either you buy a low-end one first, and then upgrade it while you score points. But the functions of low-end mechas are not very good, and there are few bullet path options. Lian Sheng, I want enough energy. She was really fed up. Just like wearing a pair of pants that could be blown away by the wind at any time. Very unhappy. Then choose 7 stars. Fang Jianshan said. I use 7 stars. My favorite machine. Chapter 69 7 stars. The initial configuration of the 7 stars mecha is not expensive, but it is very famous among snipers. Its performance is relatively balanced in all aspects, and there is a lot of room for improvement. It can be equipped with guns and ammunition flexibly, but this does not mean that it is affordable. The consumption of the 7 stars in the later stage is far higher than that of other mechas. Whether it is the replacement of guns, the price of bullets, or the maintenance cost, it is several times that of other mechas. It can be said to be a hidden product for the rich. This is exclusive to the masters, and no newcomers dare to buy this thing. Without a base of 10,000 points, it can't withstand its loss at all. What is left in the later stage may be an empty shell. When Fang Jianshan was explaining there, Lian Sheng bought all the mechas directly. Fang Jianshan was talking about the problem of strengthening the configuration in the later stage. Strengthen energy or add a new weapon. The initial configuration of the 7 stars is just average. Oh, or you can choose a thruster. The initial speed of the 7 stars is too slow, and it is basically impossible to escape or strengthen the defense. It's endless to say this, and it seems that all places need to be strengthened. Fang Jianshan said in a dilemma, whatever. You have to decide for yourself. Which one is good? Anyway, you need it later. The weapon of the 7 stars is not a cannon, and the arm cannot launch various shock waves. It relies on detachable gun-like equipment, so the distance, power, and range can all be selected. Although the cannon has great lethality and a wide attack range, it is inconvenient to carry. The energy reserve is not high, and the firing speed is too slow. It is easy to be detected by the opponent before it is fired, and it is a useless existence for snipers. The lethality of the 7 stars is slightly inferior, but it is fast and concealed. The bullets it uses are actually small chargers that are enough to provide several shots. The high usage and high price. Lian Sheng bought enough ammunition and new thrusters. After assembling the mecha, he only had more than 50 points left. He opened the ring directly and sent a challenge to Jiang Fengyue. You really dare to come? And you only bet 50 points? Jiang Fengyue waited by the side, wanting to see what she was going to do. After receiving the invitation, he tilted his head and said, are you sure? So impulsive? The result of opening the ring with 50 points is most likely to lose everything. General of the cavalry, do I look like I'm furious? It's people like you who are more likely to hit their heads against a wall, because they don't feel they are wrong. Jiang Fengyue asked, what mecha did you buy? General of the cavalry, my favorite mecha. Qixing. Jiang Fengyue was stunned for a moment, then looked at her with a slanted eye. I think Baimi Fado really made a mistake. How could he be optimistic about someone like you? Although you are a novice, You should at least understand it before making a decision. You just lost a game. And you are so confused? She didn't even have the money to repair the mecha. And she didn't know that Qixing's points were like a blood-sucking consumption. All 50 points were used to open the ring. And they had to be added up 1 point at a time in the early stage. Her points were not enough for Qixing to fire a few bullets. Jiang Fengyue raised his head and smiled. But I think Bai Feidao must be regretting it now. You have ruined the reputation of the company for so many years. General Huichi supported his neck with one hand and twisted it, so I said. I hate people telling me their victory speech before the end. Stop talking. Pick up. Fang Jianshan was still explaining. Oh. But if you use 7 stars, at least keep 500 as maintenance points. Otherwise it will be very tragic in the later stage. He didn't need to respond at all. After a dozen interruptions, he remembered the key point. Oh. My beloved machine is not suitable for the ring in the early stage. I suggest you buy another mecha as a backup. Save some maintenance fees for it. And then pull it out in the later stage. But you don't seem to have any points. So don't buy the 7 stars yet. I recommend you a slightly cheaper mecha. Wusu. A message was directly swiped across the channel. Announcement. System. Player General Huichi initiated a personal ring. The first challenger, Jiang Fengyue. The first challenge will be launched in the arena in 5 minutes. Please do not log off. Fang Jianshan. After launching the arena, both sides reselected their battle mechas. Lian Sheng appeared on the stage in the 7 stars. Her initial mecha has become her iconic existence. Suddenly she changed to another one. And she felt a little uncomfortable. When everyone saw the type of mecha clearly, the whole room was in an uproar. Cheng Zhe was surprised and said, You actually recommended her to buy the 7 stars? You have evil intentions. Fang Jianshan said innocently, I didn't. I just introduced my favorite mecha to her. But my focus is on the last 2 words. Xiao Shuolu said. You should control your chatterbox problem. After hundreds of words of preparation, all the words were nonsense. Just to barely report a name at the end. How can you answer questions like this? Fang Jianshan took a step back under the condemning gaze of his 3 roommates and cried out, What? How did I know that she was so quick? How did I know that she was such a person? Huh? Cheng Zhe looked at him with disdain. I think you are using your power for personal gain. Or it would be better to admit it directly. Fang Jianshan said, She asked me what mecha I was driving and I just told her. Can anyone learn my first cannon in the alliance? Why should she blame me if she wants to learn from me? Everyone turned their heads to look at the stage. Yi Buqing glanced at the information about the ring and said, There are only 50 points left in the winning streak. This is simply a tragedy. How long can 50 points be earned? It is a pure waste of time and energy. A thankless thing. It is very likely that you will lose your own points. When the onlookers saw the system announcement, they were stunned, knowing that she had reopened the ring. They quickly clicked on the application, wanting to occupy the front row and conveniently send points to the general. This is their awareness of being a fan. This is love. The fans on the other side have the same mentality. They lengthen the list and sign up hard. After completing this important task, they began to discuss the current situation with peace of mind. Why bother? You can brag about the mecha if you lose once. But it will be very ugly if you lose a second time. 50 points. With 7 stars. It will be very ugly in the future. Doesn't she know how expensive the 7 stars are to repair? How did I choose the 7 stars? No matter what. She should have chosen a thunderstorm or a broken army. Isn't she good at close combat? This is a sniper mecha. Is it because I didn't hit it with a few shots just now? So I'm fighting to the death now? I won't choose the 7 stars with my eyes closed. Isn't this the worst mecha? She only has 6 points. I want to know more. Will she use the 7 stars? The 7 stars are a mecha that outsiders can't use. You deserve it. Jiang Feng beat her down. I love you. Male God. Male God. Please beat the jumping monkey on the opposite side. It sounds like everyone is not optimistic about the general. Fang Jianshan didn't care. Scratched his ear and said, They know nothing about the power of the second cannon of the whole alliance. Cheng Zhe said, Yes. The second cannon has killed the first cannon many times. Fang Jianshan, break up. Their damn plastic brotherhood. On the ring, the 2 have been retransmitted to the map. It was still the same map as before. Mounds of earth and rocks were densely covered. It was not Thunderstorm that moved first, but the general's 7 stars. A sniper-type mecha was actively approaching a melee-type mecha. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but cover their faces. This was a suffocating scene. The general raised his hand in the middle, put the butt of the gun on his shoulder, and began to aim at the target. This is the weapon she is most used to at present, and it is handy to use. The barrel has great lethality, so you only need to aim at a large range. The 7 stars weapons originally consume little energy. In order to ensure that they can kill the target, they must achieve accurate shooting. This map is not suitable for straight-line shooting because of the many obstacles. Lei Bao originally wanted to approach her and take her down in one fell swoop. But the opponent took the offensive instead of the defensive and started shooting at him head-on, which made him almost dodge. He turned on the thrusters and hid behind the stone next to him. Without a moment's respite, the general had already chased him with a gun. Lei Bao stabilized his posture and began to retreat again. He had just started, but he was already completely passive. The opponent pressed on step by step, and he had no other choice but to run away. This embarrassing situation was completely opposite to the first game. The spectators realized that the purpose of approaching in advance was to shorten the distance and keep the target in their sight at all times. Qixing is not only a sniper, but also a long-range shooter, with such a strong and active attack and precise shooting points. The general is obviously an expert. So the general is actually a shooter? I always saw her using close attacks, so I thought she was a close combat player. But it turned out that she was not. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the initial mecha has no choice of long-range attack. Everyone suddenly understood. If she is a sniper, she always uses close combat to decide the outcome. What a great thing! When the people in District 12 saw this situation, they swept away the bad luck and were full of energy. Suppress the voices on the opposite side and give strong support. Wake up! General! General! Charge! Who said that just now? General! Quickly knocked down the jumping monkey on the opposite side. The most troublesome problem for Lian Sheng when he was a sniper was the heavy firearms. Does the mecha have this problem? No! It's easy to run with it. She looked at the mecha on the opposite side and hid behind the boulder again. Her expression gradually sinking. Her ammunition is points, especially in the current situation, which is in a serious shortage. Although Jiang Fengyue had no room to fight back, he was not an easy opponent to deal with. His mecha configuration was high and his combat awareness was good, so Lian Sheng could not defeat him for a while. It was not worthwhile to fight him. In the crazy pursuit, the general's offensive suddenly stopped. Jiang Fengyue didn't know what happened, but he noticed it instantly, seized the opportunity, and turned to counterattack. Then Qixing pulled out an iron sword from his back and took a defensive posture at the same time. Are the two mechas going to have a head-on confrontation? Qixing versus Thunderstorm? I don't know what this operation is. The people below were worried and couldn't help shouting, "Don't be hit by Thunderstorm. Run!" Then the people on the ring couldn't hear it. Lian Sheng was confident. Although Thunderstorm was faster than Qixing, she could catch him from the pursuit just now. Now she has enough energy and can also use thrusters. And her many years of combat experience is definitely not comparable to this group of people. Qixing stood sideways with one hand behind his back, a sword pointing straight ahead. The sword is actually not suitable for the battlefield, because it is not as strong as a knife, nor as powerful as a spear. It requires more skills and adaptability. But the sword is the weapon she has held for more than 20 years. She killed countless enemies with it on the battlefield. She has never denied the shortcomings in strength and burst, but she has never lost. Lei Bao held the weapon with both hands and chopped at her front. His movements were rough, because every attack was very strong. Wanting to take down the opponent, the speed was fast enough, but the traces were also obvious enough. His footsteps and shoulders intuitively reflected his intentions. The general rolled his toes lightly and retreated with ease. Lei Bao turned sideways and chopped with one hand. The general had already retreated. Jiang Fengyue frowned, bowed forward, and chopped again. The general took one step after another, following his own rhythm, as if spinning, but he could always barely avoid the opponent's attack. She went around to the side, stabbed with a sword with her hand, and then retreated quickly. A flash of lightning flashed across the shell of Thunderstorm, but it was not a big deal. The mecha was thick and had high defense. It had to be broken slowly. Jiang Fengyue was hit, and was greatly stimulated. He sped up his hand and rushed towards her. He couldn't hit her, no matter what he did. The The opponent seemed to be able to predict his attack in advance. The distance was not far or close, and the occasional attack seemed to be a mockery. Jiang Fengyue gritted his teeth, roared, raised the sword, and swung it down with both arms. The general raised his sword and hit the side of Thunderstorm's sword, shouting, "Too hard. It's good to have strength, but the strength must be hidden in the weapon." His whole body movements expressed his offensive, so he attacked quickly and changed slowly. Jiang Fengyue said angrily, "You are making a fuss." The general bent his knees slightly, and had accelerated a side slide to go around behind him. Jiang Fengyue thought something was wrong, but he had no time to turn around, and his back was exposed in front of her. Qixing's sword stabbed the back of the mecha again, and this time it finally penetrated the fuselage and pierced the operating cabin. Lei Bao fell down, and the challenge ended. Chapter 70 Score. It is hard to describe this game. The audience was stunned. They had never seen such a close combat duel, nor had they seen the 7-star slide and move like this. Isn't the 7 stars a sniper-type mecha? A driver who seemed to be a novice actually defeated the Thunderstorm with the 7 stars, and the owner of the Thunderstorm was a little-known god. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Even now, they felt that this could be included in the record book of supernatural events in Sanyao. After the results came out, the atmosphere on the scene was divided into 2 factions. The people in District 12 were celebrating enthusiastically, while the other side was silent. General, I love you. Goddess, I love you. I love you even if you like to wear red and green shorts. General, I love you no matter how ugly you are. I love you even if you let me wear red and green shorts. General, please teach me how to use 7 stars. But why do you want to use 7 stars? 7 stars will be the first in my mecha ranking from now on. General, your beauty is also. Lian Sheng glanced at them, and felt that this group of people was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. This time, District 12 really vented its anger. In fact, Sanyao did not divide the districts carefully. You can be in any district you want. It's just that as time goes by, players start to form groups, and habitual activity areas appear. It is more convenient to rank and meet opponents who are on par with you. In fact, the novice area is also very good. Isn't most of the fun built from the novices? They are not military school students. There is no need to fight hard for those points every day. The purpose is just to relax and exercise. Why laugh at them? After praising the general, they settled accounts with the opposite side. Who was it just now? Who said monkey? Monkey? Come out quickly. Ha ha ha. You shouted so loudly before. Who is the cat or dog? I almost laughed to death, and said that the 100-meter flying knife was blind. The fact proves that his eyes are much brighter than yours. There is also a saying that a dog's eyes can't recognize a mountain. Do you know? You still dare to laugh at my 12th district. Where is your face? A random person comes out and calls him a god? Everything is a paper tiger when a real god comes out. The people in the 12th district shouted loudly. How depressed they were before. How impolite they are now. A group of fans were angry again, but they could only continue to hold it. Jiang Fengyue was still standing there. They didn't know whether to leave or stay, waiting for his response. Obviously Jiang Fengyue was hit hard now, and he still hasn't recovered after such a long time. Even they can't accept this, let alone the person involved. But after a careful recollection, Jiang Fengyue's operation did not make any mistakes. It can only be said that this time he really kicked the iron plate. They wanted to comfort the people on the stage, but they were afraid that the players in District 12 would take advantage of the situation to ridicule and cause damage to their idol. So they just kept sending private messages, asking him to come down first. Jiang Fengyue seemed to be unable to hear the voice in his ears, and said in a trance, "How is it possible?" The general of the cavalry walked in front of him. Jiang Fengyue felt the shadow, raised his head, and said excitedly, "Don't talk. I don't need ridicule or encouragement. I lost." The general of the cavalry said, "Nothing. I just want to tell you to make room. I'm going to play the next game." Jiang Fengyue, The general stretched out his hand to him. "Thank you for providing me with 1 point of value." Jiang Fengyue gritted his teeth, turned his head, and walked off the stage. When he left, he took away a small half of the people, and the scene became much wider. The general turned around and said to everyone, "Next. Her new round of points competition is about to begin." Lian Sheng looked at his score. He had to reserve enough points for maintenance. So the number of bullets must be controlled. The crowd that came up later were basically tourists watching the game on site. The game was played very quickly. Some deliberately let the water go. Actively gave heads at the beginning. Just to die and get the achievement of a true fan. Some were like facing a great enemy. With the beautiful vision of dying together. Hoping to wear out her mecha and pave the way for the later crowd. But they were broken by Lian Sheng from a long distance. After changing a mecha, everyone found that the general of the cavalry was strong in long-range attack and invincible in close combat. It was simply impeccable. Cheng Zhe, amazing. Compared with the exercise, her physical fitness is really much better. After her physical fitness improved, her technical level was more clearly seen. There is a puzzle that is hard to answer. A person with such skills should have practiced for many years. If he has practiced for many years, how could he have fallen to such a physique now? As long as the winning streak continues, the follow-up of this matter will not be interrupted. The post that Bimifado sent out before has been broadcast in real time, attracting a large number of people. It was originally floating on the homepage, and in the middle of the night, it was updated again. Bimifado will provide you with real-time supplements. I went to watch the competition in District 12 today. After all, there are so many doubts. I still have to be responsible for my own words and deeds. I regretted it after watching it. I was excited and couldn't sleep. Your knives were insomniac. There was no way. I could only come up to make a video. First of all, I have to correct my previous evaluation. The general of the cavalry should be a person who can attack and defend. I don't know what position. Her long-range sniping ability is very accurate. Obviously a professional. At the same time, her close combat ability is extraordinary. It can be seen from her using a simple 7-star to kill Thunderstorm in close combat. It also proves that my previous guess was not wrong. Please see the video analysis. Following it is a close combat duel video between the General and Thunderstorm. Next to it, the mecha is still converted into human body joints to show everyone the driver's walking posture. From a careful analysis, her movement speed is not very fast. Only with the action of Thunderstorm, which highlights her ease of handling. Does it seem that this person can change his position or move instantly? I think it is very clear from this set of actions that the general's moves are not simple. From her eyesight and experience, this person should be a veteran with excellent skills. According to her ID name, I boldly guess that the general may be an old senior who came out to prove his truth, pure speculation. Do not take it seriously. Although I don't know why the general chose the 7 stars. Perhaps because of its high appearance. But she has proved with her strength that no matter what type of mecha, she can play 360 degrees of tricks in her hands. Her operation made me understand that the 7 stars is also a very good mecha, which is worthy of its status as a pervert. Finally, I sincerely thank the General of the Cavalry and Jiang Fengyue for providing me with experimental data. See you again if there is a chance. I will continue to spy on your general. The General of the Cavalry finally became popular in the entire Sanyao from the 12th district. She also successfully welcomed the first batch of professional sweepers. But unfortunately, this group of people did not catch up with the good time. And the ranking was counted out. And Lian Sheng's basic score was only 50. And it was very likely that she would not be able to wait for the challenge of this group of people. Lian Sheng still followed her schedule. Classes, training, and competitions. It seemed busy and boring. But she found it very interesting. She got a new mecha last night. And now she is still a little excited. Although the mecha is a bit expensive, she likes it very much. Its brilliant record is enough to ignore all its shortcomings. From today on, Qixing is her unique favorite machine. How can there be such a good thing as a mecha in the world? Lian Sheng sat in the cafeteria, holding chopsticks in his hand, and couldn't help but sigh. Lu Mingyuan walked by, saw her figure, and quickly approached. After fiddling with it for a while, he put the laptop in front of her and asked, "Is this you?" Lian Sheng took it, and found that the page was exactly his own battle video. He nodded and said, "It's me. How did you know?" Lu Mingyuan pulled out a chair and sat down opposite her, saying, "He has close combat skills that are more inclined to ancient martial arts and superb sniping skills. And he is also a novice who doesn't know enough about Sanyao. I think there should be very few people like this. I am not so lucky to meet two in a short period of time." But, Lu Mingyuan held his chin and said sincerely, "I am also hesitating. Where did you get this genius from?" Lian Sheng scrolled down the page, read it all over, and asked, "You are studying?" Me? Me? No. This is the report made by EP51. And I am studying this report. Lu Mingyuan took the optical computer and looked at the video on it intently and said, "Look at this modeling technology. It's really amazing. And he should have only used it for a day and a half. God. I also hope to have such technology as his one day." Liansheng said, "Really? Is it so amazing?" Lu Mingyuan, "Of course. Do you know how famous EP51 is? He is simply the benchmark for data analysts like me." Lu Mingyuan sighed and enviously said, "I also hope that EP51 can do a data analysis for me." Liansheng continued to bury his head in his food and heard the words, "Aren't you just doing data analysis?" Lu Mingyuan said with a longing look, "Yes. That's why I want him to do one for me too." Liansheng, "You want him to analyze your data analysis?" "Yes. It will definitely be very helpful." Lu Mingyuan nodded and said, "In fact, the most important thing for data analysis is a sharp eye. After all, data is just a simple presentation. But those who can see through the truth at a glance and find the results are truly excellent masters." He pointed at Liansheng and said, "EP51 saw through your story at a glance. And almost all of the reasonable hypotheses he proposed were correct. This is the gap between me and him." Liansheng's eyes stopped at the last sentence, and his mouth twitched. And he asked, "You can't?" Lu Mingyuan pondered for a moment, raised his head and said, "I can't make such a decisive conclusion. I am not as confident as him." Liansheng, "Why? You are very capable. You should be confident." Lu Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, "Because I can't believe that someone who can do 3.5 somersaults doesn't even know what diving is." Liansheng asked sincerely, "What is it?" Lu Mingyuan, "Oh, by the way, you are so famous now. How are your scores?" Lu Mingyuan said, "This month's Battlefield Simulation League is about to start. Are you sure you can draw a place to participate?" Liansheng put down his chopsticks and leaned back on the chair, raised his hand, and wiped the corner of his mouth. This question is very heartbreaking. Chapter 71 Answering Questions. Liansheng first went to Sanyao to earn points on the battlefield. Later, she found that mecha battles were also interesting. And she also liked Qixing. According to the current situation, there is an irreconcilable contradiction between raising mechas and playing on the battlefield. Their common point is that she can't do either at present. If she has to choose between the two, she chooses to raise mechas and play on the battlefield. Anyway, she doesn't need to score points in her dreams. Seeing her sigh deeply, Lu Mingyuan asked tentatively, "Are you getting lower and lower?" Liansheng looked into the distance and said with emotion, "Everything is difficult at the beginning. Lu Mingyuan, when I saw you choose 7 stars, I had this guess. Don't play mechas recently. Save some time. Maybe there is still a chance. Registration will start in 2 days. And you can grind again after registration." He paused and asked, "How many points do you have left?" "I have 11 points left." Liansheng nodded and said, "I actually reached 30 yesterday. But I bought some more ammunition." Lu Mingyuan, I try. I should be able to get over 100 tonight." Liansheng tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, looked at him sincerely and asked, "With my points? What is the probability of being selected twice in a row?" Lu Mingyuan said, "You try tonight and get your points up to 100,000. And I will answer your question tomorrow." Liansheng spread his hands and said, "Oh, you know? Oh, you know too." Lu Mingyuan took back his light brain and waved at her. "See you in the next league." Liansheng, Liansheng took the plate and threw it away, then turned and walked towards the dormitory. After Lu Mingyuan said that, she also wanted to know how many points she could get in a day if she was committed to brushing points. So she started in the afternoon and landed on Sanyao to set up the ring. Everyone was shocked to see the general of the cavalry in the daytime. People rushed to tell each other. And the ring under the 12th district was quickly crowded with people. The people who came to challenge today are quite tricky. It's not their strength, but their strategy. The other side seemed to have discussed and determined one thing. The general's points are seriously insufficient. And there are no other spare mechas except the 7 stars. As long as her mecha can be damaged, and she has no ability to repair it, she can only continue to use the initial mecha. They may not be able to defeat the general driving the 7 stars. But the general driving the initial mecha still has a chance to fight. The crowd rushed over with a sinister smile, ready to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the masses. This group of people is just too idle, and took the general as a target for strategy. District 12 is rarely so lively. It is rare to have an activity similar to collective competition, which quickly ignites the passion of the masses. Before going to bed, I was still kneeling and shouting 666. After waking up, I found that fighting in the arena seemed to be more interesting than shouting 666, because shouting 6 was a bit tiring. So their love deteriorated. In front of honor, there is no idol. Lien Sheng noticed their intention, and was forced to distance himself and use long-range attack. But there were still several times when he was almost affected by their self-destruction system. Fighting mecha is a very physically demanding thing. After all, whether it is jumping or running, it is an action made by oneself. And the high concentration of the mind increases the physical load. The opponent's irregular and crazy attacks made Lien Sheng unable to catch the routine. After several games, because of guarding against their actions, the time spent was much longer than usual. The consumption of bullets increased exponentially. This efficiency is too low. The points earned in the early stage are really only enough to buy bullets. She was reluctant to repair the scratches and some minor problems on the mecha. When it was 8 o'clock, Lien Sheng obviously felt that his physical strength was a little bit off and his mouth was dry. Ignoring everyone's sincere retention, she went downstairs to drink water first. The refrigerator was placed in the living room. She went over and looked for a while, and found that the water she had stored had been drunk. I was too busy recently, and forgot to add new water. Lien Sheng rubbed his hair, and felt very unfortunate. Looking for water? Roommate C heard the noise, walked out in slippers, took out a bottle of milk from the refrigerator, and handed it over. Mine. You drink it first. Lien Sheng took it. Thank you. The cold liquid rolled over his throat, and he immediately felt his pores dilated and his whole body refreshed. She let out a long breath and rested against the refrigerator. Roommate C saw that her face was pale. Her breathing was rapid. The muscles on her calves were trembling slightly, and her expression was very painful. So he asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lien Sheng stood up and wiped the sweat off his face, saying, "Nothing. Just getting some points. Come out and take a rest." "Oh, right. Your military academy league is about to start again, right? Sign up in 2 days? My friend has been talking about it online. He is also from the military department." Roommate C asked excitedly, "How many points do you have?" "Ha. Maybe you two will be comrades in arms. Then I will introduce you to each other." Lien Sheng thought for a moment and said, "If he counts in 10,000, I'm probably a fraction of your friend's fraction." "A fraction of your friend's fraction." Roommate C, It sounds pretty tragic. Roommate C came over and asked, "How do you get points? Is it by playing in a ring? Or I can apply for a few accounts and give you some points. If you need it, my brother will be there. Don't worry. He has no complaints." He volunteered. Lien Sheng declined. "Thank you, but no thanks." In the evening, he played a few more games, but Lien Sheng felt that his luck was not good, so he stopped and read books instead. Although she was taking classes at the Union University, it was meaningless to her, except for the cafeteria and the training ground. She was not familiar with this place. She had free time, and generally no one would disturb her. Her schedule was very tight, including the arrangements for sleeping and eating, and there had been no accidents for such a long time. This fact was a bit scary. She had never executed her plan so smoothly, and it also reflected from the side that she didn't seem to be needed now. A little disappointed and a little lonely. The pace of this era is too hard to follow. At 8:30 the next morning, Meng Jianwu suddenly called her. Lien Sheng picked up the phone in confusion, and Meng Jianwu quickly asked, "Have you gotten up?" "Lien Sheng, my plan is to get up at 9 o'clock." Meng Jianwu looked as if it was just as expected, and urged, "Hurry up and come to class. Pack up and go to the classroom before 9:30. The professor doesn't like people eating in the classroom. Remember to come after eating? Class?" Lien Sheng came back to his senses and said half a beat late, "But I don't understand your class. How dare you skip class at this time?" Meng Jianwu said, "It's almost the midterm, and the professor is going to start calling the roll. Come quickly." Lien Sheng hesitated and asked, "What if you're not there for the roll call?" Meng Jianwu said with certainty, "You will die." He thought about it. Even if Lien Sheng had full attendance and full marks, he should not escape the fate of failing the course. But if the professor remembered her, she would have to fail the make-up exam. So she changed her words. No. You will be wiped out. Lian Sheng. I come over now. Lian Sheng hadn't attended classes for almost a month. She had studied a little according to the classification of the course schedule. But she was still at a loss. Each course involved too many aspects. And a course was not just a course. She didn't understand many basic concepts at all. Sometimes she had to look up the entire theory because of a sentence. And then it involved another theory. By the time she had finished looking up everything, the expected study time for the day had passed. It was too difficult. With her talent, she had never thought that studying could be so difficult. This class was their main course. Lian Sheng looked up the course schedule, found the classroom, and ran there with the materials. She successfully walked into the classroom before 9:30. Meng Jianwu and others reserved a seat for her and greeted her. She quickly squeezed in through the gap. Lian Sheng turned his head and saw that many students who came late were standing in the back row without seats. He asked, "Why are there so many people? The classroom is too small, and 2 classes are having class together today." Meng Jianwu said in a frown, "You must not know which students are from your class." About 10 minutes later, a man in a suit walked in. He looked quite young, about 40 years old. Being a professor at the age of 40 is already a pretty good achievement. He looked up at the students standing by the wall, and then at the people in the seats. "Student, are you here to audit the class?" The professor said to Lian Sheng. "We have a lot of people today. Can students who are auditing the class come next time? We don't have enough seats this time." Lian Sheng looked around and found that he was calling her, and said, "Professor, you recognize the wrong person. I am a student in this class." "Professor, really? I am very confident in my memory. If I say that your face is not familiar to me, either you skipped the class, or you are an auditor, or you had plastic surgery. Which one are you?" Meng Jianwu thought she was in a hurry, and would definitely choose to audit the class. As a result, Lian Sheng said sincerely, "I have been reborn." Zheng Lei clenched his fist and said admiringly, "A true warrior. I am afraid that even if she is crushed to ashes, the professor will never forget her." Meng Jianwu covered his face beside him. "Oh my God! I am going to die." The professor approached her, pointed at her and said, "Stand up." Lian Sheng stood up. The professor picked up the laptop, scanned it at her face, and then said, "Straight wins? It's not much different from when you transferred to another department." Lian Sheng scratched his forehead. "I mean spirit and temperament." The professor had no expression on his face, and even his voice couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. But the words he said were not so pleasant. Revealing his emotions, spirit and temperament from skipping classes? Meng Jianwu pushed Lian Sheng aside and whispered, "Admit your mistake." "Why is it up to you to decide whether she should admit her mistake or not?" The professor frowned and said, "A student of the military department." Lian Sheng bowed and apologized to him politely, saying, "If my behavior makes you feel uncomfortable, I apologize for it. But I have my own reasons for not coming to class. I don't think it's wrong." The professor suddenly smiled and said, "Then why don't you come to my class? Do you know everything? So confident?" "No. Because I don't know everything. I don't understand," Lian Sheng said. "I am learning by myself. Starting with the simple ones. I am not slacking off." The professor changed his posture. She took another step closer. "So what did you learn by yourself?" "History of modern warfare. Summary of 100 famous battles. And memoirs of Edwin," Lian Sheng said. "I have only read these 3 books for this course so far." The professor raised his chin and continued to ask, "What does it say?" Lian Sheng took a deep breath. Preface. "Everyone, eh?" The professor finally couldn't help it, and wanted to slap the light computer in his hand on the face of this person, who was always talking nonsense. As a result, Lian Sheng continued to say slowly, "Edwin is a legendary figure in military history. This book records the legendary life of this genius of 100 years. Everyone was shocked and listened to her reciting chapter by chapter. Several students quickly searched the original text on the internet and read it in comparison. It's not nonsense. Word for word." Now everyone was not calm, and whispers began to be heard around. The professor interrupted her. "Can you recite it?" Lian Sheng shrugged. "Yeah. But it's too difficult. I still don't understand." "Professor, He is in a very complicated mood now. I have never seen such a student. I guess there won't be one in the past 500 years. The professor's expression was unpredictable. And then he picked up the light computer again and said, "I give you a chance. I will give you a question. If you answer it well, I can forgive your skipping class and recognize your efforts in self-study. You will be exempted from this course in the future. Of course, you can still ask me if you have any questions. Ming Jianwu felt that this was an opportunity. The professor posted the question on the light computer to their course public platform. The rest of the students looked down and checked together. There were only 2 pictures in the question. First, there was a floor plan of a city, marking its entrances in various directions. Then, there was a reduced terrain map. Red and blue indicated the strength and position of the 2 sides, and the surroundings clearly depicted the position and height of the mountains. But it didn't have any text prompts or introductions to the enemy and us. And the map didn't cover a large area, so you couldn't see farther. The question was very simple, with only one sentence in this case. From which direction should we attack to capture the city most quickly? The information in these 2 pictures was very scarce, and Lien Sheng lowered his head, but looked at the screen for a long time. Ming Jianwu palms were sweating. Although Lien Sheng had shown her command talent many times, she was still a newcomer after all. I couldn't hear her reply, and I hesitated for a moment whether to remind her. The professor stood aside and waited silently, without urging or making any moves. When everyone thought she wouldn't answer, Lien Sheng suddenly said 2 words, surrender. Everyone was confused for a moment, and when they heard her words, they were surprised. Lien Sheng said, if we are a righteous army, of course we must surrender first. If not, I don't accept active aggressive wars. Everyone was stunned. This article is not relevant to the topic, right? They turned their heads to see the professor's reaction. Professor, what if it is? And the other party disagrees? Lien Sheng then asked, is there any external aid? From which direction will the reinforcements come? How many people are there? How many troops are there? What is the food and grass situation of our army? Are there any hidden dangers in the rear? What are the requirements of the military order? Lien Sheng put down the light computer and said, if you don't have a premise, your question is wrong, said boldly and confidently. Everyone turned their heads to observe the professor's expression. I want to know whether this answer is novel or will be criticized. The professor's expression suddenly became serious. After a pause, he said, if the other side confirms that there is no external aid, our army has sufficient supplies. There are no hidden dangers. Instructions: take the city. But if you can take it within the month, you can get extra achievements, Lien Sheng said. Then surrender. Professor, there is a response from inside. No surrender. The enemy troops are guarding the door to block it. The other side has no reason to resist. The position of the military does not represent the position of the people, Lien Sheng said. If you disagree, then besiege the city. In case of accidents, go to the pass between the 2 mountains in front to guard and confirm that there is no support. The professor asked. Besiege the city. And then what? Lien Sheng, until the food inside is eaten up, causing panic, and continue to surrender. Professor, they just refuse to surrender. Lien Sheng, wait until the ammunition and food are exhausted. Then attack the city. It doesn't matter which gate it is. They have been hungry and under pressure for a long time, and they have no ability to resist. The professor was silent for a while, looking at her without saying anything. A student said, you only have one way to surrender? But the question clearly asks which direction to attack from. Are you taking shortcuts? From the perspective of a commander, I think attacking immediately is the wrong way. Why should I choose the answer from the worst ones? The only benefit of attacking is merit, which I don't need. If I were a commander, I would certainly make such a decision, Lien Sheng said. Using the smallest sacrifice to exchange for the greatest victory is the purpose of war, and nothing is more precious than life. Lien Sheng said, forced attack is very likely to cause the enemy to counterattack in a hurry. First, it will increase the casualties of our own soldiers. And second, it is easy to accidentally injure the enemy's civilians. Student. The student said, the question is how long do we need to defend the city outside? How much more materials and manpower will we waste? And how many more risks will we face? War has always been about speed. Who would deliberately delay the front line? What is the purpose of war? Lien Sheng looked at him and said, I think the ultimate goal of war is peace, not killing. It is to stop such tragedies one day, in order not to feel regret at that time. We should cherish everyone's life. When the 2 armies are fighting, the soldiers rushing to the front line are guilty and innocent. Lien Sheng puffed up his chest and said, I just gave what I think is the most reasonable answer based on the premise given by the professor. He didn't tell me about other accidents. Chapter 72 Distribution. The student who asked the question was speechless and lowered his head. Everyone looked away, waiting for the professor to speak. The professor remained silent from the beginning, with his eyes closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Is this a difficult decision? Or is it a difficult answer? After a moment of silence, the professor finally said, I agree with your answer. The students around were all in an uproar. They moved their positions and looked down at the questions again. Meng Jianwu pushed Lian Sheng and grinned at her. But the professor opened his eyes and said, this does not mean that your strategy is right. I just agree with your fighting style. He turned around and walked to the front desk. He said word by word, no matter what position you are in, I hope you can examine your mistakes. After the war is over, the professor walked up to the podium and looked at Lian Sheng and said, you have read Edwin's autobiography. But it does not record everything. He is the commander and chief general of the Glen United Army. The battle he most wants to write about is a battle that took place in a city in District 16. Kaffa. At that time, the original resource ownership issue could not be coordinated after the accidental casualties intensified the conflict, and eventually evolved into a war. That was the last battle in Kaffa City. The professor's voice was still deep and rich, without any fluctuations. But Lian Sheng heard a deep sense of vicissitudes. He lowered his head, while packing up the things in his hands. He said, Kaffa is an ordinary city built for resource extraction. At that time, the civilians in the city wanted a truce, but the politicians inside were still resisting. Edwin's army made the final negotiations with them and received a negative answer, and then decided to launch a strong attack. The professor's lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of irony. In fact, there are no mechas in Kaffa that can resist, nor weapons that can be used for attack. Only high-voltage networks for defense. The civilians in the city are also desperately resisting, and the government was paralyzed for a time. As a result, after the government received the news that Edwin was going to launch a strong attack, it was forced by the civilians, and finally chose to detonate the protection system buried underground in the city. Edwin saw the truce request from the hackers in the city after the battle. It's a pity that it was too late. The professor put the light brain under his armpit. The whole city was shrouded in flames and explosions. More than 1 million innocent civilians were all sacrificed. The fire burned the entire land. After this tragedy, no one went there again. The underground resources were mined, and the entire planet was sealed. The 16th district is now a territory of the Alliance. At that time, they wanted to make peace with the Glen United Army represented by Edwin. But this incident became an indelible scar in their hearts. After the news came out, the public was excited, and the government was desperate. It would rather give up the sovereignty of the country and become a complete enemy of the Glen United Army. The war has been burning until today, and it has not stopped. This incident became Edwin's lifelong regret. He refused to accept all the merits and believed that he should be buried with the sins that would be difficult to wash away in this life. But after his death, Glen still erased the last battle of this legendary god of war and completely denied its existence. The professor turned his eyes around among all living beings. History. What is remembered is history. But for Kaffa, how should they face this distorted history? I hope you think clearly. If one day you fight for the Alliance, what do they want most? He calmly stated this tragedy. The Alliance and Glen's army have been at odds for years, but nothing has been accomplished. There are many things that seem to have forced them to this point. Everyone was surprised to hear him talk about this. This battle is rarely mentioned. And even if it is mentioned, it is just a passing mention. They just heard about it, but they don't know the details. After all, there is no tactical analysis here, and it has been more than 100 years since then, and it has little to do with them. In order to avoid unnecessary panic, the Alliance did not publicize the situation at that time. Meng Jianwu whispered, I heard that the professor's parents used to be from District 16. Although they are now under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, they should still not forget this matter. Lian Sheng sat down on the chair by himself, and said with understanding, oh, no wonder he looks so special. Meng Jianwu was confused. What special? Blonde hair, blue eyes, deep facial features. Isn't this the standard appearance of District 16? It's just that the appearance is far above the average. The professor said, Lian Sheng, you have passed this class. You can freely choose whether to attend the class in the future. Lian Sheng stood up and bowed to him. Thank you. The professor turned back to the topic and began to repeat the content of the lesson plan, as if what happened just now had not happened. After the heavy atmosphere in the early period, his class still made her sleepy. Lian Sheng held her chin and wrote down what he said. After the 2 classes in the morning, Lian Sheng continued her midterm sign-in task. Zheng Lei and others took her to change classrooms. This course was very difficult before, but he actually exempted you from the exam. Zheng Lei was amazed and said enviously, "You are really so lucky." Xin Yu said, "You can do it too. Just recite a memoir of Edwin. Maybe you don't need one. The professor only checks if you speak." Zheng Lei, "Forget it. That's not something humans do at all." Meng Jianwu said, however, "Even if one course is exempted, Lian Sheng, you still don't have enough credits. It's not just one major course. Can others pass it?" Lian Sheng said, "That may not be the case. It's still early." Fortunately, the subsequent lecturer did not have the sharp eyes of the previous major professor. He just called out the name and did not pursue it after recording it. Unfortunately, she still couldn't understand most of the courses, but there were a few classes that she could understand, as long as it didn't involve some terms, theories, and rules. She could make her IQ work hard. The next day, the Union University officially started the registration for the new league. Everyone went to the computer room early in the morning to wait. Although she knew that there was little hope, she still touched the button with all. There was no big surprise. She successfully got a bye, and Ming Jianwu and the other 3 seemed to have all won. After getting the news, although she knew that this was normal, she was still relieved. I always feel that Lian Sheng is a person who can challenge the limit of probability. Fortunately, there are no perverts in the world. They gathered together to discuss everything, and then covered their mouths and laughed. A large-scale battlefield without Lian Sheng. That should be a paradise. Right? I feel very relieved just thinking about it. Lian Sheng looked at the points ranking of the selected candidates and sighed with some disappointment. Her short-term goal is to become a fraction of the points of the person at the top. Meng Jianwu saw her getting up to leave, and asked from behind, "What are you going to do?" Lian Sheng turned around and said, "Anyway, there is no need to divide now. I decided to go back to the ring. Comfort her lonely heart now." Meng Jianwu, Who said no? Did she forget about the next time? Hey, fighting in the ring? Meng Jianwu suddenly came to his senses, approached her, and whispered, "Is the general of the cavalry really you?" Lian Sheng, I go. Zheng Lei and Xin Yu heard it and followed. Nothing else mattered, and they hurried to ask the doubts in their chests. "General of the cavalry? Why did you choose Qixing?" Chapter 73 Invitation. Lian Sheng felt that the questions asked by this group of people were not so wonderful. To be honest, Qixing is good, except that it is a bit expensive. Everything is good. After all, he is her own son now. No matter how unsuitable it is, she has to kneel down and brush it. She stopped and glanced at them, then continued to move forward. Zheng Lei and others followed with small steps and grinned. Lian Sheng turned sideways. "Aren't you going to prepare for the next league?" "What is there to prepare? Anyway, we are all soldiers. Isn't it okay to obey orders and follow commands?" Zheng Lei waved his hand and said, "If you are not here, we don't even need to prepare mentally." Lian Sheng said, "Actually, I have only played one league game. It's really an exaggeration. You were not like this before the last game. Last time, I was still very active in training. One match is not enough. One match has already made us see through the world." Zheng Lei said with deep understanding. "I understand now that cramming at the last minute will not help. How long I can survive depends half on luck and half on command. After all, pre-match training can't make me grow into a great god quickly." Xin Yu added, "Even if you become a great god, you may not be able to defend your teammates." Lian Sheng, Lian Sheng turned back to his dormitory, and Meng Jianwu and others also ran back quickly, climbed onto Sanyao, and waited for the start. The ring match of the General of the Cavalry has now become a grand ceremony for the entire 12th district. The 100-meter flying knife and Jiang Fengyue helped her become famous, and countless people came to watch. The first thing they do every day when they go online is to visit the ring. The most frequent greeting in the world is, "Did the general lose today?" What a sincere greeting and vision. It's a pity that she has never lost since she changed her mecha to the 7 stars. After all, this is a person who has killed a 50,000-point god, and in the early part of the ring match, there were no noteworthy masters. However, as the poorest driver in the history of 7 stars, Lian Sheng had to consider the entire battle situation from all aspects. First, no injuries. Second, save ammunition. She is indeed both offensive and defensive. But this embarrassing situation also means that she has to be restrained in both long range and close combat. In fact, she is a generous person. But poverty distorts her nature. If she encounters an opponent with a simple mecha configuration like her, it's okay. But if she encounters a mecha with medium configuration or above, especially a high-speed mecha like Thingy, it becomes very tricky. Lian Sheng started in the afternoon and played more than a dozen games in a row. It is inevitable that he will encounter such an opponent. The opponent drove a silver mecha and launched a fierce attack from the beginning. The artillery fire did not stop for a moment, and dense rays of light shot towards her. After landing on the ground, it exploded with a circular fire. The ground was pitted everywhere by him, and dust filled the air, obstructing the view. He opened the thrusters and pursued at full speed. He didn't care about accuracy, but only pursued accidental injuries. The general dodged while keeping a distance and counterattacked at the right time. Her lightning-fast movement directly demonstrated her superb skills. She wandered in the line of fire and passed by many times, causing the onlookers to exclaim. It was this kind of rapid reaction on the edge of danger that made people feel radiant and excited. Meng Jianwu and others sat on the edge of the stands with their knees hugged, looking up with their mouths open. It was too exciting. If it were them, they would definitely panic at this time. Just as it was like this, a beam of energy cannon suddenly hit the boulder next to Qixing. The rubble exploded, and with another wave of attacks that followed, Qixing was blown away. Half of his body slid on the ground, and his left arm was completely separated from the mecha. The general bent one foot to brake suddenly, and fired several bullets at the target in sight. Although he won, the price was heavy. Everyone was excited and shouted below. The arm is broken. The arm is broken. Hero! Well done. Hero! Does the general have enough points to repair it? Yes, but if you repair it, you won't have points to replenish ammunition. After this wave of repairs, all the previous hits will be vomited out. So the repair cost of the 7 stars is simply abnormal. Based on my years of observation and experience, using the 7 stars to fight in the ring will only make you lose more and more in the early stage. Can I see the beautiful scene of the general driving the initial mecha again? Oh my god. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Everyone waved their arms and shouted excitedly, 50 basic points. Right? I'm always ready to sign up again. General. Look at me! Who's next? So happy. Please continue to destroy her mecha. I really can't afford to repair it twice more. Deducting her points means that at least one path can be destroyed for long range and close combat. No matter which one they choose, they will have a lot easier in the later stage. Anyway, that's what they think. The scene ended. The general of the cavalry stood on the ring with a broken arm. Lian Sheng tilted his head to take a look. The mechanical arm was half blown up, and there was still electric light jumping. The waist and abdomen of her left fuselage were also dyed black. The original white brand new mecha had not been repaired for a few days, and was already worn out. The culprit on the opposite side laughed at her twice, then threw a kiss to the cheering crowd below and left the ring. Lian Sheng did not rush to act. He checked his points and currently had more than 500 points. Because the whole arm was useless, and the mecha shell was also affected to varying degrees. It would take 500 points to repair the whole body. But if that happened, he would not be able to afford the ammunition later. Repair, or replace the initial mecha, or use these 500 points to buy a cheap and easy-to-operate mecha to get through the difficulties? Lian Sheng pulled the corner of his mouth, bought all the ammunition, and then continued to click to start. The crowd below the ring was still speculating on her future plans, and halfway through the conversation, they found that the light curtain had risen again. The voices fell silent for a moment, and then they began to discuss again. Oh my god! Just start the fight like this? No repairs? No repairs? Going on the field with a broken arm? No hand. You should change to long-range attack, and completely give up close combat. The attack power of a broken arm is higher than that of the initial mecha. A general can conquer the world with an initial mecha, let alone a 7-star one. Are you stupid? Every point earned by changing the initial mecha is real. If you use the 7-star one and get hit twice, you have to buy a new one. Right. And you have to use ammunition. How uneconomical. You are stupid. The initial mecha has. How much energy can be used to launch? The 7 stars at least have enough energy. Are fast enough. And are flexible in attack. Is it still unclear what the general of the cavalry meant? A man next to him made a cigarette lighting gesture and said. She said. Even if I let you use one hand, you still can't beat me. Just like she can say they are weaklings with the initial mecha. What is a 7 star that is half destroyed? I want to record. Don't stop me. In the newly loaded scene, the general really went against his usual behavior and started to attack. After the mecha lost its left arm, Lien Sheng found that his left hand was also firmly pressed to the side of his body and could not move. This made her very uncomfortable. If it was a close combat, she could not adapt to this sense of disharmony, and her subconscious actions would most likely become her fatal point. She had to use long-range attacks. Luckily, it was the left arm that was blown up, but the weapon was on the right arm. If the attack was as intensive as the previous mecha, no one could escape the general's offensive. The most outstanding feature of Qixing is its fast firing speed. It can be fired almost at the same time as the trigger is pulled, and there is no need to cool down between multiple shots. The general used ammunition at all costs, plus the original almost abnormal shooting accuracy, without giving the opponent any chance to breathe, and directly took it down. So after switching from long-range to pure long-range attack, her defense speed was much faster. The audience was very satisfied and applauded. This was definitely the most exciting day in more than a month. Meng Jianwu looked at the dense bullets and sent a communication in a hurry, reminding, "Hey, wake up! Aren't you going to lose if you play like this?" Lianxing replied with 2 words, "Happy." Anyway, the league has been drawn. What's the point of keeping a few hundred points? Attack instead of defense is her only choice at present. If she increases the number of games, she will always be able to hold on until she is not losing. She only has 50 points and can't afford to lose. Knowing that the league was hopeless and the ring was entering the second half to earn points, Lien Sheng was completely committed to the challenge on Sanyo's side. Replacing the mecha arm was the most expensive, requiring 400 points directly. After the mecha shell was gradually melted and affected the performance, Lien Sheng finally overhauled her mecha shell. Then, with a broken arm, she won 100 games in a swift and decisive manner. After accumulating 1,000 points, she still did not repair her arm, but chose to replenish ammunition and additionally enhance the configuration of the mecha speed. Everyone was shocked. Did she fall in love with this appearance? Not bound by courses. Time can be allocated freely. Lien Sheng wanted to take advantage of these 2 days to finish the entire ring and then start a new challenge. That way, the pressure can be reduced a lot. So from 8 o'clock in the morning, he kept defending the ring and ensured rest time. After 2 days, he directly reached 200 wins. Sanao was completely boiling. You said that a mecha player had a 98% winning rate in the early stage of the ring. This is excellent. This mecha player is a novice who started from scratch. He is a genius. This novice achieved a 98% winning rate with one arm. He is undoubtedly crazy. Without a left hand, she can't even show 2 middle fingers. Why can't she repair her arm? No middle finger is better than having one. This is to use the soul to launch contempt and provocation to their applicants. Everyone stood in front of the ring to admire her divine light. I don't know if the general is the best among all the 7-star mechas, but I know she must be the best at playing the one-armed 7-star. Not only the one-armed 7-star. I think she is the best at playing all the one-armed models. One-armed war god. What's the use of these legs? It's better to saw them off so that it's convenient to call daddy. Fortunately, she is a woman. As a man, I can't bear the pain of losing my left hand. A life without a partner is an incomplete life. I have a question that I have wanted to ask for a long time. Is the general really a woman? There are also transsexual accounts in Sanyao. Wow. A bold idea. As a result, another important participant in this incident got a glorious title. The man who broke the general's arm. Countless people want to take another title. The man who forced the general to repair the mecha. Lien Sheng points were still stretched. She only had 50 points of foundation. If the ring was breached, she had to start from the beginning again. After 200 games, many masters appeared in the ring. Finally, after she won the 211th victory, her ring was closed. Lien Sheng calculated that she had won more than 7,400 points in winning points alone. but after deducting the losses in the process, there were less than 3,000 left. The good news is that after the game was closed, the general finally repaired her arm. The sad thing is that she did not open a new ring. Every cell of the Sandow spectators was crying out for loneliness. But the little goblin did not pity them at all. Driving the 7 stars. The early games were too difficult. Lian Sheng wanted to enjoy the pleasure of squandering 4-digit points first. Lian Sheng came down from the sensor, went to pick up the light computer, and clicked on the course. You still have to learn first. It wasn't long after watching it that the light computer sounded. Zheng Lei said quickly, Zhang Su is here to see you. He brought people from other military schools with him. Lian Sheng pondered for a while and asked, Who is Zhang Su? Zhang Su. Zheng Lei paused. Isn't Zhang Su from the First Army? The one who snatched your command in the last league. Oh! Lian Sheng remembered and said, Actually, that was not my command. Zheng Lei shook his head. You had a chance to have it. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he is here to see you now. Lian Sheng, why are you looking for me? Zheng Lei asked. How do I know? Will you meet them? They are at the entrance of the cafeteria now. Lian Sheng hesitated and said, Let's meet them. She changed her clothes, put on her coat, and walked out of the dormitory. Zhang Su brought about 10 people and stood in front of the cafeteria. Zheng Lei and other military students seemed to be confronting them. This group of people was very conspicuous, and passing students looked at them sideways. Zhang Su was the first to see Lian Sheng and raised his hand to greet him. Lian Sheng glanced at the battles of both sides, chose to stand a little further away, and asked, What's the matter? Zhang Su stepped forward and asked, Did you not sign up for this battlefield league? Lian Sheng said, I signed up. Everyone was shocked. There was no one with less than 30,000 points in this league. And she actually got it in a month? Lian Sheng continued, I was not selected. She turned her face slightly, glanced at them, and expressed her attitude with her eyes. Why ask such a stupid question? People from other schools, A boy came out from the back and smiled at her kindly. Hello. I was the commander of Team Lu in the previous league. We are students of the First Army and the Coalition Army respectively. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to cause trouble this time. Lian Sheng nodded and went over to shake his hand. I've heard of you for a long time, Captain Lu said. After the last league ended, I learned that your points might not be enough to be selected for the league. So we came here specially this time to invite you to participate in another battlefield. Since the last time, their First Army and the Allied forces have always been shrouded in the shadow of winning streak. It was a great blow to the commander that the enemy guessed the strategy. Although the most humiliating thing that time was the students of the First Army. It was not a good experience for him. He couldn't accept being trampled under the feet of an opponent he had never fought head-on. The dignity of the First Army and the Allied forces was also unacceptable. And they needed to turn the tables. So this time, let's just shake hands and make peace. And come to negotiate with someone. Lian Sheng straightened his chest, became a little interested, and asked, What do you mean? Captain Lu saw that there was a play, and smiled more brightly, explaining, It's like this. We want to invite you directly in the name of the commander. It's still a battlefield of 5,000 to 5,000. No matter how many points you have, you can be the commander-in-chief. Lian Sheng, a battlefield with 10,000 people. Where will the participants come from? Invite them yourself. Commander Lu turned around and pointed at the brothers behind him. We have agreed that the First Army and the Allied forces will each provide half of the personnel. You can choose to invite students from the Union University. Or of course you can invite other people. This is not a military school league. And we have no requirements for the participants. As long as there are equipment. It doesn't matter even if they are from the society. Lian Sheng lowered his head and thought. Several alumni who were listening and helped her speak up. Isn't this unfair? You have discussed it in advance. And you will fill the vacancies. All our people from the Union University have signed up for the league. So where can we find so many people to form another 5,000-man battlefield? Captain Lu said calmly. We are only saying this now because we are not sure whether Lian Sheng will be selected for the league. And we just cancelled the registration. Zhang Su said, If you can't recruit people, you can go to the league forum to call for a meeting. Many people from military academies want to participate. And it is no problem to form a 5,000-man team. Lian Sheng touched his chin and suddenly said, But I'm busy scoring recently. I won't play a battlefield that only takes half a day to get 1 point. You can score points according to the normal league scoring. Just follow The same as the last time, Captain Lu said. I remember the highest record was that someone scored more than 10,000 points in one game. Right? Lian Sheng was skeptical and said. Is there such a way? The boy next to her was afraid that she would regret it. And he couldn't wait to answer. Of course. As long as we can find enough people to start the battlefield. And then invite 5 professors who are willing to score for us. We can apply to the school to enter the academic system. Lian Sheng frowned and said. It sounds troublesome. Zhang Su immediately said. We will handle it. We will handle all the procedures. You just need to decide whether to participate or not. Lian Sheng pulled up the corner of his mouth and chuckled. In this case, Zheng Lei whispered beside him. Where can you find people? It's not that simple, Lian Sheng said. I agree. Chapter 74, Selecting People. Lian Sheng agreed directly. Zheng Lei saw that she was still in a good mood and couldn't help jumping up and down. How could she be so impulsive? Hasn't she considered the actual implementation issue? This is related to the status of the military academy of the Union University among the military academies. How could she be so easily fooled by these sinister guys? Don't be happy too early. It's just a verbal agreement for the time being. Zheng Lei rushed out, put his hands on his waist and blocked in front of Lian Sheng and said, there are too many things that are not feasible in this matter. Don't bully a freshman. Or a female freshman. Lu, the captain, didn't expect it to go smoothly. Based on the principle that if there is something, we can talk about it. But this game must be played. He said, if you have any requirements, you can put them forward now. If we can do it, we will try our best. Lian Sheng waved Zheng Lei away and said simply, no. Just ensure the smooth holding of the game. Zheng Lei raised his hand to cover his face and felt deeply disappointed with Lian Sheng. Then, he was pulled aside by Lian Sheng with disgust. Zhang Su said, if you are short of people, do you need us to post a message to recruit people for you? Don't worry. We won't do anything to the personnel. And guarantee the most basic fairness and justice. Lian Sheng refused, no. I can find people myself. Lian Sheng didn't doubt this. After all, the game is broadcast. If you do something like this and others see it, you will lose everything. Not to mention a comeback. The reputation of the 2 military academies for hundreds of years will be lost by them. There is no need to do such a thing that is not worth the loss. Lian Sheng felt several hot gazes coming towards her, and pointed at a group of brothers behind Zhang Su and asked, why are there so many people? Is there anything else? Zhang Su said, they took the initiative to come, saying that they wanted to come and see the legendary commander. Lian Sheng was not interested in other things, and did not like this kind of scrutinizing gaze, and asked again, if it is set. Tell me the time. Captain Lu, tentatively scheduled for next Saturday. I will post the specific situation on the Sanao official website and the Military Academy forum. Please pay attention to it in time. Lian Sheng nodded. Okay. All the questions that should be asked were asked clearly, and it seemed that there was nothing for her to worry about. Zhang Su opened his lips slightly, wanting to ask her out for dinner. But before he could say anything, he heard Lian Sheng patting the laptop in his trouser pocket and saying, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. I am a little tired recently. You don't have to stay here any longer. After all, we are opponents now. Captain Lu commanded, I am sorry to bother you. We will leave now. Both parties said goodbye. Lian Sheng left in a hurry, and Zhang Su and others also turned around and left the Union University. Zheng Lei looked back cautiously, until the other party's sight completely disappeared at the turnaround. Then he caught up with Lian Sheng and howled in her ear, it's a big loss. It's a big loss. They came prepared. Lian Sheng put his hands in his pockets and continued to walk. Zheng Lei said anxiously, in this competition, the First Army and the Coalition Army joined forces and recruited their own people, which means that their troops are more familiar with each other and more organized. I think a little darker and maybe even rehearsed. Oh my god. What should you do? Lian Sheng, Zheng Lei looked up at the sky and said, where are you going to find so many scattered soldiers now? You must not have seen the power of scattered soldiers. They always have 100 ways to make you die in front of them. They are a group of little goblins, who will do anything for their own interests. It is difficult to intimidate them when you are the commander for the first time. The more Zheng Lei thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. He deserved to be the rising star of the command system. Their goal is clear, which is to avenge the shame. If they don't rush to score, The main contradiction within the team will disappear. They are now in an advantageous position. My Sheng. Lian Sheng tilted his head and squinted at him. Zheng Lei patted his chest. I understand. You will definitely ask for my help at this time. Although my power is limited. Don't worry. I will do my best. And Meng Jianwu and others. Our command department will definitely support them with all their strength. It's not very necessary. Lian Sheng said. Don't waste your rare spot. Just play the league well. I remember that canceling the registration will deduct points, which is not cost effective. I can't guarantee that you can get points. Zheng Lei was surprised. Don't you have confidence to win? I do, Lian Sheng repeated. But I can't guarantee that you can get points. Zheng Lei finally understood what she meant. Whether you can get points depends on your own ability. He felt like he was stabbed in the heart. Lian Sheng continued, if the time is set for next Saturday, then it is very likely to conflict with the league. Don't worry. I know it myself. Zheng Lei reminded, you can't participate even if there is no conflict. It is stipulated that students can only participate in one large league per month. Therefore, students who have participated in the Military Academy League cannot respond to your call again. Do you understand? There are not many students who can participate in your competition this time. I understand. I will go to recruit people now. Thank you for your concern. Lian Sheng stopped and stood at a fork in the road, saying, although there is no chance to cooperate, I still sincerely invite you to watch my game. I also wish you a great victory in this league. Zheng Lei sighed. He knew that he could not influence Lian Sheng's thoughts, and he could only wish her. Shrugged and said, then you should also do your best. Zheng Lei came out to bring food to her roommate, after being delayed for so long. The food in her hands is cold. She was afraid that several people in the dormitory would starve to death if she was late. So she said goodbye to her, and went back to deliver the food. Lian Sheng stretched out his hands and rubbed them, then walked to the flower bed next to him, and sat down. The shortcomings of combat power can be compensated according to the terrain and strategy. She can also consider the choice of soldiers. What she lacks most now is a reliable data analyst. Without the reminder of the data analyst, she can't grasp the rhythm of the battlefield here. Lian Sheng took out the light computer and sent a greeting to Lu Mingyuan. Do you have time? Where are you now? Lu Mingyuan replied soon. I'm in the Student Activity Center. Lian Sheng walked towards the activity center with the light computer in his pocket. Lu Mingyuan received her message and was waiting at the door. Lian Sheng trotted over, walked to the side with him, and asked directly, are you free recently? Are you interested in playing a league game? We haven't cooperated for a long time, and I miss your data analysis. I heard that it was a match between the First Army and the Allied forces. Right? It's very popular online now, and they have officially challenged you. Lu Mingyuan pushed his glasses and said regretfully, but I don't have time recently. I have to prepare for the league and internship in advance. Is that so? Then you go ahead. Lian Sheng waved his hand and was about to turn around, but paused and asked, then do you have anyone to recommend? Lu Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, I recommend Zhou Shirwei. He is a sophomore now. If no one invites him, he probably won't participate in the league. He may have time on Saturdays and Sundays. In terms of technical level, his strength is definitely enough. But I don't know if he will accept your invitation. He has his own circle, and seems to be able to participate in many competitions every month. Lian Sheng hasn't heard this person's name for a long time. The most impressive thing is what he said at that time. Senior sister, I think we will be a good match. Because of this sentence? She remembered this person firmly. Lian Sheng frowned unconsciously and said, really? What? Lu Mingyuan said, I haven't played with Zhou Shirwei, so I don't know much about this person. However, there are many commanders who have worked with him, and they have a good reputation for him. I have also seen his model. The modeling speed is very high, and the accuracy is very high. He should be a veteran with many years of experience, which is not comparable to ordinary students. Lian Sheng touched his chin and nodded. Okay. I understand. Lu Mingyuan thought for a while and added, however, if you have any questions, you need to ask actively. He generally won't give you very clear suggestions. After all, data analysts are the first-hand contacts of the battle situation, and casual words may interfere with the commander's decision. Lu Mingyuan explained everything he could say and was ready to leave. Then, Lian Sheng pushed further and said, then you can push a few more forwards for me by the way. Lu Mingyuan said, Why don't you go to the school website to ask? Although this invitation is for you personally. The previous incident was quite a big deal. And everyone knows that they are doing it for the reputation of the school. Students who were not selected should be happy to come and help you. Wait for me to see who are the people. And then mark them for you. For details, you can refer to Zhou Shirwei's opinion. Master, you have worked hard. Lian Sheng put his hands on his shoulders and smiled. The last question. How can I find Zhou Shirwei? He is inside. Master Lu, who knows everything, raised his hand and pointed. Our department is doing a promotional activity for freshmen. Lian Sheng walked into the activity center. The wide venue was full of people. And a senior was standing at the front desk to demonstrate. And Zhou Shirwei was sitting on a small bench next to the podium, watching the light brain lazily. Although he tried to shrink himself behind the senior, he was still seen at such an obvious position. Lian Sheng bent over and walked around to the back, and patted him on the back. Greeting, yo, junior brother. Zhou Shirwei turned his head and saw that it was her. He stood up and said, Senior. The two walked to the entrance of the hidden passage. Lian Sheng asked, Are you interested in participating in the league? It's not the military academy league. I will be the general commander. Of course. Zhou Shirwei seemed very happy. He turned over the light brain, indicating that he already knew about this matter, and stretched out his hand to her and said, Happy cooperation. The two exchanged communication numbers and finalized the matter. Lian Sheng returned to the dormitory in the afternoon and logged into Sanyao. He wanted to catch Lao Ding online to participate in the competition. While she was still thinking about how to review it, a player appeared next to her and said to her nearby, General Huzar. Right. I have seen many of your games. Are you interested in brushing points together? Lian Sheng was stunned. Added him as a friend. And then started a private chat. What points? A 5,000 to 5,000 battlefield game. The score is calculated according to personal contribution. If you perform well, there will be extra points from the professor. The other party said. I am a student of the First Army. And most of the participants are also students from the military academy. But not all. We hope that experts like you will join us. I think you need points as well. Believe me, this must be a more efficient game than the ring. Liansheng, This is very embarrassing. Chapter 75 Recruitment. Lian Sheng played for 3 days. And the anonymity alone scared many people. What are they doing? Are they trying to get offline? Lian Sheng was silent. The other party was still waiting for her answer. So he urged, saying, What do you think? We don't know the specific map yet, but we will arrange a reasonable position for you. Lian Sheng said, I agree with your point of view. The other party heard it and said excitedly, Then, Lian Sheng said, I mean, the point that I am a master. The man, Lian Sheng, don't you ask who I am? Are you willing to cooperate with me? It doesn't matter who you are. We won't interfere in such matters. I believe we have the same interests and can cooperate well. The man said sincerely. If you don't believe it, you can check the official website of Sanyao and our military academy. We will start the competition next Saturday. He thought about it. The general might be a novice. So he added, we also explain the relevant rules. If you have any questions, you can also go and have a look. The general of the cavalry looked at him with an unspeakable look, and then formed a team. The man applied to join, but was not approved, and saw a message flashing in the world, General of the Cavalry, calling for heroes from all over the world to participate in the 5,000 versus 5,000 man battle. Those who want to join can join the group now. Please spread the word. Registration will close in 1 hour. The person who came to recruit her saw the message, was stunned for a moment, turned his head and asked, What are you doing? Calling people, General of the Cavalry said. We are short of people. The man said anxiously, We are not short of people. We have enough people in our school. We just want to ask if you can come. You are alone. General of the Cavalry ignored him and continued to send another message. The man circled around her and felt dizzy when he saw her actions. He didn't want to make it so big, for fear that it would not end well. He approached her and repeated again. Really? I told you to stop shouting. We won't recruit them. People who are pulled in from the internet temporarily are not reliable at all. We don't know their level, origin, or anything. What's more important is that they are generally not as good as our professional military academy students. Why recruit them? The general of the cavalry said, "That may not be the case. Don't you know that great people hide in the city?" The man said, "Half of the students in the Sanyao High School division are students of our military academy. Why hide in the city? This is our territory." The general looked at him anxiously, and did not respond, as if he was very slow. Seeing that he started to jump up and down, he said viciously, "I am recruiting people for myself." "Ah?" The man spread his hands and said, "That is very difficult to open. Write a report, find a guarantor, and ask professional professors to judge, and need site monitoring. Even students from the military academy will find it difficult to apply." The general said, "This is not a problem. It's not her business anyway." The man wiped his forehead, as if on the verge of collapse. "Why don't you just come to us? We are ready for everything." The general shrugged, "But I want to be the commander-in-chief." The man, Lien Shum couldn't tell him the truth. Otherwise, he would most likely recruit an insider when he recruited people later. She raised her hand and waved, shooing him away. "You can leave." The man looked at her with an unclear expression, thinking that she was a little abnormal, and it was simply impossible to communicate, since it didn't make sense. He went back to report the situation. An hour later, the general's team had nearly 10,000 people. She has been too famous in Sanyao recently. When they heard that she was going to fight in the battlefield, a large number of people called their friends to come to support her. And by the way, they also wanted to see how her teamwork ability was in addition to her personal combat ability. And more people have heard of her fame. But because of the various restrictions of the arena, they have never had the opportunity to fight her. Finally, they can take this opportunity to find out the details. There were many military school graduates and social people in Sanyao. Lien Shung looked at their scores and found that there were indeed many high-scoring players. Lien Shung reported a location and asked them to come and gather if they were free. The general sat cross-legged on the ground and waited. When more people gathered, they began to discuss with each other. "I see. I saw the big guy. Isn't this the professional ring sweeper to Xiong? There are so many big guys who are almost invisible. Aren't they professional in the first area? You are worthy of being a general." So many people come just by howling a few times. Seeing more and more people coming around, the general felt that it was about time. He stood up, raised his hand and pressed to signal everyone to be silent, and said in the team, "Hello everyone. I am the general of the cavalry. In order to brush up the points, I also decided to open a large battlefield with 5,000 people on each side. But I am short of manpower and need everyone's help. It's like this. Actually, I am a student of the coalition, because there are many complicated things to discuss when opening a battlefield, including various tactical analysis in the later stage. I hope to communicate closely." The general said, "I will also go to the coalition army later. So now, comrades who are from the First Army and the coalition army, or have acquaintances in the two military academies, please raise your hands." A group of people waved their arms and shouted, "Me, General. Choose me. I am young and energetic, strong and healthy. Trust me. I am from the coalition army. The 3rd and 4th grades of our school are also opening a big battlefield recently. General, are you a freshman? I haven't heard of it. Me. I am a student of the First Army. My brother is from the First Army. Does it count? I believe in my distant relatives. I will have distant relatives who are from the First Army. Can I be next to the coalition army? General, anyone else?" One person raised his hand and said, "If I can see the real person, I can try to get it." Everyone responded, "I can too." The general called up the team list and smiled at them. Then he cleared them out one by one in the order of the previous speeches. Everyone was shocked and stood there in a daze, not knowing what they had done wrong. The general looked at them, clapped his hands and said, "Don't get me wrong. I just don't like to play with close relatives, because it will be embarrassing. Everyone, I believe you." At this time, the coalition forces, who received the news, were also confused. She said she was a student of the coalition forces? But I have never heard of this person. Is she a lie? It's fun to lie about this kind of thing? Is she a freshman? Freshmen should have an impression. After all, she is so conspicuous. The way of fighting is very special. No, there are only a few girls in our school. It may not be a girl. It may be a transvestite. Makes sense. One person decided, "Isn't this simple? She wants to open the battlefield. Go to the school office to guard, and see who has submitted the application for the game recently. Everyone was very curious about the identity of the general. The comrades of the coalition forces received greetings from all directions in an instant. The general reopened the list and started further selection. If they need 5,000 people, then at least 5,500 people should be prepared. After all, these people from Sanyao are not military academy students, and the probability of temporary abstention cannot be guaranteed. The matter of recruiting for the Alliance University has been handed over to Zhou Shirwei, and I don't know how it is progressing. It's better to have too few people than too many. The general of the cavalry said, first. The game time may be next Saturday. If there is any adjustment, I will notify you. Those who can't come, please leave the team now. Another wave of people left one after another. Lian Sheng pulled in a few familiar people and transferred them to the bottom row of the team. Lian Sheng believes that the most important thing for the soldiers in the battlefield is not personal combat power, but teamwork. Mutual doubts and speculations are the most fatal. After all, the battlefield is a good opportunity to brush points. It is not easy for military academy students to participate, let alone amateur players like them. It is not cost-effective to not get some points in return for such a time-consuming and labor-intensive activity. Sure enough, someone in front asked, General, you are not the commander. Are you? Can you command? The general is indeed active in Sanyao in the form of individual combat. No one has seen her command. Even in the ring, no one has seen her fight on the battlefield. The general said, second point, all those who doubt my strength can leave now. On the battlefield, passive sabotage and disobedience to command are absolutely not allowed. I hope you understand. The distrust between soldiers and commanders will directly disintegrate the relationship between the two sides. In a place like a virtual platform, she cannot make this guarantee. Afterwards, Lian Sheng selected several people with high scores as reserve members of the elite team. However, there are still not many people with more than 50,000 points on their side. To form a team, there is still a distance. Players with high scores still have their own circles. Lian Sheng thought about it, searched in the search list, and sent a private chat. The general of the cavalry asked, are you from the army or the coalition? Why are you looking for me? Jiang Fengyue said in a tone. Neither. The general of the cavalry, fighting on the battlefield? Jiang Fengyue, no. The general tempted, come on. Jiang Fengyue said angrily, I'm sick? You are sick. Oh. Don't you want to avenge your previous shame? The general of the cavalry said. I will open the arena after the battlefield, and I can invite you first. Otherwise, you will have to wait in line by yourself. How long will it take? In the mecha battle, there are too many factors that determine the outcome. No one is willing to admit that they are always inferior to others, especially those who have achieved some success like Jiang Fengyue. As long as there is a chance, they always think about turning the tables. The other side hesitated for a long time and did not speak. And then an application popped up in the general's team. The general happily added him, and then greeted, by the way, recruit a few more people. Uncle, I will open the arena only when I win. Jiang Feng was furious. Damn it. Don't talk like that. After all, there were many people on their side. When Lian Sheng arranged them, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Su and others had no way to contact Lian Sheng, so they could only post the news and rules directly on the website. So in the evening, a message popped up on the website of the Union University, representing the team of the First Army and the Allied Forces. Here is an announcement. The data analyst we invited is Baimi Feidao from Sanyao. Please prepare early. Everyone was in an uproar, half believing and half doubting. Will Baimi Feidao participate in such a student league? I have never heard of it. Could it be fake? Lian Sheng left Sanyao and received a notice from Zhou Shirwei, and learned the news. Baimi Feidao? Lu Mingyuan admired him very much. He should be a very powerful person. Zhou Shirwei invited her to meet the next morning to discuss the follow-up matters. So the two agreed to meet in the pavilion next to the three religions. Zhou Shirwei didn't waste any words. He sat next to her, took out his laptop, and reported the current situation, including the number of people who signed up for the Alliance University and the level of each student. In just one night, he had already listed the positions and past records of the known personnel for reference. There is no general person in charge of the military school league, and all arrangements are random by the system. But this time it is a competition that I applied for myself, not through the school network. and it must be decided by both parties. Zhou Shirwei said. After getting the approval, we must grab the right to choose the map. Since it is a challenge launched by the opponent, you must stick to this and don't back down. Lian Sheng nodded. Zhou Shirwei, give me the information of the people you selected online. I will make a statistical ranking for them. The deputy commander is much harder than her. After Zhou Shirwei finished explaining the matter, he added, however, you need to be more careful with the 100-meter flying knife. Really? Lian Sheng asked. What do you think of him? Zhou Shirwei said, very good. Lian Sheng, compared to you? In terms of technical level, he is better than me. Zhou Shirwei accepted this fact very calmly, so he did not have any special emotions. While putting away his light brain, he said, data analysis depends on technical level. Lian Sheng touched his cup and said in a deep voice, if it were me. Zhou Shirwei was surprised when he heard this. You could also do data analysis? Lian Sheng, no. I mean, if it were me, I would never admit that someone is better at commanding than me. Everyone is defeated by me, either now or in the future. Zhou Shirwei, Lian Sheng discovered last time that Zhou Shirwei was not enthusiastic about the battlefield. He just completed his data analysis work conscientiously. So when the red and white camps were fighting, Jiang Jiaka made a wrong decision, which led to the defeat. But he remained calm. He was obviously a participant, but he acted like a third party. He may have fulfilled his responsibilities and obligations, but he was not enthusiastic enough. Does fighting require enthusiasm? Lian Sheng thought it was natural. The emotions of the senior officers directly affect the morale of the soldiers. They need to stay calm, but they should not be indifferent. If it was Lian Sheng's own soldiers, she would grab them and beat them up. Lian Sheng asked, do you like playing games? Of course. Zhou Shirwei smiled. I really want to know what it feels like to be a data analyst for my senior sister. Lian Sheng, excuse me. Why do you want to be a data analyst? Zhou Shirwei was stunned. As a data analyst, it is a very rewarding thing to guide your command to victory in the battle. If the commander is the beacon that points the direction for the army, then the deputy commander is the eyes that see the road to victory. I want everyone to see the bright future. Lian Sheng asked, who told you this? Zhou Shirwei said, 100-meter flying knife. Lian Sheng nodded, oh, your future defeated general. He is not my defeated general yet. Zhou Shirwei said, he is my brother. Lian Sheng said in surprise. Wow. Chapter 76 Ancient Road. Lian Sheng was really shocked. This world is really small. She touched her chin and asked, is your brother also a military school student? Zhou Shirwei, no. He is more than 10 years older than me. He graduated very early. Lian Sheng nodded meaningfully. He may have accepted this game because of me. Because I mentioned your name to him before. Zhou Shirwei stood up and said expressionlessly, but it doesn't matter. I don't plan to lose. Sooner or later, I will surpass him. Zhou Shirwei, although I can't beat him now, I dare to assert that you can't find a better data analyst than me in Union University. Lian Sheng leaned back in the chair, crossed his arms and looked at him for a while, then stood up. I feel relieved when you say that. I don't care what your relationship is. As long as you are on the battlefield, you are the enemy. You have such determination and understand your position. That's enough. I will take you to win the rest. Zhou Shirwei looked at her and smiled, and said, I will go back to sort out the data first. I hope to arrange the personnel before the game starts. Otherwise, this will be our biggest disadvantage. They must be very familiar with the troops facing their own side. After all, they were all their comrades in arms, and they can only rely on these few days to make up for the gap between each other. Zhou Shirwei nodded to her and prepared to leave. Turning around, she found a person blocking the stairs in a strange posture. Fang Jianshan leaned on the pillar of the pavilion with one hand, turned sideways, and smiled at her. Hello, classmate Lian. Lian Sheng, do you need help? Fang Jianshan came over and said generously, I know you are short of people, especially elites like me. Lian Sheng, are you sick? Fang Jianshan frowned and said seriously, your game is not a matter of one person. It is related to the reputation of my entire Union University. As a member of the military department, how can I turn a blind eye? I also brought you for an aid. Don't say more. Zhao Zhuolu and 3 others appeared behind him. Zhao Zhuolu exposed him mercilessly. That's right. After he heard that someone had launched a challenge, He voluntarily gave up his qualification for the Military Academy League. Fang Jianshan interrupted him and shouted, "That's right." Yi Buqing continued, "He wants to join the team of the First Army and the Allied forces, and then seek revenge on you." Fang Jianshan rushed over and grabbed his collar and shook him sadly. "Lao Bu, you are no longer the old Bu you used to be. How can you be like this?" Cheng Zhe continued the topic, then the other side rejected him. Fang Jianshan stopped and spread his hands. "No. I took the initiative to wake up. What's the matter? Hatred? It can't compare to the honor of our school. Anyway, because of this, he suddenly stopped wanting to join your team." Cheng Zhe ignored him. "But he thought you might disagree. So he forced us to give up and come to play the game. I did it to save our precarious brotherhood," Fang Jianshan said sadly. "But now it seems to have been completely broken." Lian Sheng, although his description is wrong, his conclusion is correct. Fang Jianshan stretched out his hand to her. "Hello, Commander-in-Chief. I always feel that if he joins, the battle will become very chaotic." Fang Jianshan turned his head and grinned at her. Lian Sheng, In fact, Fang Jianshan and the others just wanted to follow her to fight in the outer battlefield. The two military academies joined forces to challenge the Alliance University. How could they possibly recruit him? Or Fang Jianshan is a sniper who doesn't play by the rules. Recruiting him is self-destruction. I didn't have such hope in the first place. The Military Academy League has a huge disadvantage for them. That is, it is too random. Although the four of them have enough points to ensure that they can be selected, they are likely to be divided into hostile camps. If they are lucky, they will be generals. And if they are unlucky, they will be soldiers. Both the efficiency of brushing points and the perception are very bad. There is no chance to cooperate and play a good game. I don't want to be restricted by so many competitions. And I don't want to miss such valuable experience as the big battlefield. It just happens that I have won the battlefield. So of course I will come." Fang Jianshan's treacherous and complacent expression is really too stupid. Fang Jianshan and the other four are willing to participate. At least this batch of students from the Alliance University don't have to worry about no one to manage them. However, there are really many people absent from this Military Academy League. Not to mention the First Army and the Coalition Army. Ji Fashao and others seem to be busy with graduation. After the initial registration ended, the system recruited more than 1,000 people before the game. Such a large number of people is really unique. On Wednesday, Zhang Su's approval came down, and the school agreed to hold it, requiring participants to report their names and ID numbers within a limited time. Because this is not a Military Academy League and does not use the school network, anonymous participation is allowed, and the official registration is recorded by Sanyao. Lian Sheng and everyone finally confirmed the game time, and gave priority to those who were selected before. Their military academy is not like the First Army and the Allied forces. It is a special military academy with a scarce number of students. The seniors have no time to participate, and the rest are recruited by the league. Zhou Shirwei does not recommend the selection of freshmen because they have no experience. There are not many outstanding sophomores, so he only recommended a few. So in the end, the number of participants in our school did not exceed 1,000. All thanks to the support of the masses of Sanyao. Fortunately, the qualifications seemed to be pretty good. The people of the First Army waited for a long time at the school office, and did not wait for the second batch of applicants. When the list came out, they knew that the general of the cavalry was the legendary Lian Sheng. Everyone felt that their IQ was fooled, as if they had returned to the fear of being dominated in the first league. Before the game started, they were already crying. How could Lian Sheng be a demon? She is directly a demon king. Why in the vast 3 days? Stupid things always fall into her hands. The day before the game, Zhou Shirwei scanned the enemy's available data. He finished reading it in the middle of the night. He felt a little sleepy, and got up to go to the toilet. He poured cold water on his face, pulled the hair next to him, wiped it casually, and tilted his head to look at the flashing light brain. I knew you would go there to be the deputy commander. But I won't show mercy. Let me see what kind of person the commander you are talking about is. Strong. Strong? I see that you are all scattered soldiers over there. So I asked your brother Xiaoyang and others to go over to help. But don't worry. I haven't communicated with them. And I don't know your battle situation. You didn't block the eldest brother, did you? Unfair. If you don't get closer to me now, you will really regret it tomorrow. Zhou Shirwei ran his finger over it and deleted all the information. The deputy commander is not an eye, but just a stone. An excellent commander can stand higher with it, and a despicable commander will only be tripped by it. It is because he is too naive that he has fallen to this point today. What 100-meter flying knife? Is he satisfied with this? It shouldn't be like this. Zhou Shirwei clenched his fingers. Only this game. He absolutely does not want to lose. The next day at noon. The game started on time. As long as it is a large-scale game, it needs to be broadcast. The Union University is still located in the gymnasium. But the Military Academy League in the morning has not ended yet. And the two sides are just mixed together. So they can only switch to broadcast. The game has just entered the preparation stage. And the gymnasium is already crowded. Students crowded on the edge of the stands, shouting, "We want to watch the 100-meter flying knife. We want to watch the general of the cavalry. We want to watch the new game. Broadcast. Broadcast. Teacher. Switch quickly. I want to see the male god." At this time, the Military Academy League was in a state of anxiety. And there was really nothing to see. The administrator then temporarily cut the screen to the second game. At this time, the commanders of the two teams were negotiating before the game. Lian Sheng and Zhou Shirwei were in charge of Lian Sheng. On the other side was still the original Lu, the commander-in-chief, and Buy Me Flying Knife. Both sides teleported to a small room to decide the game map and the position allocation of the participants. Lian Sheng said, "I will choose the map." Lu, the commander-in-chief, said, "Of course." They were ready. There were not many maps to choose from in the big battlefield. In order to prevent players from deliberately choosing remote maps, the system will circle a part of the regular map and give them the choice. Lian Sheng looked down. More than 4,000 of them were recruited by San Yao. And they must be more accustomed to mecha combat. There were only 2 mecha maps circled this time. Lian Sheng's fingers hesitated on the city map for a while, and a hand stretched out to block her. Lian Sheng tilted his head to look. Zhou Shirwei said, "There are many restrictions on urban map operations, and the rules are also very complicated, including the degree of preservation of buildings, the number of surviving NPCs, and urban defense facilities, all of which are considered as the final victory. As a novice, I don't recommend you to choose this." Lian Sheng looked at him. "What is your suggestion?" Zhou Shirwei, Ancient Mecha Road. The so-called Ancient Road refers to a passage that has been developed and eventually abandoned, passing through plains, rivers, broken walls, and deserts. A map that is both simple and diverse. Lian Sheng followed his advice, and finally chose the Ancient Mecha Road. Captain Lu saw the result popping up on the page and was surprised. "Really choose the Ancient Road?" "Right." Bai Mi Fei Dao smiled and said, "The commander on the opposite side is mostly a novice. If it were me, I would definitely not let her choose a complicated map." Then came the personnel allocation. Personnel allocation is the allocation of mechas. Each team leader can drive a high-end mecha, but including the 2 commanders, no more than 12 people are required. Lian Sheng chose to command and hold the line from the rear. So he gave up this opportunity and allocated all the limited places to the few people fighting in the front. In addition, all members of the elite team can drive medium-equipped mechas. There are 1,000 people. Lian Sheng selected 500 people from the Alliance School and Sanyao to form this team. The members of the Alliance University are in charge of Xiao Zhuolu, and the players of Sanyao are in charge of a person recommended by Zhou Shirwei. The rest of the soldiers drive low-equipped mechas and are ready to switch to infantry at any time when they have no energy. Zhou Shirwei is loading the team lineup that was arranged previously. Lian Sheng looked up bored and found that Bai Mi Fei was smiling and waving at them. Both sides could no longer hear each other at this time. Zhou Shirwei said that he was more than 10 years older than him, so he should be in his 30s. Bai Mi Fei has a neat short hair and very white skin. He looks like a sunny young man. I don't know if it's real facial features. His back is straight, and his whole state looks very energetic. He met Lian Sheng's gaze, pointed at Zhou Shirwei, made a hard shape with his hands, and then greeted her more warmly. Lian Sheng looked down at his brother, and the two of them really had completely different personalities. So-called brothers often compliment each other like this. Both sides were ready, and each took a step back, waiting to be teleported. Zhou Shirwei finally saw Bai Mi Fei's brotherly love for him, and raised his hand to respond perfunctorily. Then the aperture flashed, and Lian Sheng appeared on the far right of the map in a low-profile mecha. In front of her, was a detailed map exclusively for the Commander-in-Chief. It recorded the distribution of troops, types, and various markings of each team. Zhou Shirwei's mecha stopped next to her. The exciting moment has arrived. Lian Sheng put his hands on both sides of the map, took a deep breath, and said the long-lost words, "Everyone listen to my command." Chapter 77 Modeling. The horn of the battlefield was officially sounded. Bai Mi Feidao directly pulled the panel and jumped out of the mecha cockpit. Lu Hao, the commander of the Lu team, hesitated for a moment, and also walked down the mecha with the panel of the commander-in-chief. After all, there would be no danger on their side, and it would be more convenient to sit outside. Lu Hao grabbed the traction rope and came down, just in time to see Bai Mi Feidao sitting cross-legged on the sand, his fingers flying, and began to model. He directly arranged the signs of the commander-in-chief and the deputy commander on the innermost side of the map. Lu Hao took a look and asked, "Should we wait until the map is open before we talk about this?" They have already prepared the team arrangements, and now the scouts are opening the map from all directions. The rest of the teams are also lined up in an orderly manner to prepare for battle. Don't you think the gray gives people a bad feeling? After the map comes out, there will be a special sense of security. Bai Mi Feidao raised his head, nodded, and smiled. This is also a kind of psychological suggestion. Lu Hao thought it made sense, but a little unreliable. But if the guess is wrong, such a mark will become a limitation of our thinking. Bai Mi Feidao turned his head and said, "Am I such a person who doesn't know how to adapt? Isn't it a matter of one finger to change a data?" Lu Hao, when encountering such a big guy, is there any other way besides kneeling? No. Bai Mi Feidao said, "They must be inside." Xiao Rui doesn't like actual combat the most, and the data analyst can't go forward to fight. Lu Hao listened to him, and sounded very familiar. Then he remembered that the deputy commander on the opposite side was called Zhou Shirwei. He squatted beside him, and looked at the map and said, "I mean the opposite side's cavalry general. Her actual combat level is very strong. Maybe she will go forward to fight. She is a new student who transferred to the department." Right. It was also her first time to play in Sanyao before, although she has entered the league before. But in the ancient battlefield, she was just a small soldier. When she was in Sanyao, she spent most of her time fighting in the ring. That is to say, this kind of mecha battlefield was her first time to participate. Bai Mi Feidao said, "I don't think she is arrogant enough to throw away her responsibilities as the commander-in-chief and go into battle to kill the enemy in an unfamiliar battle situation. She must need to adapt to the opening. And when she adapts, she will occupy only 12 high-end mechas. This is a complete waste of combat power. If you are not driving an advanced mecha, it is easy to encounter danger on the battlefield. The most important thing for the commander-in-chief is to ensure his own safety." Lu Hao said. "You know her well?" No. I just analyzed her a little bit before. But I didn't expect Yin Sheng to be the general of the cavalry," Bai Mi Feidao said. "On the battlefield, there are very few who win by improvisation. Most of the victory is won by the side that is more prepared." Bai Mi Feidao pointed his finger downward and said with a smile, "Come on. Let's see whose home court this is." Bai Mi Feidao was chatting and laughing with Lu Hao, but his fingers never stopped for a moment, and kept clicking rapidly. All the codes have almost become conditioned reflexes. There is no need to hesitate or think. With his eyes closed, he can know where his fingers fall. He just drew the picture in his mind based on his intuition. Lu Hao looked down and saw that the gray map began to appear piece by piece from the location of Lian Sheng team. The scouts in front were still slowly opening the map, and Bai Mi Feidao's own map was almost halfway through. Lu Hao swallowed his saliva and said nervously, "Well, Brother Dao, this is not a jigsaw puzzle game." I know. Don't worry. I am very familiar with the maps of Sanyao. How nice it would be to brush these out. You also have directions when you assign locations," Bai Mi Feidao said. "You command quickly. There will be a battle ahead." Lu Hao lowered his head and took a closer look at the map, and said weakly, "There are thousands of maps in Sanyao alone." The map he restored is almost very detailed, including the terrain, road width, and direction. This is a complete map, not a vague scene. This can be done in a short time. Right? How much data is stored in his brain? Bai Mi Feidao laughed. "No way. Who told me to be a nerd now? I have nothing to do when I am idle." Lu Hao knelt down to him. "Boss. Don't say that. Boss, you are scaring me. Bai Mi Fei Dao laughed a few times. The whole map has been opened up before their scouts reached the middle of the way for a few minutes. Looking at the map horizontally, Lu Hao's team is on the far left, and the winning team is on the far right. The terrain from left to right is desert, mountain wall, plain, river. However, the scout moved forward and covered the simulation map he had built before, and there was not much change, except for the color difference used to specially mark the model area, and some details were added. There was almost no big problem. Team Lu's soldiers looked at the map and advanced, their morale high and their eyes filled with amazement. They would glance over there from time to time, but they still found it unbelievable. Just like Bai Mi Fei Dao said, after the map was opened, every step was solid. This was a great encouragement for the soldiers. The level gap was too big. When had they ever seen such a deputy commander? How far up did they have to go to reach such a level? The speed of modeling and analysis of a data engineer directly affected the speed of command decision-making. The analysts in their military academy were already very good at keeping up with the progress of the battle. The battlefield was changing in many ways, and they had to adjust the layout according to the soldiers' feedback at all times. And there were also various unexpected events. Enemy force analysis. There were too many data on the spot, and it was really necessary for the commander to judge and improve it himself in the battle situation. Being able to reach the speed of Bai Mi Fei Dao was not something that could be explained by proficiency and experience. They were people in the circle themselves, and they knew that even in the army, this was definitely the level of the best. Without talent, it would be impossible to get to this point. The scouts howled at the front, Brother Dao. Brother Dao. Don't do this. You're only dampening the enthusiasm of our scouts. Bai Mi Fei Dao asked, what enthusiasm? The scouts said, we want the kind of enthusiasm that can be expanded quickly. The kind of enthusiasm that can even expand the map. Bai Mi Fei Dao understood. Oh, I see. Your enthusiasm for expansion. He clicked on the control panel a few more times, and the map in the scout's sight turned black again, while the others were still in the full map mode. The scouts were satisfied. Another company commander said, why do you feel like you are trying to cover up your own mistakes? Lu Hao shouted in the team, comrades. It's unacceptable if we lose this. Show some momentum and take down the opponent in one fell swoop. 10 minutes after the start, Captain Lu got the full map early. The crowd in the gymnasium was boiling. Many people came here for the names of Bai Mi Fei Dao and the general of the cavalry, and they said it was worth it. Oh my god! What a hand speed! Did the phantom appear just now? Cheating? My Dao brother is a cheater. I'm Mary Dao brother. Since ancient times, there have been masters among the people. This skill is amazing. I think Dao brother may not be a commoner. I always thought that because of my admiration, I had added a filter to my Dao brother's image. Today I realized that I still underestimated him. I'm sorry for you, Dao brother. We don't seem to be data analysts from the same dimension. Damn. I wouldn't dare to be so exaggerated even in my dreams. Okay. It turns out that an excellent data analyst can directly reduce the difficulty of several games. So is there finally a reason for my failure in Battlefield Command? Classmate, please have some shame. I am a Class B commander, and I won't take your blame. When passing the mountain wall map, Captain Lu rested his formation and slowed down. After entering the plain area, Lu Hao prepared to let them line up again and start the battle in the plain area. No. 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 Wait a minute. Bai Mi Fei Dao stopped his hand and pointed upwards. Do you see the collapsed area at the edge of the plain? Lu Hao wiped his face and said, Boss, everything you say is right. The map of this area has not been opened yet. It is a model he built himself. Bai Mi Fei Dao said, if this area is blasted, there is an underground passage. Lu Hao was shocked. Really? Bai Mi Fei Dao said, the ancient road refers to the abandoned commercial road that has been developed. But do you see any signs of development in this map? Lu Hao probed, isn't the point abandoned? Of course not. Bai Mi Fei Dao said, according to my analysis, this area should have been the lower reaches of the river, and the entire area was infiltrated by the river. So they built an underground passage. But later, because the terrain rose and the water flow decreased, this piece of land floated to the surface and the passage was abandoned. Lu Hao was confused. Isn't this a system map? Bai Mi Fei Dao said, the parameters of the system map also have prototypes. San Yao's production is excellent and the site selection is rigorous. You can find its prototype in almost every large battlefield. It's just that it will connect different maps in various places and piece them together into a complete large map. Bai Mi Fei Dao drew a circle on it with his hand. What I know is that from this section to this section, there will be a residual underground passage. Lu Hao looked at him. So? Bai Mi Fei Dao retracted his hand, raised his head and smiled. You are the commander-in-chief. Classmate Lu Hao. Lu Hao came back to his senses and was unconsciously led by his thoughts. So he smiled awkwardly. His strength is so dazzling that people subconsciously believe and rely on him. This is the legendary Bai Mi Fei Dao. There was a burst of screams from the outside. So handsome. Oh my god. This guy is so handsome. Brother Dao, teach me how to model. I have been playing Sanyao for many years. How come I didn't know there was an underground passage here? This kind of passage cannot be penetrated by external forces. You can't find it unless you find the entrance. Does anyone know how old Brother Dao is? The focus and topic of the venue were all on Team Lu. The administrator switched the perspective at this time and turned to the winning team. At this time, they were moving forward according to the previous arrangement. Their start was a bit awkward, because there was a winding river when they went out. The river occupied at least half of the width of the road. They wasted a little time to make a detour to meet up, in order to ensure the gap between the soldiers and prevent it from being too crowded at that time. The team's battle line was stretched very long. So when Team Lu was halfway through, they had just left the first section of the river area. Zhou Shirwei was also very good. He first restored the map of the most important mountain wall section, and then tried his best to control the position and order of his team. Compared with the 100-meter flying knife, it was still much slower. But the soldiers of Liansheng team could not see the map of the other side, which was a great surprise for the current progress. A sophomore student has a promising future. The atmosphere on both sides was very relaxed. Liansheng shouted and reminded, don't relax. The other side may not know less about the use of the map than we do. I think you should know more about the 100-meter flying knife than me. She sat on the grass beside the river, listening to the sound of the water flowing slowly past her ears. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow her hair scarf. Liansheng stood up and took off everything he could take off. Feeling relaxed? There is a plain area ahead. Comrades, get the team ready before moving forward. Although there is no obvious shelter, there may be a fierce frontal impact. Please be prepared at all times. The elite team is on standby on both sides, and the vanguard mecha is in place in the middle. Liansheng said. According to the speed we are moving, the other side may have reached the plain area. Scouts, please pay attention. Yi Buqing led a small team of soldiers responsible for reconnaissance to go first, and the others followed cautiously behind. Soon after, Yi Buqing began to give feedback. They are standing in front of the mountain wall map. The number of people has not arrived yet. A small team has discovered us and is chasing us. Zhou Shirwei asked, where are they standing? Yi Buqing marked the position for them, a row of mechas. It looks like there are quite a lot of them, blocking the way to the mountain wall. Liansheng touched his chin and said, what are you doing here? That position cannot be attacked or defended. The map in front has not been opened yet. There is only a mountain wall. Zhou Shirwei pulled the map over again, closed his eyes, and recalled. He didn't say he was familiar with this map, but he remembered that there was nothing worth noting. Liansheng held his chin with one hand and looked at the map vigilantly. It was unclear for the time being, but she felt that the opponent might be scheming. So she prepared to slow down the team temporarily to test the opponent's momentum. Damn! It exploded. A team of people who were marching suddenly shouted, be careful. There is an ambush. Liansheng and Zhou Shirwei were both shocked. They looked up and saw that the number of people in the team began to drop sharply. Chapter 78, Team Up. Ambush? Liansheng raised the panel, carefully enlarged the picture, looked at the situation over there and said, where else can we ambush in this place? Where are they hiding in the ambush? What exploded? The attack team should report the situation immediately. Fang Jianshan's voice came from the channel. The ground suddenly collapsed. There should be an abandoned underground passage here. Their people are guarding inside and sniping. Our team is now surrounded. Liansheng covered his chin with one hand and said decisively, retreat. Those who can retreat first. The team next to him should rush over to support. Yi Buqing stays away and don't bring troops over. Zhao Zhuolu supports Fang Jianshan. The brother named Liang Liang's light bulb. Please go over to support the reconnaissance team. Most of the team led by Fang Jianshan are sniper-type mechas, and the rest are also attack-type mechas that are biased towards speed. So most of them have weak defenses. The enemy troops that surrounded them fired heavy artillery at them one by one. In such a narrow passage, the lethality was magnified. They almost didn't need to aim, and took away half of the heads directly. They only blasted a small section of the road, and the others hid in the passage. Because sniper-type mechas need to aim to cause effective damage, the half-blown wreckage blocked the middle of the road and became their best cover. For a while, their sniper team suffered heavy casualties. Fang Jianshan hid behind the wreckage, crossed the front and fired 2 shots, shouting, "Go to the left first. I will cover you. Start from the mecha close to me. Turn on the thrusters. Rush up. Jump. Quickly." One by one, they rushed up and rushed to the side to help. After the initial panic, they began to find the rhythm, and the number of people finally began to stabilize. Zhao Shualu's support arrived, jumped directly into the passage, and began to attack. Team Lu evacuated quickly to preserve their strength temporarily. "Don't panic. Arrange the team for me." Lian Sheng slapped his leg. The sacrifice of many comrades is a thing of the past. Whatever heads the other side has taken, take them all back. Now follow the command of each company commander and pay attention to the surrounding environment to prevent the other side from making another trick. Lian Sheng asked, "Fang Jianshan is still alive?" "Right." Fang Jianshan snorted proudly. "That's a must. How can a sniper not run fast?" He was lucky, and was in the middle when he fell. His comrades in front and behind blocked a lot of fire for him. And then Captain Lu retreated defensively, and the heavy artillery on both sides could not affect him. But he was very safe. Lian Sheng covered the communicator and turned his head to look at Zhou Shirwei. Zhou Shirwei noticed his sight and turned his head to look back. His fingers stopped. His lips slightly opened, and he couldn't find what to say for a while. Zhou Shirwei was about to accept the disappointment from Lian Sheng, but he saw her with her arms around her chest, nodding her head solemnly and praising, "The 100-meter flying knife is indeed not in vain. He is really an excellent deputy commander." Zhou Shirwei, It is obviously not easy to find such a secret passage. Zhou Shirwei has collected so much data without any precautions, which shows that this is an unknown setting. He used this information to take the advantage and initiative at the beginning, which is his ability. Is this the time to appreciate each other? Zhou Shirwei was about to speak, and Lian Sheng asked again, "If you use one word to describe him, what is it?" "Like you." Zhou Shirwei paused and said, "Like the sun." Lian Sheng, "Really?" Zhou Shirwei lowered his head and said, "I was not well prepared this time. The map of the large battlefield is to randomly select 20 maps from thousands of maps as the range. And then, they can freely choose one from the 20, while limiting their choices. A certain degree of freedom is guaranteed. It is almost impossible to guess this map and prepare in advance. But you can prepare according to the general type. They have no problem with this. The reason for the disadvantage at the beginning is that the opponent knows the Sanyao map much better than expected. Maybe it's all, or maybe it's just a coincidence. But it doesn't matter. No. You are ready. This is just an unexpected thing." Lian Sheng patted his shoulder and said, "Do what you should do, and leave the rest to me. It's just a successful raid, and they have to be able to hold the momentum this time. Our people are not weak enough to let them do whatever they want." She now has a real-time, clear and comprehensive grasp of the overall situation. So for the current situation, it's a bit of a headache, but it doesn't feel out of control. Lian Sheng looked at the map and closed his eyes. He said, "If I were him, I would definitely come to take advantage of the victory and test our strength. If we fail to adjust in time, they can launch a second heavy attack. But if we adjust, we can counterattack and harvest a wave of their heads." Lian Sheng pressed the communicator and shouted, "Zhao Shualuo, pay attention to the front. The enemy may attack in full force. Fang Jianshan, adjusted your own team and cooperate with the rear. Jiang Fengyue, take your attack team over there and pay attention to whether they will come in from the passage. Block the entrance and wait for a counterattack." Dan Bulb, who went to support the reconnaissance team, reported, "We have joined forces. The enemy is not large in number and is already evacuated. Chase or not." Lian Sheng said, "Return to the team first. Gather in the rear, and wait for the general attack." The company commanders did not speak, silently followed the instructions, and led the way in front. commanding the soldiers under their team to evacuate the original place and reformed. Arrange people to lie on the ground and listen carefully to see if there are any ambushes below. The soldiers who were originally frightened by the surprise attack also calmed down quickly, and the shouts stuck in their throats were suppressed by this atmosphere. Most of them had little experience in major battles, and they were indeed a little panicked when they encountered this sudden change. But seeing that the whole team was calm, they kept their mouths shut for fear of affecting others. The two sides did not fight for the time being, and Lian Sheng took the opportunity to count the casualties. They were ambushed this time, and more than 200 mechas were directly scrapped, and more than 100 were damaged to varying degrees, affecting the driving, more than half of which were sniper-type mechas. From the beginning, this is undoubtedly a disadvantage that cannot be ignored. If this disadvantage is not shortened as soon as possible, the impact on morale will also be huge. The people in the gymnasium looked at the stadium from Lian Sheng's perspective and were amazed. In just a few words, the team that had just been hit hard had adjusted. The general is also very courageous. The team on their side is very calm and responded in time. The passage was an accident, but the deployment of troops is strength. Does my sister's strength need to be questioned? The company commander was also well chosen. The people here are very calm and can suppress the soldiers. Today's game is indeed very interesting. There are disadvantages, but not completely. Am I the only one who thinks that the relationship between the two deputy commanders seems to be very subtle? After all, they selected the officers this time. The most intuitive standard for the Sanyao people to judge strength is the score. Not to mention that Zhao Zhuolu and others have nearly 200,000 points. Almost everyone in the team he led is at the level of Sanyao's little god. The people who were sent to lead the Sanyao netizens were recommended by Zhou Shirwei. There is no need to say much about the score. Some people are quite famous in Sanyao. That's enough. The soldiers may not be convinced by Lian Sheng, but as long as they can suppress a few officers, the whole team will be stable. Lian Sheng looked up. I felt a breeze blowing over the lake, and the weeds were bent. Zhao Zhuolu calmly reported, the enemy is coming from the front. It is estimated that there are about 500 people in the team. Lian Sheng was waiting for this moment, and gave an order, strong kill. Show your momentum, and let the other side see our strength. Zhao Zhuolu directly led the team, turned on the thruster and rushed up. They had two complete companies. The company in the battlefield was different from the 90-man company usually referred to. Here it simply refers to a team of 500 people. More than 1,000 people attacked the team of 500 people head-on, and Captain Lu immediately found that something was wrong. They tried to attack head-on to eliminate the suspicion that the opponent's lineup was scattered. They found that the enemy was coming fiercely, and the team was neat, and there was no sign of a successful sneak attack. So they turned around and fled. Lian Sheng shouted, chase them quickly. Revenge the brothers who just died. The other side has sent the heads to you, which is to express their disdain for you. If you don't kill them now, they will put their swords on your necks next time. The sniper in the back row gritted his teeth, rushed up with the speed advantage of the mecha, raised his weapon, and started shooting. The barrel is powerful but short range, but their guns are different. Captain Lu was chased and spanked, and they ran away one by one. For a moment, it was impossible to tell which side was chasing. However, this area is a plain, and the other side ran too smoothly. On Lian Sheng's side, only more than 20 mechas were left, and they were close to the edge of the mountain wall map. Lian Sheng was shocked, and considering the location of the enemy's large forces, he asked them to turn back quickly. The 100-meter flying knife received the battle situation feedback, responded while adjusting the numerical changes on the battlefield and showing it to Lu Hao. He looked at the data and said, the opponent is showing signs of counterattack. Lu Hao was surprised. They are counterattacking so soon. Didn't they just get attacked successfully? That's right. The opponent is not an opponent that can be easily defeated by a successful sneak attack. So please stay alert. Bai Mi Fei Dao stared at the screen and said, she has already responded. What is the next instruction from the commander? Lu Hao pondered for a moment. Commander, why are you always looking at me? Bai Mi Fei Dao turned his head and said, when I'm not around? Do you look at your deputy commander like this? Lu Hao said, of course not. But you are experienced. I want to hear your advice. Bai Mi Fei Dao said, I have given all the advice I can give. And I have also given the data. Attack or rest temporarily. There are reasons for now. Lu Hao asked, are there any underground passages? How can there be so many? If there are more, It will become a bug. Bai Mi Fei Dao laughed. Commander, you seem to be a little lax. Lu Hao was slightly stunned. And after reflecting on it, he felt that he was indeed too dependent on the deputy commander. The last time he won a great victory, it was his own strength that counted. He regained his spirit and said to the channel, "Everyone gather. Retreat temporarily. Hold the mountain wall. And prepare to give them a heavy blow." Lu Hao encouraged. The previous wave was beautiful. And now the initiative is undoubtedly in our hands. More than 200 people were killed on the opposite side. And the damage to the mecha should be close to 400. There is no threat from snipers. Comrades, kill as much as you want. Chapter 79 Who? The plains are flat. And the battle between the two armies is a head-on conflict. In such a fierce conflict between mechas, the losses of both sides will increase sharply. This kind of combat method requires high personal combat capabilities of soldiers. There are less than 10,000 people on both sides. If an accident occurs, it is difficult to turn around. They still have an advantage now, which is not big or small. Lu Hao is confident in the players of his military academy, but he is not sure about the strength of Lian Sheng's team. So he dare not rush forward. Choose to retreat, occupy the terrain, and then see the situation. Bai Mi Fei Dao knew that there was no underground passage here, but Lian Sheng and Zhou Shirwei were not sure, so their march became slow. In order to prevent the same accident, Lian Sheng began to reorganize the team. She mixed Fang Jianshan team into Zhao Zhuolu team, and then advanced in batches. If the ground collapses again, directly attack and repel it to reduce casualties. They walked slowly, which just gave Lu Hao time to ambush the team. When the team in front of him approached the mountain wall, Zhou Shirwei said, "The mountain wall map is in front of us. It is usually the key area for fighting in the ancient road. And it is also the most suitable place for fighting. Let everyone pay attention." Such a naturally narrow place directly lengthened the battle line. In the mountain wall area, as long as there is chaos, it may explode like dominoes. Strong troops can continue to spread the advantage. Weak troops also have the opportunity to counterattack. The various attributes of low-end mechas are low, but the number is the largest. This is just the place where most troops can play. Zhou Shirwei said, generally, low-end mechas will be put into battle here. After consuming the enemy and our troops and distinguishing the advantages and disadvantages, use intermediate and advanced mechas as the main force to fight the final battle in the desert area and the plain area. They haven't opened the map here yet, and the winning team is obviously slower. But fortunately, Zhou Shirwei directly drew the map of the mountain wall, which is convenient for the winning team to refer to in command. Zhou Shirwei explained to the map, one is the main road, and the other is the small road. Both the small road and the main road rely on a vertical mountain wall on one side and a bottomless cliff on the other side. If you fall off the mountain road, you will be killed directly. The width of the small road only allows two mechas to move side by side, which is not suitable for large-scale marches. And if they encounter an ambush, the team may be directly wiped out once they are in chaos. After all, in such a steep place, they don't even have a place to hide. Zhou Shirwei said, if we get out of the small road and reach this position, it will be a natural place for a sneak attack, which will be our advantage. The terrain of the back section of the small road is slightly higher than that of the main road. If you really succeed in bypassing the small road, you will occupy the high ground. It is indeed a good choice to have a height advantage, and to attack from the front and back of the main road. Lian Sheng looked at the map, thinking. He rubbed his hand on his chin again, and then said, all company commanders, get ready, go forward, and attack the map. There were some doubtful voices in the channel. Zhao Zhuolu hesitated for a moment and asked, Captain, will you go as the vanguard and capture the mountain wall? Lian Sheng said. 2 elite teams. One team will take 100 people to attack the small road, and the other team will be responsible for the main road. Both roads are mainly composed of high-end and medium-end mechas. Our goal is to capture the mountain wall with force. Zhou Shirwei hesitated for a moment, but still reminded him in a low voice. I think we should not waste high-end and medium-end mechas in such a place. The difference between mechas is still very large. It is a waste of manpower here. In the later stage, it is easy to be suppressed. Lian Sheng looked at him, suddenly laughed, and said, aren't the so-called elite troops used at this time? Stand in front of the danger, and lead the soldiers to break out of the siege. We must take this road with the least loss. Lian Sheng pressed his finger on the map. Don't underestimate the power of the soldiers. Even the soldiers can eat the general. Compared with the level of the scattered soldiers, they are definitely not as good as the opponent. The opponent is generally military academy students, and the strength of the scattered soldiers is comparable to their elite teams. Fighting with scattered soldiers in the middle of the mountain wall is a great opportunity to kill people, and the opponent will definitely be happy to see it happen. Then why should they sacrifice their soldiers here in vain, and then transfer the heavy responsibility of turning the tide to the battlefield behind? Once the head difference is widened, the invisible pressure will imprison them, and Lianxing will never hand over the rhythm to them again. Lianxing shouted, Fang Jianshan. Is Fang Jianshan still alive? Fang Jianshan said angrily. Are you asking me to play? Is this a curse? Lianxing, you don't speak. This is really not used to it. Don't. Chengze said bitterly. This side has never stopped for a moment. Lianxing said, come on. Is there anyone who wants to recommend himself? The main road is relatively open, so my suggestion is high-speed mechas and reconnaissance mechas, combined with strong attack mechas and heavy mechas for defense. For the side roads, I recommend medium and long-range damage mechas with high lethality. Lianxing paused and said, well, when it comes to mechas, you should be more familiar with them than I am. But no matter which road you choose, please prioritize your own safety. If you can't guarantee it, don't rush into it. The whispers of the crowd came from the channel. I'm on the main road. Fang Jianshan shouted first. Don't ask me if I'm still alive. The sniper is the man who laughs last. Lianxing said. Come on. Avenge your incomplete team. Zhao Zhuoluo pondered for a moment and said. I'm on the side road. I need Fengyi and heavy armor. I arranged the team to the side road. Super bright light bulb, in this case. I follow you to the side road. Fengyi. I go to the middle road. I can cooperate with the sniper. Other advanced mechas will be on standby at the back. The bright light bulb said. I also arranged the team in the middle road. These two light bulbs were highly recommended by Zhou Shirwei. Lianxing turned his head and asked quietly, what level are those two light bulb brothers? Zhou Shirwei thought for a while and said, probably the highest level here. Yo! Lianxing's eyes lit up. Brothers, you have worked so hard. Zhou Shirwei, Zhao Zhuolu, and the bright light bulbs began to line up urgently to select people. Lianxing shook his legs and waited for their results. When there are a group of reliable generals under his command, command is an easy thing. The commander cannot fully understand the situation on the front line. The faster and more accurate way is to delegate power to officers. When the leading officer cannot execute her destiny, she needs to command over the level and then arrange and correct it little by little. Just like before. How could there be such a detailed division of labor? Most of the main generals also served as commanders. Lianxing looked at the palm of his hand. The feeling of shouting and fighting seemed a bit long ago. Zhou Shirwei called her over there, indicating that half of the data had been prepared. Zhao Zhuolu led students from the school and did not encounter any resistance. Try to ensure the integrity of the team, and directly take the front and send people. The bright light bulb is slower. After all, they are all 3-day netizens, unorganized and undisciplined. If they suddenly encounter such an order, it will probably take a few minutes. Lianxing said, thanks to you this time. Fortunately you know the map better this time. Otherwise we will be suppressed by the map from the beginning to the end. Zhou Shirwei frowned, turned his head and said, compared with him, it is still far behind. He was still upset about the previous underground passage. If this time, it was not an invitation from another school, but a military school league, then the command level is slightly worse. The leader's deterrence is not enough. The team is a little flustered, and the opponent directly pursues the victory, causing the situation to worsen. The loss will never be more than 300 people now, and it is possible to exceed 1,000. Once the decline begins, it is difficult to stop. It is true that such a situation is rare. It is a fact that people do not know the map well enough. For the same map, some people can't find the passage there even if they play it 1,000 times. Some people can know everything clearly after just one swipe. Lianxing was just about to comfort his junior when Fang Jianshan's report came from the channel. Fang Jianshan said, some people are dissatisfied. What should we do? I will just push them down. Lianxing connected the entire channel and said, everyone be quiet. Who has any opinions? Speak now. There were a few people pushing and shoving over there, and one of them said, why do they fight like this? The high-end mechas are leading, And they are also taking our heavy-duty mechas up? General, can you really command? We have been ambushed once in the early stage. There were several others who responded. Worry was still hidden in their hearts. I know, Liansheng said. The opponent is more skilled in using the map than us. This has already happened. In essence, it cannot be called a mistake. This has nothing to do with my current decision. Do you have the confidence to beat the students of the opposite military academy? The boy said, we are already at a disadvantage. If we lose advanced and intermediate mechas. Liansheng interrupted them directly and said, well, I will use 100,000 star coins as a bet. The boy said angrily, this is not a matter of money at all. What do you mean? I just hope you can understand one thing. Now, I'd let you stand in this bet with no capo, Liansheng said. If you choose to listen to me, you will get points if you win. And you will also get 100,000 star coins if you lose. I am using 100,000 star coins to buy the soldiers' trust in the commander. Something I deserve in this competition. The few people were silent. I am not very interested in listening to your analysis of our current disadvantages. You are shaking the morale of the army. Just over 300 mechas. That is the advantage that the deputy commander of the other side deserves based on his strength. I agree and understand. And I don't think it is a big deal. We have 5,000 people. And we have just fought a map. There are still countless opportunities ahead. Do we have to focus on the loss of 300 mechas and be complacent? Open your eyes and look ahead. Your enemies are standing in front of you. Liansheng shouted. Agree. Obey the arrangement now. Disagree. Push it down. The channel was finally quiet. A minute later, the bright light bulb said simply and rudely, I'm ready. Liansheng stood up and shouted in a sonorous voice. It is useless for a person who can't move forward to reduce losses. Because you are still retreating? Even if there are thorns ahead, you have to step over them step by step. Get back the hedge you lost yourself. You are soldiers. You are warriors. Don't think about retaining your strength. There is no place for you to retain your strength on the battlefield. Every point you retain may be your sacrifice, comrades. Hold your swords tightly and fight hard until the last moment. No retreat is allowed here. No fear. Liansheng waved his arms. Let's go now. Zhao Shualuo turned around and said to the people behind him, let's go. The figures headed towards the steep mountain wall. Liansheng took a deep breath and lowered his voice. I wish you come back alive. Warriors. Lu Hao waited for a long time and said with shaking legs, why hasn't the other side come over yet? Stuck with us here? No way. The other side is very cautious. The map incident should have dealt them a big blow. So they are still in the trial stage. Bai Mi Fei Dao said. Don't be anxious. Let the team be ready for battle at all times. Lu Hao sat up straight and said, from what I saw from her command before, she should be a very bold person. Bai Mi Fei Dao said. Boldness and caution are not contradictory. Bold and careless people often don't survive the first episode. Lu Hao nodded. Cut to the public channel to encourage a group of soldiers. Oh, right. Bai Mi Fei Dao looked away from the panel and said, remind, there are 2 mecha operators with very strong single attack capabilities on the opposite side. Lu Hao didn't come back to his senses for a while. Are you talking about Zhao Shualuo? Bai Mi Fei Dao, Zhao Shualuo? No. I'm talking about the light bulb on the opposite side. Lu Hao frowned and felt that he had no impression. How powerful are they? Bai Mi Fei Dao said. They are retired soldiers. Lu Hao's mind was blank for a moment. And he said, what retired soldiers? Well, Bai Mi Fei Dao smiled brightly. They are retired soldiers of the expeditionary force. Lu Hao was silent. After a moment, he asked, is there anything else you want to remind me? I don't have anything to remind you. Bai Mi Fei Dao said. But the deputy commander on the opposite side is my younger brother. Lu Hao, Bai Mi Fei Dao smiled and patted his shoulder and said, I didn't want to tell you at first. The opposite side are all scattered soldiers. It's better to give them a secret weapon. But now it seems that they are not easy to deal with. You should prepare early. Lu Hao felt that he was about to cry, Boss. Boss, don't play with me like this. Okay. What's the point of playing Sanyao with retired soldiers? Are you also a retired soldier? Damn. Our team can collect the big Buddha. Come to our team. Am I the kind of person who deliberately makes things difficult for my younger brother? I am just a younger brother. Bai Mi Fei Dao said sincerely. But I am on your side now. Lu Hao wrapped his hands in his. Boss. Bai Mi Fei Dao pulled back his hand and explained to him, there are two people called Ding Ding on the opposite side. One is using Fengyi, and the other is using Pajun. There is nothing else. I suggest you attack them in groups, and use them as cannon fodder. Can the expeditionary force compare with them? You must be kidding. The Alliance defense war has been going on for the past few years. Which means that this group of people have really been tempered in the artillery fire. They have driven real mechas. And whether it is physical fitness, actual combat ability, or experience, they are far from comparable. Although military school students always like to call it hell on earth, it is still a university after all, with various courses. It is also known that the amount of training is really inferior to that of real soldiers. Not to mention that it is the most elite expeditionary force. Too inferior. The gymnasium was blown up by this news. Everyone was in a commotion, trying to move forward to see more clearly. Oh my god! The living expeditionary force. They can actually play 3 days. Zhou Shirwei's brother? I just feel that the name Zhou Shirwei is very familiar. As if I have seen it somewhere. Master Dao. Master Dao. Master Dao. I love you so much. Damn it! I remembered the one in the alumni directory. That's so-and-so. A man stood up with a laptop and said, I found it out. Is it Zhou Shuren? Zhou Shuren, also known as Zhou Shitzi. He served as deputy commander of the Union University in the 123rd Inter-School Friendly Tournament, led the team to victory, and was successfully recruited into the military. He graduated from the command department of the Union University at the age of 16. He was awarded the third-class merit once. He became the youngest member of the Expeditionary Force. He was the deputy commander and best model soldier of the 6th Expeditionary Army, the champion team of the 32nd Union Intermilitary League. He was awarded the first-class merit once. He was awarded the second-class merit once. There is no information after that. All information is stuck at the second-class merit obtained 2 years ago. Why? Why did such a person retire? I thought he was still in the army. One person covered his mouth and said sadly, Isn't this the student of someone else's family that my professor often talks about? Isn't this a case study of our professor? I always thought his real name was Zhou Shitzi. Why is he playing Sanyao? Why did he become an internet celebrity? A big guy can become an internet celebrity just by playing around. Retired at such a young age? He is only 35 years old. From the Expeditionary Army? With outstanding military achievements. He will have a bright future in a few more years. Right? The crowd outside the field frantically flipped through the light brain, trying to find the identities of the other 2 light bulbs. In the map, Lu Hao is informing the teams of this sad news. Please pay attention to all teams. If you see a soldier on the opposite side called a light bulb, unconditionally focus fire on them. Keep your distance. Don't get close. The team below was confused. What's wrong with them? A little. Before the battle, Lu Hao couldn't tell the truth, fearing that he would hurt morale, and said dryly, Personal grudge? Chapter 84's Killing. As soon as Lu Hao finished speaking, the captain of a company said in a black line, Did your brain go out? Is this a time to joke? Another captain of a company said, I will not accept it if it is not Bao Ju's personal revenge. If it is, I can understand but still cannot accept it. Trust me. Beat them. We talk after the beating. Lu Hao wiped his face and said, The 2 on the opposite side are very powerful. Must highlight them. The captain said, Aren't Zhao Zhuolu and others the ones highlighted? Lu Hao, then highlight them. All the captains, Bai Mi Fei Dao said, That's my friend. 1 Fengyi and 1 Pajun. If you see them, I suggest you be careful. Someone in the channel reported, Someone is coming from the opposite side. They said people on both roads. Occupy the slightly wider section of the road and at the turning point, and then leave the narrow road in front to them. The first to notify that they encountered the enemy was the small road. The man was surprised and said, Why are the high-end mechas coming? I saw 2. The one behind is not clear, and the 2 shadows passing by seem to be medium-end mechas. Lu Hao frowned. No way. Do they really want to break out of the small road and outflank? He said people to stay on the small road just in case. In most cases, the enemy would not choose to break out of the small road. After all, this road is narrow, and 2 mechas side by side are crowded. If they are intercepted, the 2 sides are likely to be deadlocked. And even if they are marching, this speed is too slow. What is the purpose of the other side's current actions? Stop them. Hide behind the corner and shoot with all your strength. And make sure to stop their attack. Lu Hao asked. How is the middle road? The scout in the middle road was hiding behind the wall and poked his head out to peek. Hearing this, he said, I saw a figure. The one walking in front is also a high in mecha. The front team has 2 levels of medium and low in mechas. I don't know what's going on. Lu Hao, who are they? It's too far to see clearly. The scout stepped back a little. Prepare for battle. Huh? Lu Hao looked at Bai Feidao. What do they mean by this? It seems so from the situation. Bai Feidao said. Nothing is impossible on the battlefield. Just analyze it carefully according to the data. Lu Hao said. Do they want to use high-end mechas to make up for the previous disadvantage? Bai Feidao. If we only compare the strength of the soldiers, they are indeed not as good as us. Fighting on the mountain wall. It's like sending a head. Lu Hao, sending a high-end mecha forward now is like paying ahead in advance. Right? Bai Feidao said. It shows that she is indeed a very bold person. Lu Hao's lips twitched. In fact, this is not something worth being happy about. Zhao Zhuoluo led his men to the corner. There was a blind spot behind them, and it was not certain whether there were any enemy troops. The team stopped temporarily and prepared to test. Suddenly, a gun muzzle stretched out from behind the wall. The super bright light bulb did not blink, and directly raised his arm and swung it, hitting the wall. The barrel was hit and tilted directly, and the firepower shot into the air. Attack preparation. Zhao Zhuoluo pointed to the front and said, the front row should pay attention to the enemy attack, and the back row should attack the place where I have hit. The mecha behind him quickly adjusted the team. The front row squatted down to leave a field of vision for the mecha behind, and then started to attack according to the instructions. Zhao Zhuoluo raised the barrel and fired a heavy shot at a mountain wall in front of the corner. Suddenly, the rocks fell. All around him, there were sounds of gunfire, rubbing against his sides and flying forward. Above his head, there was a cracked rock wall, with some pieces of rock and soil hitting his fuselage. The super bright light bulb stood on the periphery, crossed his arms, aimed at the angle, and fired the compressed wind cannon forward. All the falling gravel was rushed to the opposite side by the air wave. The rear mecha adjusted the muzzle, aimed at the depression he had made, and then began to fire powerfully. The mecha on the periphery of Team Lu saw the yellow sand coming towards him, and subconsciously raised his hand to wave. Then, he heard bursts of roars, and felt that the entire mountain wall, including the road surface under his feet, was shaking. They shouted, Damn it! Hey! Crazy people on the opposite side. What are you trying to do at such a close distance? Stop it. It's impossible to break through here. At least half of the thickness is solid stone, and you can't break through it. The people on the opposite side shouted. Don't you even understand such basic things? Why did you remind them? What difference does it make whether you remind them or not? Shrink the team. Shrink the team. Move a little inside. Don't fall down. Zhao Zhuoluo ignored him and continued to raise his weapon and attack again and again. The place slowly turned from a small pit into a depression. Zhao Zhuoluo raised his arm and signaled everyone to stop. Then he drew out the long sword behind him. He took a step back, stared at the front, pressed down his upper body to gather momentum, and then pushed his heels hard, using the thrusters to leap forward. He swung his right hand and thrust his sword into a crack on the mountain wall. He crashed into it, and the huge force made him bounce back. He grabbed the wall with one hand, and the whole person was still hanging steadily on the mountain wall. The soldiers behind him shouted in unison, Wow! Zhao Zhuoluo did not pause, roughly adjusted his posture, raised his left hand, and blindly shot forward around the mountain wall. The soldiers of Team Lu were still staring at the front defense. Because of the dense artillery fire, their ears could not distinguish the danger. Suddenly, they were attacked from above, and they did not react for a while. And the frontline troops were directly killed. Due to the limited perspective, the backline troops could not see what happened. They retreated slightly in panic. What's going on? What the hell? Don't retreat in front. This place is very narrow. Don't block your sight. See where the attack is coming from first. Lu Hao listened to the quarrel inside and felt something was wrong. What's going on? Hold on. Calm down. Up there. A soldier finally saw it. On the mountain wall. There's a mech hanging on it. Aim and shoot. Calm down in the front row. Don't lose your composure. Pay attention to defense. However, it was too late. Taking advantage of the chaos, the super bright light bulb had already led people around the corner. Dense shells were fired directly at them, missing the best time to counterattack. The compressed air cannon of the light bulb bounced off the wall, and all they saw in front of them were the wreckage of their comrades' mechs. And their sight was completely blocked. The two heavy mechs drove forward side by side, with thrusters on. It was precisely because of the narrowness that there was no way to avoid it that they were blocked together in an instant, and were pulled off the cliff. The team at the rear noticed something was wrong. There's something wrong with the report. The people in front are retreating quickly, messing up the formation. Should we blow them up first? The soldier said aggrievedly. Someone is pushing us. There was chaos over there, and the reports were intermittent, and it was impossible to restore the battle scene. Lu Hao said, the leader decides whether to adjust or evacuate, and decide quickly. The company commander over there said, retain the troops and suggest retreating. Everyone in the team listened to the order. Retreat in an orderly manner. I say it again. Retreat in an orderly manner. Lu Hao said. Exit the intersection. Wait on both sides of the desert map, and prepare to ambush and kill. They had just retreated on the small road, and were still in the chaotic adjustment stage, when the communication from the main road came in again. Report to the commander. The frontline soldier shouted. The situation is not optimistic. There is a pervert on the opposite side, and he is one of your personal enemies. Lu Hao had a headache. How perverted? Don't joke around. Let's get to the point. Nothing. He is just very perverted. The soldier over there said. We are in a head-on confrontation, and he is killing us head-on. Bright light bulb was driving a high-end Pijuan. High speed. Attack. With a long sword in one hand and an energy cannon in the other, he rushed up and started to kill. He was in a good position, using the enemy's mecha to cover his body, and occasionally stretched out his arm and fired a shot. On the surface, he was attacking at close range, but he didn't take down the head of the man in the front row for a long time. Just kept circling and shooting. He was agile and flexible. The sniper in the back couldn't catch his routine at all, and was afraid of hurting his own members. He kept his fingers on the switch and dared not attack. The members of the company cheered in unison and watched his personal performance, almost without taking action, fearing his own shells would disrupt his rhythm. The bright bulb? His maturity in operating the mecha is beyond description. Using the thrusters to turn, jump, and brake suddenly. For novices, it is dangerous to open the thrusters once, because high-speed changes mean instability, and almost every small movement of the bulb will follow the intermittent push to ensure the speed of the movement, while also stabilizing the center of gravity of the whole body and grasping the accurate switch timing. So from the perspective of continuous movements, it seems particularly fast, and the performance of the mecha seems to be higher than theirs. This technology is a bit too cool. The people in the back row of Team Lu did not dare to rush forward to support, because as soon as they took a step, snipers such as Fang Jianshan would start to cover. Didn't they say that there were no snipers on the other side? That was obviously an exaggeration. It's not an exaggeration now. Kill him head on. Lu Hao slapped the ground with one hand and said, no matter if there will be accidental injuries, it's worth it to take him away. Artillery attack. Kill. Everyone was shocked. Are you serious? Commander? Quick! Those in the front row who can retreat. Focus fire and take him away. Lu Hao said. Keeping him alive is a disaster. The people in the front row quickly retreated to distance themselves, and the people in the back row carried the cannon barrels and prepared to attack. The bright light bulb noticed the change in their formation and prepared to retreat, shouting, kill! The soldier who was entangled by him before suddenly found the goal of life and decided to sacrifice for the team. He jumped up and hugged the light bulb with all his strength, dragging the light bulb's hind legs. The bright light bulb immediately thrust forward, but because of the pull of retreating, his body tilted, and he was about to fall to the ground. The light bulb opened the operating cabin, jumped down, rolled on the spot, and dodged towards the edge area. Fang Jianshan waved his hand vigorously. Heavy mecha. Protect your company, commander. The front row of mechas rushed forward and blocked him with their bodies. In an instant, the flame shot up into the sky, and the soldiers of Team Lu started to bombard the middle without distinguishing between friend and foe. The light bulb hugged his head, fled forward from the gap, and hid safely behind the large army. Fang Jianshan led his men forward at the right time, and the two sides started a head-on confrontation. because Lian Sheng arranged the medium-sized mecha in the vanguard. The firepower perfectly suppressed the enemy. After the face-to-face collision, the losses of both sides were widening at a conspicuous speed. Fang Jianshan held his gun and said, "The mecha of bright light bulb is dead. I tried my best, but the opponent chose to die together." "Lian Sheng, where is he?" "Fang Jianshan, he is still alive. Choose a medium-equipped mecha for him and change people quickly," Lian Sheng said. "Advance to the desert area and pay attention to whether there are ambushes on both sides. Comrades, stabilize the current situation. Victory belongs to us. We must seize the initiative and don't give the opponent a chance to adjust and reverse." Lian Sheng ordered in succession. "Soldiers on the small road are ready. Return to the team. Turn to the main road. Keep a distance from the troops in front. And advance into the desert together. The personnel behind the main road retreat and prepare to meet up with Zhao Zhuolu team." The first company commander was puzzled. The soldiers of Team Lu in the small road have already retreated, which is a great opportunity to attack the small road. At that time, we can just take down a wave of heads by attacking from the front and back. Isn't that the purpose? Lian Sheng, retreat first. Listen to my instructions. Return to the middle road as soon as possible. Zhao Zhuolu was responsible for the rear, commanding the front road to turn and retreat, abandoning the small road. Lian Sheng glanced at the comparison of the number of people. It is worthy of being a mecha battle. The speed is much faster than the previous ancient battlefield. The dense positioning, coupled with the high damage artillery fire, the damage directly increased in double digits. When they advanced to 2/3 of the process, the ratio of the two sides had become, Company, 41-12. Team Lu, 40-98, some of them should have lost their mechas and became infantry. Zhou Shirwei compared the distance on the map with the current numerical change and said, "When we reach the desert area, our number should be controlled at 3,500:3,000. But they lost a high-end mecha. And according to the current report, there are no less than 10 medium-end mechas. Is it worth it?" Lian Sheng nodded to show that he understood. On the other side, Buy Me Flying Knife looked at the data and said, "At present, we are not at a disadvantage. If we enter the desert map, the low-end mechas will not be able to move freely. But we still need to pay attention. Now we are being suppressed by them. And the rhythm is messed up. This state must not be carried over to the next map." Lu Hao scratched his head. Both roads were suppressed by the opponent. He couldn't understand. Why are the individual strengths of the opponent so strong? Buy Me Flying Knife said, "The high-end ones are high-end, and the bottom ones are the bottom. The overall gap is too big. But it's easy to deal with this. When Zhao Zhuolu team leaves the small road, we will ambush in front and behind. The main road troops retreat, and then ambush on both sides of the desert map. If the opponent dares to enter the map, take back the rhythm." Lu Hao said to the front-end troops, "Pretend to retreat. Speed up the retreat speed to lock in the losses first. Don't be careless to take down as many medium-end mechas as you can." Chapter 81 Guess. Lian Sheng stared at the map, checked the positions of the soldiers, and commanded, "Zhao Zhuolu, go slower and keep a distance from the front troops. The second company in front, take the initiative to retreat and meet up with the squad behind first. Super Bright Light Bulb, you go forward and bring your own team back. Feng Yi and Lei Bao are ready to move to the front of the team. The low-profile mechas slowly move to the back row. And Jiang Feng Yuhua is ready to lead the troops. Pay attention to the formation in the front row. Don't mess up. Adjust while attacking. You are still fighting. The opponent is already tired. As long as the formation is controlled, there will be no counterattack." Lian Sheng looked at the flashing green dots on the map, with one hand on his thigh, and continued, "Bright Light Bulb, go to the back and meet Zhao Zhuolu. The infantry who lost the mechas come to the back. Stand separately from the front team. We have to line up in 2 rows. But don't make it too obvious. The front line always has a little deviation in receiving instructions." The green dots began to disperse at a noticeable speed and distance themselves from the enemy. Lian Sheng's voice suddenly rose, and he shouted to the opposite side, the mid-range mechas in the front row. "Don't retreat. Don't slow down. Don't move without my instructions. Take advantage of this opportunity to increase the number of kills and maintain your fierce offensive. Such a unique terrain and formation will never come again. Do you want to let your enemies run away? Hit them and kill them." The bright light bulb stepped back and touched his head. "Wow. I'm scared." Fang Jianshan 7 stars passed by him and immediately said, "What are you afraid of? You are so powerful. Hit her. The bright light bulb asked, why don't you hit her? Fang Jianshan said righteously, I am a sniper. The bright light bulb said, she seems to be too? Fang Jianshan, so snipers can't hurt each other. The bright light bulb looked at him meaningfully and retreated to meet up with the main force. Lian Sheng redistributed the previously disrupted teams to the captains and made major adjustments to the lineup. Zhou Shirwei hurriedly tuned the channel for them. There are less than 4 minutes left before the map is out. Zhou Shirwei compared the speed and made a schematic diagram, saying, the opponent's retreat speed has increased. Lian Sheng said, of course we have to evacuate quickly. Their front row is all low in mechas. Even if they are soldiers. If there is too much difference in the number of heads, it will cause panic. Lian Sheng saw that the rear queue had finally reunited and continued to say to the channel, don't worry. Zhao Zhuolu is responsible for the command of the 2nd Regiment. You should organize the team first and stop by the side. Zhou Shirwei also roughly pulled out the map of the desert behind. There is nothing to draw on the desert map. Just golden gravel, combined into an undulating sand sea, with no end in sight. But this kind of terrain is very suitable for ambush, because the gravel covers the mecha. It can't be recognized at all for a while. His fingers twitched, and he turned his head to look at her. You have deployed so many mid-range and high-end mechas in the back, and the troops in the front will be obviously insufficient. Zhou Shirwei said, the desert is a place of death battle, and it is also the last map of Team Lu. They will definitely not let us capture it so easily. You are right. That's what I think. Lian Sheng raised his hand, wanting to feel the gentle breeze here, counterattack or pursuit, active or passive. Sometimes it only takes a moment. The only difference is who can think further, who can guess more accurately, and who can grasp the direction of this formation. Lian Sheng said, it is a fact that we took the advanced mechas to advance from the small road, and it was successful. The advanced mechas themselves are deterrents. Since the opponent has withdrawn, if they want to reverse the previous decline, they should set up an ambush at the exit. And our ultimate goal is undoubtedly the desert. When the defeat on the main road is a fact, and their best way is to use the subsequent battle situation to recover the losses in this area. Doesn't the existence of the desert terrain itself meet this condition? The deployment of troops in the middle road cannot be said to be a mistake. But the footholds of our two sides in making decisions are different. The result it caused is also acceptable to both sides. On one side is a large loss of low-end mechas, and on the other side is the additional loss of medium-end and high-end mechas. Lian Sheng said, but there is one thing they must take back. That is, the initiative, the so-called advantage. They must make their soldiers feel that everything is within the command's expectations, and they are going to start counter-killing. Only in this way can the team stabilize, and the next stage can really begin. Bai Mifei Dao watched him finish the command, still staring at Lu Hao's panel. Then he raised his head and stared at his face instead. Lu Hao felt a little creepy, shuddered, and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Bai Mifei Dao smiled and said, do you know? The commander will never have only one step or two steps to consider. Different decisions made by either side will bring different results to the battle. Just like data analysis. The data I have handled may only have 10 possibilities for predicting the data in 10 minutes. But the data in 20 minutes may have hundreds of possibilities. I can only tell you the most likely result, I think. Otherwise it will only cause confusion and doubts in the commander. This is where machines cannot replace. Lu Hao was stunned. Of course. Lian Sheng is a very forward-looking commander. Although I have only seen her play one game on the battlefield. In that game, all her guesses were in an interactive speculation of attack and defense until the end of the battlefield. No matter how you refute or put forward a hypothesis, she can give a reason. It means that she hesitated in her heart, but convinced herself. Then she picked out the right path from this maze. Bai Mifei Dao paused and said, no one on the battlefield can always stand high, but you must see the end yourself. Lu Hao lowered his head. Bai Mifei Dao patted his shoulder and said, I'm not questioning your decision. Well, to be precise, I think this is fine. But from the position of command, do you see the end? Lu Hao grabbed a handful of sand and let it flow away, and began to simulate the entire battle situation in his mind again. The small road was broken through, and the big road was also broken through. And then the opponent naturally entered the desert, with the advantage of small soldiers that were not very effective in the desert. It was this kind of seemingly natural and strange. The continuous victory offensive was fierce. But would she not know her current situation? She had guessed his strategy before, relying on her status as a soldier. Without the distribution of troops and the assistance of the deputy commander, would she not guess it now? What would she do then? Bai Mi Fei Dao shrugged and said, but sometimes thinking too much will lead to failure. The difficult task of figuring out people's hearts is probably the biggest test for command. Lu Hao said, if we go around in a circle like this, why do I think that not responding is the safest way? No matter how the opponent attacks, we can prepare for changes. Bai Mi Fei Dao said, because sometimes stability and boldness are not relative. It's just that the heights and things considered by both sides are different. Lu Hao continued to ponder for a moment, looking at the active green dots on the map, and finally made up his mind. Lu Hao connected the channel and asked, is there any movement from the company on the path? The person ambushing behind the end of the path said, not yet. Send 2 mechas to check quickly. After the troops on the main road retreat, the ambush team near the path will catch up with the team. Lu Hao said, we will not disperse our forces now, and try to stop them from the front. The enemy is now outnumbered. There is nothing to be afraid of. Low-end mechas can hardly move in the desert. Seize this advantage and kill the previous bad luck first. Lu Hao said, teams ambushing on both sides of the desert. Keep your position and don't move. Kill the enemy directly after entering the map. No need to block their retreat. Kill them first. On the panel, the front row of the company is about to enter the desert map. Zhou Shirwei covered the screen with one hand and said, if Lu Hao was the commander-in-chief, I said he was the only one. I might think you were right. But if he, no matter which step he guessed, there are 2 options. One is to ambush, and after we enter the desert, create chaos to cut off our retreat. The other is to attack directly and kill people head-on. No matter which result, our losses are inevitable. But as long as we don't go deep into the desert and there is friendly support at the edge of the map, we have a chance to escape the map. Lian Sheng looked at him and explained patiently, low-profile mechas entering the desert area are equivalent to seeking death. But in other maps, they are very precious combat power. As long as we can escape the battlefield, our formation can bear this. A wave of risk. Although if the opponent attacks forcefully, our losses will be greater. But we cannot afford the risk of being ambushed collectively. I cannot confirm the final situation, so I choose to split up. Zhou Shirwei frowned and said, since no matter which choice we make, we can temporarily not go and wear them down. Then they can also not come. What should we do? Lian Sheng said. We are the main attackers. Isn't crossing the mountain wall for this? If we stop here now, what is the meaning of the previous battle? Lian Sheng took a deep breath and said, if you want the opponent to walk out of the map that is beneficial to them, you must give them a certain advantage. And you can't expose your intentions too obviously. The students in the gymnasium listened to their conversation and had a headache. After combining the analysis of both sides and recalling it, there was only one word left in my mind. Wow. Oh my god. So which side is the mantis, and which side is the oriole? Commanders really don't do human things. Is the commander's brain compressed? How can the brain capacity be enough? Why does Brother Dao want to be a deputy commander? He is also a good commander. Our professor said that a good deputy commander can become a good commander. But a good commander may not be able to do the work of a deputy commander. No. On the battlefield, if the commander dies, the deputy commander can always take over. But if the deputy commander dies, it is difficult for the right person to take over in time. This is the pride of technicians. The deputy commander should be the person who has witnessed the most mistakes in command. After all, data is the most intuitive and can be detected immediately after handling. I think Sister Lian will win. Although I don't know why she took the initiative to give up her head. They were discussing excitedly, and the screen in the middle suddenly changed the picture. It turned into another battlefield. Oh my god! What the hell is this? It looks like the result is out. What is this? This is the Military Academy League. Friends, are you still playing? I want to see Dao Yi. I want to see Lian Jie. Switch back. Teacher. Everyone shouted in unison. Switch back quickly. Teacher. The dignity of the Military Academy League is gone. The frontline soldiers finally saw the golden sand dunes. The head count at this time was not much different from the previous speculation. The company, 3512. Lu, 2977, Lian Sheng said, it's about to start. She connected to the public channel. Her attitude changed, and she shouted word by word, Feng Yi. The front row Feng Yi shoots at the ground. Attack and move forward. Find out all the people ambushing on the field. Don't care about your energy. The super bright light bulb rushed forward first, aimed at the surface of the desert and began to attack. Lu's ambush could not be buried too deep. The sand was blown away by the strong wind, and the gravel dispersed, and a corner of the mecha began to appear on the ground. Everyone turned their guns and concentrated their fire. Feng Yi in the front row started to clean up the battlefield, and the sky was full of yellow sand. The vision was severely obstructed, and even if the companies stood together, it was difficult to see the figures from a distance. Stand apart. Don't let the opponent catch us all. Lian Sheng continued to shout. Separate the two sides quickly. Forward. Join their team. Thunderstorm is ready to attack. The mechas began to retreat to both sides, one step deep and one step shallow. The opponent no longer hid, and rushed out directly to start fighting, together with the team in front. Everyone immediately mixed together. Forward. Thunderstorm forward. Brothers in the back put away their guns and be careful of accidental injuries. Feng Yi continued to attack the ground and must cover their vision to prevent the opponent from adjusting their formation. Lian Sheng said, how to tell if the person in front of you is your own? Look at your map. The time to test your eyesight has come. Jiang Fengyue picked up a half-length weapon and started attacking the enemy with a blurry figure next to him. Fuck. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Finally, he had a chance to vent, and his attack was extremely fierce. He kept cursing, fuck, fuck, fuck. While saying fuck, he rushed forward. Lian Sheng called out, come on. Brothers on the front line. Learn from Jiang Fengyue and shout slogans. But don't shout anymore. Shout something meaningful. Jiang Fengyue blurted out, fuck. Lian Sheng, what do you always rely on? I think I was fooled by you. Jiang Fengyue said, why am I helping you beat others now that I want to beat you? Lian Sheng asked, why? I don't know either. Jiang Fengyue was furious. I've already promised you. I can't say no. After being frustrated all the way, he finally figured out what the strong sense of disharmony was. He should join the opposing team, which should be the fastest way to get revenge. But what are you doing wandering around with a bunch of scattered soldiers? Liang Yang Bulb drove his new mecha forward and said, why did you choose to play tricks with the commander? And a female commander? Double tragedy? Isn't it courting death? Jiang Fengyue, Lian Sheng said, for the final victory. Please save your lives. Don't go too deep. Be ready to retreat at any time. I say it again. Be ready to retreat at any time. Lian Sheng, Zhao Shuolu. Lead the troops forward and prepare for rescue. Chapter 82 Answer. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the wind was raging. The mecha soldiers of both sides began to fight head-on. The limited field of vision ruled out the possibility of long-distance group battles. But Lu's melee strength was not weak, and there were already mechas waiting in the back. At this moment, they directly filled in and fought. After all, the winning soldiers came from the direction of the mountain wall. Even if they were scattered, they would be easy to identify in a short time. Some low-profile mechas mixed in the team were hindered by the dust blowing everywhere. Because of their own weight, they sank half of their legs when they stepped on them. Because of energy and hardware limitations, they could not guarantee the speed of movement in the desert and were quickly cleared. The number of mechas on both sides was rapidly decreasing. Lian Sheng glanced at the map and urged, infantry. The rear infantry run faster and return to the camp immediately. Lian Sheng, Zhao Shuolu. Attack from the current direction. Clear the enemy troops on the edge of the map first. Zhao Shuolu arranged in the team. Spread out the formation and prepare to attack. Pay attention to the surroundings. Lian Sheng shouted again, Fang Jianshan. Alive. Fang Jianshan responded directly, blocking her subsequent questions. Cannot snipe. Limited vision. Retreating. Lian Sheng said, don't retreat. I know you can't snipe now. Take your team to pick up things? Fang Jianshan's ears were filled with the sound of wind, and he asked loudly, what to pick up? Take all the cannons with energy. Grab them and run. Regardless of friend or foe. The cannons can always be found. Lian Sheng said. Your sniper team is useless in this place. Take the spoils and evacuate quickly. Where are you going? Fang Jianshan said. Do you want me to elope with the cannon? Oh. Except for your warm camp. Where else can you elope? Lian Sheng snorted. Don't joke around. Brothers, get in position quickly. The battle situation is fierce and can change at any time. Fresh lives are disappearing at every moment. Don't delay the opportunity. Fang Jianshan roared. Ah! I heard that there is no sniper mecha ready to pick up garbage. He thought that he was the first cannon of the entire alliance, and was severely damaged by the trap at the beginning. Now he has to act as a soy sauce to pick up leaks. Is this the treatment a sniper deserves? There is no stage for him here. On Captain Lu's side, Zhao Zhuolu and others were seen in the rear. Team reconnaissance report. The other side really has rear support. They seem to be preparing to evacuate. Lu Hao shouted, intensify the offensive. Brothers, let's go wild. Make up the missing heads. And this time we must leave them a layer of skin. He glanced at the number of people on the map and jumped back to the mecha first to prevent accidents. Lu Hao said, kill. Kill as many as you can. There is no need to leave everyone behind. But you must never give them a chance to make a comeback. Now, whether it is a mid-range or high-end mecha, we have an absolute advantage. Disrupt their team, and victory will soon belong to us. The team on Liansheng's side does not need to be disrupted at all. It is already chaotic, scattered everywhere for sporadic operations. Fang Jianshan and other snipers passed through various enemy forces, and finally managed to get a few usable gun barrels in the chaos. Then, following Liansheng instructions, they fled to the edge of the map first and asked Zhao Zhuolu and others to escort them out. Because their team was small in number, they did not attract the attention of Captain Lu. As the combat power of both sides collided, the number of people decreased, and such changes gradually became obvious. Captain Lu found that their low-profile mechas were also retreating in order. Liansheng, the elite team, and the company commander will cover, and the soldiers will retreat first. The soldiers in the back row should stop fighting and gather at the edge. What's the point of you fighting? Run! 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 Liansheng stood up from the ground and shouted excitedly, soldiers, run! Don't block the road. Run as fast as you can. Back to the camp. If you stop for a moment, your mechas and lives will be left on the enemy's land. Charge! Zhou Shirwei looked at her from behind. Commanders should be like this. Even if there is only a back view, they can become their pillars. Even if you are not on the front line, you must always boost morale and adjust the formation to make them feel the strength of the command. However, strength is the capital of strength. Liansheng waved his arms, as if he was standing in the desert, pointing to an unknown place. Close the front line. Cover the retreat. Attention! Now you can act and shout. It doesn't matter if the battle situation is a little miserable and a little chaotic. Let the other side see your loss of control. Our team is about to start to lose in a mess. Hearing about the performance, the Sanyao people still couldn't understand. But the comrades of the Union University were familiar with it. Finally got a chance to perform. The soldiers covered their hearts one by one and shouted, ah! No! Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Take me away. Take me away quickly. How can you bear to leave me here? How can you bear to watch me fight here? Jiang Fengyue, Oh my god. This group of idiots. At times like this, we still have to rely on veterans. Get out. The bright light bulb shouted. Don't come over here. This was a sincere call, and he directly showed his long sword to his comrades next to him. The super bright light bulb rushed out from the side. What are you doing? Order. Don't mess up. Stay steady. Retreat in an orderly manner. The bright light bulb roared. What are you panicking about? Retreat slowly. Low-profile mechas. Get out of the way. Let the powerful people go first. You guys can also be called a team? It's a scumbag. The members of Team Lu were stunned. What is going on now? The elite squad of the company began to rush around aimlessly, disrupting Team Lu's vision. The mechas in the back went out from the edge one after another. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people, Lu Hao finally got angry. Everyone retreat temporarily. Fire. Blow them to death. However, before he could make a move, when the lines of the two teams gradually became clear, Zhao Zhuolu and others opened fire first. The scene became more and more chaotic. At this time, the head ratio. Company, 1459. Lu, 1998. The company members took the opportunity to retreat to the mountain wall map, and then ran towards the camp. A team of several hundred people was left behind, gathering at the edge of the map to hinder the enemy's pursuit. These people are members of the elite team, organized and experienced, and can make their own judgments. Liansheng gathered the map and said, Zhao Zhuolu, stop them. Block the entrance to the mountain wall. Pay attention to your own safety. The left and right sides are a good shelter. Ambush them. Lian Sheng, we don't have many high-end mechas. If you can't beat them, retreat. But try to buy time. You can handle the specific situation yourself. After all, the mountain wall is narrow, and the mechas have a fast running speed. If the soldiers want to pass safely, they still have to keep a distance, and the time required can only be given to them. Zhou Shirwei can already foresee that after the large army escapes from the desert, they will lose at least 2/3 of their elite troops. Is it really worth it to sacrifice the elite troops in exchange for the survival of most soldiers to lay out the battlefield later? He buried his head in arranging the data. Lian Sheng stood in front, dragging a long shadow on the ground. And she suddenly asked, "Excuse me for asking a question. Zhou Shirwei, why do you want to learn data analysis?" Zhou Shirwei was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and said, "Didn't you ask this question? But you didn't answer me." Lian Sheng turned around and said, "That's your brother's answer, not yours." Zhou Shirwei lowered his head and said, "No reason. If you want to learn, learn." Xiao Rui. "Look." Zhou Shiren held his hand and looked at the light curtain on the stage. "This model is so beautiful." Zhou Shiren said, "More? A fierce battlefield can also appear on such a small panel. Do you know? On the entire battlefield, the one who knows the situation best and is the first to contact and discover changes is not the commander, but the data analyst. Everyone relies on you, and you are the core of the entire battle. Data analysts do not accept errors and excuses. Isn't it great? Data analysts are great. They bear the heaviest responsibilities and the most stringent requirements, but they stand behind everyone. But this is a position that cannot be achieved without you. This is the meaning of data analysts." Zhou Shirwei asked back, "You commanders, don't you all dislike someone being above you? Don't you like someone stealing your glory?" Lian Sheng, "What did you say? How do you do that?" Zhou Shirwei said, "The commander must maintain an absolute position. Stand at a high enough position. Analyze the enemy. And dispatch soldiers. Whether it is a soldier or a deputy commander, they are just stepping stones for him to stand higher. Only when you stand high can you see far." Lian Sheng, said indifferently, "Maybe." Zhou Shirwei felt a little disappointed. "But I don't need a group of vanguards, who could only serve as a foil and run aimlessly." Lian Sheng opened his arms and said, "I hope to have a group of comrades with the same hopes, the same goals, and the same passion. No matter how difficult the road is, we can rely on each other and walk side by side. The battlefield has never relied on a single commander. I hope they can trust me, and I am willing to trust them. Commanders and soldiers are not superiors and subordinates, nor are they high or low in status, and are not restricted by identity. It is just a relationship in which we unite in order to defeat the enemy and entrust our trust to each other. This trust is life. This is not glorious. Every honor the army has won should belong to every soldier. If someone can take it away, just try. If someone can lead everyone to a higher position, I will send him up. But how high you want to stand, you still have to rely on yourself. I stand here, and no one can do better than me." Lian Sheng stretched out his hand to him. "I don't need the so-called stepping stone." Chapter 83 Decline. Zhou Shirwei's fingers trembled slightly, and he was a little absent-minded for a moment. He suddenly lowered his head and said alertly, "The other side is coming." At the edge of the desert map, Lu's team began to bombard and attack fiercely. Zhao Shualu's team could not get close, and did not dare to force a confrontation, and began to fight and retreat. They are about to come out, and our troops are still in chaos. They have all been scattered just now. Zhou Shirwei looked at the map and said, "The distance is too large, and it is difficult to form a team. The companies are mixed together, and the company commander is still in the rear. The medium-sized mecha suffered serious losses, and the troops are insufficient. What should we do now?" Zhou Shirwei looked at the situation with a stiff face. The battle situation is really not optimistic. They have encountered almost all the bad things. Lian Sheng said to give up the advantage and lure the other side out of the desert map. Now it seems that the other side has come out. But if they are not careful, they will become playing with fire and getting burned. If he doesn't look at the cause and effect, and only analyzes the data on the board, he can't see the sacrifice of victory. And it can be said that the decline is inevitable. Lian Sheng didn't issue any tasks to the company commanders in the channel. And even as the deputy commander, he didn't know what Lian Sheng was thinking. The situation was so bad, and officers were sent to the front line. and the soldiers and company commanders fought separately. Is she really strategic? Or is she pretending to be calm? Lien Sheng took back his hand, crossed his chest and said, Zhou Shirwei, I will assign you a task. Zhou Shirwei looked up at her. What? Team up? Lien Sheng turned around, walked towards his mecha, and said, I want you to lead a team of infantry. Infantry? Zhou Shirwei said. In the current situation, what use can infantry have? In this map, infantry don't even have an effective weapon. If they go on the field like this, they are not enough for the opponent's mecha to step on. Lien Sheng had already grabbed the traction rope and boarded the mecha. A voice came from the communicator. First, help me connect the soldiers of different mecha types. We are going to start free combat. This is a bit difficult because different mechas are scattered in different companies. Even Fang Jianshan's sniper team and Yi Buqing's reconnaissance team will bring other mechas to prepare for unexpected events. The simulated battlefield has too many limitations, and many functions have to be operated manually. In addition, he has to collect enemy data and take over another team of infantry? Lien Sheng asked, Can you do it? Zhou Shirwei gritted his teeth. Of course. Lien Sheng smiled and shouted to the public channel, Everyone get ready. The final battle of this game is about to start. Listen to my command. On the other side, seeing Lien Sheng team retreat, Lu Hao subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Then he cheered up and started the rhythm of counterattack. We have 500 more people than the enemy. The mid-range and high-range mechas on the opposite side are less than half of ours. The opposite side is defeated head-on and has no discipline. Like loose sand. I think you know what I'm going to say. Go and reap your fruits of war bravely. Lu Hao arranged. The low-range mechas will follow behind, and the elite team will pursue. Pay attention to maintaining your formation. The left-wing 6 companies are too crowded. Quickly disperse. Keep your team's distance. The winning team collapsed. Because of the terrain restrictions of the mountain wall, they could not see the specific number of people behind Zhao Zhuolu. But at a section of the mountain wall, the fierce attack of the rear guard team did stop them. Both sides bombarded fiercely, and the opponent was afraid of casualties. So they walked to the straight section and began to retreat quickly. According to the report from the front line, Lu Hao found that almost all the high-range and mid-range mechas were responsible for the rear guard. In other words, Lien Sheng let the scattered soldiers escape first. This order is really incredible. The only explanation he could think of was that the other side was in turmoil. The scattered soldiers did not obey the command, and the team was supported by the students of the Union University and the company commanders. However, such a good thing. He couldn't believe it. This team fled all the way from the mountain wall area to the plain area. It means that the attack before the winning streak has completely failed. Lu Hao didn't expect this wave of reversal to be so fast. He was always waiting for the opponent to make a tiger-like operation. But it didn't happen. And it ended directly. He was uneasy. After entering the plain area, the vision was wide. The reconnaissance team passed Zhao Zhuolu and others, opened fire, and moved forward rapidly. They caught up with the team of soldiers who had retreated before and found that this group of people had really been defeated. They were scattered everywhere in front and behind, just running for their lives, and there was no formation at all. The information seen was fed back truthfully, and specific red dots appeared on the map. The soldiers of Team Lu were shocked. Oh my god! I think the other team is going to collapse? It shouldn't be. It collapsed all of a sudden? It was so brave when it was crossing the cliff. It's still possible if you think about it. Who greeted you before the collapse? It's always calm before the storm. Aren't these the brave people when we pass the cliff? They are here to cover the retreat now. Who would let the most elite troops in the army cover the retreat and give the soldiers a chance to escape? Why do I feel that this operation is so confusing? Lu Hao was silent. This time, even without Bai Mifeido saying anything, Lu Hao also felt a deep sense of weirdness. Sometimes, a complex problem has only one answer, and this answer seems too simple, which will make people more suspicious. The captain of the first company requested, I will take Feng Yi to stop their scattered soldiers first. Lu Hao hesitated for a moment and said, wait a minute. Maybe it's a trap set by the opposite side. The trap has reached this point. So you must have trapped yourself. Right? Is there any place to hide in this plain? The captain asked. Brother Dao, do you have any more? Bai Mifeido, if the map here does not change, then there is none. The captain said, look. Then isn't the situation clear at a glance? Bai Mifeido pondered, but on the opposite side. It is indeed. It's really strange. I always feel that Lian Sheng is not such a simple person. Lu Hao seconded, yes. She used troops to attack the small road to waste our troops. And left a team behind to support. It shows that she is really smart and shrewd. The company commander said, didn't you see through it all? It's a big blow to morale when the tactics are guessed. One person laughed. The other side may be blowing. And then suddenly found that the situation has changed. And looked confused. Haha. This scene is really funny. Lu Hao smiled bitterly and agreed. As a commander, you must always consider the worst case scenario. He has no clue now and can't laugh. You didn't see it in the rear. But our front line is quite clear. The other side has been in chaos since the desert. All kinds of random fighting. Only one team of elites is acceptable. The first company commander followed and persuaded. I think it's normal. Most of the opponents are scattered soldiers pulled from Sanyao. If they see that the situation is not right, they will not listen to orders. Even if the general of the cavalry is famous in Sanyao, it is only as a single soldier, and he has just become famous. So he has no deterrent power at all. Now she is in command, not on the front line, and she is out of reach. The company commander of the reconnaissance team said, it is a fact that the team is in chaos. How should they adjust the situation? I sent the specific battle situation. Brother Dao, please forward it. Bai Mi Fei Dao marked the enemy's mecha type and entered it into the map. The frontline troops have entered the last map. The scouts have no combat power, and their energy is almost exhausted, so they dare not rush forward. From a distance, looking at the positions, speeds, and mecha types of each person, there is indeed no discipline. Just now they asked high-end and medium-end mechas to block people. What does this mean? It means that the other side is at the end of the road. The team leader is almost dead. There is no doubt that there is internal strife. I don't believe that the other side can come up with anything. The captain of the first company said anxiously. And you just said that we have an absolute advantage now. The situation on the other side is not right. So hurry up and pursue the victory. What are we waiting for? Wait for the daylily to cool down. Catch something hot. Lu Hao looked at Bai Mi Fei Dao. Bai Mi Fei Dao said, do you believe in seeing as believing? Or do you believe in your own experience and intuition? Lu Hao, I believe you. Bai Mi Fei Dao, Bai Mi Fei Dao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked, do you have a second choice now? Everyone was asking for a fight. The soldiers kept moving forward at a high speed. Their morale was high, and they were ready to move. The time, the place, and the people were all right. With such a good situation, he really had no second choice. The captain of a company urged. So, are we going to kill or not? Commander? No matter what the other side planned, they would always go to the river area. Kill! Lu Hao pursed his lips and said, each team should stay alert in case of changes. Do not disperse the troops, and be careful of ambushes. Get ready. The soldiers raised their arms and shouted loudly, as if victory was in sight. Where could there be ambushes in the plain area and the river area? The management teacher in charge of broadcasting the screen resisted the pressure from everyone and broadcast the screen of the Military Academy League in the stadium. After all, it was their mainstream. And the result was a collective protest by the students. On one side, there was an ambush and defense as long as a foot wrap. And on the other side, there was a thrilling battle in which the situation had changed several times. The gap was too big, and they strongly requested to switch back to the channel. Even if the winning streak and the 100-meter flying knife were not fighting, it would be good to listen to them talk. Watching is the love of the fans. However, the management power was not in their hands. They waited for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and the screen still did not switch back. Everyone was restless, constantly checking the time, which seemed to be unusually long. The crowd finally erupted after running out of patience. Students standing in the aisle slapped the railings in protest. 10 minutes ago, this man was on the grass. And 10 minutes later, he was still on the grass. So what do you want us to see? Posing? We refuse. Ah, that's enough. We already know that this is a static picture. Don't change the perspective. It's still a static picture. We want to see Dao Yi. I'm not interested in the details of Sanyao. They are testing each other with such a small force. So the game can be so vulgar? Oh my god. Administrator. If you keep doing this, we're leaving. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and rushed out of the stadium, and knocked on the door of the management office on the next floor. 5 minutes later, the scene of the gymnasium was cut back as expected. Before the switch, what they saw was the two teams on the mountain wall. In the regional battle, Lian Dui has the upper hand. Lian Sheng is far behind, making plans and guessing the enemy's plan, as if everything is under control. In less than half an hour, the battle situation has shifted to the river map. The company fled everywhere, and Captain Liu was in high spirits. Everyone scratched their heads and felt that they were blind. Did this cross a dimension? What happened? Oh my god! Am I dazzled? I seem to have missed a billion now. I can't understand it anymore. I'm about to cry. Request to replay after the end. Request to replay. The difference between the battles on both sides is too big. One needs to slow down, and the other needs to fast forward 32 times to jump directly to the end. I have complained. I can't stand it. Everyone was howling, completely confused about the situation. The whole venue was filled with heated discussions, wanting to know what had happened. They opened the official website of the First Army and the Allied forces, wanting to ask them about the missing battle situation, but found that they were just as busy. Although they watched the whole situation, they still didn't know what was going to happen next. Same world, same confusion. There was only one thing they were sure of. Don't guess what a woman is thinking. Everyone was busy fighting with their brains. And suddenly someone shouted, "Hey! Lian Sheng is assembling a team over there." Chapter 84 River. After a fierce battle on the mountain wall, and then a big melee in the desert, and finally a long front-line pursuit from the desert to the river, the confrontation between the two sides seemed to have no pause. At this time, the battle was almost over. Number ratio, company, 1026. Liu team, 1489. It depends on which side's number of people is less than 500 first, or directly takes down the other side's battle flag. But after the previous tug of war, the company has little hope. Lian Sheng team has been so chaotic that it is difficult to arrange the troops. Moreover, the company commander is the last one to be responsible. Lian Sheng is the commander-in-chief. Yet he wants to see the overall situation. Does he have to lead more than 1,000 soldiers to line up one by one? But at this moment, on the macro map, the scattered soldiers did begin to stand clearly. They originally belonged to different companies and had different responsibilities. Now it is the same. It seems to be arranged, but they are just standing together in a mixed manner and arranging along the shore. However, in this game, from the beginning to now, their team has been constantly changing. Since the underground tunnel attack in the plain area, the team that Zhou Shirwei and Lian Sheng had worked hard to form has been broken. Frequent changes in the team lineup will seriously undermine morale and is not conducive to team running in. If the deployment is not good, it will also cause internal chaos. Those who dare to temporarily line up in the game are also very courageous. First, they need the ability to respond. Second, they need the ability to control the overall situation. And third, of course, they need enough reputation and deterrence. Deterrence is needless to say. They have no other way to go except to believe in Lian Sheng. Now there are some soldiers near the camp. The infantry who lost the mecha was carried on the back of the comrades, who came from behind and took them back to the camp. Their camp is in the last map. The river bends forward from the origin and is surrounded by a grassland. But the location is not open. The river water is still clear, with a little light green, reflecting the scenery on the shore. But the bottom of the river cannot be seen. Fang Jianshan came back first. In addition to his original wife, he also carried 4 cannons on his body and shouted loudly, "You're garbage." He was followed by his sniper team brothers. "Put it on the ground," Lian Sheng said. The returning mechas start lining up along the river bank. No matter what type of mechas they are or which company they are from. Get in position together. Keep space between each other. Don't crowd in the middle of the camp. Get out. Get out. We are in a hurry. Please get in position quickly. Lian Sheng looked at the people behind him rushing in as if they were escaping, and shouted again, "Don't come in again. Everyone keep your position open. Line up in order." Zhou Shirwei drew an arrow along the river, indicating that they should line up accordingly. The mechas slowed down a lot and began to stand in order by the river. Lian Sheng said, "Now, the attacking mechas step out and move forward." A pair of mechas walked out of the queue and approached the direction of the river. Lian Sheng intercepted the first 50 people approaching the camp and sent them a prompt. "Lian Sheng, those who just received the signal, check your positions. Adjust the distance. And go inside. The rest of you readjust your positions. Push forward. And fill the vacancies. Lian Sheng waited for the people in front to come over. Arrange their positions. And continue to order. Get in position now. Squad down. Get ready to shoot. Fire the energy cannon into the river along the ground. The soldiers didn't understand why. But they still followed the order. Squatted down. Tilted their arms slightly towards the ground. And fired a blank cannon. After a roar, mud and grass pieces splashed into the river. The remaining force of the artillery fire hit the surface of the river. And the water stains churned, raising a wave. After calming down, a layer of grass floated on the surface. And it slowly flowed downstream with the flow rate. But the surface was already turbid. And the ripples were swinging to the side. And it was difficult to calm down. A soldier asked, "What are you doing?" "To muddy the water," Lian Sheng said. "Remember your position. When the battle starts, keep the water turbid to cover up the traces in the water. This is your mission." A soldier laughed. "This is really muddying the water." "Lian Sheng, do you understand? Such a simple mission does not allow mistakes." The soldiers responded, "Understood." Lian Sheng said, "Then, the medium-sized mechas stand out. Step forward and prepare to enter the water." Fang Jianshan stepped forward, picked up the cannon again, and asked, "Use this?" Lian Sheng, "No. You use your own weapon." "Isn't yours a high-end one?" "Yes. But they are not." Fang Jianshan shook his head and said, "It's too far to shoot from the river to the outside of the river. And it's impossible to cross the water. It's basically impossible to hit the river bank. Besides, they are not sniper-type mechas." Lian Sheng said, "You don't need to shoot outside the water. You only need to shoot the mechas that fall into the water. This is possible. Although the attack speed in the water will be slower. The opponent's movement speed will also be slower." Fang Jianshan dropped the cannon, stood in the middle, manually ranked the people in line, and then jumped into the water with them. Lian Sheng continued, "Now, the infantry are ready to go into the water. The infantry who can't swim, report and raise your hands immediately." Several people raised their hands one after another. Lian Sheng, "Now, the infantry who raised your hands, exchange positions with the driver next to you." After selecting a team that can swim, the infantry stepped out and continued to stand in the front row. "1, 2, Lian Sheng said. "2 people in a group. Carry the cannon. And prepare to go into the water. The cannon is very heavy. But relying on the buoyancy of the water, it is still bearable for 2 people to lift it together. After the cannon is fired, its recoil will wash the people in the water in the opposite direction, just changing the position, making it more difficult for the opponent to aim." Lian Sheng drove the mecha and stood at the innermost part of the map. Behind him was the battle flag representing victory. She looked at the soldiers in front of her and mobilized them. "This is our last line of defense on this map. And we must defend it to the death. The enemy is coming soon. I will make a final explanation. The infantry in the river is led by the deputy commander, Zhou Shirwei. He will guide you in which direction to fire according to your current position. Don't be afraid of obstructed vision. All you have to do is obey orders. The mechas upstream are responsible for cover. And the sniper team prevents the enemy from killing our infantry from the bottom of the river. There is another task for everyone. When you see a cannon with energy, throw it into the water. Whether it is from a comrade or the enemy, throw it all into the water. The underwater team is responsible for support. Replace the gun barrels for the infantry. Do you understand?" The soldiers replied, "I understand." Zhou Shirwei reminded, "The other side is coming. Everyone pay attention. We don't have time for exercises. This chance is only this time. As long as this river bank is breached, this battle will be defeated. But don't be afraid. You can look back. There are so many comrades supporting us in the rear. Although we are few in number, we are definitely not weak. Give a hard slap to the proud military academy students on the opposite side." Lian Sheng said. "Everyone prepare to fight." Zhao Shuolu team has rushed into the last map, and their team is full of elite soldiers. Lian Sheng arranged them to march inward, and then line up along the river bank in order and stand on the shore. Make the simplest arrangement. 2 light bulbs and several platoon leaders guarded the most dangerous front line, waiting for the enemy to catch up. Now there is no time to consider which part of the troops is weak and needs to be adjusted. Just stop, and then turn around again and enter the combat state. The Lu team soldier who was attacking at the front glanced at the river water, slowed down his attack a little, and said vigilantly, "What's the situation with this water? Why is it so dirty?" The brother next to him said, "There are so many grasses. The land in front has been beaten bald." "Right. What do they want to do? Will they have a water battle? Where do they have so many mechas to play a water battle? This map is not suitable for playing a water battle. And why play a water battle when it's almost over? The mecha is waterproof, but it can't stay in the water for a long time, and needs to go ashore to replace the air. The low-end mecha can't go into the water because of the setting problem. The weight of the body itself will make it sink directly to the bottom of the river, and it needs thrusters to float up and down, which consumes a lot of energy. At this point in the game, their mechas can't support this kind of loss. Even the mid-end mechas have limited lethality. To attack through the water, the distance will be much shorter. As long as you walk along the edge of the map, you will basically not be affected. And obviously, the high-end mecha that they had just chased all the way was standing in front of them. More importantly, the winning team originally had insufficient troops. If they were arranged to go underwater, the shore would be even less of a threat and could be pushed down directly. The vanguard reported the situation and sent the scene back to the rear. Bimifadao tapped his finger on the panel and quickly came up with an answer, saying, "There may be a problem in the water, but it may also be a trick, and it cannot be confirmed for the time being. But the opposing team is indeed in chaos, and they are randomly arranged in a team." Lu Hao made a prompt decision. "Everyone pay attention. Don't get close to the river. The opposing team has insufficient numbers and can't do anything to us. Keep the current momentum and start the strong attack now. Try to take it down in one wave." Lu's soldiers responded in unison, "Yes." Lu's soldiers then lined up in a row, with the elite leading the way, and began to attack along the shore. Zhou Shirwei pinched his fingers and then moved his wrist. He spread out the control panel and began to take over the infantry team. "Infantry, get out of the water. Keep your position. Don't move. Check the map now and start firing in the direction of the red arrow I marked." The cannon barrels emerged from the water one after another. The infantrymen, with green grass hanging on their heads, pressed the firing button according to the direction indicated on the map. The forward of Team Lu was halfway there when he was knocked to the ground by a sudden attack. The soldiers were caught off guard, and the front row was almost killed en masse. The people at the back of the team didn't know what was going on. They only saw several arcs shooting out from the bottom of the river, and then hitting their so-called safe area. Team Lu's steps were slightly confused, and they began to slowly retreat and wait and see for the time being. Zhou Shirwei quickly ordered, "Those who have finished firing the cannon should quickly sink with the cannon barrel. After finding safety again, report to me, and keep your position and don't move." The infantry who had just succeeded hid at the bottom of the river with the cannon barrel. The muzzle was originally a dark circle, and the human figure was not as large as the mecha. In such turbid river water, it could not be found without close observation. The soldier standing on the front line took a rough look and became more and more confused. "What's going on? Are they really playing a water battle?" "Report." "Nothing. I don't know where the attack came from." Lu Hao frowned. "What's going on? Where are the high-end mechas on the other side?" The survivors were running back, dragging the broken mechas, saying, "I'm sure they are ahead of us. There are not many high-end mechas on the other side. I just saw at least 6. It's impossible that the mechas under the water are high-end." Bimifadao reanalyzed the images sent back, and Lu Hao sat aside in deep thought. The company infantry had already swam up with the gun barrels and launched the second wave of artillery fire. The soldiers of Team Lu were caught off guard. It's just that this attack was too hasty, and the direction was slightly off. In addition, Team Lu adjusted quickly and retreated quickly, and all the shots from the rear were empty. The leader adjusted the angle and started shooting at the location of the artillery attack, but it seemed to have no effect. Then Zhao Luo and others attacked, and Team Lu retreated step by step, unable to spare time to explore the situation in the water. Lu Hao frowned as he looked at the map and said, "Team behind, go in and check the situation." The mechas behind him jumped into the river, but before they could turn their sights around and report to their superiors, they were declared dead. Lu Hao, The soldier of Team Lu was shocked and said, "Is there a water monster in this river?" Chapter 85 End. The high-end and medium-end mechas on the opposite side are entangled with them, and the low-end mechas cannot move freely in the water. Then what are the underwater forces? A soldier of Team Lu finally saw it clearly and shouted, "Oh my god! That's a person!" His brother next to him said, Aren't you talking nonsense? When will Sanyao be able to load ghosts? The soldier said, but I often see ghosts in Sanyao. Right? Especially after the appearance of the general of the cavalry. I see ghosts frequently. It's the infantry. The infantry is holding the barrel and shooting out of the water. The supernatural incident was solved. Lu Hao was stunned. And then said, find out their position and prepare to attack. It's unclear. They are too small. And the river water is turbid and can't be seen clearly. The winning channel connected to the soldiers on the river bank and chuckled, brothers, they are ignoring you. Have you seen their ugly faces? How long will you endure? Kill! The scattered soldiers waved their weapons and rushed forward with shouts. Team Lu was directly frustrated in the underwater ambush and head-on conflict. With such a narrow river bank, they could not take advantage of their own strength. Not to mention the two-sided attack. They didn't know when a powerful shot would come from the side. The two light bulbs on the opposite side were attacking vigorously together with Zhao Zhuolu and others. The individual combat power of these people was not comparable to theirs. The situation was completely opposite to that in the desert area. Now they were caught in a dilemma. Lu Hao listened to the shouts coming from the headset one after another, and then stopped abruptly. With a rolling Adam's apple, the picture set back were spinning rapidly, and could not be seen clearly. They were in a disadvantageous situation now, and they had to get his orders and adjust their status. But the difference in individual soldiers was a fact, and he couldn't concentrate fire from the rear to self-destruct again, because now all the mid-range and high-range mechas were guarding the front line. The infantry group in the river followed the large army down and continued to attack their rear team. The mecha responsible for bombing the grass upstream was also assigned by Lian Sheng, and the troops gradually retreated from the middle of the map to the edge. Should we withdraw and come back? Or fight to the death? Company 899. Team Lu 1254. Lu Hao looked at the number of his own troops, punched his palm, and said resolutely, with our troops, there is no chance to come again. Brothers, hold on and kill. We can win. We have come to this point. Show your momentum. We can win. Lian Sheng drove his mecha and began to move forward. Zhou Shirwei was unable to make a force map at the moment, so Lian Sheng could only get information from the feedback of the frontline soldiers. She drew her sword and rushed forward, screaming and encouraging in the team throughout the game. We went from disadvantageous to strong and then to embarrassed. Now is the last moment. Let them see how you turned the tide and won this battle. A true warrior will rise again and again, even in the most dangerous situation. We encountered disadvantages at the beginning, and the opponent calculated us again and again. They laughed at us and watched us fall into the trap. But all the previous things are nothing. We have to step over even if it is a dead end. And we have to get out even if it is a desperate situation. Why? Because you are the best soldiers. We are the most powerful army. Take it. You are the ones who laughed last. Water splashed everywhere, and the mechas of both sides fiercely bombarded each other. The shattered wreckage fell on the edge of the river bank, still with sparks. The shouts of killing echoed in everyone's ears. For the final victory? Start to bet everything. No matter how many plots and strategies. They are all for this final battle. Here, only fighting is the most real existence. Whoever retreats first will fail first. Every second of hesitation could lead to his death. The number of people on both sides was small, and there was no shelter on this side. The result was soon clear. Company 699. Team Lu 854. Lu Hao could only watch the numbers on the map jump continuously, and then support and encourage his comrades in the rear. Apart from that, he could not find anything else to do. When the remaining number of people approached 500, he closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. The 100-meter flying knife could not see his expression through the mecha, but the silence fell on the side. He seemed to have sensed something and said in a low voice, whether it is failure or success, it is something that the commander should witness. Because on the battlefield, it is not that you close your eyes and all the tragedies will disappear. You have to look at it directly and accept it. Only in this way can you go to the battlefield again. Lu Hao nodded. Company 629. Team Lu 729. The underwater mecha was a little anxious, because they could only watch and wait for people to fall. The fact is that in the second half, they could not see the enemy mecha. They were only 100 heads short, and they had not made up the difference. But the game was about to end. The soldier said, let's go up. They need us. If it's too late, there will be no chance. Fang Jianshan held up his gun, squinted and shot upward, saying, "Don't move. Hold on." He was the only one with a high-end mecha, which could meet the range of this section. The soldier said anxiously, "Brother, don't just focus on killing one person. You are high-end." "But we are not." Zhou Shirwei heard it and shouted, "Everyone stay still. Obey the commander-in-chief's order and prepare to fight." Lian Sheng rushed to the front line and commanded the team directly. Finally, the heavy mecha with the highest defense cut into their inner side and gave an order, "Heavy mecha, get ready. Push people into the river." There was no time to fight layer by layer on the riverbank, and the opponent's biggest disadvantage was still the water battle. The heavy armored mecha directly turned on the thruster and rushed them all the way to the shore, and then sank with the enemy. The company navy found the prey, roared, and surrounded them layer by layer. Lian Sheng said, "We won." "Damn it!" the enemy on the opposite side shouted. "Kill! Use all your energy to kill!" The mechas in the back row of the team went into the water, and the people in the front row turned on the thrusters. Don't get caught by them. 5 minutes later, the end announcement was refreshed on the map. The people in the gymnasium who were still screaming suddenly quieted down, and everyone focused on the final result. The breathing sound was amplified in the stadium. The heart pressed the blood to rush to the brain. They stared at the information marked in red font. Company, 539. Lu, 499. Congratulations to the company for the final victory. Excitement and cheers began to erupt as if late, and the warm applause lasted for a long time. I just want to know why it was so chaotic before. Is it Lian Sheng deliberate arrogance? Or is it really that he couldn't win and finally survived? I don't know now. I'm almost dying. Although Zhong Ran missed a part, the process is not important. The result is king. The facts prove that Lian Sheng is more evil. She may have guessed it. Ah, my brother Dao actually lost. My sweetheart lost? Did you forget that your brother Dao was invited by the First Army and the Allied forces? Lian Sheng is the representative of my Union University. Have you forgotten? Oh my god. I really feel sorry for Captain Liu. This feeling of being able to win at the last minute, but then being reversed, is particularly sour. I would rather fail miserably than be so nervous and worried. Otherwise, the day I lose will be the day I die suddenly. It's really exciting here at the end. It makes my blood boil. Why are you feeling sorry for Yijuan? Why do you have the time to like my goddess more? On the battlefield, everyone put away their artillery fire and stood facing each other. The mecha of Lianchen came out from behind everyone and stood in front. She opened the cabin, climbed onto the shoulder of the mecha with the help of the force, and stood firm on its head. This is your victory. Liancheng raised his left hand and opened it upwards. Be proud of yourself for persisting to the end. Be proud of your struggle and hard work. Be proud of the land you have conquered. Warriors. The soldiers raised their arms and shouted, "Oh!" crossing to the other side of the map. Lu Hao was a little dazed when he saw the result, and his eyes were fixed on the ground. The wind brought up the dust and lingered at his feet. Baimi Feidao came over and said, "Don't feel sad. All wins and losses are meaningful, but not all failures should be lessons. Every battle cannot exclude the part of luck. The important thing is to understand whether the reason for your failure is your own mistake or irreversible fate." Lu Hao didn't know where he lost. At what step did they start to go down the road of failure? But as the commander-in-chief, you should be more aggressive. Baimi Feidao smiled and said, "Let's go. It's over here." Chapter 86 Comments. Lian Sheng walked out of the device and twisted his neck. He went over and dragged out the chair in front of the desk and sat down directly. She took out the light brain, sent a communication to Zhou Shirwei, and asked, "How do you feel?" Zhou Shirwei had just come out of the device, raised his head, pursed his lips, and didn't speak. He looked confused. Lian Sheng smiled and said, "Nervous? Excited?" Zhou Shirwei looked at his hands. It was shaking unconsciously. How could he not be nervous? With so many people, the victory or defeat of the entire battle might be in the hands of their navy. If the direction was wrong or the opportunity was missed, he might accidentally hurt his own team. He had to keep an eye on everyone, check every enemy on the riverbank, and issue orders directly, without much time to think. If this was a regular training, he might be able to complete it better. But in such a situation, he always couldn't help but hesitate. Every time an arrow slid down, he would be afraid for a while. This is why he doesn't like fighting on the front line. Data is intuitive and simple. He can guarantee absolute neutrality and calmness. Frontline command is cruel and realistic. And it does not even allow the slightest mistake. They are different. Lian Sheng said, this is the gap between the commander and the deputy commander. Making a decision is difficult. Because the soldiers follow your instructions. If you make a mistake and the situation is reversed, you will bear the main responsibility. So, the commander is actually very easy to be shaken. He is the most feared person in the entire battle situation. If he is not strong enough, he is easily influenced by the people around him. However, he needs to stay awake and cannot be without the reminders of the people around him. Lian Sheng said, the support and suggestions of comrades are very valuable in this situation. Zhou Shirwei clenched his fingers and did not speak. Suddenly his light brain trembled, prompting that a text message was received. Zhou Shirwei glanced at the signature and said to Lian Sheng, I hang up first. I have something else to do. Lian Sheng shook his hand. Oh, goodbye. Zhou Shirwei paused and said, thank you. Lian Sheng, thank me for what? Thank you for being the commander. Zhou Shirwei pulled the corner of his mouth and hung up the call. Check the received message. Bai Mi Fei Dao always sends a series of single messages when sending text messages. Big brother, she is indeed a very good conductor. You should learn from her. Big brother, she doesn't look like a newcomer at all, but like a veteran, scared. Big brother, your buddy Liang said she is fierce and handsome. Ha ha ha. I have goosebumps. Big brother, oh, the world of young people. Rising too fast. Big brother, by the way, the selection competition will start next semester. And you can't participate yet. Hold her thigh tightly. Let her invite you when the time comes. At least you can save a year of hard work. Zhou Shirwei took the light computer and replied after a moment. Zhou Shirwei asked, brother, will you take orders from San now in the future? Brother, how good is it to take orders? It's easy to make money, and I can also help the younger generation. Ha ha ha. Just now. My orders are almost overwhelmed. Brother, recently, your brother Liang wants to start a new business. He decided to sell himself to play in the game because he is too lonely. It's a pity that you military academy didn't take us to play. Call us next time there is such an opportunity. Is it over? The most talented data analyst. Zhou Shixi, who has a sharp vision and a tough hand. Zhou Shuren, who will never be afraid to retreat. Isn't that a position that you must occupy? Isn't that a team that can't survive without you? Is that the end? Brother, are you kidding? I haven't given up yet. Maybe we see each other again in the expeditionary army someday. Brother, come to my house for dinner. I give you a red envelope, saliva. Brother, after not serving in the army, you become very rich, proud. Zhou Shirwei raised her hand to cover her face and leaned over the table. Lian Sheng had just hung up the call when there was a rapid knock on the door. She walked over and opened the door. And several roommates rushed in from outside, surrounding her and screaming. Ah! Ah! They ran all the way back from the gym. And now their faces were still slightly flushed. Roommate A, Commander. Roommate B, God. Roommate C, Brain. Roommate C's head was ravaged again. When you were in the Department of Material Science, you could copy our homework. When you were in the Department of Military Science, you could be our brain boy. It was so lucky to be our roommate. Roommate C kept shouting. Brain boy. Lian Sheng smiled. No. This is not my credit alone. Roommate A urged. Look at the official website. It has been occupied by my Union University. Do you want to go up and make a summary and attract some fans? Roommate C laughed and spun around. I've never been so proud before. So happy, ha ha ha. Lian Sheng logged into the optical computer and wanted to see their attitude. In the previous military academy league, Lian Sheng was just a soldier, and the camp lost in the end. It was more based on assumptions and disputes about command strength. This time, as the initiator of the challenge, they were well prepared together, but they really lost, which was a bit ugly. Facts have proved that it is indeed a problem of command strength. However, Bai Mi Fei Dao saved his face. Because of his existence, many fans of Brother Dao flooded into the homepage, making the failure of the military academy joint team seem less miserable. Like last time, the situation was one-sided in favor of the Alliance University. However, the previous words were brutal. And this time, they tended to be academic discussions and praises. And the overall situation was still very harmonious. General Huchi posted a post on the official website, expressing her feelings sincerely. Thank you for inviting me to participate in the competition. I am very happy. I hope you can invite me once a month. This way she won't have to be a soldier anymore. Lu Hao and Zhang Su also responded immediately. I'm convinced this time. I can't beat you in command. Let's meet next time in the Military Academy League. Lian Sheng, You won't see me in the Military Academy League. Less than an hour after the game. The professor's comments appeared directly on the website. This time the comments were too fast. Especially after clicking on the comments. It was an unprecedented long article. Which was even more shocking. The Military Academy League started in the morning, and has not ended until now. Lian Sheng opened the page at the urging of his roommate. Professor's comments. This is a very exciting game. This sentence is not a polite word. At first, I and several professors were invited to judge. But we didn't have much interest. Especially after seeing the list of participants. We felt puzzled and bored. Because the initial gap between the two sides was too big. Lu's team of 5,000 people are basically top students in the military academy. They are organized, disciplined, and have professional experience. All of their scores are above 60,000. And more than 1,000 of them are above 100,000. They can be said to be the elite members of the 3 days. The target of the challenge launched by this group of elite members is a command recruit with only more than 2,000 points. Among the soldiers summoned under this command team, there are more than 3,000 with scores below 60,000. There are more than 1,000 with scores below 10,000. What does this gap mean? It is probably the gap between the expeditionary force and the military academy students. I am not saying that the score absolutely represents strength, but it represents experience to a certain extent. And experience represents the level to a certain extent. So what is the key to the company final victory? The most important thing in the winning team is probably the individual soldiers of each company commander. Combat strength. Are these individual soldiers important? They are important to the company. Because they have indeed become the pillars of the entire team. They are not important to the entire battle. Because this is a large battlefield with a total of 10,000 people. I sorted out the direction of the game with several professors on the spot. The first confrontation was on the plain. Team Lu used the underground passage to start the first battle and gain the first advantage. The company adjusted quickly, stabilized the formation, and did not give them the opportunity to pursue the victory. After that, Team Lu retreated to the mountain wall, intending to rely on this map to play their most advantageous soldier strength. However, the company mixed up the team and adopted a mixed combat method of low, medium and high types of mechas, forcibly regaining the short-term combat advantage on the mountain wall. The entire mountain wall map is in battle. The trail ends with a relatively early. It was just an attack to confuse the vision. The company paid a high-end mecha, nearly 100 medium-end mechas, more than 1,000 low-end mechas, and got nearly 2,000 heads of the opponent's low-end mechas. Then they entered the most intense and direct desert area of this game. Here the company suffered heavy losses. In less than 20 minutes, nearly 2,000 mechas were killed or wounded, because most of them were low-end mechas. And in the desert map, low-end mechas were equivalent to cattle and sheep that could be slaughtered. Team Lu took advantage of this to recover the previous number difference and opened up a head advantage of up to 500. At this time, Lian Sheng ordered a retreat. In the desert map, she was not fighting for victory, but calculating her own losses. She controlled the gap between the two sides, and then entered her final counterattack. Until the end, I understood the company plan. Lian Sheng may have been prepared to win by water battle from the beginning. According to the difference in combat power between the two sides, no matter what situation they were in for a head-on confrontation, they would definitely lose. Their only option was an ambush. However, the entire map is relatively flat and direct, and the only place suitable for an ambush seems to be the underground passage used by Baimi Feidao. Lian Sheng shifted his attention to the water battle. In summary, she had to accomplish two things. 1. To get all the troops back to the last river area. 2. The number of mechas coming should be small. Otherwise, they could not be stopped and their own battle flags might be knocked down. Then the process in the middle was not important. There were only two goals. To maximize the number of mechas on both sides. To give up a certain advantage, so that the opponent could pursue to the river map without any defense. She did it. So in the end, a battle situation similar to a Jedi counterattack was formed. And the battle situation in the middle made people feel confused. Where did Captain Lu start to fail? Captain Lu's command team is also very strong. Bimifado has rich combat experience and outstanding modeling skills. He saw through Lian Sheng's strategy many times and maintained his advantage until the last stage. I and several professors generally believe that there were no major mistakes in the early stages of the war. There is only one reason for their failure. That is, they did not see through Lian Sheng water battle strategy in the end and respond in time. One guessed the opponent's strategy, and the other did not. That's all. This is the charm of tactics. If Captain Liu relies on an accurate understanding of the map, then the company relies on the rational use of the known map. Knowing the map is certainly good, indicating that you are well prepared and experienced. However, on the battlefield, there are not always such opportunities. More importantly, it is possible to make the final decision immediately after seeing the map. Lian Sheng is an excellent commander. The victory of the entire game is indeed worthy of pride. Its excitement is just like its fierce battle situation. I hope to see your game again. Finally, the scores of each item are as follows. Lian Sheng directly got 5,000 points. Adding the basic points of the system victory, there is an extra 300. Zhou Shiwei's performance in the early stage can be regarded as excellent, but his temporary command in the later stage is more conspicuous. He took on the important task of command in a critical moment without panic, and made a great contribution. 3,500 points. Bright Bull, because of his superb fighting skills, can be regarded as the pioneer model of the entire team. He is indispensable in such an unfavorable situation. After various bonuses, he got nearly 2,000 points. Super Bright Bull, as an auxiliary type of Fengyi, still played the strength of a frontline soldier, and cooperated with his comrades in each team perfectly. 1,800 points. Xiao Shuolu, Yi Buqing and other military academy students blocked the enemy's fierce offensive and made a significant contribution to the final battle situation. In addition, the kill score was high, nearly 2,000 points. Although Fang Jianshan encountered some setbacks at the beginning, he reacted quickly and remained calm in the face of danger. The backfield water battle performed well, with a total score of 1,500 points. 100-meter flying knife got 4,000 points unconditionally with his shocking professional modeling technology at the beginning. Lu Hao received basically one evaluation. Not strong enough. That was the lack of confidence of the military academy students in front of the expeditionary army and the strong. But the performance is also remarkable and worthy of encouragement. 1,000 points. This month's competition has officially come to an end. Chapter 87 Bounty. After the competition, Lian Sheng did not go to Sanyao for the time being, because after she posted a post, she browsed around the homepage for a few more times and discovered the other dimension in the forum. There are many reward and help posts in the next section, and the gold coins rewarded can be directly converted into star coins in the background. This place is simply heaven. In fact, Lian Sheng is not short of money, and Lin Lai is very generous to her. Because Lin Lai is often away from home due to work, he will reserve a large amount of living expenses for her every week. Lian Sheng is not a person who likes to spend money, and the original owner is almost the same, so he has saved a lot. In addition, the original owner's major is material engineering, and he has done many projects with the professor, so he can get commissions according to proportion. The models made in the course also sold a lot of money. The money in Lian Sheng account now is enough for some people to struggle for a lifetime. However, being poor, you will get used to it, no matter when. She loves the pleasure of making money. Now there are a lot of opportunities in front of her. Should she make money? Make money. Lian Sheng learned a little bit. Here users can post all kinds of tasks. As long as the price is high enough and the requirements are reasonable, there will always be someone who can meet the employer's needs. So the bounty section of Sanyao is extremely hot. In this section, Lian Sheng can clearly feel that this world favors technical workers. More than 60% of the posts are requesting data analysis. There are actually quite a few truly capable data analysts in Sanyao, but the masters are not very active. And there are more military academy students who want to come here to practice, because doing a data analysis is too laborious. A complete personal data analysis report, like the one that Bimifado did for the general of the cavalry before, requires a separate mecha model, action analysis, weakness analysis, classification comparison, data support, and final tips and suggestions. Without watching dozens or hundreds of game videos, you can't collect enough data. And ordinary people play a game for 10 minutes to half an hour. It requires analysts to have certain combat experience, enough patience and sharp eyes, and professional technical support. Those who can do this will not fall to Sanyo to earn bounties. Of course, EP51 is an accident. His speed of modeling alone is beyond the reach of ordinary people. As a deputy commander, his many years of expedition experience can also surpass the others. A brief report in 2 days is not a problem. The prices in the data analysis posts are higher and higher. Occasionally, there will be a few requests for technical guidance, and the amount is a bit pitiful. Lien Sheng flipped through them and didn't see anything he wanted to do. Technical guidance is too risky, because if the poster is not satisfied with the guidance, he can choose not to pay. Analysis is still safer, and in order to show your strength, you have to record a battle video for reference first. It's really too troublesome. She thinks her vision is still good. Why can't she do analysis? Lien Sheng found a post and left a message. General of the Cavalry, do you need technical analysis? I can give you manual analysis after the battle, intuitive contact analysis and accurate summary. The important thing is to get the results on the spot. The poster replied quickly, wow, it's General of the Cavalry. It's a real person. I heard that you won the game today. General of the Cavalry, do you agree? Poster, but you are just a military school student. I still want someone with more experience to guide me. General of the Cavalry, experienced people may not be able to beat me. After a few more years, what is there to be proud of? Of course, it depends on the strength. Poster, Poster, I want a detailed analysis. Most of the money is paid for modeling analysis. I have to give you a discount. General of the Cavalry, how much? Poster, leave a decimal. General of the Cavalry, General of the Cavalry. 1,600? Poster, it's 600. General of the Cavalry, Isn't that a decimal of a decimal? Lien Sheng snorted, thinking that this person was simply making trouble. Is he worth this price? He pressed his finger hard on the optical brain. Deal. After finishing his meal, EP51 rubbed his hands and returned to his desk. Turned out the previous post analyzing the General of the Cavalry and made the third update. 100-meter flying knife reports for you in real time. I believe many people already know that I participated in the 10,000-man battlefield this time, and my opponent was the General of the Cavalry. However, we did not face each other head-on, which is a pity. Through this competition, I finally understand that perhaps the General of the Cavalry is not best suited for sniping or close combat, but for command. She is a good talent who can serve as both the main general and the commander. Although Brother Dao lost in the end, I am very happy with this competition. At the same time, I also hope that there will be such an opportunity next time, and I can be invited to participate again. My 2 light bulb brothers and I can participate in the battle for free. A row of people confessed their love immediately below. You are also a talented Brother Dao who can serve as a technician and commander at the same time. Please invite me to participate next time. My God, the points I could earn in one game are enough for me to play for half a year. Strongly request Sanyo to relax the qualifications for the big battlefield and give social people a chance. Brother Dao, please take the lead in calling for it. Will high scores not run away on the street if the qualifications are relaxed? Aren't high scores in military academies running all over the street? If you have the level of a military academy, you can also run away on the street with high scores now. Why are there so many people under Brother Dao's posts? Further into the post, the style of the painting suddenly changed. A group of people begged below. Please ask the rich Dao Yi to take my general to make money together. I feel so sorry for him. My general is really poor. Now he is teaching people to play mecha in the next section. Brother Dao, please help her. I saw it too. Oh my God. 1 gold coin is enough to chat with someone. Oh my God. Is this the life that a great god should live? Really? 1 gold coin is enough to chat with someone. I want to buy a year's supply. I thought the great god was high above and didn't live on the same level as mortals like me. Then I found out that it was true. She might be living in the gutter. The 100-meter flying knife was stunned while biting the packaging bag of the snack bag. Lack of money? Then he smiled knowingly. Sure enough, everyone has such a moment. After he finished reading the post, he went to the next door to find the trace of the general. The post over there was also very popular at the moment. Lien Sheng had already logged in to the equipment and fought a game with the brother before, and then came back down to analyze him based on the video. First game, 2 minutes before the start, looking left and right, looking at places that should not be looked at, unable to identify which position is a good shelter point, and directly entering the dangerous area without checking the environment. Combat awareness 0 points. 03 minutes and 01 seconds, encountered a sneak attack. Turned too slowly. Posture deformed. Knees unnaturally bent. Lower body unstable, resulting in being knocked down in the opposite direction. Combat awareness 0 points. 03 minutes and 3 seconds. The first reaction after falling to the ground was not defense, not counterattack, not getting up, and not grabbing weapons. Instead, he stared at his opponent in a daze. 0 combat awareness. Summary: please be aware of being killed instantly. Employer of 600 yuan. Game 2. 3 minutes before the start, he found a nearby shelter to hide, but did not check the surrounding situation and the dangers from all angles. I don't quite understand this behavior. 0 combat awareness. 05 minutes and 15 seconds, when he was attacked but was safe and sound. His first reaction was to jump behind another shelter instead of taking advantage of the situation to counterattack. I still don't quite understand it. 0 combat awareness. 05 minutes and 36 seconds, when the opponent was close, he still carried his cannon instead of choosing a close combat weapon. 05 minutes and 37 seconds, he used his neck to block my sword. Killed in action. Summary: as above. Game 3, all as above. The general of the cavalry said, I gave the analysis, but the guidance may not be good enough. Give me another discount. You give me 300. Poster, Poster cried, I beg you not to do this. I've already given you 1,600 yuan. Give me another chance. I was really wrong. 100-meter flying knife, It looks like a glorious battle. General of the cavalry said mercilessly, pay money. Poster, fight me again. I will definitely learn well this time. General of the cavalry, pay money first. Then we talk. 200. No less. 100-meter flying knife suddenly appeared under the post. You can strengthen your leg strength. For positioning, you need to learn more theoretical knowledge. For reaction ability, participate in actual combat more. It's useless to compete with the general. You can't learn any experience from being killed in seconds. The poster was immediately excited and wanted to hug Bai Mi Feidao. Bai Mi Feidao directly called Lianxing to post. Bai Mi Feidao added General Huqi as a friend and sent her a private message. Bai Mi Feidao asked, are you short of money? I'm not short of money, General Huqi said. But I like to make money. Bai Mi Feidao laughed, ha ha ha. I thought you were short of money and wanted to take you to play. General, what to play? Bai Mi Feidao said, I run a studio and specialize in giving people similar guidance. There are 3 people in total. 1 technician. That's me. 2 light bulbs. You have seen them. They give people practical analysis. Just like you just did. They have a striker and a scout. And they just need a sniper. Do you want to come? Oh, yes. If you come, we can also open a command class. It's good to think about it. Sly smile. General, discount too? What discount? Are you talking about salary? Bai Mi Feidao said. We give basic salary based on your ability. First register your name in the studio. And when customers have related needs, they will find you to take orders. And the income from the orders will be commissioned. You can freely arrange your time at will. Usually recording videos of the battles in Sanyao. And then handing the videos to me for analysis. If you want to come, you must pass the test first and fight with Liang Liang's bulb. The specific basic salary will be determined by him. Lian Sheng was slightly stunned. She felt that this opportunity was very good. These 3 people seem to be from the expeditionary force. They have rich practical experience and should know a lot about mechas. The editing of this competition has not come out yet, and she has not seen the strength of the battle. But her roommate described the scene of the 2 people fighting in detail to her. It should be very powerful. She set up a ring in Sanyao. And the opponents in the early stage were all similar, in addition to not gaining much points. No. In fact, not even the points were gained. There are not many opportunities to fight with masters like bulbs. And maybe she can get their guidance. And she also wants to know how big the gap between her and them is. The general immediately said, you can do it now. Bai Mi Feidao, you can't do it now. General, why? Bai Mi Feidao, Dan Bulb has sold himself. You wait for him to come back. But you can come here for an internship first. Brother Dao is rich now. General, General Lien is also rich now. Buy me Fei Dao, hee hee hee. How about it? If you come, sign the contract now. General, sign. Buy me Fei Dao quickly sent the contract to the other party. Then opened the address book and looked for Zhou Shirwei's name. Zhou Shirwei was doing modeling exercises when he heard a series of buzzing prompts. Big brother, brother. Big brother, brother. My brother. Zhou Shirwei, what's wrong? Big brother, join my studios soon. Zhou Shirwei, Chapter 88 Calligraphy. Zhou Shirwei didn't understand, and looked at the previous message again, and said, I don't have time. I have to go to class. Big brother, Lian Sheng has come. Zhou Shirwei, she came into your studio? What is she going to do? Big brother, to make money. Zhou Shirwei, she is not short of money. Her mother is a colonel and a major R&D staff member of the Research Institute. The bonuses and subsidies alone are not small. Big brother, what? You even investigated her mother. Zhou Shirwei, let's block him. Big brother, just kidding. Really? Come here. There will be a selection competition next semester. You are a sophomore. And there are precedents. Register with me, and you have a greater chance of being selected. This kind of registration is too perfunctory, and you can tell at a glance that there is something fishy. Big brother, it is important to build a good relationship with Lian Sheng and ask her to invite you. I think she is indeed very promising. Maybe she can make it past the preliminaries. Oh, are they teammates? Your brother Liang said that the students who played the company commander position with them are also pretty good. Do you know them? If you don't know them, you can ask Lian Sheng to introduce them. Big brother, brother, I have already brought the people to you. You should prepare early. Zhou Shirwei, Lian Sheng looked at the contract for a while. The contract he made was also very impressive, with only a few sentences in total. And he basically said everything just now. No traps. Unexpected freedom. The basic salary column says tentative. Basic salary starts at 2,000 yuan. Lian Sheng nodded. What a good job. Bai Mi Fei Dao persuaded his younger brother, and pointed out the backstage to see Lian Sheng's side. The general of the cavalry had signed the contract and sent it back to him. The general of the cavalry asked, when will the bright light bulb come back? Bai Mi Fei Dao, it will take at least a week. But it doesn't matter. When he comes back, the current salary will be paid. I will put your name on my studio first. The general of the cavalry, oh. Also, be gentle to customers. Don't be like you just did. Bai Mi Fei Dao explained seriously. Let them go a little. Give them some confidence. If it doesn't work, let them do physical training. Prevaricate. Our bottom line is never to refund the money. The general of the cavalry, are you a black shop? Bai Mi Fei Dao said, a shop that does not refund money is a conscientious shop. Which means that the customer satisfaction is 100%. The general of the cavalry, oh. Bai Mi Fei Dao, I'm going to pull orders. You are free to move. I call you when the light bulb comes back. Lian Sheng closed his private message and logged back into the bounty section. The poster was frantically requesting friends. Lian Sheng joined in, and the other party immediately said, General, I pay 1,600 yuan. You play another game with me and analyze it for me. Lian Sheng, let's go. Under the introduction of this poster, Lian Sheng gave technical analysis to several people in succession, because she almost accepts everyone and charges very low fees. The market is extremely hot. Every road is a way to get rich. This place is really great. Lian Sheng now has nearly 8,000 points left. She bought a cheap mecha again, equipped it with enough ammunition and energy, and then invested all in it again to open a ring. When she is free, she goes up to brush points, and when she is bored, she comes out to guide newcomers. This rhythm has been maintained for the past few days. I came back from exercising outside that day and found that my 3 roommates were sitting in the living room, dressed neatly. Roommate C saw her coming back, stood up and said, you seem to be very busy recently. Do you have time this afternoon? What's wrong? Lian Sheng said. You are wrong. I have been very free these days. Roommate C smiled and said, it's almost holiday. Let's have a last meal together. I have accepted a project with the professor. I will treat you. Lian Sheng just remembered that it was already December. I will treat you. Lian Sheng said. I have money. Roommate C said happily. So soon. I have to eat my father-in-law's rice. How embarrassing. Roommate A. When fans are shameless. It's really shocking. Lian Sheng went in to take a shower, changed clothes, and then went out with them. She and roommate C walked side by side behind. And there were always people secretly looking at her along the way. Lian Sheng looked straight ahead. He was a little used to it. Roommate C put up his hat to cover his face, but still felt a little embarrassed. Lian Sheng hearing is still good, and the voice behind him lingers. I heard that there is a very good girl in the military academy of our school. A girl from the military academy? Yes. She became famous after the previous game in the gymnasium. She is still a freshman. What does she look like? The one in front. Go and see for yourself. Lian Sheng, Lian Sheng suddenly turned his head and looked at the girls approaching quietly from behind. The two girls exclaimed and slipped away with a smile. Roommate C saw this and smiled. You are really famous. You know, the toughest boys in our school are one who studies sports and the other who studies military affairs. They all know you. They started to flatter you when they went out. Several colleges near and far have heard of your name. After all, there are too few girls in these two colleges. Lian Sheng. I am honored. They chose a store with a good decoration near the school and then chose their seats. A little girl with a ponytail and a red face stood at the front desk. She was not even half the height of Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng put his hands in his pockets and looked at her. The little girl dropped the candy in her hand, turned around and cried to the boss, Mom, I'm scared. Lian Sheng, 3 roommates, Lian Sheng touched his chin. She was able to cure crying children, but now her skills have declined. I am really ashamed. Roommate A said, Conductor Lian Sheng. Should you show your gentleness and delicacy? Lian Sheng, for example? Roommate A, for example. When you say for example, don't emphasize the first word. Lian Sheng nodded. I didn't say anything just now. But she still cried. Roommate B took the number and led them to the dining table inside. Roommate C asked, Have you taken the art appreciation class? I remember you chose it. Lian Sheng said, I took it once. It was an elective course she chose last semester. Once a week. Lying quietly in her schedule. This is the course that she is most confused about. There are no books or materials. In the first class, the lecturer put a few pictures on it for them, and then began to explain its beauty. She didn't understand it, and she never went there again. Roommate C said, Then go to the class more often. It is definitely the most edifying class. As long as you can stay awake until the last moment, it will be a great test of your patience. Roommate A said, It is because the pace of the art appreciation class is very slow. All students who have taken it will feel that life is hopeless in the end. All the rage and irritability are gone. It is one of the 10 new legendary courses in my Union University. Lian Sheng, Roommate C shuddered and said, Why don't we go to the class together? When you mentioned it, I suddenly wanted to go. A legendary class. The art appreciation class is every Friday. And it is just in time. On Friday, several roommates decided to go with her to learn more. When they walked into the classroom, they found that the seats were already full, and there were also a few people standing in the back row. At this time, there were still more than 10 minutes before the class. Lian Sheng was surprised. Why are there so many people? When she came to the class for the first time, half of the classroom was not full. We are here to find what we can find. After all, it is the important time to hold the New Year's Eve party. Our school's parties have always been abnormal. Roommate A said. Every time at this time, all art courses are full. Roommate B took 2 steps forward. Stand at the back. There is a wall to lean against. They chatted for a while, and the lecturer came in. He was followed by a student, holding the 4 treasures of the study. This is a very young lecturer. Maybe he is a recent graduate. So the course he opened is just an unimportant interest course. In this class, let's appreciate brush calligraphy. The lecturer paced at the front desk. There are not many people who can write good brush calligraphy now. In such a fast-paced life, few people can calm down and study brush calligraphy, let alone calligraphy. Paper and ink are rarely used. It is said that Wang Shiji's calligraphy is vigorous and powerful, penetrating deeply into the wood. Then he began to talk about the history of calligraphy, and then analyzed and praised a few words stroke by stroke. His class was held in 2 consecutive periods without a break in between. Lian Sheng raised his hand and wiped his face vigorously. Roommate A asked, How is it? Did you feel the dejection? Lian Sheng said with half-closed eyelids. I felt the struggle of life before dying. An hour later, the class was finally coming to an end. The lecturer asked, "Is there anyone who is willing to come up and try it?" Lien Sheng raised his hand high and jumped forward. The teacher looked around among the crowd, then pointed at Lien Sheng and said, "This student. You come." Several roommates looked at her in surprise. She was so active. Roommate C pulled the corner of her clothes. Lien Sheng rolled up his sleeves and walked to the front desk. He bowed to the teacher first, then stood in the middle of the table. She raised the brush with her right hand and dipped it in ink. She raised it to her eyes and looked at the tip of the brush, then tapped it on the inkstone. The teacher stood aside and said, "Tell me your feelings about my class, or your thoughts on calligraphy, and describe it in one word." Lien Sheng turned his head. "Really?" The teacher said, "Really. You don't need any profound words. The most straightforward and simple ones will do." Lien Sheng picked up the brush and wrote it in one go. It started with the word I. The lecturer took a deep breath and was greatly surprised. The brush was strong and fluent. It was vigorous and free, and very imposing. It was obvious that she was an old hand. The lecturer watched her write 3 words intently. Very sleepy. Lien Sheng put the brush on the inkstone again, stepped back, and nodded. "You?" The teacher was speechless for a long time, then looked at her and asked, "Are you here to challenge me?" Lien Sheng, Chapter 89 Program. Lien Sheng calligraphy was simultaneously projected on the blackboard in front. The 3 majestic characters were indeed beautifully written, but after seeing the words clearly, I immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Roommate B raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, classmate, you two don't want the credits?" Lien Sheng, The lecturer came back to his senses. Lien Sheng raised his hand and smiled at the lecturer, motioning him to wait. Then he picked up the pen again and added a word at the end. Confused, Lien Sheng stood aside, clasped his hands in front of him, and said obediently, "I am confused." The lecturer's face changed unpredictably. He stared at her for a long time, and finally asked, "What are you confused about?" Lien Sheng said, "The inner world of calligraphy is profound and extensive. It is not something that we can easily understand." The lecturer's expression eased a little. "You write well with a brush. You have practiced for many years, right? It is really not easy. It is inevitable that she writes well. After all, she has been writing with a brush for decades." Lien Sheng said indifferently, "How dare I be so rude? I am not as good as you." The lecturer shook his shoulders, took a step back, tilted his head and asked, "Do you have any opinions about me?" "No," Lien Sheng said. "This is our first meeting. This is our second meeting. I am deeply impressed by your style. How can I be dissatisfied?" "Second meeting?" The lecturer stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Aren't you a student in my class? You want to take credits, right?" Lien Sheng, "No. I am just a student who came here to audit the class because of your reputation. I didn't choose your class." "Lecturer, your name?" Lien Sheng paused and said, "My name is Zhao Shuolu." The lecturer raised his hand and pointed, and said anxiously, "That is Zhao Shuolu." Lien Sheng raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of his sight. He found that Zhao Shuolu was indeed sitting in the middle seat. "Zhao Shuolu, Lien Sheng. "Yes. I am his friend, Fan Jianwei." Zhao Shuolu raised his head and avoided the lecturer's sight. The 3 roommates were behind him, covering their faces in despair. The lecturer shook his head, sighed, and said, "Forget it. We are just an interest class anyway. The final score is based on the work. I was a student not long ago. I understand." Lien Sheng clasped his fists, saluted him, and then turned around to go down. "Wait!" The lecturer called her and asked tentatively, "Is my class really that sleepy?" Lien Sheng thought for a while and said, "In fact, with just one sentence, I can make the students present sober up instantly and no longer sleepy." "Lecturer, what is it?" Lien Sheng walked to the middle, raised his hand and waved, "Get out of class is over." Everyone cheered and jumped up. "Yeah." "Lecturer, The bell rang at the right time, and everyone rushed out. Lien Sheng shrugged at the lecturer and walked down as well. The lecturer picked up his things and left the classroom quickly. Zhao Shuolu jumped out of his seat and chased after him, shouting, "Lien Sheng, wait a minute." Lien Sheng stretched out his hand to him. "Hello. I'm Fan Jianwei." Zhao Shuolu was speechless. "Stop it," Lien Sheng said. "I didn't expect you to choose this course, but I don't want to name you. But don't worry. I haven't used your name to cheat people before. A boy pushed Zhao Zhuolu away, rushed to Lian Sheng, and shouted, Goddess? God? Anyway, it's a god. The boy wanted to hug her thighs, wiped his face, and said with emotion, Great! The first time I saw you, I knew you were not an ordinary person. My military academy can't exist without you. Sister Lian. Lian Sheng got goosebumps and said alertly, What do you want to do? The boy said, It's like this. We are planning the New Year's Eve party, but we still have no idea about the program of our academy. So I want you to write a couplet on the stage as a performance. Roommate Jia said curiously, Do you still have this worry in your military academy? Aren't there martial arts every year? The boy next to him shook his head sadly. No. It was finally rejected this year. It was said that it was unoriginal and lacked creativity. And people complained about it. It's a painful year. And it happened to be our turn. Lian Sheng said, Then go to the chorus. No. Roommate A said. All evening party programs are specially judged by professors. They can't be perfunctory. They must have real skills. How can this temporary chorus pass their standards? Lian Sheng frowned and said, Why? Isn't this just an entertainment banquet? Really? Roommate A said. Our Alliance University has money. All the equipment and laboratories are updated in real time. The products that our school replaces are also cutting-edge equipment when they are resold to other schools. The most important thing is that it must be able to support thousands of experimental projects of all sizes. Lian Sheng, so? And this money was not approved by the Alliance. Most of it was donated by others. In order to thank these donors, our school's party will be open to the public every New Year's Day. The people who come are all well-known people. So our school party is very famous. Roommate A said. Today, it has become a tradition to show the style of students. It is related to the honor of our school. And every program must be strictly controlled. Lian Sheng, then don't participate. Roommate A said, That won't work. Students who don't know how to be grateful will be punished by the Alliance University. She stretched out her hands and shook them in front of her. Lian Sheng tried to test. Fine? Roommate A, every year. The party is organized by the juniors. All juniors in the college will be fined 10 credits. Lian Sheng immediately looked at the few people. It's just writing a few words. A piece of cake. No problem. No problem. There were more than a dozen boys in total. And now they surrounded him, suppressing their excitement and saying, Then you will go with us now and report for approval? Lian Sheng, approved. Because the 3 roommates were not from the military academy and had classes later. They left first. The rest of the people immediately went to the place of review. At this time, there were people from several colleges queuing outside the classroom door. Some were large-scale performances, and the number of people was full. So they lined up from the door of the classroom, where they were inspected all the way to the door of the teaching building. It looked like a big scene, but it didn't take long. Only half an hour. And they were invited in. Everyone pushed Lian Sheng forward, and she handed over the calligraphy she had written before, saying, Military Academy Application. Calligraphy Performance. The professor took it with both hands, looked at the calligraphy for a long time, and still shook his head and said, No. Lian Sheng stepped forward, looked at his bald head, and said seriously, You can say that this paper is not good, but you can't say that my calligraphy is not good. General Lian does not accept this criticism. I'm not saying that this calligraphy is not good. I'm saying that this program is not good. The professor put down the paper and said, We can't just have a student go up and write a few strokes, and the program is considered finished. How do you see this? I can, Lian Sheng said. Write a whole article. It's also okay to write a book, the professor said with a smile. I mean, writing is too quiet. There must be something to look at. Zhao Zhuolu suggested, Let's do martial arts and writing. Professor, it's neither fish nor fowl. Lian Sheng said, Then martial arts and painting. Professor, that's about the same thing. This calligraphy is really beautiful. The professor touched his chin and said, Why don't you write a calligraphy for our party? Lian Sheng, 1 credit. Professor, the school will pay for it. Lian Sheng chuckled, raised his head and said proudly, I'm very rich. The professor pondered for a moment, then as an extracurricular practice, I will report you an extra 0.5 credit. Lian Sheng was silent. Zhao Zhuolu reminded, It's better than nothing. Lian Sheng, deal. The professor waved his hand, You go out first. Next group. Several people turned around and left. That's not right. A boy stamped his feet and said, "This is our college program. We haven't finished it. What's the use of 0.5 credits? It's personal." Liansheng looked at him. "What else do you want me to do? I can beat drums, blow trumpets, and fight." A tall and strong boy next to him rushed over and lay on the table and howled, "Professor, give me a clear way for the military department. It's rare for a delicate girl to appear among a group of big men. But you rejected it. What do you want us to do? Look at how good the School of Materials Engineering is. It's enough to provide props. We also apply to provide only technical guidance." The professor was shocked and said, "Your military academy should do something meaningful. It's martial arts every year. But it's not good at all. Who wants to see you practice military boxing? Just pick up a dozen people. They are scattered and not neat. And they don't have the momentum of military school students at all." The student said sincerely, "We can practice Sanda this time." "No," the professor said. "If you have the ability, you can do acrobatics. And I will let you pass immediately. Otherwise, go back and rehearse well. And come to me when you have the momentum." The boy said, "Where do we have time? Professor? We have to fight on the battlefield, attend classes, and train every month." The professor waved his hand and said, "Don't act pitiful here. If you do this again, I will call someone." The boy bit his long sleeves. His eyes were full of affection. And he sobbed, "Professor." Several boys, "Professor." Liansheng raised his hands to cover his ears. Zhao Zhuolu suddenly pushed her and asked, "What weapons do you know?" Liansheng, "What?" Zhao Zhuolu winked at her. "Don't you know ancient martial arts? Go up and try. Do you know boxing?" Liansheng looked up and thought for a while. Then said, "You should ask me what I don't know." Zhao Zhuolu looked around. Then walked to the door, took a wooden stick standing by the wall, and threw it to her. Said to the professor, "Our new program." Several boys immediately fell silent and rolled to the side. Liansheng walked to the middle, pulled up his pants, tried it with a little jump, and said, "It's a little uncomfortable to wear, so just make do with it." Liansheng turned his wrist, danced the long stick in a circle, and said, "Stick." She held the stick in both hands, and her momentum changed. She crossed it over her head and jumped directly to the ground. A muffled sound came from the empty classroom, and several spectators shrank their necks and took a deep breath. Even from a distance, one could feel the strength of her stick dance, and her movements were full of vigor. But she was very light when she drew back and forth the stick, and did not give people the feeling of brute force. She practiced half of the stick technique, then put the long stick on the ground and said, "Spear." One hand pushed the end of the stick and held the end. She followed up and made a stabbing motion. Sword. Knife. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at the person in front of them like an idiot, their eyes moving with her figure. But they could not speak. It is said that it has been lost. Ancient martial arts? Chapter 90 Thunder. "Stop!" the professor shouted, stood up and said, Okay. Go back and prepare well. Be more coherent." He turned and pointed at a few boys and said, "Look at you. Ah, look at you. You will just whimper." He suddenly had an idea and said, "It may be too monotonous to fight alone. After all, our stage is very big. Otherwise, you can teach them, and everyone can come together." "Everyone, eh?" Zhao Zhuolu said, "I think it's good to show off alone." Another boy followed up, "I think so too." Zhao Zhuolu took the lead in applauding. Everyone followed suit. "Professor, eh?" The professor looked at them with disdain, waved his hand and said, Okay. Go back and prepare. I sign you up. I ask the School of Materials to provide you with weapons. Tell them what you want. You can get the background yourself. Don't waste other people's efforts." Everyone agreed, then nodded attentively and retreated. Liansheng took out his light computer and looked at it, and found that Bai Mi Feidao had just sent a few messages. He said, "Your brother Dangbao has taken leave and went home, and I decided to take a holiday with the studio. I will contact you after New Year's Day." He also sent her a red envelope. "Have fun." Liansheng glanced at the date on it. It was only mid-December, and they worked directly until mid-January. She once again intuitively felt that technical workers really make a lot of money. The boy who was crying before was now laughing with his hands on his hips. "My military academy is going to be famous." He reached out to shake Liansheng's hand, but was slapped down by the boy next to him. What are you doing? Just worship her. She has 10 credits. Another person corrected. More than 10 credits. There are more than 300 students in the 3rd year of my military academy. So it's more than 3,000 credits. Several people looked at her, as if a holy light was shining from the top of their heads. And they sighed in unison, more than 3,000 credits. Lian Sheng, eh? The students who were queuing next to them looked at them, as if they were mentally retarded. Zhao Shualu said, let's go first. Find a place to sit down and discuss it. They left the teaching building, found an unused pavilion outside, and sat down to plan carefully. Zhao Shualu said, but the professor is right about one thing. If there is only one person, the stage is too big. We must use enough background to make up for it. I am very self-aware. We can't practice like this temporarily. The more people there are, the more chaotic it will be. It will be a mess if we go up. A boy said, I think we can use modeling to make up for it. Command Department Class B. Help with all your heart. The boy said to Lian Sheng, when the time comes, we will light from below to make the human figure clearer. Then we can only capture your figure, model it synchronously, control the position, and create the momentum of thousands of troops for you. Everyone clapped and agreed, this is possible. Lian Sheng nodded. It sounded very impressive. The boy turned his head and asked, there are also backgrounds and weapons. Lian Sheng, do you have any ideas? Lian Sheng said, this is really up to you. I can cooperate with you. The boy was so moved by the handsomeness that he said, then I will do it according to my imagination. I will write a script for you to see. We will rehearse it twice, and there should be no problem. Lian Sheng half understood what he said, and continued to nod passively. Everyone lay on the table, and began to imagine the beautiful scene afterwards. I tell you, it's unique. These days, ancient martial arts are almost lost, and few people study them seriously. Our military academy class will definitely become a legend. It will be difficult to open the next class. Who cares about them? We are seniors. In life, we always grow up through experience. Seniors are supposed to be one of their experiences in life. Zhao Zhuoluo sat next to him, pushed Lian Sheng and said, your score is too low. Lian Sheng said with a heartache, why do you treat me like this? Zhao Zhuoluo sat next to him, pushed Lian Sheng and said, your score is too low. Lian Sheng said with a heartache, why do you treat me like this? Zhao Zhuoluo. Luo, no. I mean, if you graduate normally with such a low score, it may not be easy. But if you show your face more, you may be selected. Every year, the military selects people at will. One is to see the inter-school league next year, and the other is to see our school's New Year's Eve party. Guwu is a very good gimmick. If you perform well here, it should be no problem to enter the finals next year. If you have any ideas and requirements, please tell us, and we will try our best to cooperate with you. Lian Sheng, I understand. Thank you. They dispersed and Lian Sheng returned to the dormitory. After the 3 roommates came back, they couldn't wait to ask, did you get selected? Lian Sheng nodded, yes. Roommate C clapped his hands, wow, you are awesome. I will definitely cheer you on and set the pace for you. Lian Sheng, thank you. Roommate A clenched his fist and said, I will also promote it in our college. After all, you are the light of our material. In the next half a month, Lian Sheng took time to rehearse with people in the college several times. Because there were too many people booking the stage, they were not given much time. In the end, almost all of it was used to adjust the background. The technical workers of the 3rd year conducting department downloaded a lot of materials from the internet and were determined to make it an epic work. After the background was finalized, a place was randomly selected and Lian Sheng was asked to choreograph the movements himself. Because it was too complicated, they only selected 4 weapons that were ornamental and relatively familiar. In the end, the school chose Friday night to hold the New Year's Eve party. On that day, the Union University opened its doors, and there was a constant flow of vehicles, including many people from the society. Ms. Lin Lai was also among the invited guests. He sent her a message the day before, saying that he would come to the party and pick her up in the evening to go home together, and asked her to pack her things early. The invited guests watched the live performance in the theater, and the students watched the 3-dimensional live broadcast in the playground. When it was almost their turn at the military academy, several students in charge of the background prepared with her backstage. The teacher in charge next to her kept urging her. The boy pressed the light brain, took a deep breath and said, don't be nervous. Sister Lian, you must not be nervous. Liansheng played with a long sword in his hand, without raising his head, and said, I'm not nervous. It's your turn. Military Academy. The teacher patted Liansheng on the back and said, the stage is up to you. Come on. Liansheng strode onto the stage. She wore a white gown, a pair of black boots, a simple belt around her waist, and her short hair was sparsely pulled back, revealing her smooth forehead. She held a long sword in her left hand, stood in the middle of the stage, and clasped her fists to signal the crowd. The audience below whispered to each other, curiously asking, what is this? Cosplay? Is there such a project at the Union University? Only one person. A stage play? Why is it not specifically written on the program list? Only the ancient martial arts selection is written. Is it a little girl? Military Academy? Why don't you practice military boxing this year? Lin Lai narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. I felt that this girl looked familiar. The lights dimmed and the voices gradually became smaller. Everyone was sitting and looking at the stage. At this time, the background changed to a fiery red maple forest. Liansheng raised his left hand upward, pushed the sword out of the scabbard, and spun around to catch the sword in his hand beautifully. Then he shook his wrist, and the sword danced forward like a water snake. The metal sword body emitted a cool light, and then pierced a fallen leaf. She turned around and slashed. That was the sound of the sword breaking the wind. In an instant, the maple leaves on the ground. The leaves were swept out in an arc, and the sword's edge was as powerful as a bamboo. Suddenly turning and stabbing to her left, the same figure appeared in the place where she had just stood. At first, everyone thought they were seeing things. But then, they remembered that it was a model. The red leaves fell in a flurry, and two thin figures flew through them like a startled wild goose. The silver light was glittering, and the sword shadows were flying. Where the sword pointed, the red leaves were scattered. Suddenly, the figure accelerated the attack, and the wind in front of the fallen leaves rushed towards her in a hurry, as if to swallow her up. The sword body turned, and with one swing of the sword, everything was like scattered flowers falling. It was just like what the ancient poem said, as swift as he shooting down the 9 suns, as agile as the emperors riding dragons. It came like thunder and stopped with anger, and ended like the clear light of the sea and the river. Suddenly, she put away her sword. She turned around and shot the long sword at the rack behind the stage. Roaring applause broke out. This is real swordsmanship. I didn't expect it to be so shocking. Liansheng hooked her toes, and another weapon appeared in her hand. It's a knife. The background faded, and a new scene appeared like water waves. The clouds were low at dusk, and the snow was dancing in the wind. The figure in white put the big knife behind her hand and stood on the snow-covered ground. The snowflakes fell layer by layer and floated on the blade she stretched out. The coldness seemed to penetrate the scene and come towards her. Liansheng opened his eyes, took a bow step, and chopped forward fiercely. The knife twisted with his wrist, shoulder, and body. The cold light seemed to flow on the blade. Compared to the flexibility of the sword, the knife technique is obviously. It was more powerful, brave and fierce, strong and powerful. The blade passed through the tree trunk and swiped forward with great force. All the snow on the treetops collapsed and slid down vigorously. Then, the silver moon rose, and the lights on the front desk dimmed. Several black shadows reappeared, waving a momentum like a tiger in the moonlight. The night wind in the background suddenly stopped, and the wind from the waving knife appeared in their ears. Everyone took a deep breath, listened to the sharp sound of breaking the wind, and straightened their chests, feeling a hot current rushing straight to the top of the head. The big knife flew in the palm of her hand and suddenly stopped in front of her chest. The heavy snow fell on the bow knife, and she ran 2 fingers along the blade and gently wiped it down. The outstretched arm pointed to the depths of the night. The figure turned his wrist and threw the long knife into the rack behind him. The rumbling of drums came from the background, and the long smoke of beacon fire appeared in the corner of the stage. The sun rose, and the ice and snow melted. A blood-stained battlefield was revealed. The long spear was stuck in the ground, and the red tassel fluttered in the wind. Liansheng passed by, grabbed it with one hand, and pulled it out, drawing the spear quickly, retracting the spear quickly. Whether it was sweeping or stabbing, it seemed particularly powerful, and the steps were agile and the body was light. The figure waved the spear forward, and suddenly the drum sounded more urgent. like rain hitting duckweed, pearls falling on a jade plate. The tip of the spear attacked forward like a pen moving a dragon. It was unstoppable, hard to distinguish between the real and the fake, and extremely exquisite. It can be said that the spear is like a dragon stabbing a little, dancing and creating infinite wonders. It was powerful and elegant. Behind her, countless shadowy and uniformed phantoms appeared, running and killing on the battlefield with red tassel spears. The tip of the spear swept across the sand, and the yellow sand fluttered up, raising a knife-like outline. The spear pierced into the sand again, and the figure knelt on one knee. Finally, the horn sounded, and the spear was placed on the weapon rack at the back. The audience was silent at this time, but people kept moving forward, wanting to see more clearly. The recording equipment was motionless, and the person in charge stared at the screen, afraid of missing a single detail. Even from a long distance, they could hear the screams that were about to break the sky from the playground. Clenching their fingers, they actually cheered. The background behind was a reed pond. It was about 2 meters high, and the figure stood in it, almost drowned. Lian Sheng held a soft whip in one hand and breathed lightly. Then the whip came, as if it went straight to the nose of the person in front. The reeds in front were bent, and the white flowers flew into the air, floating and about to fall. The sound of the soft whip was louder than that of the sword. Each move seemed light and soft, but the crisp echo when it hit the floor could tell the force of the fall. The whip was about 1 meter long, but it was like her hands and feet. When it was swung, it was a straight and powerful curve, swishing in the air, and returning to her hand again. The whips were interlocked, airtight. A continuous black shadow passed by, and the surrounding reeds all stuck to the ground, revealing her figure clearly. If the sword gives people the feeling of wind, thunder and clouds, then the soft whip is the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. It is soft but with steel, like a silver snake dancing, dazzling people. The soft whip passed over the head, circled in the hand, and then fell out of the hand and hung on the rack accurately. The white flying catkins gradually disappeared, leaving only a thin figure on the stage. Lian Sheng took a step back and stood still. He raised his head, clasped his fists again, and saluted everyone slightly, and slowly stepped aside. The lights came on, pouring down from the top of their heads. Everyone was unable to come back to their senses for a long time, and all they could hear was their own breathing. The afterimages from before kept replaying in their minds. The heartbeat that had just accelerated was still beating. One person took the lead, and then applause resounded throughout the theater. Chapter 91 Mom. At this time, the gymnasium was filled with applause. Many people stood up and applauded. They did not sit down even when Lian Sheng's figure disappeared behind the curtain. In this situation, it seemed that the next program would not be able to go on stage, and the program arrangement would be easily disrupted. But the school was very satisfied at the moment. They were also shocked, and they did not react until it was over. Such a sensational scene was beyond their expectations, but the effect was very good. Such a reaction at least shows that today's party was a great success. Everyone is too unfamiliar with ancient martial arts and has certain prejudices. Perhaps with the influence of the Union University, it can bring about a wave of ancient martial arts and change their views. This is very good and of great significance, both for the Union University and for ancient culture. The person in charge stood backstage, praised Lian Sheng, who was walking over, patted her on the shoulder, and signaled her to have a good rest. Lin Lai sat in a seat, a little dazed. His eyes looked at the empty stage, but his thoughts drifted to who knows where. The person next to her turned his head and found that there seemed to be a glimmer in her eyes. I had never seen this strong woman lower her head before, and I was a little shocked when I saw her at this time, and asked, "Colonel Lin, are you okay?" Lin Lai came back to his senses, raised his hand and gently wiped it, followed the crowd to applaud, and smiled. "This is my daughter. She is my daughter." The man was slightly surprised, and then smiled. "Really? What an excellent child. Military academy. She really has the style of her father in the past. I didn't expect that she is so big now." The man on her left turned his head and said, "Excuse me, Major Lin. Why do you want her to learn ancient martial arts? Nowadays, few boys learn it, right? Are you willing to send her to learn this? She learned it herself." Lin Lai pulled up the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Her father is very interested in this." Major Lin hung. The two nodded, with a little sigh, and stopped asking. At this time, The students on the playground were almost crazy. One by one stood up and shouted, "Damn it! Don't go! Master! Don't go! Who is she? I want to learn." Liansheng father. Teach me. Oh my god. Dad. I want to learn too. What happened to the military academy this year? What happened this year? This is my husband. My roommate. We've lived together for 2 years. Go away. Sign please. The light of my school of materials. The light of my military academy. The light of my life. Liansheng sat in the backstage, his chest rising and falling slightly. Several comrades from the command department squatted beside her, put their arms around her shoulders, and talked with relief. Don't worry. This will be one of the achievements on my resume in the future. It seems that it hasn't stopped outside yet. Is the next group on stage? It will definitely be a hit this time. With the top modeling technology of my command department and the legendary god of examination. People passed by them frequently, bent their heads, and wanted to see Liansheng's face. But she was lowering her head now, so she couldn't see clearly. The brothers next to him came over to pull him away, and the boy said reluctantly, "Damn it. Let me take another look." The brother said, "Look. You're going to the stage." The teacher in charge stood at the door and said anxiously, "You guys from this college. Get out. What are you doing here? You're disturbing us backstage. You know?" One person shouted, "What does Liansheng look like? Let me take a look at my goddess." Before the other person was pushed away, he insisted, "That's my Liansheng, Dad. You can't separate us from each other. Let me shake hands with her." Thousands of words were summed up in one sentence. "No." The teacher in charge walked over and said, "You should also go out. But it doesn't matter if there are not many of you. Liansheng can stay here and rest for a while." There was a booing sound from the side. "Huh?" Liansheng wiped his face, stood up and said, "It's okay. I've rested. Sorry for the trouble." She was wearing this dress, which was a bit too conspicuous, so she went to the side to change. And by the way, she watered her hair, and then walked out. After drying her hands, she found that Lin Lai had sent her a message on the light brain. Let her take her things and wait near Sankan. Her car was parked there, so she didn't go to the playground, but walked directly to Sankan with her hands in her pockets. The roadside was flashing with bright white lights. She tilted her head slightly, felt the wind blowing in her face, and could hear someone calling her name in the distance. Liansheng smiled. At this moment, the party was only halfway through, and few people left. There was only one car and 2 headlights in the parking lot. Liansheng walked over directly, opened the car door and sat down, and greeted her. "Hello, Ms. Lin Lai. Happy New Year's Day." Lin Lai sat in the driver's seat, put one hand on the steering wheel, and asked, "Who did you learn from?" Liansheng was slightly stunned. "What?" "Lin Lai, your performance today." Liansheng paused, pulled a seatbelt next to him, and said, "I learned it by myself. It's because the school background is good. But it's nothing. It's just a random arrangement." Lin Lai didn't move, just sat quietly. Liansheng didn't urge her, just pulled the seatbelt on her body and waited for her to set off. After a while, her low voice came to my ear. "I never cared about you. And you never told me anything. You are 20 years old. As if you grew up overnight? And my time and memory are all left in the laboratory. I haven't held a parent-teacher meeting for you. I am less responsible than a nanny robot." Lin Lai looked out the window and said, "I found that I don't understand you at all." Liansheng lowered his eyes. "When you were not born yet, I thought I would take good care of you. When you were not born yet, I thought I would never leave you alone at home. But I didn't do any of these. I am afraid to see you. And I don't know what to say. I can only listen to your teacher tell me what kind of person you are. What you did and said today. What do you like to eat, and what do you learn? I will only teach you like assigning tasks, and watch you grow up from afar. But I know. In the 24 hours of a day, I know what you are doing for at least 20 hours. I know. Every scar and every detail on your body. I know." Liansheng tilted his head to look at her. Lin Lai's voice was a little hoarse. She slowed down, and then continued, "I know that I actually owe you. But I always use countless reasons to prevaricate myself. Busy. For work. For the alliance. They can't do without me. You are cold to me. I feel disappointed. But I also feel relieved. I am not a qualified mother. I am not a smart person. I am afraid to face the truth. and I am afraid to face reality. So, your father has been dead for almost 20 years, and I don't even know how to treat you. So, I am sitting here now, recalling what kind of person you should be. But I don't understand you. How should I explain to myself? Lien Sheng scratched the cushion with his fingers and whispered, maybe you don't need to understand me now. I'm sorry. You are my daughter. Lin Lai turned around, touched her hair and said, I only have you. Lien Sheng said, me too. Lin Lai raised her hand to cover her face, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Lien Sheng shouted, MS. Lin Lai. Lin Lai shook her head, turned her back slightly, and tears flowed from her fingers. She said, I'm fine. Lien Sheng shouted, Mom. Lin Lai's back trembled. Lien Sheng unbuckled the seat belt, reached over and hugged her, and whispered, don't ask. I am your daughter. I am also alone. But we will never be alone in the future. Chapter 92 Itchy Hands. Lin Lai recovered and took out a tissue to wipe away tears. She combed her hair with her hands, and continued to look up at the front. She asked Lien Sheng to fasten his seat belt, and then drove home without saying a word. She drove very slowly, and the oncoming light shone in, repeatedly passing over her face. In addition to the delay in the front, it was almost 10 o'clock when they got home. Lien Sheng was not a person who was good at comforting people, and she seemed to be unable to find a suitable position for herself to speak. She just looked up at the roof of the car and rubbed her fingertips. The two got out of the car and continued to get on the elevator in silence. Lien Sheng took out his light computer, tilted it slightly, and glanced at the message on it, and found that it was sent by his roommate. Long legs, Nogong. Naogong. Where have you been? Are you going home today? Lien Sheng replied with one hand, yeah. That's right. Long legs, haha. You were awesome today. 100 points. All of us here are kneeling down to you. Glory. The glory of my material. Long legs, it's just that you left too early. You were not there when the award was presented, and other students finally received it for you. The host really wants to interview you. I heard that many media are asking about you. If the Union University is willing to help you promote, maybe you will be the next Liliana of the military. Lien Sheng, who? Long legs. Similar to an image spokesperson for the military? Long legs, oh. By the way, the teacher in charge of our college wants your contact number. I gave it to them? Lien Sheng, okay. They stood at the door. Lin Lai held the door handle and pushed it open. He walked in and took off his shoes. He turned sideways and said to her, I'm going to rest first. Lien Sheng nodded, please have a good rest. She watched Lin Lai walk into the room, and then returned to her room with the laptop. Some things are very mysterious. Even if you say them out, you feel that they make sense emotionally, but you will still reject them rationally. And the fact is something that is so difficult to accept. In this case, it is better to deceive yourself. Lien Sheng thinks that if possible, deceiving yourself is not a bad thing. It's just that life always forces people to come out and face reality. She is Lien Sheng, and she will do everything she can. She will also accompany her as long as she is willing. After taking a shower, lying on the bed, she found several strange messages. Military Academy of Union University. Hello. Lien Sheng. I am the teacher in charge of the Military Academy. This evening party was very successful. Thank you for your wonderful performance. Your martial arts display has a great impact, and the guests are very interested. The Academy hopes to take this opportunity to promote ancient martial arts. This is a very meaningful thing. The Academy is responsible for publicity and equipment, and I hope to get your support. Lien Sheng asked, what do you want me to do? Military Academy, I hope you can come to teach and explain to everyone how to practice ancient martial arts, and show it by the way. Similar culture is already very scarce. If possible, share relevant information, as long as it is valuable. The school is willing to invest in it to compensate for your losses. Lien Sheng said, there is no other way. Just practice the lower body, waist and abdomen, strength, and techniques. As for the moves, there are actually not many tricks. The most important thing is the reaction ability honed by experience. I will perform a set of martial arts I have learned. Take a photo and send it to you. I don't have any other ones. Military Academy, Isn't this a bit bad? The person in charge said. Are there any tricks? For beginners? Let them feel the fun first, so that it can be promoted better. Lien Sheng turned around and replied, yes. Lien Sheng said. Study hard and practice hard. This is not something that can be accomplished quickly. And I don't want to teach a bunch of fancy moves if they can't even get in the door. How can I drag them up? Learning martial arts is to defeat the enemy, not to look good. My experience tells me that every time you are lazy in the early stage, it will turn into a wound and retaliate in actual combat. Martial arts are sharp blades on the battlefield, but without thousands of hammers. It is just a piece of dull iron. You are the person in charge of the military academy. Don't you understand this truth? If you want to pursue strength, come and learn. This is its meaning. The other side was quiet. Lien Sheng rested his head with one hand on his head and waited for his response. Military Academy, sorry. I didn't mean to belittle or perfunctory. The school spirit of my military academy is the same. We don't accept opportunism. Everything depends on your own efforts and hard work. I respect your attitude towards ancient martial arts. This is probably the essence of it. Okay. In this case, please shoot a short film and hand it over to the school. We will use your performance at the party as a promotional video. Is it okay? Lien Sheng, please go ahead. Not long after they had reached an agreement, people from the School of Materials Engineering came over. School of Materials Engineering, Union University, hello. Lien Sheng. Our school wants to do a cold weapon promotion activity and would like to ask for your help. I hope you can help us promote small cold weapon models while promoting ancient martial arts. Lien Sheng, promoting cold weapons? What's the point? School of Materials Engineering, economic benefits are one of the meanings. Of course. More importantly, it is also a kind of cultural inheritance. Lien Sheng, School of Materials Engineering, just kidding. As a former top student of the School of Materials Engineering, I think you must understand the importance of short weapons to mecha close combat. However, due to the material and mecha hands, the specifications are monotonous. If we can make short weapons that are more suitable for mecha hands, it will be of great significance. So I hope you can cooperate with our research. Lien Sheng, of course. I'm just asking casually. School of Materials Engineering, besides the 4 weapons used at the party, do you need other weapons? Our school can customize them. We only selected 4 weapons before because the command department had limited time for background modeling and could not do more. Lien Sheng then reported all the weapons that could be used to them. Lien Sheng was busy replying to messages from all parties and felt his thumb twitching. Lin Lai was very quiet all the time. Lien Sheng just closed his eyes when he heard footsteps outside. And then the door closed lightly, and everything returned to silence again. Lien Sheng got up, took the light computer out, and saw that the person really went out. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, thought about it, and pulled out another friend. Lien Sheng, Comrade Zhao Yoshio. I have something to ask you for 10 credits. May I ask if you are asleep? Zhao Zhuolu replied quickly, not yet. Lien Sheng asked, I heard that your mother is Jiaxi's friend. Right? Zhao Zhuoluo, Zhao Zhuoluo, did you fall on the stage yesterday? Or did you hit your head? Lien Sheng, what is the relationship between your mother and Jiaxi? Zhao Zhuoluo, my mother is your mother's colleague. Oh! Lien Sheng continued to ask tactfully, is your mother celebrating New Year's Day with you? Zhao Zhuoluo, my mother is working overtime tonight. The Research Institute never has regular holidays. Lien Sheng, oh, what about my mother? Zhao Zhuoluo felt like he was going crazy. Your mother is the person in charge. Of course she worked overtime. Lien Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Oh. Zhao Zhuoluo, why are you asking this? Lien Sheng, nothing. I thought she ran away from home. Overtime is good. Work makes people happy. Zhao Zhuolu, this guy is really going to be sick. Zhao Zhuolu turned around, took a photo of the things on the table, and sent it over. Zhao Zhuolu, by the way, no one took the trophy. So I brought it back first. They said they would leave this trophy to you personally, and give it to you when you go to school. Lien Sheng took a look. It seemed golden, and asked, what material is it made of? Zhao Zhuolu, it's slightly plated with gold on the outside. Lien Sheng, is it valuable? Zhao Zhuolu, honor is priceless. Lien Sheng, oh, if it's not valuable, donate it to the college. The honor is not mine personally. This time, thanks to everyone's technical support. Okay, then I give it directly to the dean. Zhao Zhuolu asked. Anything else? No. Lien Sheng patted his chest. I can sleep peacefully now. The Union University has a total holiday of only 3 days. But Lin Lai's overtime seems to have no end. The other party told her that he was going on a business trip recently and would not be in the capital for half a month. Lian Sheng could not guess her current mood. During the holiday, Bai Mi Fei Dao almost disconnected from the internet in order to have a good vacation. I accidentally heard others talking about ancient martial arts. And then I watched the broadcast of the New Year's Eve party. And then I found that Sanyao was discussing this matter everywhere. I was very excited and came to Lian Sheng with shaking hands. Bai Mi Fei Dao, General of the Cavalry. Bai Mi Fei Dao, well done. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have made further progress. I am ready to leave Sanyao and go to the Union. This time, the reputation is very loud, and I decided to open a special ancient martial arts guidance content in the studio. You can take some time to fight them. I know you are using ancient martial arts. If it can be better matched with mecha, it will definitely be a very powerful weapon. The nameplate of the studio has been updated. I will give you a basic salary directly. The same as Liang Yang. No need for testing. Top card. I forwarded the video to Liang Yang. He may come to you later. Lian Sheng hesitated for a moment and opened the page of their studio. There were 4 wooden signs hanging in the middle of the page. She turned them over one by one. Bright light bulb, a light bulb that can shine. Bright light bulb. Ding, super bright light bulb, a light bulb that can shine farther. Super bright light bulb. Ding ding, 100-meter flying knife. A flying knife is full of flying knives within 100 meters. And a flying knife that can even pierce a light bulb. Bang bang. Lian Sheng. She clicked on her card nervously. Son. General of the Cavalry, the new top player in our store. He can also serve as a melee and ranged attack commander. Although he is still a military academy student, he has a bright future. Master of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts. Qualification certification. Link attached. The guide price during non-working hours will be doubled. Since he is a new employee in our store, we have not yet negotiated, and there is no working time at present. Please understand. Lian Sheng, This is definitely a black shop. She closed the page, and the bright light bulb quickly came. I am the bright light bulb. The bright light bulb said. Do you have any equipment with you? Go to Sanya to practice. Lian Sheng asked. Aren't you on vacation? The bright light bulb. It doesn't matter. I'm itching now. I want to fight with you first. Lian Sheng thought about it and replied, my equipment is still in school. See you at 8 o'clock tonight. The bright light bulb replied, okay. Chapter 93 Fighting. Lian Sheng changed his clothes and prepared to go back to school directly. Anyway, the house is empty now, so it doesn't matter where she lives. She took a car to go back to school. A strange person who usually doesn't attend classes in school but likes to stay in school, wrapped in his coat, trotted to the dormitory. There were still a few scattered students walking on the road. 2 boys were talking and laughing as they passed by Lian Sheng. One of them suddenly stopped talking, stopped walking, turned his head to look at her back, and changed direction directly. His companion followed him in a daze. The 2 followed her from a distance. They followed all the way to the door of the girls' dormitory, and were stopped by the robot on duty. Lian Sheng looked back at the entrance of the corridor and saw the 2 boys with their hands in their pockets, standing at the door and discussing in a low voice. A boy asked tentatively, that was Lian Sheng just now, right? Another boy said, it seems so. Why are you following her? It's so disgusting. I'm afraid she will kick you to death. The boy touched his head. It's strange. I just want to call her and say hello in a cool way. The companion said speechlessly, then go ahead. The boy shuddered. I didn't dare. She looks scary. Didn't you see her expression? Lian Sheng, Lian Sheng reached out and touched his face, and found that it was indeed tightly wrinkled. Thinking about fighting, it was inevitable that she was a little excited. She turned around and climbed upstairs directly. At this time, there was still 1 day before the end of the holiday, and the dormitory was also very deserted. Lian Sheng walked into the room and opened the window for fresh air. Looking at the time, it was only 6 o'clock. Just go up to Sanya to see if there is anything to do. The bright light bulb seemed to have been waiting in Sanya for a long time. Seeing her online, he sent her a friend request, and then gave her a coordinate to meet up. Lian Sheng arrived at the designated location. He was jumping on the spot to warm up. Bai Mi Fei Dao was also there. This was the first time Lian Sheng saw these two people face to face. I don't know if it's their real appearance. The bright bulb has very strong muscles and a tall figure. 1.5 heads taller than Lian Sheng. Wearing a close-fitting vest. He waved to her and said, "Come on. Wait a little longer." Bai Mi Fei Dao sat next to her board. His muscle lines are also very obvious. But compared to the bulb, he feels a little more gentle. Not long after, the super bright bulb also arrived. The bright bulb said, "Let's go." Then he sent her a request for a fight. The two were teleported to a pure white room. There is no shelter here. It is open and flat. They are 2 meters apart, standing face to face. First game. Let me see your close combat ability. The bright light bulb twisted his toes against the ground, snapping his fingers and saying, "Is it as cool as in the video?" Lian Sheng shrugged. The bright light bulb clenched his fists and got ready. "Here I come. I attack first in this round," he said, and directly kicked his heels and rushed over with his upper body pressed down. Lian Sheng was slightly stunned, and his eyes swept to the muscles of his legs. What a powerful explosive power. The muscles were tense, and the sense of power was almost overflowing. The momentum was fierce, and the speed was increased in an instant. The right knee was raised, the ankle was slightly turned, and the center of gravity moved back. He was going to kick. At such a close distance, he couldn't dodge. He could only block. Lian Sheng swiped his right foot to the side and stood on his feet. He raised his left hand to block the side of his face, and stretched out the other hand to prepare in case he was too strong to block. Several response scenarios flashed through his mind instantly. Block with the left hand, grab his ankle with the right hand, and then turn around and kick back. Or block with both hands, slide down and attack his lower body? The opponent might be very strong, so she chose the second option to be safer. However, she didn't have the chance to think about it. When the force kicked her arm, an ominous premonition flashed through her mind. The sensor on the arm was directly ineffective, and it was twisted at a strange angle and hit her head. The body lightened, and when he came to his senses, he had already fallen out. Lian Sheng was hit to the ground by the force, and sat up quickly, looking at his left hand at the first time. It drooped unnaturally, and could not be controlled. He touched it with his hand, and found that the system determined that it was broken. Lian Sheng frowned. The strength of the light bulb was greater than she thought, or her muscles were not strong enough. As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10 skills. His absolute advantage in strength directly defeated Lian Sheng's defense. Not to mention the skills of the next step. The bright light bulb directly withdrew from the game. Lian Sheng followed suit. The screen just finished loading, and the bright light bulb said, "Come again." Then he invited Lian Sheng again. The two re-entered the fighting arena. The light bulb jumped and asked, "You or me?" Lian Sheng hooked his finger at him. The light bulb switched to attack mode instantly, without saying a word, and rushed towards her. It was still a straight kick. Even the target point and posture did not change. Lian Sheng pursed his lips and snorted. Is this looking down on her? He took 2 small steps back and leaned back slightly. The opponent's taut toes missed, and the breeze brought by the back force brushed across her nose. Such a fierce attack. If you get kicked, it's really no joke. Bulb missed the attack, retracted his legs and feet, did not adjust, bent his left knee, and swung a punch in the front. His attacks were very straightforward, or there was no need to hide. His own strength was his greatest skill. His attack was his most rigorous defense, and he was thinking about avoiding his opponent. Lian Sheng jumped sideways on one foot and dodged again. Her speed was not as fast as Bulb, and dodging was her best option now. She could no longer confront him head-on, so she could only seize the opportunity to attack his weak points, see how effective it was, and then make plans for the next step. Bulb swung in the air twice, and her eyebrows couldn't help but tremble. Every time she punched and kicked, she found that the opponent seemed to float, and her body suddenly sank back and dodged. Her body was not soft, but her center of gravity changed a lot. Her speed was not fast, but her steps were very urgent. The opponent should have seen through his attack and responded synchronously. Lian Sheng relied on her footwork, and she never stopped her feet. When moving, she slid in small steps, and when dodging, she took big steps back to ensure the stability of her center of gravity under large movements. She could only rely on constant movement to drive the opponent's offensive. But it was not messy at all. The light bulb found that she was constantly turning in circles. forcing herself to adjust the direction. The fast cross-stepping could easily trip herself, and she seemed very skilled. This skill made her movements look flexible and changeable. The bright light bulb moved a little slower, and laughed boldly. How can you just hide? You can't beat me like this. Liansheng squatted instantly, stretched his left foot forward, and kicked the opponent's ankle. His lower body was indeed very stable. He only moved half a step to the side, and still stood firmly. Bright light bulb shouted, Yes! That's it! But don't tickle. Use more force. Liansheng had already withdrawn his moves and quickly retreated, keeping a distance from him. Bright light bulb spread his hands. Don't be so scared. Am I not praising you? Liansheng twisted his neck and shook his head. No. You look very perverted when you smile now. Bright light bulb, Bright light bulb took a step forward and roared, I'm coming. He rushed over again and swung a punch from the side. After Liansheng took a step back, his front foot actually jumped forward, then turned around and followed with a back kick. Liansheng exhaled a breath of foul air and squatted quickly. The sight fell on his upper body from bottom to top, because he hurriedly followed the attack in the previous step. He was now standing unsteadily. Empty. Left shoulder. Liansheng breathed hard, and while she was half squatting, she stretched out her palm diagonally upwards. She stared at him closely, and just before she touched his clothes, a pair of dark-skinned hands grasped her wrist. Liansheng looked up and met his gaze. He? Light bulb raised his eyebrows and smiled teasingly. Huh? He exerted force on his hand, bit it back, and directly bent Liansheng's arm backwards, then pushed her back with his left elbow and pressed her to the ground. Liansheng heard several sounds of bones breaking. Fortunately, this was a simulated battlefield, but it was still cruel enough. The winner was decided, and the two of them left the scene again. The super bright light bulb hugged his chest, shook his head and said in amazement, Too much. What was that just now? How can you treat a girl like this? You deserve to be a light bulb for life. The bright light bulb chuckled. Same here. The 100-meter flying knife touched his chin and said thoughtfully, Well, it's enough to scare the layman. Your biggest problem is strength, which is a bit poor for an ordinary military school student. Skills can make up for some, but not all. When you meet a strong opponent, the disadvantage is obvious. Your eyesight is very fast, and the few times you dodged before were very fast. But Uncle's more than 10 years of self-defense experience is not in vain. The bright light bulb said to Liansheng, It's still because you are too slow and your explosive power is not good. So you are avoiding using punches and kicks that may be counterattacked. Before you can show your level, you will be killed in seconds. Liansheng looked at him. She knew that the gap between the two was obvious. The light bulb itself is a very good fighter, plus his super physical fitness, which is not what she can compare with now. The super bright light bulb said, It's hard to see anything like this. Why don't you hold back and fight her seriously? And then try again? Before the bright light bulb could speak, Liansheng spoke first. No need. There is no point in not trying your best in a match. My enemies won't hold back to see my moves. I will catch up and compete with you. Ouch. The bright light bulb grinned at her. You have a future, girl. The super bright light bulb patted her on the back and said, Don't pay attention to him. He wants to maintain his position as the top brother and deliberately embarrasses you. The bright light bulb shrugged, turned around and smiled at Liansheng with his hands on his waist. I have toughened skin, aluminum alloy muscles, and diamond bones. Right? Liansheng, Liansheng thought it was a mall prop, and asked after a pause, Can this be bought? The bright light bulb said, Of course. Use your time to buy it. Buy me. Fei Dao slapped his thigh and said, Come on. Try it with the mecha again. General, have you seen his operation? Liansheng said. I have watched the video. Buy me. Fei Dao. Let's see it in real combat this time. Try close combat too. The bright light bulb said. Choose by June. Try the low-end one once. The two entered the fighting arena for the third time. The two mechas stood opposite each other and drew out the long swords they carried with them. The bright light bulb said, Throw away your barrel to reduce the weight. Liansheng did as he was told. The light bulb directly turned on the thruster and attacked her. Liansheng held the sword in both hands and blocked it head-on. For the mecha, the difference in strength between the two sides will be greatly shortened, and the difference lies more in the speed and momentum of the attack. The light bulb suddenly retreated, and then accelerated again to slash at her. His attack was swift and dense. With the help of the accelerator, Lian Sheng's mecha was pushed back repeatedly by him. When retreating again, Lian Sheng swung his sword horizontally, aiming at his abdomen. The opponent's momentum was unstoppable, and he jumped directly to her head. Lian Sheng turned his wrist and changed to slashing upwards. When he swung the sword, he missed. She looked up in surprise and found the opponent was using the accelerator on his foot to spray backwards, as if he was suspended in the air, and it was difficult to grasp his position. Seeing that she missed, Bulb quickly changed the direction of the thruster and jumped down at lightning speed. Lian Sheng took 2 steps back in a hurry and almost lost his balance. The speed changed too quickly. The moves were not connected at all. Bulb continued to come forward, and his fast and slow movements made Lian Sheng very uncomfortable. In less than 5 minutes, the two of them got out. Lian Sheng sat down cross-legged and sighed sadly. Super Bright Bulb, give a summary? The Bright Bulb pondered for a moment and said, the mecha driving technology is not up to standard, and the understanding of the function is too one-sided. The mecha settings in Sanyao are already very simple, and they are much more complicated in reality. If you can't apply it like this, then there is no need to talk about it in the future. He paused and said, but your skills and moves are very good. Although they lack explosive power and stability, they have a strong confusing effect when they are at a disadvantage. And their defense is excellent. I think you should also have strong attack moves. Light Bulb patted his chest and said, don't let outsiders take advantage of you. You teach me first, and I will promote the spirit of ancient martial arts for you. Lian Sheng, Bai Mi Fei Dao immediately said, let him place the order. We are not working now, and the salary is doubled. The boss wants a commission. The bright light bulb was also very straightforward. Come on. I will place your first order. Lian Sheng asked, how do I learn that mecha? You teach me, and I can teach you. Without placing an order. Bai Mi Fei Dao, private transactions are not allowed. You have to go through open accounts. And you are still discussing in front of the boss, which is too much. This depends on habit. If you play more and get used to the speed and rhythm of the thrusters, you will slowly get the hang of it. This kind of thing is fun after you get the hang of it. Do you rely on positioning? It can directly rely on speed, because it is controlled by yourself. It has a higher degree of freedom, and is easy to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. However, you must pay attention to energy. The bright light bulb asked. What about ancient martial arts? Lian Sheng, almost the same. According to the opponent's movements, the speed of the moves, the flexibility of the steps, and the use of clever strength are important. Generally, martial arts emphasize the combination of hardness and softness, and do not advocate brute force. Bai Mi Fei Dao was suddenly startled and said, someone has placed an order. You are not the first order. Place me? Lian Sheng asked. Who? I don't know. A new customer. Bai Mi Fei Dao checked the message records in the background and sighed. Rich people. They don't ask for a deposit. They pay the full amount right away. Ask when you have time. Lian Sheng stood up and shook his hair. I have time now. Bai Mi Fei Dao said, that won't work. The order he placed is a big battlefield. Request practical guidance. Lian Sheng raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Bai Mi Fei Dao nodded. Looking for you to challenge. The eyes of the two light bulbs lit up. Yo yo yo. Chapter 94 star. Lian Sheng followed with a yo sound. Someone actually came to challenge her? Maybe it's because you become too famous recently, and you're just a student at a military academy, so you look easy to deal with. If you want to be famous, you're just a stepping stone. Bai Mi Fei Dao said. Many people have asked, but your order is very expensive, and no one has really paid yet. Compared with Ding Bao and the others, Lian Sheng's price is the highest, but his strength is indeed slightly inferior. In addition to Bai Mi Fei Dao's fame and reputation in Sanyao, this challenge is not surprising. Ding Bao and the others suspected that it was Bai Mi Fei Dao's double charge that was the cause of the trouble. Bright Light Bulb asked, what's the name of this brave little cutie? Bai Mi Fei Dao took a look. Xia Yin Feng. Super Bright Light Bulb frowned. It sounds familiar. Bright Light Bulb touched his chin and said, I think it sounds familiar too. Bai Mi Fei Dao raised his head and thought for a while. It sounds very familiar. It's the painful feeling that is about to come out, but is stuck in the throat. I can't remember it. The three looked at Lian Sheng. Lian Sheng shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Bai Mi Fei Dao, since no one can remember it at the first time, it means that she is just an insignificant person. It doesn't matter. The holiday is early this year. You should have the final exam soon. Are you okay in the exam? Lian Sheng raised his head and refused to answer this question. 100-meter flying knife, bright light bulb, then schedule it during the holiday. You should prepare well and don't be distracted. The results of cultural courses are very important for your future. Especially the command department. My mailbox is almost full. I have to go offline to deal with it. You can arrange it yourself. 100-meter flying knife said. Anyway, I will postpone it to next month. I will discuss the competition system with you after it is determined. He looked at Lian Sheng and said, Don't worry. I only cheat outsiders. 100-meter flying knife went offline. Lian Sheng looked at the 2 light bulbs and asked, Next? 2 more? Okay. Bright light bulb said. I have seen your sword performance. Your swordsmanship is not suitable for the big sword on the mecha. Do you have other moves? The 3 discussed the relevant matters on Sanyao. Bright light bulb is a retired soldier. He knows the situation here better. With rich experience, he can always give suggestions for improvement. Joining the studio is really a good learning opportunity. The next afternoon, students came back one after another, and several roommates followed them back to school. Now Gong. Roommate C came in with a little jump. Jumped in front of her, shook her hand and said, We are here to represent the School of Materials Engineering to discuss with you about shooting a short weapon promotional video. Lian Sheng walked to the middle of the living room and said, So fast? Of course things like this have to be fast. The professor has selected the people while we are still on vacation. After all, we have to keep up with the pace of the military academy. Roommate A said. They selected more than a dozen people temporarily and gave us a few short weapon papers. Fortunately, we were all selected. Lian Sheng smiled and said, So amazing. That's right. Roommate A said proudly. After all, I copied your homework for 2 years. If I can't be a top student, it's too unreasonable. The other 2 followed with a wretched smile. So the 4 of them sat around the table, and the 3 roommates took out their own design drawings and showed them to her. Let her adjust the detailed data again. Any slight difference in the length, thickness, material, weight, etc. of a weapon will make a big difference for the person who is using it. So a handy weapon is very rare. Even the same craftsman cannot make the same weapon. Each weapon has its own unique features. After using it for a long time, you can feel it, weigh it, and see it. But you can't say it. Lian Sheng missed the sword she used to have. Unfortunately, she may never find it again. She gestured with her hands to show the appearance, and the 3 roommates just stared at her blankly. Lian Sheng turned his head, shook his head and sighed, Forget it. It's no big deal. Just do it. You guys can also do this. Halfway through their chat, Lian Sheng light brain lit up. Military Academy of Union University, have you returned to school? Do you have time now? Military Academy, we need to shoot a film. We need a team. Do you have any good candidates? Lian Sheng put the laptop on the table and asked puzzledly, Team? Do I need to find someone myself? Isn't this arranged by them? This is a good thing. Roommate C clapped his hands and said, This event is hosted by your military academy. They will arrange several core technical personnel. Now they are asking you if you want to add a few family members. Union University has made it clear that it will be vigorously promoted for this matter. Even if you put your name on it, it will be a very impressive achievement. Originally, such an activity would not have such a big backdoor. But this time, it was basically centered around Lian Sheng. They heard that in ancient times, various sects would be very secretive about their own martial arts. She was willing to stand up and cooperate vigorously, and had no other requirements. The school was very moved and wanted to encourage her, so they gave her this additional authority. The military academy added, It is better to have fewer people. Otherwise it will reduce its gold content. Moreover, students must have a certain quality. If you force it in, it will be ugly. Lian Sheng asked, How many people can it have? Military academy, we will have supervisors and honorary supervisors. It is best not to exceed 50 people. I have reserved about 20 places for you. Those who join the list also have to come to help. Lian Sheng said, Then add everyone from the team that assisted the party before. Including me. There will be 12 people. Then I will select a few more. Yi Buqing, Cheng Zhe, Fang Jianshan, Lu Mingyuan, Zhou Shirwei. Well, that's about it. The other side will take half a minute. Military Academy, okay. We wanted to invite Lu Mingyuan and the others. Are there any others? Lian Sheng. It's better to have no one than to have someone of inferior quality. Military Academy. Thank you for your understanding and support. Military Academy is proud of you. Lian Sheng. Then the credits and my final exam. Military Academy. Military Academy. I can say hello to your teacher and lower the corresponding standards within the permitted range. But my Alliance University has a strict evaluation system. And it must also ensure fairness for other students. So I hope you will continue to work hard. Military Academy. If this project is rated as an Alliance support project, the students in the team will receive an Alliance level award worth 5 credits. All awards cannot be stacked. And the higher score will be selected. Lian Sheng. Thank you. Military Academy. I will contact the students you mentioned now. If they are willing to participate, I will send their contact numbers to your mobile phone. I will contact you with follow-up progress. Thank you for your cooperation. After the two chatted, Lian Sheng put down the laptop. Roommate A said, I think the selection is mostly okay. Although the Alliance does not respect national boundaries now, there are still many people of ancient Chinese descent, like our capital of District 3. Most of them are. They have always wanted to promote ancient martial arts, especially after the invention of censors. But unfortunately, there has been no good opportunity. The moment of going down in history has come. Roommate C. Follow the Brain Master, and you will be immortal. That night, the teacher in charge sent her the contact numbers of several people, and Lian Sheng actually had them. The main work of this short film will still be handed over to their students. After they have discussed it properly and written a plan, they will report it for adjustment and approval. The teacher also appointed a person in charge to write official documents and report summaries for them, and to contact everyone, in order to discuss the subsequent process and assign tasks. They found a time to meet. It was a bit troublesome to borrow a classroom, so they made an appointment to meet in the cafeteria directly. The tables can be spliced, and the important thing is that the atmosphere is free. Lian Sheng went there with several roommates. Goddess. Mr. Lian. The boy waved away the crowd and said with emotion, Don't stop me. I want to kneel down to her. Kowtow for Dad first. Dad is old, and can't kneel down now. Kowtow 3 times for me to show respect. Get out. When Lian Sheng approached, they took the initiative to move aside to make room for her. Everyone was very happy. But is it really okay? It seems that we can't help much. I always feel a little embarrassed to take up a spot for nothing. A boy said shyly. Besides, we haven't known each other for a long time, so it can't be said that we are in a good relationship. Lian Sheng said, How could it be? You have helped a lot before. Besides, I really need people. I need a few strong people with good learning ability to fight with me. After all, martial arts is not a personal performance, but more of a comparative exercise. Several boys breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good. We are thick-skinned and tough, so we can withstand a beating. Practice casually. Fang Jianshan sat aside, covering his mouth with one hand, and kept looking at her secretly. Meeting her gaze, he lowered his head shyly. Lian Sheng got goosebumps. What are you doing? Fang Jianshan coughed, pulled his shirt hem, and smiled. I didn't expect you to think about me all the time. I understand. Lian Sheng, Chung Zhe touched his head. I've been single for too long. I'm a little hallucinating. Please forgive me. Fang Jianshan turned around and grinned at him. I may be busy recently. Lu Mingyuan pushed his glasses and apologized, but as long as you give me the script, I can do it. It's just the idea and plan. I may not have time. I don't have many courses in my sophomore year, so I want to practice my skills. I have time for planning and scripting. Zhou Shirwei turned his head and asked, Do you have any requirements for the background? Lian Sheng said, Nothing. Anyway, I'm only responsible for the drawing, and you can do whatever you want after the drawing. But it's best that you finish the drawing. We add the background, and then you draw it again exactly the same with the background, so that the light and color look more realistic. Zhou Shirwei said, So it's best if you have a sense of the background, in order to avoid the wrong position and affect the effect. Lian Sheng crossed his arms. Am I that kind of person? Everyone shook their heads. Lian Sheng asked, Then what's the problem? Several people looked at each other and shook their heads. For the rest of the things, they can allocate them internally and solve them by themselves. So they made a decision on the work in 2 minutes, and then started chatting. Roommate C stretched and said with emotion, It's easy and fun to work with the brain master. Fang Jianshan lay on the table and asked, "Are you really going to fight a big battle with Xia Yifeng?" Lian Sheng took 2 seconds to react before he remembered such a remote person and asked, "How did you know?" Fang Jianshan asked in confusion, "Don't everyone know it?" Lian Sheng, "Why?" Roommate C, "Because Xia Yifeng wrote it on her homepage?" Lian Sheng paused, "Why?" "Because?" Roommate C was confused and said, "Is she famous?" Lian Sheng picked up the light computer and prepared to search, and asked, "Is she good at military affairs? Command or combat?" Roommate C was not in their circle, and was a little confused when she asked, looking at everyone. Hesitantly said, "Is she amazing?" "She should be amazing. Anyway, her score is quite high. What's so amazing about her?" "It's just a false reputation," Fang Jianshan said with some resentment. "She was brought up by others, and she competed everywhere to get points. She also knows a lot of veterans, and has a good relationship with them. And she is not a military star. She is just an ordinary star." Roommate A said weakly, "Ordinary stars should not be able to get hundreds of thousands of points on Sanyao." "Right," Fang Jianshan corrected, "an ordinary person who likes to play Sanyao, competes, has some connections with the military, and can't afford to lose." Roommate Bing was shocked and doubted his life. She has tens of millions of fans, so she shouldn't be considered an ordinary star. "Right?" Fang Jianshan pinched his chin and said, "She is indeed quite famous. However, it's not that she has fans accumulated through competitions." Lian Sheng searched her name and saw that the latest message on her social media was, "I went to the studio of Bai Mi Feidao to get a practical guide, and made an appointment to fight after the General of the Cavalry exam next month. I'm going to fight with the ancient martial arts master. Will you cheer for me?" The following comments were a bit unbearable for Lian Sheng, because she didn't like to be reduced to dust by a group of strangers to set off the light of others, especially when there were dirty words. Roommate C observed her expression and said, "Ignore them. They are just praising their idols. They can say anything." Lian Sheng swiped his finger downwards, frowned, and asked, "Have you played against her?" Cheng Zhe exposed him mercilessly. "He lost. That's none of my business. No matter where I am, there will be friendly fans who report my whereabouts to her. But I'm a sniper." Fang Jianshan was furious and slammed the table angrily, saying, "But I'm just a sniper. What's the matter with a sniper who is exposed to the sun anytime and anywhere? Fans may think she is cute, but he doesn't think so at all. The competition should be fair and serious, and should not become her personal entertainment. This behavior is simply a mockery for those of them who work hard to play the game and brush points. What's there to be complacent about with such a victory?" Fang Jianshan snorted to the side. "That was the most disgusting game I've ever played." Roommate A said, "She wants to be like Liliana. After all, she already has a name, and now she wants reputation." Lian Sheng suddenly shouted and took a photo of the computer. "Who?" Everyone was scared by her. Roommate C, "The military's image spokesperson?" Fang Jianshan snorted. "There are so many beauties and gimmicks in the military, but there is only one Liliana. Why? Her achievements are truly earned, and they can't be compared with just 2 photos taken in the department." A boy said, "But she is indeed very famous. Many military competitions will also invite her to open. People in the circle think she is not very good, and her huge fan base has already regarded her as the next Liliana." Cheng Zhe sighed. "After all, she has a great influence, and there are many people in the military academy who are her fans." Lian Sheng asked, "Is Liliana very powerful?" Fang Jianshan glanced at her. "I haven't seen her in person. She is in the expeditionary army and has made great achievements. She is a low-key person and only comes out occasionally to take a few photos. However, she was also a member of the winning team of the Military Academy League that year. We have seen her video. Liliana is very powerful. Even in the expeditionary army, her combat level is top-notch. She is very beautiful, but you don't need to pay attention to her face." Lu Mingyuan shook his head slightly and said, "Xia Yifeng may be considered powerful among celebrities, but from the perspective of data analysis, she has little value. She is more suitable for acting." The boy said, "How can she still act now? The godhood has been determined, and it's time to move up." Lian Sheng nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 95 Meeting. The boys talked about it, and they were most interested in the topic of women, except Fang Jianshan, who had fallen into Xia Yinfeng's trap. The others just sighed a little. but did not have such a big hatred. Lian Sheng asked, I really want to meet the legendary Liliana. Can I meet her? Everyone looked at her together. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Fang Jianshan, what do you think? Is she idle, and has a phantom limb pain? Roommate C adjusted his sitting position and said, before Liliana, I think you can consider Xia Yanfeng's matter first. In short, I don't recommend you to fight a big battle with her. If you do, I hope you can find some reliable comrades. Fang Jianshan said. The other side is for entertainment purposes, and will not play well with you at all. Lian Sheng asked, then if I invite you, will you participate? Fang Jianshan shook his head. I won't go. Cause trouble? I can't afford to offend brainless fans. Lian Sheng, the time for you to become famous is coming. Fang Jianshan, as long as I am not in the same field with you, I can perform normally, and I can become famous. Lian Sheng then looked at Zhao Zhuolu, your mother and Jiazi. Zhao Zhuolu nodded, yes. They are colleagues. But they are them. We are us. Lian Sheng, your excellency and I. Zhao Zhuolu immediately responded, we just met by chance. Fang Jianshan pounded the table, we have an old grudge. You are so superficial. Lian Sheng looked at Fang Jianshan and shook his head, saying, the enemy of my enemy. Cheng Zhe interrupted, I can't afford to be her enemy. Really? Competing with such a famous person will cause trouble no matter how you play. You won't feel happy even if you win. Because the opponent's fans will say, she is a girl. An amateur. But if you lose, just wait for your reputation to be trampled on, and you can't raise your head. The other party planted a spy? What's that? As the saying goes, all is fair in war. This is still a reasonable military strategy. If they have the ability, they can also plant. They can't be so shameless. So they admit defeat. Lian Sheng sighed. Zhou Shirwei said, Senior, I can help you. Everyone cheered. Oh, isn't this necessary? Lian Sheng said. You are also a member of the studio. Zhou Shirwei, Senior. I just don't want you to look so isolated and helpless. Lian Sheng smiled. Thank you. The Alliance will also refer to the lunar calendar for holidays, especially their 3 districts. This year's Spring Festival is very early. So the winter vacation of the Alliance University is also set very early. At this time, there is still half a month left before their vacation. Lian Sheng does not want to bring this work to the vacation. During the vacation, he has already made an appointment with Deng Bao to do intensive training and study. But it is near the end of the semester. In addition to filming, there are also classes. The roommate repeatedly reminded her that she must not skip classes in the last few days. After all, the opportunity to mark the key points will drop randomly, which is a matter of life and death for their studies. And the opportunity for the professor to sort out the knowledge points of the whole course is too precious. Maybe listening to it will be rewarding? Lian Sheng went to listen, marked it, and then scanned it and memorized it. The comrades who were in charge of the promotional video with her were very worried about her professional course results. They found the real test papers that were not made public in previous years and asked her to continue memorizing them. Fortunately, Lian Sheng was very fast in filming the demonstration and memorizing the books. So she had a relatively easy time during the final period. However, the progress of the promotional video was not very satisfactory. The school had very high requirements and proposed various adjustment plans. They were asked to make continuous changes to the script and the background. The samples were sent back several times, and they had to rest and adjust them. For Lian Sheng, it was already familiar to her, but it was just a matter of a few minutes to make a set. But for the modeler, it was a disaster. The efforts made all night may only have a few seconds of existence. Lian Sheng saw her fellow countrymen in the command department be suffering from torture every day, like zombies, and refreshed her understanding of the world. This world is not so kind to technical workers. The video is divided into 2 parts. One is her personal demonstration, and the other is the demonstration of the competition. After the upper part was finally qualified, they started to shoot the lower part. Zhao Zhuolu and others wanted to be her opponents in the video and fight with her, so they had been training frantically during this period. However, they had not touched those short weapons many times, especially whips, hooks, palladiums, which were not only unfamiliar, but also difficult to use. These short weapons were still lethal. There were many people on the playground. So in order to avoid accidental injuries, they had been rehearsing alone in the training room. During the formal shooting, Lian Sheng saw them running around with weapons in their hands like crazy. knowing that she started shooting. The playground was particularly lively, and a group of onlookers stood by and waited to shout 666. Lian Sheng asked people to clear a huge circle and keep an absolute distance from each other. After all, these people are still novices, and it is no joke to drop weapons. After practicing for half an hour, there was a commotion outside the crowd. Everyone stopped and turned their heads to look. A path was separated from the crowd. A lady in a long skirt came over waving her hand. Next to her was a school teacher who led the way, and behind her were her assistant and agent. When seeing a public figure, no matter if they are their idols or not, they will want to join in the fun. Everyone's eyes immediately locked on her, and they began to shout excitedly, Xia Yifeng, Goddess. This dress is so beautiful. Wow. She is really beautiful in person. Why did you come to our school? Is there an announcement? She is so beautiful. Ah. Didn't she challenge Lian Sheng? Isn't it next month? So urgent? The voice gradually became smaller. This matter is not suitable to be discussed in front of these two people. The students of the Union University were quite orderly. They did not gather together, but just watched enthusiastically. Lian Sheng and the others stopped, and the teacher led them to the center of the circle. Xia Yifeng turned his eyes to check, not paying any attention to the noise around him, and smiled. I am very interested in ancient martial arts. I heard that you are making a short film, so I came to see it too. She was lightly made up, with long hair and delicate features. She was indeed a very beautiful woman. She also had a fresh fragrance on her body. Lian Sheng didn't like her, because as soon as he saw her, he would think of her fans. Thinking of her fans, he felt a nameless anger in his heart. Lian Sheng wrapped a bandage on his hand and didn't say anything. When the boys from the command department who were recording the scene saw her, they raised their heads excitedly, but then found that they were no longer in the mood to chase stars. So they wilted again. Lu Mingyuan pressed the switch irritably, then raised his hand to support his face. He wants to finish. He wants to rest. He wants to shoot. Is it going to be over yet? The teacher who led the way came over and said, Come. Let me introduce you two. This is Lian Sheng. This is Xia Yifeng. I think you two know each other. Right? Xia Yifeng stretched out her hand. Hello. Lian Sheng nodded at her. He raised his hand to indicate that it was inconvenient. Xia Yifeng said, I didn't expect that the master of ancient martial arts would look so gentle. Lian Sheng, you also look weak. Xia Yifeng, I can't compare with you military school students. I'm just playing around. So please give me more advice. Lian Sheng said indifferently, Oh? Your personality is a little different from what I imagined. Xia Yifeng, what do you mean? Lian Sheng, you are more self-aware than I thought. The teacher next to him coughed violently. Xia Yifeng chuckled and didn't take it to heart. The teacher said, The school has invited Miss Xia to be the ambassador for our project. She is very interested in ancient martial arts, so she wants to come and see it in person. This opportunity is very rare. Where is your person in charge? Let's have a good chat. He turned around and said to Xia Yifeng, although it is a student work, they are all very good and will definitely not disappoint you. Xia Yifeng nodded. Fang Jianshan almost screamed, but Cheng Zhe covered his mouth and pressed him to the ground. The students around heard it and exclaimed. Xia Yifeng challenged Lian Sheng, and now he has accepted Lian Sheng's short film promotion. If Lian Sheng loses, taste it carefully. This operation is still quite interesting. Xia Yifeng's agent and their person in charge are discussing and checking the finished film. Zhao Shualu was waving a knife boredly beside him. Xia Yifeng trotted over and said, So amazing? Have you studied for a long time? Zhao Shualu glanced at her, then glanced at Fang Jianshan who was eyeing him covetously beside him, and said nothing. Xia Yifeng asked again, Is ancient martial arts easy to learn? Can I learn it? How long will it take to be like you? Fang Jianshan made a gesture of wiping his neck beside him, narrowed his eyes, and stared at him dangerously. Zhao Shualu, Xia Yifeng, why don't you look at me, but only at your classmates? Did you hear me talking to you? Are you also a student of the military academy? Fang Jianshan bared his teeth in anger, gave them a middle finger, and was pressed to the ground by Cheng Zhe again. Xia Yifeng saw it and frowned. Is he pointing at me or? Zhao Shualu shook his head, picked up the knife, and walked away silently. I'm sorry. Lian Sheng suddenly appeared from behind. If there is a woman in this world who can completely convince them Perhaps one of them will be called Liliana. The other one must be called Lian Sheng. Xia Yinfeng, Lian Sheng chased after Zhao Shuoluo, walked beside him, and said, with a beauty in front of you, why are you running? You haven't been cheated by her. Are you afraid that she will covet your body? Zhao Shuolu said, because I still want to return to the dormitory alive. Then why do you hate her so much? Lian Sheng shrugged, I thought she was ready for this. So she came to endorse my short film after looking for me to challenge her. Zhao Shuolu, because her fans scolded you. Lian Sheng was surprised. Am I such a superficial person? Zhao Shuolu chuckled. Lian Sheng, I just hold a grudge a little bit. Xia Yinfeng looked at them and doubted her life. When had she ever been ignored like this? It was obviously the first time they met. And she didn't show any malice. Xia Yinfeng looked down at the hem of her skirt. Is she not dressed appropriately? She was still a little surprised, and heard the person next to her shouting, Goddess. Can we take a photo together? Goddess. Please sign. Goddess. How long will you stay here? Are there any outdoor scenes today? Xia. I love you. Xia Yinfeng raised her head, forced a smile, and walked towards them. Liliana held up the laptop and looked at it absent-mindedly. Her eyes kept scanning the scenery outside the French window. They were now on the upper floors. From above, small black shops kept shuttling in front of them. This city has changed too fast. It has been 2 years since I last saw it. It is very different from before. She felt very familiar, but also very strange. I understand. Liliana took a deep breath, turned around and threw the laptop on the table, saying, Go and tell the person in charge of the Union University that if their students win in the end, I will make a short film to promote them. Don't keep thinking about these useful and useless things. Prepare well for the next game. The man in front of her lowered his head slightly and said, No. Colonel Liliana. We asked you to come back this time for another thing. Chapter 96 Commentary. Liliana took a step back. Speak. The man, I asked you to come back this time because I hope you can be the commentator for this game. Stupid. Liliana was furious and scolded the tall man in front of her. You called me back from vacation just for such a meaningless thing? Xia Yinfeng's game that was not up to par. And you asked me to commentate for her? Do you think I have the time to accompany her to show off? Liliana simply refused. Impossible. The man said, This time, it is indeed not an official request. But I hope you can consider it. Liliana sat on the chair next to her and said angrily, No. The man did not move. Still facing the French window. Ancestor? Liliana raised her eyelids. Kneel down and call me ancestor. The man can really kneel down for her now. Liliana continued, I won't go either. Man, Colonel Liliana. I'm just telling someone. I hope you can take it seriously. The man said. Even if it's a simulation. It's still a battlefield. You're on vacation. Aren't you? What I want to say is that if Miss Xia continues to develop, she may really join the military. As a facade to the outside world. She will definitely not start as a low-level non-commissioned officer. Liliana said, You compare her with the expeditionary forces fighting desperately on the front line? I feel very sad. Now that she has been on Sanao and has earned points. Can they be used as a record? That's great. Sanao has achieved universal peace. The man reminded, she has made contributions to the military's propaganda. And she also has a legitimate career. Colonel Liliana. If she continues her legitimate career, instead of using her fame to try to gain the honor she doesn't deserve, then I will respect her profession. Captain Yang. Liliana raised her hand and said in a deep voice, This is unfair to others. Maybe there are many unfairnesses in this world. But I can't tolerate those soldiers who are still buried under the sand and fighting to death being humiliated by her behavior. Liliana put one hand on the armrest and said irritably, I don't know what those military people think. If this situation continues, it will become a cancer in my military. Do they know how many people will be affected by such stupid behavior? The man straightened his back and nodded. That is also a cancer that the military has grown. We all have responsibilities. Liliana, what responsibilities do I have? Man, joint responsibility. Liliana squinted at her. Captain Yang. I hope you understand that I am sitting here now. And I am in a very bad mood because of an inexplicable woman. Don't remind me of this matter again. The man turned around and saluted her. Said, if you don't agree with her, you should watch this game. Liliana, why? The man said, Zhou Shizi's team. And the people he picked. You should trust him. Liliana snorted. If he didn't leave the military for some stupid thing, I would trust him more. Joe Sheetsy said that the 2 young people in their team are very good, and the expeditionary army is short of people. I hope you don't miss this opportunity. It may be too late to wait until next year, the man said. And if you don't like Miss Ya, please steal her limelight. There is nothing better than letting her lose. Liliana, can I make her lose by commentating? The man, no. Your commentary can make her lose more happily. You also know that Miss Ya has some bad habits when playing games. Liliana leaned back in her chair and didn't speak. Things like planting spies are actually not uncommon in ordinary games between Sanao amateur players. Because although it is disgusting, it is very enjoyable to fight. And there are many people who step on the edge with a spoof mentality. It's just that in the eyes of military academy students and soldiers, this is a shameful thing to talk about. In the end, both sides attach different importance to this matter. Nothing is more convincing and speechless than your ridicule. Colonel Liliana, the man said, please preside over the fairness of the game. Yes, but if they lose the game, then there is nothing more embarrassing than her ridicule. Liliana was silent for a moment, squinting her eyes, and said, if they lose in the end, I will tear them apart with my own hands. Soon after, Liliana officially released the news. If Liancheng can win the game against Xia Yanfeng, then she is willing to be a recommender and strongly support their project to promote ancient martial arts. Sanao is completely blown up. Liliana actually paid attention to such a private game. Does this prove Xia Yanfeng's fame from another perspective? Everyone speculated whether the previous rumor that Xia Yanfeng was going to switch to the military was true. The management of the Union University was even more shocked. Liliana, who should I choose between you and Xia Yanfeng? Oh, there is no choice at all. For Xia Yanfeng, this is just one of her many advertisements. And for Liliana, it is a very important proposal to the military. The head of the college patted Liancheng earnestly and said, Liancheng, you must work hard and prepare well. Although the competition is during the holidays, we can provide help at any time if needed. Liancheng sighed, but I still have to review for the final exam. Time is always very tight. The head of the college, it is good to seek knowledge and study, but things as significant as the revival of ancient culture should not be underestimated. Liancheng, there will always be many difficult situations in life where you have to choose between 2 options. When you stand at a fork in the road, you will understand. Sometimes, reality has no intersection with dreams. The head of the college said, I will give you another 10 points. If you can't even pass this test, Liancheng, I will allow you to repeat the grade. Liancheng smiled. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 97 Preparation. Time flies. The short film is only about to be finished, and it is expected that Lu Mingyuan and the others may have to take the holiday. Liancheng finally finished her first final exam in history, which was definitely a great experience. Because of Liliana's statement, the match between Liancheng and Xia Yanfeng was very hot. Although the parties have not spoken, it does not prevent people from speculating and betting on this match. All parties are very nervous, and they know that the meaning behind this match is great. Liancheng once again opened the official website to check the forum comments. What the hell is a general of the cavalry? How can he compare to our Feng? I'm going to say this today. Feng will win. Down with that damn army. Feng is smart and beautiful. What's a master of ancient martial arts? It's just a gimmick used by the studio to hype. Feng is invincible. Can't you Sanao players stop talking nonsense? Can't you control your own stupid fans? Has Sanao ruled the world? How much traffic has our Feng brought to Sanao? You are jumping around when the Sanao official speaks out. Why don't you say that the military is all fans of Feng? Your ambition to be the second Liliana is too obvious. The god of war on the princess's throne. My god is so awesome. Who wants to be the second Liliana? You think others are? Is there something wrong with your own thoughts? I, Feng, have always relied on my own reputation. Okay? I am a third-generation Feng official. I have good looks, money and status. I want to rely on my own strength, but still be looked down upon by you losers? Who gave me the face? Liancheng shook his head, climbed onto Sanao, and met up with everyone. She was very disappointed and said, It's disgusting. This is the 6th time I've seen such dirty words. By me, Fei Dao said speechlessly. Then don't open it and read it. But even if I don't read it, it still exists. Liancheng said. Those who are talking. If you have the ability, stand up for me. I will remember their ugly faces and use them as a spur to myself. Bai Mi Fei Dao, Bai Mi Fei Dao turned sideways and asked viciously, how did you do in the exam? Although I don't understand it. Lien Sheng was mysteriously confident. But I think I will do well in the exam. Bai Mi Fei Dao, I don't know how impressive it is. He waved his hand and motioned them to come around. Now, let me explain the arrangements for the battle. All the negotiations for the event were handled by Bai Mi Fei Dao. Because he didn't want to disturb Lien Sheng's exam. He never told her the agreed results. Lien Sheng was indeed not worried that an old hand like him would let him suffer any loss. First, let me tell you a good news. Bai Mi Fei Dao led the applause. The legendary Queen Flower Liliana will come to commentate our game. Zhou Shirwei and Lien Sheng followed the crowd and applauded. A little confused. Why? I haven't heard of it. She came to commentate this kind of challenge match. Are you so free? This is internal information. It will be announced when the official competition begins, so as not to cause a sensation on the entire network. Bai Mi Fei Dao said. Liliana has absolute recommendation rights in the 6th Corps of the Expeditionary Force. So do you understand? This is a great opportunity to be promoted to the 6th Corps without taking an exam. Especially for students whose grades are on the verge of failing. Please pay attention. I said. I think I will do well in the exam this time. Lien Sheng turned his head and said to Zhou Shirwei. Study hard. Junior. Zhou Shirwei, Bai Mi Fei Dao was still clapping. Your boss has already overdrawn the favors of the next life. Please keep this favor in your heart. This store does not allow private free orders. Friends who violate the store rules during the New Year's Day. Please pay the difference after your conscience is awakened. Lien Sheng, let's get to the point. Boss. The point is that Liliana dislikes opportunists the most. She likes soldiers who abide by discipline and are strict with themselves. So in front of her, you must always stay calm, smart, humorous, and upright. Bai Mi Fei Dao suddenly said seriously. In addition, you must win this game. Let me put it this way. Xia Yinfeng's family used to be in business for 3 generations. Later, they became rich and switched from business to politics. Now her brother is active in politics. He probably tasted the sweetness and wants to switch to the military with her popularity. Of course, this is simply a pipe dream for orthodox military officials. But there are always some bad apples everywhere. In short, when the surface corroded by money is about to penetrate into the deep layer, it is necessary to show them a little color and let them know that my alliance military is not a place where such despicable means can run rampant. Bai Mi Fei Dao said. But Xia Yinfeng has 50 million fans after all. And no one cannot fear the power of brain-dead fans. Zhou Shirwei corrected. 70 million? My god. It's 70 million. The alliance should really control its eugenics policy. Bai Mi Fei Dao sighed. Now the navy from all sides is praising Xia Yinfeng. We must help them complete the next move. If they can't be praised to death, we will be trampled to death. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. The purpose is not important at all. Their goals have always been the same. At this time, Xia Yinfeng was in a luxury apartment. She hugged her arms and curled up on the sofa. Liliana is also interested in ancient martial arts. This is really great. The agent took 2 steps in the room and said, that winning streak is very annoying. But it doesn't matter. I will arrange it for you. As long as you beat her. It will be a 2 birds with 1 stone game. The agent sat next to her with a light computer and explained the rules to her, considering that the other side has many military school resources. It will be disadvantageous to us. This time, the selection of contestants will be random. Except for the fixed 12 officers. The on-site registration will be open 3 days before the competition. And then, the remaining number of applicants will be drawn from the applicants, and then assigned to the camp. I will encourage your fans to register together, so that the number of their military school students can be diluted, ensuring that most of the people participating in the competition are on our side. And we can have an absolute advantage at the beginning. The agent smiled. Of course, these are all spontaneous actions of fans, and have nothing to do with you. The agent said, we already have enough advantages on the scene. So you can be a gentleman and advise the fans of your enemy to enjoy the game and obey the instructions of the opponent. On this point, you should listen to the judgment of the deputy commander. Xia Yinfeng raised his head and asked, did they agree? Of course they agreed. The agent spread his hands and said, They are such a group of arrogant people. So, they deserve to lose miserably. And there is no need to sympathize with them. This time it is not those unknown games on the internet. Please cheer up. The agent patted her shoulder and said, "We have to win beautifully. Dear, take one more step forward, and you will stand higher. There is no position more respected than a hero. You are so close to your dream, and it will soon belong to you." Xia Yifeng pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and said firmly, "I will win. Of course I will win. I want to make everyone proud of me." The 100-meter flying knife also finished explaining the competition system to them. "Anyway, that's the way it is now. We need to select 12 officers first. And there are still 7 missing." Bai Mi Fei Dao said, "Lian Sheng is the commander. And I am your deputy commander. You can choose the others yourself." Zhou Shirui was a little surprised and said, "Your modeling is better than mine. So you should be the deputy commander." Bai Mi Fei Dao looked at him lovingly. "Deal with them? It's unnecessary. It's a waste of talent. Go bravely. The outstanding young man in my team." Zhou Shirui, I always feel something is weird. Lian Sheng clicked on his friend list and found that Cheng Zhe was online. So he sent him a request. Cheng Zhe quickly replied, "If Liliana is the judge, then of course we will go." I agreed on their behalf. Cheng Zhe was moved and said, "You are my true brother. Big brother. We must perform well." Lian Sheng, "That's 3 more. Easy." Cheng Zhe said, "Pick anyone you have beaten. This is a good opportunity to show your face in front of the expeditionary army and the public. They won't miss it." Lian Sheng touched his chin and recalled it, and went offline to contact his comrades. The final lineup of 12 officers summoned by Lian Sheng team, 5 people from the studio, 4 brothers from Zhao Zhuoluo's dormitory, Lu Hao from the coalition, Zhang Se from the First Army, and Ji Fanshao from the United University. They each shouted on the military school website. Although the news that Liliana will participate cannot be made public yet, these people are quite prestigious in the military school. Let the brothers stay online and be on standby at all times. In view of the current competition system and the number of Xia Yinfeng's fans, in order to avoid an exaggerated gap in the number of people, everyone promoted it crazily online and called on Sanyao netizens to join enthusiastically. The pre-match game was unprecedentedly heated. It is said that the sensor equipment for this quarter is almost sold out. There is not much preparation to be done for this competition. As for the map, they have a pure live map 100-meter flying knife. As for the troop deployment exercise, there is no need to consider it. This time, the quality of the soldiers is destined to be uneven, and the enemy and us are mixed. No matter how much preparation is done, it will be useless. At 9 o'clock in the morning on February 1st, the registration will be officially opened. The registration time is 2 hours. Sandal will be responsible for the broadcast, and the official website can watch it in real time. The commentator will come out to call on the masses to participate and liven up the atmosphere. Today's game has attracted everyone's attention. It is a challenge launched by the national goddess Xia Yinfeng to the emerging ancient martial arts master. It will be broadcasted by Sandal officially. I think everyone is looking forward to it. Let me introduce myself. I am the highlight of today's commentary. In addition to me, we have also invited a heavyweight commentator. I feel very honored to partner with this lady, but I am also very nervous. The commentator added the finishing touch. Let's warmly welcome the legend of the Expeditionary Force, Colonel Liliana. The replies under the live broadcast were strangely broken. Then Liliana's iconic voice appeared in the video. I hope everyone will sign up enthusiastically and look forward to seeing a wonderful game. As soon as she opened her mouth, the comments began to grow explosively. The video even had a moment of lag. That was the server that Sanya was proud of. Countless people shouted Liliana's name below, hoping to attract her attention. Liliana? Is it that Liliana? There are no 2 colonels named Liliana in the world currently alive. Incredible. Liliana. Has she returned from the border? They actually invited Liliana? This is probably the climax of the whole game. Right? What are you looking at? Sign up. The opportunity to show your face is here. Sign up quickly. Is there an age limit? No. Right? If not, I will take it seriously. Liliana's appearance and a casual remark caused the number of applicants to surge directly. Xia Yifeng and her agent were sitting in the lounge, looking at the data above. TSK. Her agent said unhappily. I underestimated her influence. An old woman. No wonder they agreed so readily. It turned out that they had already discussed it. Xia Yanfeng frowned and said, Liliana, why did she come to comment on this game? Is she targeting me? Dear, you don't need to know this. Anyway, this is a good thing. You can use this to increase the popularity of the military. You see, the internet is now speculating about your relationship. If you are related to Liliana, and you win this game, believe me, it will definitely work better than any marketing. Her agent comforted her. I have already invited teammates for you. There will be no problem. Xia Yanfeng glanced to the side. She was a little afraid of Liliana. The look in her eyes was too scary. The agent said, no matter how Liliana is, she is just a commentator this time. She will not be too biased towards the other side, and still has to consider the public impact. You can win as long as you do before. It's not difficult. It's just a game. Relax. Dear. The agent exhaled. You can do it. Don't let Mr. Xia down. Xia Yanfeng's lips trembled slightly, and he retreated. Dianjing Zibi began to chat with Liliana. As long as she said 2 words casually, or just took a breath, it was enough to make the scene excited. He was also a little excited that he couldn't suppress it. So his tone rose. And the ending tone was a little floating. Dianjing Zibi asked, Colonel Liliana, what do you think of this game? Who do you think will win? Liliana said, I am looking forward to the rising star of my military department, waiting for her to join our camp and strengthen our team. At the same time, I am very grateful for her contribution to the alliance. Everyone thought she was talking about Xia Yanfeng. There was a whole row of comments below, such as come on Feng. Thank you for your support. And I love Feng. Liliana paused and continued. Lianxing and her friends in the military academy. Thank you for your selfless promotion of ancient martial arts. I am waiting to see their victory. The comments were broken again. There was a whole row of greetings and ha-ha below. This situation was very embarrassing. The finishing touch was also a bit embarrassing. And it strongly defended Xia Yanfeng. I heard that Miss Xia Yanfeng also intends to develop in the military. She has been calling on young people to understand the military. What do you think of her? Liliana? Oh? Art soldier? That is not within my jurisdiction. The finishing touch, haha. You don't know much about it on the front line. Miss Xia Yanfeng is also a very powerful Sanyao warrior. Although she changed her job halfway, she has also led the team to win many championships. Liliana's tone was lukewarm. And it was obvious that she was not very interested. Please let me see it. Chapter 98 Opening. Liliana's tone obviously angered Xia Yanfeng's fans. Damn. Who is this old woman? She's so weird. It doesn't matter who this old woman is. Compared to this old woman, Xia Yanfeng is just a piece of shit. What the hell do you mean? Then what are you? A brainless paramecium? With such low quality. Where did these vagrants come from? Who cursed first? Liliana raises dogs that bite people? To be honest, there are idiots in the military who are responsible for the appearance of the troops. And there are quite a few of them. But no one dares to look down on Liliana like you. At least everyone else has some self-knowledge. I refute the above. The appearance of the expeditionary army must be supported by the record. Even if it is not the record they won themselves. At least they have been on the battlefield. What does Xia Yanfeng have? Standout points? I am almost laughing to death. Xia Yanfeng. The biggest joke in the military. People outside the circle are so happy to brag. I wonder what the insiders think. Which unit or corps insiders? A person who is not even a soldier is climaxing here. While I am at least promoting and calling for a new trend everywhere. Is this just a lie or a fact? What trend did Xia Yanfeng bring about? A demonic trend? Comparing the number of fans with Liliana's record and contribution? Is this a new experience? It is about the idols of both sides. And everyone is fighting. But it is obvious that Xia Yanfeng's fans have touched a bad situation. Most people are still rational. Idols are idols. And alliances are alliances. They can pull down any star, any student, or even any politician. But they don't want to get involved with military figures like this. Let alone Liliana. They hope to remain silent about any soldier. Such a topic, arguing quickly, will only bring bad things to Xia Yanfeng. Besides, even the expeditionary force has multiple corps. There are few women in the army. But there are many women who are responsible for the external image. As long as they are slightly better, they can climb higher and get promoted faster to ensure gender coordination in the military. After all, beautiful female soldiers sound much better than ordinary male soldiers. So, some people's strength is indeed not so real. After all, the facade is just a facade, and everyone knows it. And women with no real power can still not be dismissed from their duties as soldiers, no matter how much they are criticized. Their professional level and actual contribution are much better than Xia Yifeng. What's more, there are people with real skills among them. Liliana's record is not given by others, but she has won it herself. Xia Yifeng himself did not dare to tear her face, but the fans actually helped her. Black fans. Definitely black fans. There was a split among the fans, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. It seems that today's game, the finishing touch said with difficulty, it will be very intense. Liliana pretended not to see the comments below, and still maintained the state of not answering if not asked. And the tone of the answer was standard and formulaic. The finishing touch was under great pressure. He didn't dare to expect his partner to flirt with him. His goal was to restrain himself from swearing throughout the game, which would be a great success in this game. He struggled for 2 hours until Sanyao began to assign soldiers. Then the officers of both sides came forward to choose maps. Lian Sheng said, since you took the initiative to initiate the challenge, can I have priority? Xia Yifeng, please. The system picked out 20 maps, and the 100-meter flying knife scanned them nearby. Let me make a suggestion, Bai Feidao said. We may be at a disadvantage in terms of manpower at the beginning, so we should try to avoid wasting manpower. The participants are of varying quality, and we can't expect them to be able to drive mech as well. Moreover, you are not superior in mecha battles compared to Liansheng, and you are more skilled in sniping. In order to ensure that we can exert our greatest strength, we must first eliminate all mecha battlefields. Liansheng nodded. The ancient battlefield kills the enemy too slowly, and the weapons are not developed enough. So it is difficult for us to complete a counterattack by a few people against the majority. Excluding the ancient battlefield, our only option is modern infantry warfare, Bai Feidao said. Choose this strategy map, Liansheng said, but the mecha battlefield is also meaningful. There are too few opportunities for large battlefields, so it is a good opportunity to exercise. The air became quiet. Everyone looked at her together. Bright light bulb, are you okay? Super bright light bulb, what are you talking about? 100-meter flying knife said in surprise. Who wants to train you? Am I that kind of person? Winning streak, Wake up. I'm your boss, not your teacher. 100-meter flying knife said. Nothing attracts me more than victory now. We are paid for coaching. Do you know how much I paid? Those who have not paid tuition cannot be my tutors. Don't say it. It's my fault. Lian Sheng was heartbroken and quickly clicked on the map he pointed to. The team arrangement after that was random assignment. Everyone retreated to the preparation scene again. Maybe some people are not familiar with Sanyao or this map. Let me explain the rules of this map first. Bai Feidao popularized science in the public channel. This is a strategy map. There will be a signal tower on both sides of the map in each base. The conditions for the end of the game are: first, destroying their signal tower, and second, one side has less than 500 people. There is only one weapon, which is the energy gun you have. The advantages are fast speed, low sound, no recoil, high lethality, easy to use, and not easy to be detected after shooting. There is a sight on the top of the gun body, which is very accurate and can be adjusted automatically. As long as you aim at the crossmark, you can basically shoot. The disadvantage is that the bullet path cannot turn and cannot be used continuously. Bai Feidao patted the gun in his hand and reminded, if you shoot more than 6 times in a minute, it will heat up and explode. Please pay attention. Bai Feidao, this time it is a city map. Remind you, according to the peace treaty, it is not allowed to threaten the personal safety of civilians. It is not allowed to rob civilians' private property. And it is not allowed to use weapons of mass destruction in urban areas to destroy urban civilization. However, you may be attacked by civilians. Some NPCs will hide in the dark at any time to launch indiscriminate sneak attacks. This city is full of dangers. Please stay vigilant at all times. Zhou Shirwei switched the channel back to the team of 12, because now only the 12 of them were absolutely safe. This time the map was a little special. It was complete. Before the game started, the details of the entire map had been marked, but they still had to open the map. If the soldier was more than 10 kilometers away from the signal tower, he would lose contact with the commander. The signal converter must be placed at a certain distance to ensure the transmission of the team's instructions. This was the new task of the scout. Zhou Shirwei had marked the best location for the converter for her, and Lian Sheng looked at the map motionlessly for the final deduction. 5 minutes later, the countdown ended and the game officially began. All players were randomly divided into queues and teleported to different locations on the map. This was an urban scene. The streets were empty, with a few cars parked here and there. All shops and doors were closed. But the infrastructure and water supply in the city were. The electricity supply is still continuing. The bustling streets are still broadcasting outdated news. Lian Sheng switched back to the public channel and shouted, "Now! Everyone go to the central area to gather. Get in position quickly. Run!" Some soldiers were a little confused and stood still. The people who started running in front also stopped when they saw this situation. And they couldn't figure out the situation. Some people were not professionals, or even complete novices. And there were an unknown number of spies who deliberately delayed the progress. In short, the execution effect of the first order was very tragic from the map. Run! 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 Hurry up! Several company commanders rushed from behind, urging them to line up in the middle, move to the green mark on the map and follow the main force. Don't you understand? The people in front go first. Don't worry about the queue. Lian Sheng looked at the green dot on the map, shook his head, and said directly, "I just gave an order to assemble. If there are still soldiers who are dawdling, please raise your guns. Company commanders, I don't expect this group of people who either have problems with their brains, ears, or positions to become the fighting force this time. I will deal with the players who deliberately delay the progress internally first. I hope you all take care of yourself." The team finally started moving. After wasting a lot of time, the soldiers finally came to the gathering point of this map. There is no large square for them to stand here, so they can only line up on both sides of the street. Lian Sheng asked them not to be too crowded, and at least leave 2/3 of the road empty. Lian Sheng said, "Now, everyone will move around in a mixed manner, exchange positions at will, and break up the formation." Zhou Shirwei cancelled the special color mark of the officer level on the map, and they also changed their tops directly with the soldiers around them. Lian Sheng took advantage of their change of position to knock on everyone in the channel. "Let me remind you first. I know that among you, there are admirers of Miss Xia Yanfeng, and you may pass on our military intelligence to her. It doesn't matter. If you want to do it, just do it. And those who are willing to join my team and follow us to fight, I also express my sincere welcome. As long as you follow orders, I will not doubt any of your soldiers." Lian Sheng said, however, "Sanyao itself does not support such behavior. If you do it too obviously, kill your teammates without orders, and disrupt the order of our army, I will directly report you as cheating, and the application for killing will be invalid, even if it is an accidental injury. If more than 2 people are injured, I will report it. If the Sanyao official does not sentence, then internal execution will be carried out. I hope you are mentally prepared." Lian Sheng sneered, however. "If you do this in front of Colonel Liliana and many spectators, I think it would be too out of control. What is the meaning of this kind of victory?" Zhou Shirwei gestured to Lian Sheng, indicating that she was almost done. Lian Sheng shouted, "Listen to my instructions now. Everyone open the map, and you have reorganized according to your position, distinguished by numbers. Now go to the position with the same number as yours on the map and stand by. Lian Sheng, those who have just changed into officer clothes, step out now. Come to the back to take the signal converter, and then follow your team to march." The soldiers were really confused now. Without the company commander, all the soldiers around were the same, wearing bulletproof equipment and changing clothes. They could no longer tell who was the original company commander. This made them a little uneasy. It was just because of the channel setting that they could not feedback their information now. Lian Sheng seemed to have expected it, and said, "Don't worry about who your company commander is. From now on, I will be your direct commander. Everyone obey my dispatch. Depart immediately." The opening of the company did not seem optimistic. Lian Sheng's arrangement was full of hidden dangers. It was hard to say whether it was a good plan or a loss. On the other hand, Xia Yifeng had already arranged the team in an orderly manner and placed signal converters everywhere. The commentator could not help but start to comment. The order of the general of the cavalry is likely to cause panic in the army. There may not be spies, and even if there are, they must be a small number. Her way of treating everything as an enemy is not conducive to the unity of the army. the finishing touch said. And they didn't form a team at all. All the teams were just disbanded and reorganized. Which means that their cohesion and overall combat effectiveness are not strong. Just like scattered soldiers. The most important thing is that they wasted the most precious opening time. But they didn't know what they did. The finishing touch was not in agreement. I think it is not reasonable for the commander-in-chief to directly deploy 5,000 people. After all, this battlefield itself has to be divided into many offensive routes and many tasks. How can she take care of it alone? After finishing speaking, the finishing touch paused and asked carefully, Colonel Liliana. What do you think? Liliana said, if you can't confirm which people in your army are spies, then no matter how perfect and meticulous the plan is, it will fail due to intelligence leaks. Such a situation is more likely to undermine morale. Liliana, in the map. If the position of their own officers is exposed, their most important bargaining chip will also be lost. The finishing touch asked, do you mean that you agree with their approach? Right or wrong? Only the results can prove it. Not every commander is suitable for the same tactics. More importantly, it depends on how she responds after this step. Liliana said, I can't judge the direction of the battle within 5 minutes of the start. The finishing touch, a group of people lamented under the live broadcast. Alas, this year's commentary is not good. I felt the contempt in the colonel's tone. If Xia Yifeng didn't plant spies, the picture would be beautiful. As someone who has seen her game, that is impossible. If the officer's position is exposed and there are spies behind him, wouldn't it be disgusting to fight? This is the battlefield. Did you know that the 13th chapter of the Art of War is using spies? My military academy never plays such a show. Is there not enough magic operations like Sanyao? This is why I don't want to play in a wild team. In comparison, the military academy's games are really happy. Liansheng every move was reported to Xia Yinfeng's team. They directly dispatched several teams to a certain location where the company placed the converter. First, kill a wave of heads and disrupt their rhythm. Victory always belongs to the party with more information. The deputy commander said in a relaxed tone, don't worry. It's useless for the other side to be on guard. If you don't know which one is the officer, then kill the soldiers. The big battlefield will decide the final victory. Or the soldiers. Xia Yifeng is not worried that the other side will plant spies like them. This is not that she is confident in her charm, but she believes that this group of military academy students will not make such a move in front of Liliana. The 100-meter flying knife and the general of the cavalry certainly have fans. And Xia Yinfeng's team will also have members from various military academies. They were not in the management and could not see the information exchanged between their superiors. But at the beginning, their comrades were so sure to rush to a certain point on the map. With their understanding of their combat style, they knew there must be something fishy. After much hesitation, everyone sent their guesses to Liansheng. General, they are indeed cheating. Your troop position may have been exposed. The boy asked cryptically, do you need our help? In the Alliance battlefield, there are 2 ways to cheat and pass information. One is to report the situation in person. The other is to chat with friends privately. Private chats between friends on both sides of the enemy are allowed. Because once the battlefield is opened, it usually takes a long time. If the friend system is turned off, and there is an emergency in reality, and it is impossible to contact in time, the blame may be thrown to Sanyao. They said they dare not take it. So this behavior has become a loophole for players to cheat and step on the line. Players said that this is a program deliberately left by Sanyao to encourage players to develop new gameplay. Sanyao said weakly, no, it is not. Oh, it's true. They didn't disappoint me. Our army has enemy spies, and the positions of each team have been exposed, Liansheng said. But we are honest and intelligent, so we don't need to use such despicable means. What do you think? Boss? By me Fei Dao, boss. I think it's good to be shameless against shameless. We will suffer if we are magnanimous against shameless. What do you think of the excellent deputy commander? Zhou Shirwei. I think the commander is right. What do you think? Brother Liang? Bright light bulb. I don't hate being under the lamp. Dark? After all, I am a light bulb. Liansheng shouted, hey Lianggu. But I hate shameless people with no bottom line. The bright light bulb said, it's okay if it's dark under the light. But it's not okay if it's dark on the light. Cheng Zhe. I always feel that you are a little weird. Liansheng nodded, very good. I think everyone is ready for failure. Bong Jianshan was about to say pa. Liansheng continued, But I think you must not have accepted the consciousness of failure. In this case, victory must belong to us. Chapter 99 Suppression. Excellent, Deputy Commander, Baimi Fado said angrily. What do you think? Zhou Shirwei, very good. Ji Fanshao thought the scene was weird. So what is your conclusion? Lianqing, be an upright person. Bright light bulb, be a smart person. Lianqing said righteously, I will reject his kindness. Lianqing replied seriously to the comrades, who came to inform him. Thank you for your kind reminder, and your noble quality of hating evil. However, I still hope that both sides can fight seriously. Since this is a battlefield. As a military academy student, you should always regulate yourself with strict discipline. If everyone uses such despicable means to disrupt the order of the battlefield, it will become meaningless. And the reason why you and I stand here will become someone's entertainment for playing time. So, this has nothing to do with the means used by the enemy, and has nothing to do with the final victory or defeat, but only because of one's own beliefs and dignity. From the moment we start, we are enemies. Please don't hesitate to raise your swords against each other. Try your best for victory. The boy on the opposite side was very smart and answered loudly, yes. Salute to Colonel Liliana. Liansheng, salute. Zhou Shirwei next to Liansheng, Brother, this is a bit too fake. Liansheng turned his head and raised his eyebrows at him. A general who doesn't know how to flatter is likely to die young. Dian Hengzibi looked at the screen and said, the general of the cavalry righteously rejected the intelligence from the enemy's friendly forces and confirmed him as an enemy. So what should she do? Liliana curled her lips, although what she said just now sounds stupid. This is indeed the self-consciousness and bottom line that a soldier should have. A soldier who likes to step on the edge or find excuses. I will not let him stay in my army for another day. Dian Hengzibi glanced at the fans who were swiping the screen frantically below. Basically, they were saying that the general of the cavalry was pretending to be cool and argued for Xia Yanfeng with a roll of his Adam's apple. He asked for them, but there is no shortage of such behavior in Sanyao. And in fact, it is unrealistic to have no spies. So for the battlefield, is this also a kind of strategy and preparation? The background sound was blank for a few seconds, and Liliana did not reply, although they were not sitting together to explain. Across the long distance of time and space, Dian Jingzi still felt the invisible murderous aura from the opposite side. He was just about to laugh dryly to fool around when he heard Liliana say, originally, there were only 5,000 people on the battlefield. In order to test the commander's deployment skills and the soldier's ability to cooperate and unite. If you want to make excuses for yourself and examine the so-called unrealistic, then what is even more unrealistic is that every battle relies on the so-called spy war. Do you think it is so easy for the military to plant a spy? Do you think the selection of spies does not require an IQ assessment? Do you think that even if there is a spy, he dares to pass on intelligence so frequently? Nonsense! If her voice before was calm and majestic, then now, everyone can feel her displeasure. It is rare for her to speak so long in one breath, and every word is harshly critical. Or do you think that the presence of so many spies in a team is a realistic thing? Why use such a hypocritical excuse to cover up the unfair facts? It is indeed difficult to admit one's own shortcomings, but it is extremely despicable to cover up the hypocrisy of turning black and white. If it isn't a team under my jurisdiction, such a situation will never be allowed to happen. This is the collective pride of my expeditionary army. The finishing touch shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. So what do you think of Miss Xia Yanfeng's behavior? Isn't she an actor? Liliana suddenly lost her momentum and said, as if she was a little bored, don't worry. We will not demand others by our own standards. The finishing touch, Miss Xia Yanfeng herself. I also yearn for the military, but I have not received professional training, so I lack some awareness. However, these are just small things that can be corrected. Violating the rules is not a smart thing or something to be proud of at any time. Since you have chosen to participate in the game, don't use other reasons to question the rationality of the rules to gain privileges for yourself. Liliana interrupted him and said, in the final analysis, what do they want to use this game to determine the winner? Is it popularity? Or strength? If it is the former, it is just a form of entertainment, and the latter is a belief. There is nothing I want to comment on this. The finishing touch felt it. He felt Liliana's deep resentment towards Xia Yanfeng, and the audience also felt it vaguely. The cadets almost cried after hearing this. It's great that Liliana is here to commentate. No commentator in the entire Sanio dares to say such things. It takes courage to tell the truth in front of a bunch of brainless fans. Sure enough, the comments started to quarrel again. Or it has never stopped since the beginning. Be careful of being struck by lightning if you pretend to be cool. Are cadets or soldiers talking like this? That's great. Ha ha ha. Goddess. Good job. How am I mean? Can't we fans do it on our own? When deserters on the battlefield tell you, we volunteered. Don't you want to stick the gun into their mouths and shoot out from the other mouth? Fuck you upstairs. It has been reported. For your own good. Really. Don't be so arrogant. Compare the strength of both sides. You have the ability not to adopt such behavior. Try to win a game on your own. Liliana clearly doesn't like Xia Yifeng. This judgment is biased. Yes. As a commentator, at least you should be fair. Right? You said so much. But it's still the same? Fuck you. The referee hates a foul player is also biased? The police hate a person who made a mistake is also biased? I owe an apology to criminals all over the world. The upstairs is changing the concept. Everyone is playing in a black. How can it become a crime? Can you be more exaggerated? At this time, the front line, the winning team. The soldiers were still marching forward sparsely. Several company commanders mixed in with the soldiers, searching for trustworthy comrades as they walked. Generally, students in military academies will not have too many problems. Everyone selected them one by one based on the numbers on their chests and random conversations. After selecting a few people, let them retreat quietly and return to the base to continue to receive converters. After they set off, Zhou Shirwei hid their location marks on the map. Lian Sheng said, after arriving at the designated location, everyone stays where they are and does not move, and adjust to a state of readiness. Do not place the signal converter for the time being. Wait for my instructions. Then, Lian Sheng asked Zhou Shirwei to select the private chat channels of several soldiers. Lian Sheng said, now start to select scouts to report the situation. You are the selected soldiers. Please keep silent and do not publicize. Go directly to the designated location for reconnaissance. And the requirement is to report the frontline situation in a timely manner. These people who were privately chatted were randomly selected from each team. After the first batch came forward, she began to select the second batch to go to the second place with a wide field of vision. There is an intersection of vision between each location. This at least ensures that there are batches of scouts who have no contact with each other, do not know each other's identity, and where they are. Lian Sheng cannot rule out spies in her team, but she cannot do without these soldiers. She can only rely on other methods to limit the actions of spies. In the same field of vision, if one party reports the battle situation and the other does not, there is enough reason to doubt the position of that person. If they want to ambush for a longer time, they must show a certain degree of loyalty. The strategy she formulated is to have a small number of people, multiple batches, cross-supervision, and maintain order. If you have the ability, don't show your fox tail. The company wasted too much time and is still in the middle and lower part of the map. The first batch of scouts ran forward for a while and then reported the location of the enemy's attack. Judging from the distance, the speed of the enemy's march is indeed much faster than theirs. Lian Sheng contacted Ji Fashao and said, it's your team. They are heading towards you. There are probably only one company of people. Be careful. Ji Fashao kept a distance from everyone and whispered, then go and meet up with the team on the right first. Lian Sheng, okay. I'm coming too. The combat power on their side is too weak. And it's good to be able to do one-on-two. It is necessary to ensure the advantage of numbers in the first confrontation. Team Xia is now deep in the enemy camp and looks very confident. The second batch of soldiers who came to pick up the signal converter has arrived. The converter is placed around the signal station, where Lian Sheng is. Lian Sheng randomly pointed to a person and asked him to stay first. And the other soldiers left again with their big bags. Take off your clothes. Lian Sheng unbuttoned his shirt. From now on, you will be in the position of the commander-in-chief. Come on, my friend, the soldier said. In fact, the enemy didn't come so quickly, so it doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. Right? Lian Sheng, by the time the enemy comes, you won't have time to come over to change people. They exchanged clothes with each other. And Lian Sheng saluted him and Zhou Shirwei, take care. The commander-in-chief is leaving first. Lian Sheng carried his gun on his back and rushed to the front line. He continued to issue orders. The frontline scouts confirm the safe team and find a hidden point to install the converter. I'm familiar with this map. By me, Fei Dao said. Excellent, Deputy Commander. I recommend a few locations to you. What do you think? Then he reported a few coordinates. Zhou Shirwei directly marked them out and asked the soldier to go over to install them. Lian Sheng shouted, the installation task is handed over to the soldier carrying the converter, and the rest of the people should not follow up. The scouts should keep their positions and not move. And all soldiers except the 6th and 9th companies should continue to move forward. Zhou Shirwei erased the marks of the first 10 people wearing officer uniforms from the map so that they could go to install them secretly. Lian Sheng, the entire team of the 6th company moves to the right side of the map, and the entire team of the 9th company moves to the left side. Lian Sheng's overall order seemed very messy. After all, they had 10 companies in different locations, but they were directly led by one commander. So she often spoke to the first company in the first sentence, and directly transferred the second sentence to the 7th company. Zhou Shirwei usually connected to the channel of that company alone after she finished speaking and repeated it again, to ensure that the order was in place. So far, the soldiers were confused about the purpose of her instructions, but they received them accurately and without any mistakes. She could assign tasks to each team so accurately, and she was not on the front line, which meant that the company commanders were in their respective teams, constantly giving her feedback. But they did not reveal their identities. Several people carefully looked up to find the hidden company commanders. However, the surroundings were too noisy, and the team was very disorderly, so it was impossible to tell which people were suspicious. The assault team of Team Xia also received news that their target was moving. A company commander said, "It is said that the converter has not been installed yet. It seems that they are very alert." One person asked, "Should we continue to chase or change another company to break through?" "Chase. Their team is simply vulnerable. There is still internal strife, so we can kill them anyway. Besides, we don't know the location of the other converters. They have done a good job of keeping secrets." The company commander laughed and said, "If 2 companies can't beat 1 company, won't it be a bigger blow to them?" At this time, Lian Sheng had already walked to a fork in the map. She continued to move forward, but the green dot on the map began to move to the left. However, almost no one noticed this subtle change. Liliana scanned the map and her eyelids twitched. Ji Fanxiao was assigned to the 6th company, while Fang Jianshan was assigned to the 9th company. The 2 teams were trying to meet up. Ji Fanxiao said, "Too slow. The overall morale is very low. We must give them some serious treatment." Lian Sheng was also a little angry. "Now, everyone in the 6th and 9th companies listen to my instructions. ID 4132, 1156, 1792, 3815, 2573. Stop your steps. Turn around. And raise your guns. All the soldiers behind you. Snipe and kill them all." All the soldiers heard panic, stopped and looked back. Ji Fanxiao raised his gun and shot 2 first, because the gun body began to heat up. He stopped temporarily and signaled to the people around him. Lian Sheng scolded, "Don't you understand the instructions I gave? Isn't it simple enough to tell you to walk in a straight line? Those who don't obey the instructions, are your brains smaller than walnuts? Don't make so many excuses for me. I have enough reason to suspect that you are deliberately delaying the march. Every minute on the battlefield is a critical moment to determine the situation. An undisciplined and unorganized soldier is worse than a pile of mud. Today everyone is here to play the game seriously, spending their efforts and hard work. Since you have signed up for this event, then show me the minimum sense of responsibility, and don't act like a troublemaker here." One person muttered, "Just talking." As soon as he spoke, the people next to him were stunned, indicating that his voice appeared in the channel. Lian Sheng said angrily, "I have given you 3 chances. The first one was to gather in the middle of the map. The second one was to go to the installation point. And this is the 3rd time. If you have so many whispers to say, then get off the line and talk slowly. Don't challenge my bottom line again and again. From now on, I will assign 3 supervisors to each company. All those who retreat, slack off, and can't keep up with the marching speed, they have the right to kill directly." Then Lian Sheng began to call out names and designate supervisors. These people were all previously selected and trustworthy members of the military academy. They went over and picked up the weapons of the dead. Lian Sheng shouted, "Keep going. Run." This time the soldiers finally got faster and ran to the middle. Lian Sheng suppressed several times since the beginning. Secret actions? Violent suppression. If she can't show results, these soldiers are likely to become perverted in silence. After all, they are not real soldiers. When Lian Sheng played in the military academy league before, she felt that the group of soldiers was already in chaos. Until she started a game with 3 netizens. Later, she thought that would be the limit of her life. At least in the short term. But she didn't expect that she would start this game again within 2 months. Life. It is true that you have to constantly broaden your experience to control your temper. Lian Sheng took off his backpack halfway, and found a place to install the converter. Ji Fa Xiao and Fang Jianshan team had successfully met up. According to the position on the map and the report of the scout, the two began to adjust the direction and prepare to fight. Lian Sheng related on his behalf. The first confrontation between the two sides is about to begin. Chapter 100 chapters. The supervisors handed the energy guns looted from their fallen comrades to Fang Jianshan and Ji Fa Xiao. After all, it is not convenient to fire energy guns continuously. This way, alternating can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Then, they hung the remaining guns on themselves. Carrying heavy guns, several people walked to the front and middle of the team. Forward. No retreat allowed? The supervisor shouted at the back of the team. Everyone find a good position. There are many hidden spots on this road. Behind the corner, behind the metal signboard, and behind the trash can if it doesn't work. Get in position quickly. The soldiers hurriedly chose the corner and began to squat. They were too unaccustomed and didn't know how to choose a suitable position. There, 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 and there. Fang Jianshan raised his hand and pointed to a few of them. Can you go upstairs? It would be best if you can. Come on. Don't crowd together. What are you doing? Making cakes? Lian Sheng, 9th Company. The team of the 9th Company moves to the right front and tries to encircle them from both sides. Soon after, the forces of both sides began to meet, and everyone started a gunfight directly on the street. Fang Jianshan had 3 guns in his hand, and Ji Fa Xiao had 2. The current situation is obviously the world of snipers. So can snipers turn the tide with their own strength? If large forces meet, and the quality of the troops is generally high, it will not work. But a team of 500 people has no bullet limit. Fang Jianshan proved with his strength that it is feasible. At the beginning of the battle, Fang Jianshan chose to hide behind a trash can at the intersection and carefully observe the situation. According to the location and traces of the bullets around, the direction of the enemy was inferred. Then carefully confirmed their specific hiding places from the gap above. Just by looking, he knew that there were many novices inside. Even if they were not novices, they were not professionals. Although the energy gun was easier to use, and the operation difficulty was low, the strength level of the gunner could still be clearly reflected. The speed of aiming and shooting was too slow, which easily exposed his figure. Even if the position was good at the beginning, he didn't know to change the location after firing a shot. After a few rounds, it was basically the same as standing openly. Fang Jianshan shook his head and sighed. It's really how bad his team is. The opponent can be almost as bad. Sanao is still fair. He looked at the scene in front of him, and was moved beyond words. How could there be such a thoughtful cannon fodder, who took the initiative to deliver it to his gun? Fang Jianshan went through the positions of various places in his mind, took a deep breath, and officially started his journey. He exerted a little force on his hind legs to move his side up. The gun body turned a circle between his hands, and passed over the top of the trash can. After fine-tuning left and right, a white light shot out, and a soldier who was aiming in the distance fell back and died. He lowered his head, grabbed another gun with his left hand, and then leaned back slightly, reappeared his head, and started shooting from a different direction. The person on the left had not appeared yet, and the muzzle quickly moved to the right, caught a black sphere, and shot again. Another brother fell in a pool of blood. There was no pause or hesitation before and after. After he fired, his eyes moved directly to the ground to change the gun, almost convinced that he could hit the target. This neat and calm image, in contrast to the panic of the surrounding comrades, who couldn't find the rhythm, seemed tall and three-dimensional. Fang Jianshan heard the brother next to him exclaimed, "What? Are you cheating? Give me one?" He felt better, and smiled obscenely at the opposite side. Unfortunately, his face was blocked, and could not be seen. Fang Jianshan's shooting speed has always been very fast, which is also what he is most proud of. His dynamic vision is superb, and his hand feeling is excellent. He can fire the bullet with just a blink of an eye to confirm that the target is in a shooting state. The other side looked at him with some suspicion. But they couldn't find him. In fact, even if they found him, they couldn't do anything to him, because no one on their side has such a fast shooting speed. Fang Jianshan replaced 3 guns in succession and directly cleared a sideline. Feeling the vibration of the gun body in his palm, Fang Jianshan said, "In fact, I think the old-fashioned gun is more passionate. Listening to the sound of bang bang bang, it is more exciting. I request a BGM." Cheng Zhe was in the team constantly pushing forward the map to build the converter. Hearing this, he said, "Deputy Commander, let the brother next to you sing a song. Now he is free." The brother wearing the General Commander's clothes next to Zhou Shirwei. He hugged his arms tightly and turned his head away. Do these people still have any seriousness in the competition? In the next block, Ji Fanshao was discussing with his brother across from him. If you become the bait, I can guarantee your personal safety. The brother shook his head resolutely. Ji Fanshao turned around again and repeated to another brother, "Please cross the road and walk from the right to the left." In a few seconds, a win-win situation can be achieved. The brother also shook his head without hesitation. Ji Fanshao shook his head. Without the leadership status, he was really lonely now. He saw it with his peripheral vision, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. The number of people on the map jumped, and one less person. "Oh," the brother on the left said. "Can't you hit it? It's enough to shoot alone. Why do you need bait?" Ji Fanshao said, "I need to stare at a direction for at least 3 minutes before the opponent can show his head once. But if someone can be more active, then the opponent may show his head 3 times a minute." He didn't have the fast shooting ability like Fang Jianshan. In such a fierce battle area, it was a very dangerous thing to rashly check the enemy situation. The brother on the left said weakly, "Leave them alive." As they were talking, the brother on the right was killed while trying to shoot, and the whole person lay on the ground due to the impact. "You might as well be my bait, and you can die with dignity." Ji Fanshao was very disappointed. He glanced at the periphery, found the right time to rush over, took the weapon from the corpse, held it in his hand and gestured, "This is your greatest achievement in this game." The brother on the left who witnessed everything, cruel. This cruel reality. Lian Sheng installed the converter at a location and moved forward carefully, looking at the comparison of the number of people on the map. He smiled. "Who said our army is chaotic? Isn't this quite arrogant?" Fang Jianshan said proudly, "Huh? Don't you see who they are competing with in shooting skills? Company, 4822. Xia Team, 4811. Lian Sheng's side blew up a few people before the start of the game. At this time, the two teams clashed, and they actually had more people than Xia Team. However, in a short time, both sides lost nearly 200 people. It seems that they are very enthusiastic about killing. The captain of Team Xia is attacking in the front." After fighting for a while, they found that their formation had become thinner unconsciously, and there was a concave piece missing on the right side. The people above and below were consciously filling in there. The captain frowned and said, "There are such powerful gunmen on the opposite side? Or did they find a gun team? Don't blame the opponent for being too awesome. Just blame the teammates for being too stupid." The man next to him said, "Teammate is randomly assigned, which shows that the difference in strength between the enemy and our soldiers is not big. They came as a single company of 500 people, and the opponent was at least a team of 1,000 people." The captain made a prompt decision, "Retreat first. Retreat to the west." The team on the right side gathers together. "Don't go over again. Retreat quickly." Fang Jianshan hugged his 3 favorite guns and said, they retreated. Lian Sheng, chase. All teams follow up. All soldiers followed with guns. After chasing them for 2 streets, I found that the figures gradually became sparse, and then completely lost their traces. Fang Jianshan said again, "They retreated far away." Lian Sheng, "It doesn't matter if they retreated. Prepare to regroup and install the converter." The 6th and 9th companies quickly split up and continued to move forward in the previous direction. The 1st and 7th companies on the far sides. You 2 teams are responsible for protecting the signal tower, and strengthen patrols in the middle map, and spread out over a large area. There may be fish that have slipped through the net on the opposite side in our army's sphere of influence. The finishing touch was surprised. The individual combat capability of Lian Sheng team is very strong. It's not worse than professional retired soldiers. Liliana, every profession has its own specialty. The accuracy of fixed-point shooting is accurate. It's really good. Is it going to be a reversal from here? The finishing touch said seriously. But the company still has no formation. And this time it relied on a certain number of advantages to suppress. The two sides' main forces have not yet met. And the company's biggest hidden danger has not been eradicated. Liliana said, only those that are exposed without room for maneuver can be called hidden dangers. And those that can be resolved by premeditated plans are at most itchy. The finishing touch. It seems that you have a lot of confidence in them. Liliana, oh, I'm just disappointed enough with the other side. The comments were excited. Here comes the goddess Liliana's complaints. Has she made up her mind to stand on Liansheng's side? She has been promoting them, and saying good things. The one who sees through the truth is here. Push the glasses. Don't forget that although Liansheng is the protagonist this time, it is essentially a challenge to the studio. Whose studio is that? By Mi Fei Dao. I remember you mentioned it. By Mi Fei Dao seems to have served in the 6th Army? No wonder. Damn. Is Feng unhappy if he doesn't mock me? By Mi Fei Dao is so low-key today. Dao Yi is not the deputy commander? Oh my god. What a waste of talent. Today. He is doing his best to set off his excellent deputy commander. His younger brother. It fully shows that Liliana's, but is crooked, and she is seriously biased. You guys keep cleaning up the mess. I can't help these brainless fans. Can she pass on her biased attitude to the game? Are you kidding me? With such a disgusting gameplay with a spy, it still turned into a pile of shit. Who can I blame? Do you blame your own intestines for not being able to shape shit? Oh my god. Liliana is telling the truth. The fans' troubles are questionable. Xia Yifeng must want to kneel down and beg you to stop. I used to be a passerby fan. But now I'm almost a professional hater. God knows what I've been through in the past half an hour. 12 o'clock noon. After lunch, Sun Yin and Lin Lai walked to the front desk together and found a group of people gathered together. A 3D video was playing on the table. They were so engrossed in watching that they didn't even notice the two of them. Sun Yin asked, "What are you watching?" The man sitting in the seat was obviously startled and subconsciously reached out to press the close button. Perhaps because he was too nervous. He couldn't turn off the screen several times. Then he stood up hastily and saluted. The people around him dispersed, saluted the two, and smiled awkwardly. The man stood in military posture and answered carefully, "Report to the colonel. It's a match between Xia Yifeng and the students of the Union University." "Do you know Xia Yifeng?" Sun Yin said. "I've heard of him. He's a star." "Right?" "Yes," the man said. "Liliana is the commentator of the match. It's very popular on the internet now. So I took advantage of the lunch break to open it and take a quick look." Sun Yin frowned and said, "Colonel Liliana? She went to comment on a Sanyao match?" Sun Yin glanced up and saw a figure passing by, and said, "Oh, isn't this my son?" "Who is the commander?" The man said, "General of the cavalry. His real name is Liansheng." Sun Yin looked at Lin Lai. "Isn't this Ling Qianjin?" Everyone was shocked, and then stepped back wisely to let them see the screen clearly. Sun Yin said excitedly, "Come on, Xiao Lu. Go and arrange some stools. Let's watch together. Enlarge it." Several people glanced at Lin Lai, who had no expression on his face, and felt a little sad. "Go quickly," Sun Yin said. "Everyone is on vacation. And our research institute has no vacation. It's always good to take a break. It's just watching a game. Why are you sneaking around?" After repelling the first wave of attacks from Team Xia, the two comrades in the 6th and 9th companies who were responsible for carrying the converters were escorted to the hidden point to install them. And then the main force continued to move forward. Liansheng said, "Fang Jianchen, you stay. We will go together to wait for the rabbit." Fang Jianchen waved his arms and said, "Now you know how good I am." He took advantage of the chaos to avoid the crowd and went behind a wall at a corner, waiting for the main force to disperse. Fang Jianchen looked at the sky for a while, and then looked at the street. Then he called up the map. The mark representing him had been modified on the map, showing that he was following the main force to the front. He had run all the way here before, and now he had no idea where he was standing. In the final analysis, the so-called map is nothing more than a model built by a data engineer. It does not guarantee a certain correctness, but only serves as a commander's battle situation analysis and reference opinion on the basis of correctness. Liansheng urged, "Have you come? Where have you been?" After leaving the main group, Please be conscious and report your position at all times. Thank you. Fang Jianshan said, I may get lost. Everyone, Lian Sheng sighed. You are really a child loved by God. Of course. Fang Jianshan held his gun. But I am not a child loved by the East, South, West, and North. Lian Sheng continued, otherwise. With your IQ, I can't understand how you can live to this day. Fang Jianshan shouted. Get out. Zhou Shirwei, report the landmark buildings or store names around. Fang Jianshan looked up and saw, Sweetheart Pet Shop. Zhou Shirwei immediately said, then you are now at 136.285. Turn left and go forward 200 meters. When you see a bank, go to the right. You can see Lian Sheng. The assault team of Team Xia was defeated after being counterattacked by the two teams. In order to avoid being wiped out, it was decided to disperse the formation. Some fled to the base, and the other part hid on the company map. He was squatting behind a glass window, not far from the converter, opening the map, looking at the distribution of troops on it, and asking the friendly army through the communicator, we are ready here. Are the people in front in place? The friendly company commander replied in front. Our 3rd and 5th companies are in place, ready to attack at any time. The company commander, I will go to check their defense situation at that time. They have deployed scouts on high ground. And the converter I just installed is also in danger of being removed. Please make multiple preparations. The person in the communicator said, understood. The company commander took a deep breath and said to the soldiers in his team, on the battlefield. Nothing is more important than intelligence. Obviously, the enemy knows nothing about us. But our army knows them well. So, forget the previous gunfight. The company commander raised his weapon and said, the goddess of luck is helping us. Are you ready? Get ready to go.